Chapter 190. Shintaro quickly moved to Tsunade's side and reached out to support her by wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Tsunade-sama. Shintaro saw her covering her eyes with her hand and assumed Tsunade was overworked. However, Tsunade's chakra was still abundant, there were no injuries on her body, and the chakra reserves in her yin seal were sufficient. There should be no reason for Tsunade to feel unwell. Blood. Tsunade's lips parted slightly, and she struggled to say a single word. Blood? Shintaro was slightly uncertain about the word he heard. He turned around and saw blood beneath the severely injured person he had just healed. With a thought, he immediately guessed that Tsunade's reaction might be related to her past wartime experiences. It seems that Tsunade's fear of blood is a confidential piece of information in the village. No wonder I didn't know about it before. From this perspective, it makes sense why Tsunade never appeared on the front lines during the Ninja World War. Shintaro didn't linger with Tsunade for too long and quickly said to the surrounding medical ninjas, "Tsunade-sama has expended too much chakra treating the injured in the village and now feels unwell, please take Tsunade-sama to rest quickly." Several medical ninjas immediately stepped forward to take over and help Tsunade into the hospital to rest. Tsunade was in a lethargic state now, and her voice was very faint, so only Shintaro, who was closest, could hear her. Therefore, none of the medical ninjas doubted his words. Fortunately, the treatment of the injured was almost complete. Tsunade's remaining chakra supported the existence of many split slugs for a certain period, coupled with Shintaro's focused treatment. It didn't take long, and all the injured gathered in the open space of the Konoha hospital had been treated. Everyone recovered, and there were no more casualties. This time, the village's health crisis was successfully ended. The medical ninjas at the hospital stepped forward to express their gratitude to Shintaro. "Uchiha Shintaro, thank you for your help. Your medical ninjutsu is truly incredible, you can actually regenerate severed limbs, it's amazing. Thank you so much for bringing Tsunade-sama." Shintaro said to these medical ninjas, "It's no problem, it's what I should do. As a member of Konoha, I have the ability to heal and must help." At this moment, Shintaro saw an aura emanating from the Konoha hospital. "Hokage-sama." As he spoke for the first time, everyone turned toward the entrance of Konoha Hospital and saw Hiruzen walking out of the hospital. Hiruzen was still wearing his black combat uniform, his attire dusty, and his face looked tired. As Konoha's third Hokage, he had to run around when Konoha was in this crisis. Even if the Kyubi had been sealed, things like arranging the Jinchuriki, meeting the demands of the people, and checking on the injured were sources of his energy consumption. Hiruzen was no longer young, and what he experienced tonight made it a bit hard for him to endure, but he persevered and didn't show it in front of everyone. "You are all fine, it is you who minimized the human losses from the Kyubi rebellion, as Konoha's Hokage, I thank you on behalf of the village." Hiruzen walked out of the hospital and bowed to everyone. Everyone responded one after another. "Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama. Don't take it seriously. It's our duty. Hokage-sama is the greatest hero in Konoha." Shintaro also said a few sweet words while observing Hiruzen's expression. Hiruzen didn't hesitate to accept everyone's praise. Shintaro immediately guessed that Hiruzen was reconsolidating his prestige in the village. The will of fire is endless. Although Konoha has experienced this disaster, we will surely rise from the ashes. Hiruzen began his speech about the will of fire at the hospital entrance. Although it was still cliché, Shintaro acknowledged that after Konoha experienced such a calamity, a speaker was indeed needed to calm people's hearts. And Hiruzen, who had served as Hokage for many years, was undoubtedly the best candidate to soothe people's hearts. "Everyone has worked hard all night, you don't need to listen to me any longer, go and rest." Hiruzen's speech ended, and everyone dispersed after receiving his instructions. "Shintaro, wait a moment," Hiruzen said with his hands behind his back. Shintaro took the initiative to approach him. "Hokage-sama. Will you accompany me, an old man, for a walk?" Hiruzen squinted slightly and looked at Shintaro with a friendly smile on his face. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were very noticeable. Shintaro showed his white teeth and smiled wholeheartedly, "It is an honor for me." Hiruzen was not tall, so when they walked side by side, he was even shorter. The two walked out of the hospital. Shintaro's pace was always half a beat slower than Hiruzen's, and he followed his lead. "Konoha has really been through a lot tonight." Hiruzen looked at the vast ruins in Konoha village, shaking his head and sighing. Yes, the person behind this is very hateful. The mastermind behind this? Indeed, the Kyuubi rebellion was man-made. Do you know any information behind it? I don't know, Shintaro shook his head. But I fought against the mastermind, but unfortunately, I couldn't defeat him. He called himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. No, it can't be. Uchiha Madara is dead. Hiruzen lowered his head, recalling some things from back then. At that time, Madara led the Kyuubi to attack the village but was defeated by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The Kyuubi was sealed, and Madara himself was stabbed to death from behind by Hashirama. Madara's body was preserved by Tobirama for research, but then it mysteriously disappeared. Hiruzen knew about this. So he fell silent. After a while, he lifted his head. No matter whether the mastermind is Uchiha Madara or not, he is an enemy of Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Facing such internal and external issues, Konoha's top priority now is to find the next Hokage as capable as Minato to take on this important task. Shintaro, I think you are very suitable. Hiruzen looked at him, as if he genuinely wanted Shintaro to become the next Hokage. But Shintaro didn't believe this at all. Hiruzen feared the Uchiha clan no less than other high officials in Konoha, but he rarely showed it. I am still too young and unable to take on the position of protecting the village. Shintaro firmly and humbly stated that he couldn't become Hokage. But I recommend Tsunade-sama. She has just saved many injured people in Konoha and collapsed from exhaustion. Combined with the title of Sannin, I think Tsunade-sama is enough to take on the important role of the fifth Hokage. Chapter 191. Tsunade. Unfortunately, you don't know something. She didn't faint just from overexertion. Tsunade's younger brother and lover died in the Second Ninja World War, and she also suffers from hemophobia. That's why I didn't send Tsunade to the battlefield during the war. Besides, Tsunade's personality is too old-fashioned and she likes to gamble, so she can't take on the important role of Hokage. Hiruzen was very organized, and it seemed that the only person who knew his students well was their teacher. What about Jiraiya-sama? Seeing Hiruzen not insisting on becoming Hokage and rejecting Tsunade's nomination, Shintaro knew his intentions, so he continued asking questions very cooperatively. Jiraiya has a delicate, brave, and free-spirited character. In fact, he lacks strength, is careless in doing things, and doesn't care about the consequences. Coupled with his lazy temperament, he cannot become Hokage at all. Moreover, Jiraiya has done many dirty things like spying on women's baths in the village. How could I trust him to take on the position of Hokage? No. Shintaro proposed another candidate. How about Orochimaru-sama? Hiruzen this time showed a hesitant expression but quickly said no. Orochimaru has a reserved personality and a bad reputation in the village. He also likes to stay in the lab and do research. He can't take on the important role of Hokage. He indeed had high expectations of Orochimaru in the past, because Orochimaru had ninjutsu talent similar to his, proficient in 5-element ninjutsu, and was known as a genius seen only once in several decades. However, it was very unfortunate that Orochimaru later became twisted, learning some strange techniques, becoming more withdrawn, and getting very close to Danzo. If not, how could the fourth Hokage position have fallen to Namikaze Minato? Shintaro suggested another name. Shimura Danzo might be able to take on this important task. Hiruzen choked upon hearing that name and then firmly refused. No, Danzo's character is too dark, he does things carelessly, and we can't let him get involved in the Hokage position. Shintaro sneered inwardly. Turns out you also know Danzo's actions. Hiruzen shook his head and said, unfortunately, Konoha is so large that it is impossible to choose a suitable Hokage successor. Shintaro heard those words and said, it would be better to let the third continue to be Hokage. Alright, then I will take this position temporarily and wait until you, the future of Konoha, grow up and then hand over the Hokage position to you. I will hold a Jonin meeting tomorrow. The decision about the Hokage position cannot be delayed. Shintaro nodded and said, I understand. The two walked towards the Hokage residence, where Hiruzen lived. Shintaro, you are the most promising talent, you must grow well. Konoha will not treat you badly in the future. If the time comes, I might even give you the Hokage position. Hiruzen stood in front of the door and said, it is my duty to contribute to Konoha. As for the Hokage position, it is naturally determined by the Hokage and the people of Konoha. I do not dare to desire it. Shintaro still said he was not interested in the Hokage position. It's not that you will be recognized by everyone if you become Hokage, but you can become Hokage if recognized by everyone. I rely on some merits and qualifications to gain everyone's approval before I can become Hokage. As long as you gain everyone's approval, why can't I give you the Hokage position? Hiruzen looked at Shintaro meaningfully, with hope and fear. Shintaro did not answer and looked at him in silence. Alright, you have worked hard too, this journey can be said to be a journey you have gone through with me, a lonely old man, thank you. You're welcome, I'm leaving now, Shintaro smiled again and said goodbye. Hiruzen and Shintaro parted ways, both somewhat wary of each other. Their attitudes were actually far from the harmony they displayed on the surface. Hiruzen was wary of Shintaro's strength and the background of the Uchiha clan, while Shintaro was wary of the prestige brought about by Hiruzen's years of governance. Fortunately, Hiruzen did not see any ambition in Shintaro at the moment, he just felt that this boy was not simple. Although he worried that Shintaro would threaten his position in the future, he would not risk conflict with Shintaro. After all, Hiruzen knew that Shintaro was as strong as or even surpassed a Bijou. The next day, a Jonin meeting was held in the Hokage building. There were 4 main seats in front, each occupied by Koharu, Hamura, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Many Konoha Jonin below were standing, and there were some familiar faces among them. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shintaro from the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hisashi from the Hyuga clan. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi from Ino Shikacho. As the head of the Jonin class, Shikaku mentioned the purpose of this Jonin meeting on behalf of the Jonin class. The main purpose of this Jonin meeting is to find a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Let's speak freely, do you have any candidates you can recommend? Everyone was silent for a while. Smart people knew that the successor to Hokage was clearly a sensitive topic. However, there were still some new foolish Jonin who would propose their own candidates. I think Tsunade-sama can become the 5th. But Tsunade-sama left this morning, she said she was not interested in the Hokage position. What about Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya-sama came to Konoha to mourn the 4th Hokage couple and then left the village. Where is Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru-sama hasn't appeared for a long time. By the way, Uchiha Shintaro can become the 5th Hokage, he has the title of White-Haired Demon Eyes. He is an Uchiha. And he is only 14 years old, it's too unsafe for him to become Hokage. Everyone argued for a long time but couldn't find a candidate who could convince everyone. Shintaro and his group standing in front never spoke. Seeing that no one could find a suitable candidate, Shikaku asked the 4 senior executives, I wonder if the 3rd Hokage and some advisors have suitable recommendations. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't hold back any longer and was about to stand up and offer himself. On second thought, he had long served as Konoha's chief advisor and the leader of the Root organization. He was just the executive vice Hokage. And now he finally took it a step further. But just as Danzo was excited about this, Hiruzen stood up first. I am willing to take on this important responsibility. When the next Hokage grows up, he will only treat me as a transitional figure. Several people next to Hiruzen looked sideways. Sarutobi, you have indeed become stronger with age. Koharu didn't mind this. Rather than letting a young man become Hokage, it was better to let this old friend take over. Ha 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 ha. Hiruzen laughed heartily. Danzo was very angry. He felt that he only had a slow reaction. Originally, the position of 3rd Hokage should have been his, but it was taken over by Hiruzen. As a result, he now scored 2 goals. This almost made Danzo so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 192. That afternoon, in front of the memorial monument. It had only been a year since everyone last gathered before the monument. The previous time was at the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War, when Konoha collectively mourned the ninja who died in the war. And this time, it was to commemorate the ninja who died in the Kyubi Rebellion and the civilians who perished. Everyone wore black clothing to convey their condolences. The Uchiha clan uniformly wore black attire with the Uchiha clan emblem on their backs. The sun was quite bright today, but clearly, no one was in the mood to appreciate the weather. In front of Konoha's flame-patterned memorial monument, everyone stood together in darkness. From time to time, the sound of crying could be heard among the crowd. Among them were wives who had lost their husbands and children who had lost their parents. Among them was a brown-haired boy with a scar on his face, clenching his fists to his face in pain and crying, which drew pity from onlookers. This boy named Yumino Iruka, his parents died in the Kyubi rebellion. There were many children like Yumino Iruka. Shintaro's white hair stood out in the crowd, and of course, standing beside him was Kurenai. Kurenai was hugging and comforting a purple-haired girl who was covering her face and crying. "Enko, if you want to cry, cry, don't hold it in your heart." This girl was Mitarashi Enko, and her parents also died in the battle with Kyubi. Though Kurenai was comforting Enko, she glanced at Shintaro beside her, knowing that if it weren't for Shintaro, there might have been one more girl crying in front of the memorial tablet today. Shintaro noticed her thoughts, smiled, and gently stroked Kurenai's back, brushing the slightly curly hair that fell behind her. "It's okay. In contrast to everyone's darkness, Hiruzen wore a white Hokage robe and a red hat, with a serious expression and closed his eyes in silence. Then, he spoke. Many lives were lost, including the fourth Hokage Minato and his wife. The specific cause of the incident is still unclear, however, for now, we mourn the death of our comrades. Everyone then collectively bowed in silence. Everyone's bodies were lowered, and they could clearly see the word Hokage engraved on the platform under the bright red flame-patterned memorial tablet of Konoha. On the platform in front of the memorial monument, there was a bamboo basket. In that bamboo basket was a yellow-haired baby wrapped in an orange swaddle, curled up with small hands, and sleeping soundly. Hiruzen did not announce the baby's identity. Most people who did not know the story inside simply thought it was an orphan who could not find his parents. They did not know that the baby's parents were the fourth Hokage couple who saved Konoha, Minato, and Kushina. In the crowd, Itachi was holding Sasuke, watching the baby in front of the memorial monument, and lost in his thoughts. Life will be born. Surrounding everyone were large tombstones in a newly built cemetery. Life will die. His thoughts were always more delicate and richer compared to others. At this moment, in front of him, a girl wearing a purple outfit and a single ponytail tied with a red hairband turned around and noticed his trance. This girl was Uchiha Izumi, the girl saved by Itachi on the night of the Kyubi rebellion. Often, some adults who did not align with their peers would attract the attention of girls their age. Itachi and Izumi's situation was similar to when Shintaro first came to the ninja school to introduce himself and attracted Kurenai's attention. It's just that Itachi had one more brother than Shintaro, and he was not as lonely as Shintaro. The silence ended, and everyone dispersed. After a disaster, merely lamenting the dead was not enough. Those who were alive had to inherit the will of the dead and live well. There were still many ruins in Konoha that needed renovation and rebuilding. Almost all of Konoha's active forces were mobilized to contribute their best to the village's reconstruction. "Shintaro, let's help too." After Kurenai comforted the heartbroken Enko, Orochimaru appeared outside the cemetery and picked up Enko. But it was okay, after all, Orochimaru was Enko's teacher, maybe Enko would feel better there. "Yeah." Shintaro responded and was about to leave with Kurenai. "Take us with you." Three voices overlapped together. These three people were Asuma, Tetsuo, and Hamasu. Shintaro turned to see clearly who was coming, but he did not refuse. "I'll join too." Kakashi walked out from the crowd, his white hair also very conspicuous. "And me." The excited voice sounded like Guy's. More and more people gathered, and everyone came to the village to help with the reconstruction. "It seems we have quite a talented class here." Shintaro joked to Kurenai. Because many of these young ninja were in the same class as the two of them. "Yes." Kurenai smiled slightly. Often, the things that touch memories and the future are what can evoke people's emotions. And these classmates were not only memories for Shintaro and Kurenai but also the backbone of Konoha's future. "Look, the Konoha police force is here too." Although the group that came later hadn't changed out of the black clothes they wore during the silence, the Uchiha Clan emblem on their back said it all. Moreover, their leader, Fugaku, was not a stranger to the village. It makes sense that the Konoha police force's task is to help the village rebuild, and I want to thank you for your help. Fugaku said to Shintaro. He felt pleased when he saw the group of people behind Shintaro and thought to himself. Konoha's young generation is actually led by Shintaro. If I lead the Uchiha clan to support Shintaro in the future, then. However, despite a lot of inner drama, the Uchiha clan leader and the Konoha police force captain still showed a very calm expression on his face. Captain, what's the use of thanking you at this moment? We are all part of Konoha, isn't it natural to help with the reconstruction work? Yes, you are right, Fugaku smiled kindly, which made the police members beside him look stunned. Uchiha Fugaku's title was the Evil Eye, and he was also very strict in the police force's management. Usually, there was no smile on his face at all. But now he smiled as gently as the fourth Hokage. After Fugaku and Shintaro briefly chatted, they started the heavy work. Fortunately, most of the buildings in Konoha were made of wooden structures, making it easier for everyone to clean up the site and complete the reconstruction. Among the ruins, Itachi stood while holding Sasuke. Itachi-kun. A girl named Izumi ran calling Itachi's name. Itachi could only look back. Izumi approached him, clasping her hands in front of her, her cheeks slightly red. Thank you for last time, thanks to you, I was saved. Fortunately, you didn't die, Itachi said honestly. This stunned Izumi for a moment, and she changed the subject after feeling a bit embarrassed, looking at Sasuke in Itachi's arms with displeasure. Aha, a younger brother. Brother, Sasuke looked at Izumi warily from his brother's embrace. Can I hold him? No. Izumi immediately lost patience, why? I don't want to make him cry, Itachi said helplessly. The baby won't cry, Izumi said while holding Sasuke from Itachi. Oak. Sasuke screamed and waved his hands, then pushed Izumi's cheeks away with great disgust. This made Izumi's expression freeze instantly, and her eyes seemed like beads. Don't cry, be good, Itachi comforted Sasuke as he took him back. Sasuke immediately stopped crying and even clapped happily. Itachi quickly hugged Sasuke and left. Izumi turned around angrily, why? Chapter 193. Amidst the ruins, Fugaku led the Konoha police and worked with the young ninjas throughout the afternoon. At dusk, ANBU approached everyone and halted their activities. Patriarch of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Fugaku, please stop for now, the Hokage has a meeting with you. Fugaku was surprised to hear this but agreed. However, he had a vague feeling that it wasn't good news. Before leaving, Fugaku and Shintaro exchanged glances. Shintaro noticed that the aura around the ANBU seemed different from the usual. Does it really have something to do with Danzo? Although this ANBU wore the same attire as the regular ANBU. According to the information he assessed with the 6 eyes, this ANBU was more aligned with Root in terms of aura and the sealing techniques on his body. He might be a secret agent placed by Danzo among the ANBU. Fugaku saw the way Shintaro looked at the ANBU and understood that something was amiss. Then please lead the way. He turned and spoke to the ANBU without leaving any trace of his thoughts. The ANBU led Fugaku away. The meeting was held in the conference room at the Konoha Hokage building. A long cloth with purple-red fire characters hung in front of the conference room, and 3 senior executives sat directly below it, with Hiruzen in the center and 2 advisors, Hamura and Koharu, seated on either side. Danzo was actually standing in front of a long table, holding a slim stick, pacing back and forth, his gaze dark and sharp. Seeing this scene and the large map of Konoha laid out on the table, and noticing that those who arrived were representatives from various Konoha clans, Fugaku already guessed that this meeting might be about utilizing the village's reconstruction. Since it was Danzo who announced the arrangements and not Hiruzen himself, it indicated that this meeting might offend some people. After all, clan residences involved the fundamental interests of ninja clans. Any arrangement would inevitably infringe upon the interests of some. The Hokage represented the positive side of Konoha, so he couldn't do such things himself. As the leader of Root, Danzo naturally had to do the dirty work for the Hokage, just as his organization's name suggested. Everyone took their seats, and Danzo began his presentation with the stick in his hand. The Kyuubi attack caused significant damage to the village. Taking the opportunity to rebuild, I want to make some changes to the village's zoning. Danzo straightforwardly stated the purpose of the meeting. Because this was about changes, there would inevitably be good and bad aspects. Please ask the Aburame clan to relocate to this area, they have long proposed wanting a forest, and this move is based on that consideration. The Aburame clan was not a major clan in the village. But it wasn't a small one either. This collective relocation clearly wasn't in vain. There must have been some exchange of interests with the top management of Konoha, resulting in the allocation of a prime piece of land as their base. Fugaku's eyes were on Danzo, and he thought to himself, it seems there are many members of the Aburame clan in the root organization and also in the ANBU. Has the Aburame clan defected to the third Hokage, Danzo, or both? Danzo naturally didn't care what Fugaku thought and then announced the next arrangement. The Nara clan residence remains unchanged as it was not damaged. As one of the three major clans of Ino Shikacho, the status of the Nara clan in the village was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Ino Shikacho was entirely supportive of the Hokage, so Danzo naturally had no intention of targeting them. As the representative of the Nara clan, Shikaku crossed his arms and closed his eyes tightly. With his mind, he could naturally see that the protagonist of this meeting was not his clan at all. But the most prominent among the Konoha ninja clans was the Uchiha Clan. This was a clan that had existed since the founding of Konoha. Konoha was originally established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, incorporating the two major clans of Sarutobi and Shimura, and then many clans joined the village. However, after the establishment of the ninja village, the organizational form inevitably conflicted with the ninja clan. Which came first, the Konoha ninja or the clan ninja? This multiple-choice question was very fatal. To ease the conflict between the clans and the village, the Senju clan, which had produced two Hokages, disbanded its organizational structure and name under the order of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, fully integrating into the village. Even Hashirama's grandchildren, Tsunade and Naoki, did not inherit the Senju clan name. With this precedent, naturally, no other clan dared to put their clan first and considered themselves Konoha ninjas. There was only one exception, the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had its own station and walls. The clothes everyone wore might not have Konoha forehead protectors, but they must have the Uchiha clan emblem. The Konoha police force was also owned by the Uchiha clan, and even the Uchiha clan emblem was hung on the Konoha police building. Due to various problems faced by the Uchiha clan, Shikaku was sure that Danzo would take action against the Uchiha clan this time. Sure enough, Danzo spoke again. The headquarters of the Konoha police force, which was destroyed, will be rebuilt here. The place he pointed to was on the outskirts of the village. Fugaku lowered his head, his eyes showing a sharp gaze. At the same time, the Uchiha clan will also. Danzo-sama. Fugaku immediately stood up and interrupted Danzo's words. The Uchiha clan is the police force that maintains public security in the village. This location is too far from the center of the village and makes it difficult to handle some emergency tasks. Danzo responded with a vengeful look, if there are urgent tasks, just leave them to the ANBU. Fugaku gritted his teeth. At this moment, the third Hokage acted as a peacemaker. The police force often travels to and from the training grounds for practice. This place is adjacent to land suitable for training. Let the Uchiha clan use it as a training ground. Chapter 194. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo said, then I'll continue. Clearly, he didn't take the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan seriously at all. Fugaku frowned as Danzo kept talking. With the evacuation of the Konoha police headquarters, the Uchiha clan has also moved, and the surviving houses have been relocated here. Seeing that he could no longer deny this arrangement, Fugaku could only sit. He looked worried, and of course, he was not satisfied with this arrangement. But what worried him more was the attitude within the clan. After all, Fugaku was already considered a dove among the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if other members immediately rose up after hearing such an arrangement. Fugaku listened to the entire meeting in a daze. The next morning after returning to the Uchiha clan station, Fugaku held a notification meeting in a room at the Uchiha shrine. After all, most of the Uchiha clan station was currently destroyed, and it was indeed not suitable as a meeting place. The reason why the Uchiha clan was not dispatched during the Kyuubi incident was that they feared the Uchiha clan would use the Sharingan to control the Kyuubi, right? Not only that, some even say that the person who caused this incident was an Uchiha. The purpose of moving us to the corner of the village is to limit our movements. After all, Konoha has gathered us in the corner of the village since the second Hokage, which is equivalent to being isolated. This time we were pushed even further. This village suspects us. Captain, we can't agree to such actions. We must firmly reject it. Captain. In the room, everyone was sitting cross-legged on the tatami. Those present at the meeting were all elite members of the police force. Fugaku announced the news of the relocation, sitting cross-legged in front of everyone. He opened his eyes when everyone started shouting. Previously, he announced that Konoha had arranged for the Uchiha clan to move to the edge of the village along with the Konoha police headquarters. Unsurprisingly, this was unanimously opposed by the police members. Facing this situation, Fugaku frowned and spoke. Your opinions are valid, however, other clans have also accepted relocation from their original locations. The Uchiha clan is not the only one saying no. Compared to ordinary Uchiha police members, Fugaku clearly had a higher overall perspective. But Captain. There was a young man below who was very excited. Fugaku showed the majesty of the Uchiha clan leader and the Konoha police captain. I will negotiate the terms, but moving is something we must accept. Inform the others. Meeting adjourned. Faced with Fugaku's firm attitude, everyone had no choice but to give up and leave the shrine with their thoughts. Fugaku then walked out of the shrine and saw a small child, Itachi, leaning against the torii at the door. What do you think? Itachi. Unexpectedly, Itachi didn't answer the question directly. Let's check out the new training ground, he said and ran down the steps with high spirits. Fugaku followed. The two arrived at the new training ground assigned to the Uchiha clan. I like this place. Is that so? There was a small lake at the training ground. Fugaku and Itachi, father and son, stood on the embankment on the green grass and looked at the beautiful lake under the sunlight. Father, teach me ninjutsu, the ninjutsu passed down by the Uchiha clan. Itachi ran down the slope of green grass towards the lake. Alright, Fugaku agreed immediately. When they reached the lake, he quickly formed a hand seal. Katan, Geiki no Jutsu. Fugaku spat out a large fireball, illuminating most of the lake and changing the air with scorching heat. He turned to Itachi and began teaching. This is the most basic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Geiki no Jutsu, listen carefully, the hand seal order is. Before he finished speaking, Itachi turned to face the lake, formed his own seals, and then spat out a small fireball. His cheeks puffed up, and he blew it out quite hard. The fireball suddenly grew larger, and for a moment it was as big as Fugaku's fireball, then it disappeared. I learned it, Itachi said happily. Fugaku looked at him in disbelief, and after a moment he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, unbelievable. You are indeed my child. Although the fireball only lasted a moment due to the limited chakra, it was enough to demonstrate Itachi's talent. After all, Geiki no Jutsu was a C-rank ninjutsu. Itachi learned it at a glance and directly surpassed the beginner stage to reach proficiency. If Fugaku didn't know his son well, he would wonder if Itachi had learned it before. He couldn't help but think of Itachi and Shintaro together in his heart. After all, these two were extraordinary talents of the Uchiha clan in recent years. Fugaku continued teaching Itachi, and Itachi mastered everything in a very short time. This left Fugaku with nothing to teach him for the time being. The two then prepared to leave the training ground. Passing by the Uchiha clan residences that hadn't yet moved, Itachi sighed, we will move soon. Yes. Fugaku's response seemed very dazed. This caught Itachi's attention, and he looked at his father. What's wrong? Fugaku didn't answer, he turned and looked in several directions. There were several tall buildings overlooking the Uchiha clan station. It feels like I'm surrounded. I hope it's just my imagination. He thought earnestly in his heart. What? Itachi was very confused. He didn't yet know the current political situation in Konoha, and he didn't understand his father's intention of looking around. Actually, it wasn't strange for tall buildings to appear anywhere, but it was strange for them to appear next to the Uchiha clan station and coincidentally also surround the Uchiha clan station. This is why Fugaku looked around to confirm his guess. Nothing. He pulled himself from his thoughts, smiled, and said to Itachi, by the way, you're growing up, Itachi. Almost 6 years old. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but lament how time flew. The first time Fugaku saw Shintaro was when Shimizu brought Shintaro back to the village to enter the ninja academy. But now more than 10 years had passed, and it was his son's turn to attend the ninja academy. He wondered if Itachi's achievements in the future would match Shintaro's now. Thinking about his son, Fugaku thought of many things. Who would have thought his son's talent was so outstanding that he couldn't help but hope his son could succeed. The Uchiha clan would soon move to the remote settlement on the edge of the village. The Konoha police also moved here. This was actually a very ridiculous arrangement. It didn't matter if the Uchiha clan station was far away. At most, clan members would have to walk more when they went out or when their children went to school. But it would be outrageous to move the Konoha police and the Uchiha clan station together. The Konoha police were not only responsible for Konoha's security but also for handling emergencies and conflicts in Konoha and organizing the village's appearance. This was equivalent to a department where security guards acted as police officers and also as city management officials. But such a department was located far from the village. Konoha had developed to the point where it was no longer a small place. Even for a ninja, it took 10 or 20 minutes to cross the village. This time usually didn't feel long, but once it came to a critical moment, it would become very troublesome. The journey from the Konoha police to the village center consumed much energy and time for the police members. It could be said that this was not good at all for the Uchiha clan and the village. But this happened to be done by Konoha's top leaders, just to suppress the Uchiha clan. Therefore, such a move was certainly not a housewarming celebration. Most of the Uchiha clan members were dissatisfied. On the day Fugaku's family moved to their new home, there was no celebration. Inviting Shintaro to their house at night was considered a commemoration of the move. Shintaro came carrying some baby supplies and a set of ninja tools. "You're here, what did you bring?" Mikoto, who was responsible for receiving Shintaro, saw what Shintaro was holding and couldn't help but delay him politely. Shintaro said with a serious face, "These are not valuable items, Aunt Mikoto, just accept them. These baby products are for Sasuke, and this set of ninja tools is for Itachi. By the way, I also want to thank Patriarch Fugaku for helping me choose a pretty good room with a view of the lake." Fugaku walked out of his new house and said loudly, "I didn't mean to be selfish, but you have made great contributions to the village and the clan, and this power should be your reward. As for those things, Mikoto, just accept them. Itachi and Sasuke also happen to need them." Mikoto then accepted the small gifts brought by Shintaro. "Itachi, why don't you come and thank brother Shintaro?" Mikoto put the items away in the room and called Itachi, who was coaxing Sasuke to sleep. Itachi obediently walked out carrying Sasuke and gave a slight bow to Shintaro in greeting. Shintaro responded with a smile. A pair of sons from the patriarch's family is truly enviable, they share such a deep brotherly love. He raised his head and praised Fugaku and Mikoto. Fugaku smiled proudly, while Mikoto gazed at her two sons tenderly, her eyes filled with maternal affection. After eating, Itachi carried Sasuke and went out for a stroll around the new Uchiha clan residence. Mikoto cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. Fugaku and Shintaro remained to enter the study, sitting across from each other, drinking tea and chatting. "Is there any sugar? It should taste good if added to tea." Shintaro took a sip of his tea, dissatisfied with the bland taste. Fugaku shook his head and said, "There's no saying about adding sugar to tea, be careful, you'll get sick if you eat too much sugar." Yeah, Shintaro set down his teacup disinterestedly. Seeing he had some free time, Fugaku asked, "What do you think about the Uchiha clan's relocation?" "I think the scenery here is quite nice, surrounded by mountains and rivers, it's a geomantic treasure," Shintaro said, looking out the window. "You know that's not what I'm talking about." Fugaku frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied with Shintaro's somewhat unmanageable attitude. "Danzo is going too far. He's using the pretext of rebuilding the village to suppress the Uchiha clan, can we accept that? What else? The patriarch should see the future resistance by now, right?" Fugaku closed his eyes in pain at hearing this. A coup by the Uchiha clan, both the village and Konoha suffering losses. You defeat the third Hokage and take the Hokage position, but the ninjas are dissatisfied. Internal strife in Konoha continues, and outside villages join forces to attack, leaving the original good people of Konoha suffering devastating calamities. I really can't bear to see this ending. That's right, so since we can't refuse, let's enjoy it. After all, the scenery at the training grounds given to us by the third Hokage as compensation isn't bad. Shintaro stretched his arms and looked relaxed. But, is the Uchiha clan destined to always be excluded by Konoha? In a place as big as Konoha, will there be a place for the Uchiha clan in the future? Fugaku took the tea on the table and drank it all at once. He was so busy he might not have tasted the tea. That's not the issue, Shintaro said soothingly upon seeing this. Do you have a way? Fugaku pinned all his hopes on Shintaro. Only a major event involving the survival of a clan was enough to make someone like Fugaku lose his patience like this. The method is actually very simple but also difficult, Shintaro said. Just as Captain Fugaku leads the Konoha police force to help rebuild the village, you will lead the clan members to do more in the future. For fame. Fugaku immediately grasped the key point. Yes, the Uchiha clan now has two main reputations, one is as an elite ninja family, and the other is as an ambitious and arrogant group. What we need to do is emphasize the first reputation and erase the second impression among the villagers. It's not enough for the Uchiha clan to have just you and me, we at least need to wait until geniuses like Shisui and Itachi grow up to rival Konoha's power. At the same time, being strong alone isn't enough, we also need the support of the people. It's not that you'll be recognized by everyone if you become Hokage, but you can become Hokage if recognized by everyone. Fugaku listened in silence, unconsciously opening his Mangekyo Sharingan. This time he saw a different future. The Uchiha clan would be full of talent in the future. His two sons, Itachi and Sasuke, both awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Together with Shisui, Shintaro, and Fugaku himself, 5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan swept through Konoha and even the entire ninja world. The village's attitude towards the Uchiha clan also changed by 180 degrees. All villagers believed that the Uchiha clan was Konoha's orthodoxy. For Fugaku, this vision of the future was like the moon in the mirror, but also like a reachable memory scene. How about it? Is the future the same as I said? Indeed, Fugaku closed his sore eyes and looked at him with an indescribable expression. Shintaro smiled faintly, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan and said, "My eyes can also see the future." Chapter 195. What? You also awakened the Mangekyo? The usually calm Fugaku couldn't help but gasp at this sight, exclaiming immediately. However, realizing his mistake and worried the walls might have ears, he lowered his voice and forced himself to calm down. When did you awaken it? No, why is your Mangekyo blue? What is your ability? Can you also see the future? Fugaku had many questions. Shintaro raised his hand and pressed it, indicating he would explain naturally. Fugaku finally calmed down, laughing at himself, and said, "I got too excited. I understand the captain's mood, after all, the Mangekyo is the highest expression of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. My Mangekyo was awakened when I witnessed Uncle Shinku being injured by the Kyubi during the Kyubi rebellion. My eyes are not just Mangekyo, my blue eyes are called Six Eyes, it's a Kekii Genkai inherited from my mother's lineage." Of course, Shintaro wouldn't tell the whole truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. Six Eyes is a product of Jujitsu, a special trait inherited from the Gojo family, and in a sense, it can be considered a Kekii Genkai. It's just a Kekii Genkai for Jujitsu sorcerers. Since it's impossible to explain to Fugaku what cursed energy and cursed techniques are, Fugaku naturally accepted this statement. After all, it was his initial guess. Although the Six Eyes also underwent changes in eye features, they were very different from the Sharingan in terms of color and ability characteristics. Fugaku associated the ability Limitless technique with the Six Eyes ability, thinking it was a dojutsu. Therefore, it was natural to consider the Six Eyes as a Kekii Genkai besides the Sharingan. My Six Eyes and Sharingan merged into one after awakening the Mangekyo. My Mangekyo ability, the left eye, is Ain no Minakanushi. It can fix everything within its field of vision and grant it characteristics of immortality and infinity, in other words, it's an invincible group effect within the field. The right eye is called Kunitokotachi, it can make objects within its field of vision weightless, this effect can include oneself and living beings. Fugaku looked at the 5-pointed star white lines in Shintaro's blue eyes, filled with admiration. As expected from you, your dojutsu is even more special and powerful than mine. Such effects are beyond the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. Shintaro nodded slightly. He was also relatively satisfied with the dojutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he also felt that the limits of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability were more than that. And after combining the Six Eyes and Mangekyo, there seemed to be some subtle changes. The ability of the Six Eyes itself can provide 360-degree vision beyond the visual range, the ability to see through cursed techniques and analyze them, and can also use it to perform detailed operations on innate techniques. After injecting chakra into the six eyes, the effects obtained can also be used in the field of chakra and ninjutsu. After combining the six eyes with Mangekyo, Shintaro found that the basic abilities of the six eyes had increased significantly in both innate techniques and ninjutsu. This was the result of the six eyes and Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities complementing each other, where quantitative changes led to qualitative changes. His ability to use the reverse curse technique on others after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan's six eyes was proof of this. Fugaku then solemnly warned, "Don't reveal your Mangekyo, it is the strongest trump card of the Uchiha clan." Shintaro didn't care much and said, "I didn't tell the higher-ups, but there might have been witnesses when I fought the Kyuubi. No matter, with my current strength, the enhancement brought by the Mangekyo doesn't exceed this range, my Mangekyo won't change the higher-ups' perception of me. Even if I didn't activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, the higher-ups would still consider me a threat to the village's political power. Compared to me, the clan's trump card is the captain and other members. My own strength is limited, even the Uchiha clan's power is small compared to Konoha. So we must not isolate ourselves in the village." Fugaku nodded and said, "You're right, I also know that our clan's passivity in the village must have its reasons, but it's not easy to change it. We still need to take a long-term approach, but fortunately, the Uchiha clan has a promising future. As the clan leader, I'm very happy that besides me, there is another strong person like you. Tetsuo and Hamasu also have potential, they have already become the backbone of our village and clan. After all, among the juniors, there are Shisui and Itachi." A sincere smile appeared on Fugaku's face. "Ha ha ha, Captain, your focus is actually on Itachi. I've heard a bit about his ability to learn Geiki no Jutsu a few days ago. Sure enough, a tiger father has no dog son." The smile on Fugaku's face became more apparent, and he couldn't help but fold his hands and murmur. Coincidentally, Itachi entered through the gate with Sasuke in his arms. Shintaro naturally noticed immediately, and Fugaku also noticed their movements with his professionalism as a ninja. "Father, I'm back." "You're back, Itachi." The relationship between father and son will always feel more distant compared to the relationship between mother and child, and there will always be a sense of distance. The so-called fatherly love is like a mountain that makes people look up to it, but also makes it feel difficult to climb. Fugaku actually loved his two sons very much, especially Itachi. Not just because of Itachi's talent, but also because Itachi is his eldest son. As Sasuke's older brother, Itachi can be a role model for Sasuke, and in a sense, can replace his father's position. "Sasuke is asleep, I will lay him on the bed." Fugaku's response seemed a bit cold, but his eyes were full of fatherly love. Shintaro remembered his past life. In his previous life, he also had a wife and children of his own. However, Shintaro didn't love his wife and children in his previous life very much. Because his wife in his previous life married him through a family marriage, her status was just the wife of the head of the Gojo family, not a wife he loved. The children born between the two were just the bloodline of Shintaro in his previous life to continue the six eyes and limitless technique. Shintaro died at the peak of his life in his previous life, and his children hadn't grown up yet, so he naturally didn't have much emotional foundation. But in this life, Shintaro and Kurenai grew up as childhood friends and had a deep relationship. Maybe in the future, he will also show such expressions when facing Kurenai's children. Shintaro thought to himself. The eyes seen in the Mangekyo became very gentle. Chapter 196. Shintaro left Fugaku's house. He didn't go straight home but instead left the Uchiha clan station and arrived at the Yuhi house in the middle of Konoha. Knock knock. He knocked on the door. He noticed that Kurenai on the other side of the door was lying down behind the peephole to clearly see who was at the door and opened the door happily. "Shintaro, why are you here?" Kurenai's smile was very bright, showing that the beauty within was starting to blossom. Shintaro smiled wickedly, then hugged her, lowering his head and kissing her forehead. "What are you doing?" Kurenai looked very shy, but she didn't resist at all. "I suddenly missed you." Shintaro entered the room with a smile. "Father went on a mission today, I advised him to take good care of himself, but he didn't listen." Kurenai was walking inside the house while holding Shintaro's hand and suddenly said something. Shintaro nodded while thinking, then said, "Then I'll sleep with you here tonight." Given how shy girls are, it was, of course, impossible for Kurenai to take the initiative, so Shintaro took the initiative after hearing the implication of Kurenai's words. Kurenai snorted, I knew you were so lewd. Aren't I afraid you'll be too lonely alone? So, as your fiancé, may I sleep in your room? Kurenai blushed and lowered her head upon hearing this, you don't ever think of doing anything bad. I swear I won't do anything bad. Fine, but you have to set boundaries, you can't cross them. Okay, I promise you. The serious attitude on Kurenai's face looked very cute to Shintaro. It was the shyness and worry of a teenage girl about things between men and women. As someone who had experienced this, Shintaro naturally understood. Meow, Shiro was lying on the sofa and called out lazily, as if doubting Shintaro's words. What's up with you, big fat cat? Shintaro waved his hand in disgust. Now Shiro had become fat and chubby after being raised by the Yuhi family. He was no longer as cute as when he was first adopted. Shiro whined at Shintaro a few times in dissatisfaction, then ran into Kurenai's arms and acted coquettishly. If you keep crying, I'll send you to be neutered. Shiro immediately shut his mouth, knowing the current situation very well. Really, why are you competing with Shiro? Kurenai stroked Shiro's head then put him down. It's late, I'm going to take a bath, she turned and said. Shintaro squatted on the ground, resting his head on his hands and watching Kurenai's back. I still have to wait a few more years. He smiled, thinking of some things inappropriate for children. After all, he wasn't a novice, and he was still experienced in the beautiful things between men and women. It was late at night, and both were ready to sleep. Kurenai wore thin white and red pajamas. She stepped on the tatami with bare feet and folded the blanket into a vertical line in the middle of the tatami to form a boundary line. You sleep on the left side, and I sleep on the right side, you can't cross the line. I understand. There was still a smile on Shintaro's face, which made Kurenai feel a little dangerous. I'm serious. I understand. Alright, then I'll turn off the lights. The darkness of night immediately enveloped the room. Both of them closed their eyes. Kurenai opened her eyes from time to time and looked at Shintaro beside her. So she felt relieved and prepared to rest well. After an unknown amount of time, she felt a hand suddenly climb up to her waist. Kurenai opened her eyes and saw Shintaro right in front of her. Shintaro moved to her side along the borderline. I didn't cross the line. Shintaro's body was indeed on the other side of the border, but he just turned to the side and stretched out his hand, hugging Kurenai's waist. Naughty, the breath from Kurenai's mouth hit Shintaro's face. Hearing this, Shintaro pinched her waist. What are you doing? I told you not to talk about me, Shintaro said with a grin. This is your punishment. Kurenai turned and said, ignore you. Thus, she let Shintaro hug her and slept all night. The next morning, Kurenai realized she had turned around and actively clung to Shintaro like a sloth. How are you? Did you sleep well? From up close, his face with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes was very lethal. Coupled with a pair of pale blue eyes with white mist, Kurenai couldn't help but get lost in them. Is it time to let go? You've been turning around and clinging to me since midnight, you really couldn't sleep well. Kurenai blushed and let go of him, it was just a dream. Such an explanation seemed weak. However, Shintaro didn't try to provoke the girl's thoughts any further. Last night, he turned off infinity, so he slept more comfortably than usual, except for the hands and feet on his body. But Shintaro also enjoyed it. Kurenai got up, bathed, changed clothes in the changing room, then walked to the kitchen. Oops, no ingredients in the fridge, let's go out for breakfast tomorrow morning. She appeared from behind the fridge door and said. Shintaro responded while feeding Shiro cat food. They both went out. On the way, Shintaro and Kurenai saw a group of people marching with banners. Border friction. Kumogakure. Shintaro grasped the key points of the information on these banners. Sure enough, after Konoha experienced the Kyubi rebellion, the other ninja villages became unruly again. It seemed the first to jump was Amigakure village. However, Shintaro also noticed something unusual. It made sense if something like this happened, he would know it in no time. However, the procession was first seen on the street. This indicated that the source of information for this procession was even faster than him. So the power behind it must not be simple. Sure enough, Shintaro noticed an aura similar to the root organization in one of the demonstrators. It's Danzo again. It seems he couldn't hold back any longer. Kurenai noticed Shintaro was watching the parade, so she asked, "What's wrong, Shintaro, what are you thinking?" Shintaro came to his senses and said, "Oh, nothing." But he added as if he was remembering something. "I wonder, was last night considered border friction?" "Really, I knew you had no good intentions," Kurenai glared at him. "What, do you want to awaken your Byakugan?" Shintaro joked. Kurenai gritted her teeth and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Shintaro's waist, making him gasp. "Let you talk nonsense." Kurenai spoke angry words, but after seeing his reaction, she smiled brightly. Shintaro seemed to have not seen Kurenai's bright smile in a long time. "Let me protect this smile." Chapter 197. After both had breakfast, Shintaro instructed Kurenai to return home, then headed to the Uchiha Patriarch's residence. "Shintaro, why are you here? Do you want something to eat?" "No, I've already eaten." Shintaro greeted Mikoto politely and explained his purpose. "I'm here to see Captain Fugaku." "Oh, he's in his study." Shintaro then entered the study, where Fugaku was sitting at a desk on a tatami mat, drinking tea. "Shintaro, why are you here?" Fugaku was slightly surprised by his early morning visit. "Captain, I saw a parade on the street this morning about the conflict between Kumogakure and Konoha." "Oh. I just received the news this morning. It seems Kumogakure thinks Konoha has weakened after the Kyubi rebellion." He snorted coldly, expressing his disgust at Kumogakure's upcoming actions. "That's not the main point is that I found people with root networks among the crowd." Shintaro shook his head slightly, sat down in front of Fugaku, and said, "Root?" Fugaku suddenly raised his head and began to ponder. "It's not surprising, Danzo has always been Konoha's hawk. I fear this time it's a drama arranged by him. Does he want to provoke another war for profit?" "That is indeed something he could do." Fugaku looked at him and asked, "What does this have to do with the Uchiha clan?" Shintaro leaned forward slightly and said seriously, "It is very relevant." Fugaku became interested upon hearing this. "We can take advantage of Danzo's meticulous planning for ourselves." Fugaku frowned, as if thinking about something. Shintaro nodded and said, "Yes, we will challenge in the name of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage certainly won't agree, but as long as we spread the war request, if a war breaks out later, the villagers will think of us. Especially if something goes wrong in the war, some villagers will surely call on the Uchiha clan to fight. As long as we perform well on the battlefield, the Uchiha clan's reputation will naturally increase." Fugaku's brows immediately relaxed. He clapped his hands and praised, "Excellent, then let's go find the third Hokage now. No need to rush, let Danzo and the third Hokage fight it out first." "All right." The two looked at each other and smiled, sitting opposite each other calmly waiting for developments. About an hour later, an ANBU ninja came to the window. "Captain Uchiha Fugaku," ANBU said loudly. "Hokage-sama has given orders. The parade in Konoha has disturbed the villagers and needs the Konoha police to handle it." "Understood." ANBU immediately left after delivering the order. Fugaku stood up from the tatami, walked to the nearby clothes drying rack, took off his jonin vest and put it on, and said, "It's time to start the show." Shintaro also stood up and said, "Then I will go with the captain." The two walked out of the Uchiha clan station and first arrived at the nearest Konoha police headquarters. "Captain, Jonin Shintaro." At the headquarters, Fugaku's trusted subordinate, Uchiha Yashiro, bowed respectfully to Fugaku and brought Shintaro along. Yashiro was Fugaku's deputy in the Konoha police. He had always assisted Fugaku and was very loyal to him and the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Yashiro naturally respected Fugaku greatly, and his respect for Shintaro was due to his strength. After all, advocating for strength could be considered a tradition of the Uchiha clan. "Yashiro, go and call the team to come with me on a mission." Yes, Yashiro worked very quickly and soon led a 5-person team to the police station door. There were 2 Jonin and 3 elite Chunin, including Yashiro. "Is this lineup going to kill the Reikage?" Shintaro said, teasingly. Yashiro showed embarrassment on his face and looked at Fugaku beside him. Fugaku said, "Yashiro has always taken my orders very seriously." Our task is to handle the procession in the village. If the time comes, I will act with Yashiro and the others. Shintaro can find an opportunity to use it on his own. Shintaro said with understanding, I understand. Yashiro and the four-member team answered with confused expressions, understood. They set off from the Konoha police headquarters and arrived at the center of Konoha after a short walk. Shintaro separated from the main force on the way. Fugaku led Yashiro and his team to the street where the parade was taking place. The parade marched through the streets holding banners and shouting slogans. Kumogakure has gone too far. Attacking our borders. We want war. Fight. 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 We will fight. Drive the enemy away. Fight. 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 Fugaku and the others stopped in front of the procession with Yashiro. Stop. Yashiro stood in front of Fugaku, extending his palm as a sign to stop. That's an Uchiha. What are they doing here? They must be here to spoil our good deeds. These people don't have the village in their hearts. Although the parade was stopped by Yashiro, there was still a heated discussion among the crowd, and they did not welcome the arrival of the Uchiha clan. The surrounding area was instantly filled with melon-eating onlookers. Originally, the villagers of Konoha were attracted by the morning parade. Now that the people from the Konoha police were here, they were even more interested. There were whispers everywhere. The people from the Konoha police are here, it looks like things are getting serious. Yes, I don't know how they will handle it. The Uchiha people are always meddling every day. Yes, and their attitude is very arrogant. I think the people in the parade are right. The village of Kumogakure has always been losing, so we should send troops to teach them a lesson. But if we send troops, there will be more casualties in the village. Fugaku stood at this moment. Yashiro, be more polite, we are not here to fight. Sorry, Captain. Yashiro bowed and apologized. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to my explanation. Fugaku said in a nice voice, but of course, the effect was not good. Only after he showed his pair of 3-tomo red Sharingan did the parade in front of him fall silent. Fugaku clenched his fist in front of his mouth, cleared his throat, and then said loudly. I understand that you are marching for the safety of the village, but Hokage-sama has given orders. The parade has disturbed the lives of ordinary villagers, so he has ordered me to handle it. I don't want to use violent means to suppress it, so I hope you can understand our difficulties and leave on your own. Don't make things difficult for both of us. After a brief silence from the crowd marching opposite, several prickly people stood up and shouted. In the end, we are going to be driven away. We are here for the village. If you stop us, you will be traitors to the village. Chapter 198. Just as the crowd began to grow restless again, a white-haired figure descended from the sky. What happened? Shintaro landed from the air, looked around, and asked. Fugaku thought to himself, you came at the right time. At the same time, he said. Kumogakure has invaded our borders, leading to protests in the village. Hokage-sama ordered the police to handle this issue, but the villagers are unwilling to disperse. What should we do? He held his forehead and sighed, as if caught in a dilemma between the villagers and the Hokage. This move successfully garnered the sympathy of many villagers. It seems the Uchiha clan has no choice this time. There are extenuating circumstances. The onlookers naturally softened their attitude towards Fugaku and the others. I think these villagers are demonstrating out of love for the village. How can we stop such loyal people who love this village and country? His words made most of the people in the parade nod. Most of them were radicals incited by members of the root organization in disguise. Often, the more radical these people were, the more they considered themselves patriots, so they very much agreed with Shintaro's words. The onlookers also found it reasonable. Shintaro continued, Hokage-sama must not understand your patriotic parade, so he asked the captain to handle it. Yes, Hokage-sama must not know us, otherwise, he would definitely support us. Someone in the parade was incited by Shintaro. Hearing this, Shintaro laughed secretly in his heart, then turned to face the marching crowd and said, I am willing to petition for the people and convey Hokage-sama the patriotism of everyone. Everyone sighed with emotion. Uchiha Shintaro is truly a good person. A good child. After hearing these words, Fugaku pondered for a moment, then stood up. The duty of the Konoha police is to protect the village, now that Kumogakure has invaded our borders, we are willing to fight, we will meet the barbarians of Kumogakure, and we will make sure they never come back. Shintaro and Fugaku exchanged harmonious glances, and Yashiro behind Fugaku and the others were stunned for a moment. However, Yashiro and the others also understood that Fugaku intended to let the Uchiha clan join the war and go to the northeast border of the Fire Country to repel Kumogakure. Members of the Uchiha clan always liked to fight, and except during the ninja war. The ninjas from the Konoha police could only stay in the village at other times. Naturally, they were eager to go to the battlefield and make meritorious contributions. So Yashiro and the others also stood up and echoed Fugaku's words. We are willing to fight. We are willing to fight for Konoha. The people in the parade were also shocked by the reaction of the Uchiha clan members in front of them. It turns out the Uchiha clan is also very patriotic. It seems we misunderstood them before. Yes, we were just marching, but they are going to the battlefield for the real reason, these are the true patriots. The surrounding onlookers also expressed their appreciation for the Uchiha clan's call to fight. Seeing that the reactions of the people around him were in line with his expectations, Fugaku said, then, Shintaro, let's go to the Hokage building to petition now, Yashiro, lead the team and parade here to wait for our news. Everyone had no objections to this arrangement. Some people among the parade members took the opportunity to sneak away, and Shintaro paid close attention to them. Will Danzo's people report to him? It's too late now. Shintaro sneered in his heart and headed to the Hokage building with Fugaku. When they arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, they were stopped by an ANBU. Hokage-sama is discussing important matters with Danzo-sama, and no one else is allowed to enter. Hearing this, Fugaku used his full aura to overpower the ANBU. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the Konoha police, I have something important to report to Hokage, do you want to stop me? His aura immediately overwhelmed the ANBU ninja, who was just touching the threshold of Jonin. It seemed Fugaku would suddenly kill him in the next moment, and he didn't dare to move at all. Fugaku then opened the door to the Hokage's office and entered with Shintaro. In the office, Hiruzen and Danzo seemed to be arguing about something, but when they saw the two enter, they stopped arguing and looked at them. Fugaku, Shintaro, what are you doing here? Hiruzen frowned slightly and looked at the two of them. Hokage-sama, I am here to petition for the parade, they are all patriots of the village, their parade should not be suppressed, it would hurt the people. Who asked you to suppress them with force? Yes, they are also Konoha villagers, what I want is for the Konoha police to handle it well and resolve it peacefully. Fugaku sneered in his heart, it sounds good, why don't you try to resolve it peacefully? But his face showed an expression of sudden realization. I see, it seems the Konoha police misunderstood Hokage-sama's intentions, I will inform my subordinates to resolve it peacefully, however, there is one more thing I want to report to Hokage-sama. Before Hiruzen could ask, Fugaku took the initiative to report. Kumogakure village is still determined, seeing Konoha suffer from the Kyubi rebellion, they developed a desire to spy on us and repeatedly invaded our borders, causing untold suffering to the people on our borders. This parade broke out at this time. The Konoha police were established to protect the village, since Kumogakure village has violated the borders and harmed the interests of the village, the Uchiha clan is willing to fight and expel all enemies. After hearing Fugaku's words, Hiruzen did not answer immediately but stared at Danzo. Because Danzo came to the Hokage's office this time just for the main fight, and it happened that the Uchiha clan came to request to fight again, it was hard for Hiruzen not to associate it. Could the Uchiha clan and Danzo have united? At this moment, Hiruzen had a terrifying thought in his mind. If that were the case, with Danzo's status as one person under 10,000 in the village and the power of the Uchiha clan, the largest clan in Konoha, he feared his status would be lost. This shocked Hiruzen. However, he quickly found the answer, no, it's impossible. Danzo just offended the Uchiha clan, and his attitude towards the Uchiha clan is the same as the sensei's. It's impossible to unite with the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Hiruzen relaxed a bit and said to Fugaku, I can understand the Uchiha clan's feelings towards Konoha, but Konoha is a peace-loving ninja village and never wants to break out in war. I will resolve this border dispute peacefully, you don't need to go to the battlefield. The first priority of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha police is to protect the villagers in the village. Chapter 199. Hiruzen's response was not what Shintaro and Fugaku expected, but Danzo beside him seemed to have some ideas. Sarutobi, your foreign policy is too cowardly. Look at Konoha under your leadership, how can it still look like the #1 ninja village in the ninja world? Danzo always seemed to have a strong stance when speaking in front of Hiruzen, and Fugaku and Shintaro were not surprised. What do you know? Konoha has just suffered a heavy blow. This is a time for recovery. If war starts lightly, it will surely bring terrible consequences. In fact, although his words were too soft, as the Hokage of Konoha, especially at the special time when the village had just experienced the Kyubi rebellion and the fourth Hokage had died, he indeed had to consider the consequences of the war. However, Danzo was very angry at Hiruzen's words. What do you know? He didn't even consider Hiruzen's subsequent words. Danzo immediately replied, you are completely incompetent as Hokage. He was somewhat too domineering to scold the Hokage for incompetence. Shintaro thought of many powerful officials in Japan who did not respect their superiors in his previous life, but none of them were as excessive as Danzo. It should be noted that the Hokage is the strongest person in the Konoha village. The Emperor of Japan in his previous life was often ignored. Although Hiruzen is a bodhisattva, he still has anger. Now Danzo has swelled to the point of scolding him for incompetence in front of him. He was not ready to give face. Remember, even if I am an incompetent Hokage, you are not even a Hokage. Hiruzen did not show off when he was angry. He spoke those words calmly, which directly broke Danzo's defense. Danzo's change of expression was extraordinary. After being silent for a while, his anger surged. Sarutobi, you will regret this. He spoke word by word. Humph. After saying that, Danzo snorted, turned around, and left the Hokage office, slamming the door shut. Hiruzen stroked his beard, with an unclear look in his eyes. Fugaku and Shintaro understood the grudge between Hiruzen and Danzo. It was said that during the second Hokage period, Hiruzen and Danzo were both competitors for the Hokage position. During the war, the second Hokage wanted to choose someone to be his successor. Hiruzen was the first to volunteer. His character was recognized by the second Hokage, so he got the right to inherit the Hokage after the second Hokage died surrounded by Kinkaku and Ginkaku and their subordinates. This must have always been a sore point in Danzo's heart. Just because he reacted late, he lost his right to inherit the Hokage position. But in Shintaro's opinion, even though Hiruzen was not very competent as Hokage, he was still far better than Danzo. Konoha had developed peacefully for decades under Hiruzen's hands, and had fostered many strong individuals like the Sannin, White Fang, and Minato. If it were in Danzo's hands, any ninja who threatened him might be dealt with by him in the name of the village. This difference was actually evident when the selection was made. Despite Hiruzen's character flaws, in terms of the village, he would make choices that prioritized the village. But Danzo was different. Ultimately, he was selfish. When choosing a successor, Danzo's problem was not just his slow reaction time. He was unwilling to sacrifice himself to end his legacy. However, looking at the style of the root organization, it was evident that the root members were not afraid of life and death. Danzo was very strict with others and tolerant of himself. Or to use an old saying Shintaro learned about China in his previous life, to evaluate, do great things but cherish your life, see small benefits and forget your life. This was Chaomingda's evaluation of Yuan Benju in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and it was suitable to describe Danzo's character. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is very popular in Japan. So even though Shintaro now had suspicions about Hiruzen due to the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha, he still respected the third Hokage in his heart compared to Danzo. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Leave Anbu to handle the parade, and the Konoha police can withdraw. Don't mention the request to fight again. Fugaku and Shintaro did not insist any further and left the Hokage office alone. They went to the parade and told everyone the third Hokage's answer, which caused an outburst of ridicule. Hokage-sama is confused. Yes. We are all doing this for Konoha. Sorry, it is because I spoke softly and couldn't meet everyone's expectations. He kept his attitude humble, which impressed many people. It's okay, Captain Fugaku. This is not your fault. Shintaro took the opportunity to say from the side, even if this petition fails, if Konoha needs us in the future, Captain Fugaku and I will surely step forward. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to be so loyal. You really should have a son like Uchiha Shintaro. Uchiha Shintaro is strong, handsome, and loyal to the village. It's a pity he already has a fiancée, otherwise, I would want to marry my daughter to him. Shintaro's words also endeared him to most of the villagers. Yashiro and several members of the Konoha police were stunned by this scene. Never before had the Uchiha clan become so popular in the village. These Uchiha clan members were engaged in the most basic security work in the Konoha police. Not to mention it was boring, they could easily offend people. In fact, they all longed for recognition. Seeing Captain Fugaku and Uchiha Shintaro receive so much support for petitioning the public, they seemed to understand something. It turns out we need to comply with public opinion to gain recognition. This sentence sounded very simple, but one needed to truly experience it to fully understand it. Yashiro and the others now somewhat understood the meaning of this sentence. Fugaku and Shintaro waited until Anbu arrived to disperse the procession before leaving. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan had always been the show-offs, while the Hokage had always been the amiable ones. But what happened today was that the Uchiha clan was very bold. Petitioning for the parade and requesting a war petition on behalf of the Uchiha clan, while the Hokage rejected the petition and sent Anbu directly under the Hokage to disperse the crowd. This might not be considered a big deal. But it would be a seed buried in everyone's heart, and one day it would take root and sprout. Chapter 200. Fugaku and Shintaro returned to the Uchiha clan headquarters after the incident. Shintaro, how did it go? It was better than expected, thanks to Danzo's assist. Ha 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 ha, yes, Fugaku laughed heartily. This incident caused significant losses to Konoha's top management and also boosted the Uchiha clan's reputation. Fugaku's joy was further fueled by watching his son learn Bukakyu no Jutsu at a glance. If it weren't for Danzo and Hiruzen's battle, their conflict would have led them to overlook the Uchiha clan's role in it. It might not have been easy for the Uchiha clan to benefit from it. The rift among Konoha's top management allowed Fugaku and Shintaro to exploit it. Opportunities like this don't come often. As they approached the gate of the Uchiha clan station, Yashiro and the others returned to the Konoha police headquarters to resume their duties. At this moment, Shintaro noticed an uninvited guest behind them. It's Root again. Shintaro's 6 eyes became sensitive to the unique aura of Root organization members. Recently, members of the Root organization had been wandering before his eyes. Shintaro stopped and looked back at the Root organization member. The Root ninja, terrified, immediately stopped and hid in an alley. Come out if you're looking for me. Shintaro's words surprised Fugaku. Fugaku turned around and saw traces of the Root ninja. Shintaro, your investigative skills are something to be proud of. He could only sigh. Needless to say, the hiding skills of the Root ninjas were among the top in the ninja world. Moreover, the Root ninjas did not reveal any killing intent or hostility, making them even harder to detect. Therefore, Fugaku only realized it after looking back. Shintaro waved his hand slightly, indicating that it wasn't the point. Then he looked towards the alley again. 3, 2. The countdown only reached 2, and the Root ninja came out. Danzo-sama asked me to contact Uchiha Shintaro secretly, but I didn't expect to be discovered. Danzo again. Fugaku looked at the Root ninja in front of him. Having such strength at such a young age is worthy of being part of the Root organization. He was slightly surprised by the strength and aura of the person in front of him. The person in front of him was probably a few years younger than Shintaro, but his strength had already reached the Jonin level. In time, he would become a mainstay of Konoha. Fugaku murmured in his heart that Danzo was indeed hiding trump cards up his sleeve. Shintaro, on the other hand, used his 6 eyes to observe the information about the young man in front of him more closely. The young man wore a cat-faced mask and carried a ninja sword. His hair was brown and fell below his ears. He was much shorter than him, likely only 11 or 12 years old. His strength had reached the Jonin threshold, and his talent could be compared to Kakashi. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Shintaro noticed a unique aura within the young man, a unique Kekkei Genkai. This reminded him of the first Hokage's cell solution he had seen in Orochimaru's lab. Right, it's Mokuton. Shintaro used his 6 eyes to get accurate information and confirmed that the unique power the young man had was indeed Mokuton. Is he from the Senju clan, or? He suddenly recalled what Orochimaru had once said. There was once an experimental project in Konoha to cultivate Mokuton test subjects from childhood, but it was later banned due to the death of all test subjects. However, according to Shintaro, the aura of the young man in front of him was more like a Mokuton experimental subject than a Senju orphan like Tsunade. And in this regard, his age could also match. It seems Orochimaru was also kept in the dark by Danzo, or Orochimaru hid something from me at that time. Shintaro had many thoughts for a moment. What? Fugaku noticed Shintaro's trance and asked. Nothing. Shintaro shook his head after reacting, then looked at the root organization boy and said. What do you want from me? This is Danzo-sama's request. Danzo-sama wants to meet you, the root boy explained step by step. The root organization style was to do everything simply and without leaving any emotions. Sure, lead the way. Shintaro agreed. So reckless that Fugaku felt worried. It's okay, the Uchiha clan is loyal to Konoha, so what difference does it make if we are summoned by Danzo-sama? Shintaro said with a smile. Fugaku felt relieved when thinking about Shintaro's strength and wits. The boy might not understand the conversation between Fugaku and Shintaro, but he just reminded, the one Danzo-sama wants to see is Uchiha Shintaro. I know, I will go with you, Shintaro repeated. This surprised the young man. He did not expect Shintaro to detect the stalking so easily and then agree to the request so hastily. However, the root boy did not investigate it. Then, let's go. The root boy led the way and said nothing along the way. What's your name? Shintaro suddenly asked from behind. Tenzo. Code name? Yes. Tenzo's response was cautious in words, as if afraid of revealing important information. We're here. Tenzo brought Shintaro to the entrance of the root organization's base. I know, I've been here before, and I almost became your colleague. Shintaro replied with a smile, and at the same time easily entered the underground base of the root organization. Tenzo led Shintaro to the door of Danzo's office, then left on his own. Come in. Danzo's words came from the half-open door. Shintaro entered the office calmly, closed the door, and sat opposite Danzo. Danzo ignored Shintaro's attitude and got straight to the point. Do you want to do something big with me? What's the matter? Shintaro asked. Killing the Hokage, Danzo replied seriously. The corner of Shintaro's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Danzo to be so audacious. He couldn't think of something like killing the Hokage. Seeing him not answering, Danzo thought Shintaro was scared, and added, Sarutobi is old, and his strength and courage are far less than before. He is no longer fit to be Hokage. Shintaro said, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is fit or not is one thing, but your killing the Hokage is another. He looked at Danzo, wanting to see who gave him the courage. After observing for a while, Shintaro discovered Danzo's secret. Danzo's right eye, which was bandaged, turned out to be a Sharingan eye, usually hidden with a sealing technique and difficult to detect. The hidden right hand was transplanted with Hashirama cells, which must be the result of Orochimaru's research. This was the reason Danzo sought the Hokage position. However, killing the Hokage would risk world disapproval, so Danzo thought of using Shintaro as his tool. Danzo believed that Hiruzen not only offended him this time but also disrespected Fugaku and Shintaro. Fugaku's character was too mature and wise, while the young and energetic Shintaro was the best candidate to be used. Chapter 201. Killing the Hokage. Shintaro wore a slightly surprised expression on his face. Danzo sneered and said, that's right. The third Hokage is the backbone of Konoha, Shintaro said honestly, as if he were a loyal supporter of the third Hokage. Danzo replied with disdain, Sarutobi has sat in the Hokage's position for too long, it's time for him to step down and make way for someone more deserving. The fourth Hokage's death was his chance to retire, but he clung to power and continued to hold the Hokage's authority. Do you think he's a good person? If he were as great as he claimed, during the Kyuubi rebellion, he should have been the first to charge forward and die with the Kyuubi, instead of waiting for other ninjas to attack and for the fourth Hokage to come and save the day. I remember Yuhi Shinku's original wound was severe enough to be fatal. If you hadn't arrived in time, he would have died. I know he was very important to you, and you are engaged to his daughter. If Sarutobi wasn't a coward, how could Shinku have faced such a disaster? Moreover, your current situation as an Uchiha is also due to Sarutobi. Don't think I'm the bad guy, in fact, the treatment of the Uchiha clan was entirely Sarutobi's decision, I was merely pushed to be the bad guy. It would be great if he gave you a cleared area as a training ground, it seems like a gift from him to you, the Uchiha clan. The same goes for this time, it was clearly Kumogakure that provoked us first, but Sarutobi remained silent and tried to resolve the border conflict peacefully, it's incredibly foolish. That's all I wanted to say, whether you agree or not won't affect my decision. Danzo said this and looked calmly at Shintaro, waiting for his answer. He spoke at length, but Shintaro only heard nonsense. He did not consider Hiruzen to be the perfect Hokage. There was no filter, and no reaction that Danzo had hoped for. However, Shintaro no longer pretended to be a fan of the third Hokage. After all, what Danzo said made sense. Ultimately, it was a matter of perspective. Hiruzen was naturally not a perfect Hokage. His strength was not as good as the first Hokage, and his strategic courage was not as good as the second Hokage. But one thing Shintaro was sure of was that he would be a better Hokage than Danzo. It was true that Hiruzen's performance during the Kyuubi rebellion was not outstanding. As the third Hokage, he was powerless to repel the Kyuubi. He also caused many casualties by ordering ninjas to fight the Kyuubi. But Danzo stood still during the Kyuubi rebellion. Hiruzen was not good enough, lacked capability, and Danzo was unqualified to be Hokage. However, Shintaro did not stand up and point this out, as there was no need to completely break with Danzo now. Danzo-sama, I won't participate. Shintaro had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Firstly, he believed that the success rate of Danzo killing the third Hokage was not high, and even if he succeeded, he did not want to join Danzo, which would ruin his reputation. Secondly, he did not want to use violence against Hiruzen. It wasn't that Shintaro couldn't kill Hiruzen, but direct assassination was the lowest form of political struggle. This wasn't a simple and crude assassination, but a real replacement. As for Danzo, let him play his own game. After Shintaro said that, he turned and left. As he walked out, he noticed the layer of ambushes laid out in the Root Organization's headquarters. Ninjas from the Root Organization were scattered up and down in this underground base. Perhaps if he showed his loyalty to the Hokage now, he would definitely have fought with the Root Organization. Shintaro paid special attention to the boy with the codename Tenzo. Experimental subject for Mokuton. Looks like I need to go to Orochimaru's place. He walked out of the Root Organization headquarters grandly under the watchful eyes of the Root Organization members. Humph, there's no way to fool yourself. Danzo was very dissatisfied with Shintaro's attitude. Although Shintaro said he would not interfere in this matter, the attitude was still unsatisfactory. Danzo was a selfish person, and he wanted everyone to obey him. Uchiha Shintaro, Uchiha Clan, since you have no use, then you are just a threat. For threats, the village will spare no effort to deal with them. Danzo had sentenced the Uchiha Clan to death in his heart. But the Uchiha Sharingan is a good thing, I can get more in the future. He leaned back in his chair and touched his bandaged right eye with his hand. This eye was none other than Sharingan, the eye of his late teammate, Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami had once been a member of the second Hokage's guard team along with Danzo. Later, Uchiha Kagami died on a mission, and when Danzo saw Kagami dying in front of him, what he wanted was not to avenge his teammate, but to covet Kagami's eye, so he privately hid the eye and transplanted it into his own. This eye was the 3-Tomo Sharingan that Danzo used as his trump card. But now, he was again interested in Shintaro's blue eyes. There seems to be something unusual about Uchiha Shintaro's eyes, and they seem worth taking, but that must wait until I become Hokage before I can make plans. Danzo closed his eyes and envisioned the position of Hokage. His character had its flaws, and now his desire for power had changed his thinking. A few minutes later, he woke from his daydream. Since the Uchiha child can't be relied upon, I can only choose to use the second candidate. Hatake Kakashi. As the sun set, Kakashi came to the Konoha cemetery as usual. He had just returned to the village after completing an ANBU mission. He was still wearing the gray ANBU vest, displaying the ANBU symbol tattoo on his left arm. It was clear he had come to the graveyard directly without even changing clothes. Because his two friends, Obito and Rin, were buried there. Obito, Rin, I'm back in the village. This mission was somewhat delayed because the enemy's strength was a bit complicated. Fortunately, I defeated the enemy with Raikiri. I think if I had such power at that time, maybe you wouldn't. Sorry, Obito, I didn't protect Rin well, but don't worry, I will definitely find Rin's killer and avenge her. Kakashi placed the bouquet in front of Obito's grave and, after a moment of silence, stood up and prepared to leave. Hatake Kakashi, do you want revenge? A voice came from behind him, but Kakashi hadn't noticed it earlier, indicating that the person's strength was unusual. He turned around suddenly and saw that the person was actually Danzo, the assistant Hokage and leader of the Root organization. Danzo-sama. Let me ask, do you want revenge? Danzo did not acknowledge Kakashi's respectful tone. As an assistant Hokage beneath one person and above 10,000, he should have had enough of such flattery. What he wanted now was to go a step further and surpass that person. Kakashi choked for a moment, then gathered his emotions and said. I want to avenge my friends, but Obito died on the battlefield against Iwagakure, the killer should be me, and I also know that this was just a fight between opposing ninjas. Even if I killed the enemy, it wouldn't really solve anything. And I still don't know the identity and motive of Rin's killer, so there's no way to avenge her. Danzo said, I can tell you who your enemy is. Who? Kakashi suddenly became excited, thinking that Danzo was about to reveal Rin's killer. Danzo's answer stunned Kakashi. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. That's impossible. How could the Hokage-sama kill Rin? Danzo smiled and said, you misunderstand, I don't mean Sarutobi personally killed Noara Rin. But you must know that both Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin died in Konoha's foreign wars, and the person who planned the wars and sent you teenagers to the battlefield was the third Hokage. Even so, Kakashi still wanted to defend Hiruzen, but Danzo interrupted his words and continued speaking on his own. Besides your two friends, the person you cared most about was your teacher, Minato Namikaze, and his wife. During the Kyuubi rebellion, Minato didn't have to die, but Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't step up to fight the Kyuubi, forcing Minato to sacrifice himself to seal the Kyuubi. It can be said that Hiruzen is the indirect killer of your mentor. Furthermore, he planned the war and sent young ninjas to the battlefield, which resulted in the death of your two friends. It's not an exaggeration for me to call him your enemy, right? Danzo looked at Kakashi, who remained silent and unresponsive. He continued, what I want to do is change everything and help you face this enemy of yours. And you just need to help me a little. What kind of help? Kakashi raised his head and asked, following Danzo's words. The corners of Danzo's mouth curved, sensing something intriguing, as long as you use your position to bring me the latest travel information about the third Hokage. He had two candidates to use for killing the Hokage. One of them was Shintaro. His frontline combat power could be said to be the best in Konoha at the moment, so he was capable of killing the third Hokage. But since Shintaro didn't want to wade through these muddy waters, Danzo considered the second option. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi and Shintaro were once noted as the two geniuses of Konoha. Although Kakashi's power had now been surpassed by Shintaro, one of Kakashi's advantages was his identity. Kakashi was an ANBU ninja directly under the Hokage of Konoha, and he was also the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, and the student of the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. This identity could gain the Hokage's trust more than Shintaro. Hiruzen would never imagine that Kakashi would choose to betray him and side with Danzo. As for Kakashi's lack of strength, it didn't matter at all. Of course, Danzo had well-trained ninjas within his organization to choose from, like Tenzo, whom he had carefully developed. Tenzo was the only surviving infant who participated in the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment. Danzo found and hit him, and he had now been trained to be very strong. Moreover, the wood-style ninjutsu Mokuton he mastered would definitely surprise Hiruzen and reveal his shortcomings. After all, wood-style ninjutsu had been associated with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. All of this made Danzo feel confident that he could successfully kill Hiruzen. Well? What is your decision? Danzo stared into Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi lowered his head and could not see clearly. Just, information. Kakashi hesitated with his words. Danzo immediately felt that the matter was settled and the advantage was in his hands. That's right. I'll try, this was Kakashi's answer. Very good, those who know the current situation are heroes. You made the right choice. When the big matter succeeds, I can make you the captain of ANBU, Danzo boasted, having learned how to draw pancakes before he became Hokage. Kakashi did not respond, and Danzo felt the matter was settled and left. Kakashi stood in place for a long time before taking any action. Back home, Kakashi was struggling. Although he promised Danzo, it was just a formal compromise. However, Danzo's words did affect Kakashi's thoughts. While Kakashi was hesitating, he thought of someone. Maybe I should ask Shintaro first. He walked towards his door but stopped, his palm hanging over the doorknob for a moment before he retreated and walked back to his room. I can't go there openly. I'm afraid Danzo's men are already watching me now. Kakashi's guess was correct. Danzo had arranged for root organization ninjas to follow Kakashi to his house for surveillance. As soon as Kakashi made any changes, they would immediately report to Danzo. Kakashi waited until late at night. Under the moonlight, he used the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to create a clone and let the clone stay at home to pretend while he quietly climbed out the window and left. Kakashi's operation successfully deceived the root organization ninja surveillance and came to Shintaro's door quietly. Kakashi was at the door, hesitating to arrange his words when the door opened on its own. Please come in. Shintaro let Kakashi into the house without asking anything. Kakashi was already used to Shintaro's sharpness. He was about to explain his purpose, but Shintaro beat him to it. I guess Danzo also came to you. What? How did you know? Wait, you said, also. Shintaro nodded calmly and said, Danzo approached me and asked me to help him kill the Hokage. What did he say to you? Kakashi replied, Danzo told me that the third Hokage is my enemy. He planned the war that killed Obito and Rin and indirectly killed Minato-sensei during the Kyuubi rebellion. What do you think? Shintaro asked. I think, what Danzo said is not impossible, but I can't accept it, so I came to ask you. Kakashi revealed his dilemma. Shintaro nodded and looked at Kakashi. You made the right choice, otherwise, I'm afraid you would have been deceived by Danzo into becoming his tool. Chapter 202. Is that really the issue? Kakashi mumbled to himself. In truth, he hadn't been completely swayed by Danzo, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to ask Shintaro alone. However, Danzo's words did create some confusion, leaving Kakashi feeling a bit uneasy even after receiving a positive answer. Seeing this, Shintaro said, You can follow Danzo's request for now. What did he ask you to do? He asked me to provide information on the third Hokage's recent activities, Kakashi answered honestly. That's not dangerous, you can do that. Even if the third Hokage is incompetent, Danzo won't be able to bring him down with just this method, Shintaro said, surprising Kakashi. Shintaro, what do you mean? Help Danzo, Shintaro nodded. Kakashi didn't expect Shintaro to advise him to help Danzo after previously denying Danzo's words. Shintaro further explained, yes, since he only asked you to gather information for him, just comply. Otherwise, it will put you in a difficult position. As for the third Hokage, you can find a suitable opportunity to explain things to him. With his character, he will surely forgive you. Killing the Hokage, if done by someone else, could lead to disaster, but if Danzo does it, the outcome won't be significant. You are just an accomplice, it won't matter. Kakashi expressed his current feelings. I understand, but I feel bad for the third Hokage if I do this. After all, I'm an ANBU directly under the Hokage. So that's what you're worried about. Shintaro finally understood Kakashi's concern. He smiled and said, actually, although Danzo's words to you are somewhat biased, they do make sense in a way. The third Hokage is not as perfect as you think, otherwise, Danzo and the root organization wouldn't have been allowed to exist. You can justify it to yourself this way, since the third Hokage doesn't care about the evil deeds Danzo does, why should you feel guilty? I understand, Kakashi nodded, but he still seemed unconvinced. Shintaro knew it was hard to change someone's long-standing impression of another person, so he didn't push further. He looked at Kakashi's face and changed the subject. Kakashi, are you still used to seeing with one eye? Kakashi immediately raised his head upon hearing this and looked at him with his one remaining eye, saying with a dead fish expression, of course not. Shintaro smiled and said, what if I said I could help you restore your other eye? Kakashi's dead fish eye suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief, really? Shintaro's smile grew brighter, of course, why would I lie to you? After all, you were once a genius on par with me, and you will surely become a ninja renowned in the world in the future. I can't let you wander the ninja world with one eye, right? I'm called the white-haired demon eye, you can't be called the one-eyed white-haired man, you're not Date Masamune. Huh? Kakashi heard the last sentence and realized he didn't understand it. It was no wonder he didn't know that Date Masamune was a famous general at the end of Japan's Warring States period, who was born 20 years earlier to dominate the world. So when Shintaro mentioned a one-eyed man, he thought of him. After all, even though he was a member of the Jujutsu world in his previous life and didn't interfere with the secular world, he still had an understanding of what happened in the secular world. Shintaro waved his hand casually and changed the topic. It's nothing, so, do you want me to help you recover? Of course, Kakashi agreed immediately. Shintaro then raised his hand to signal Kakashi to come closer. Kakashi hesitated. Here. Yes, Shintaro nodded and let him approach. It's okay to hurry. Although Kakashi felt it was a bit rushed, he took a few steps forward, trusting Shintaro. He came closer and removed the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing the hollow eye socket with scars. The flesh and blood in the eye socket had long healed, and the sunken eye socket without an eyeball looked a bit scary. This was why Kakashi always used his forehead protector to cover his eye. At this moment, Shintaro suddenly had an idea and said, removing the mask might affect the technique's performance. Kakashi looked at him hesitantly, then reached out to remove it. Shintaro tried hard not to smile too broadly. Finally, I can see Kakashi's true face. Despite knowing him for a long time, Shintaro had never seen Kakashi's full face. It could be said that Kakashi's face was one of Konoha's biggest secrets. Although Hatake Tsukumo's appearance could imply Kakashi looked similar, it didn't diminish Shintaro's curiosity about Kakashi's face. Reluctantly, Kakashi removed his black mask, revealing his face. Setting aside his blind eye, he was indeed a handsome man, with a bright face, high nose bridge, and thin lips. However, you're still slightly inferior to me. Shintaro found Kakashi's appearance boring. Indeed, some things are better left mysterious. He placed his hand over Kakashi's left eye socket, using his power to regenerate the flesh and blood in Kakashi's eye socket. Kakashi winced in pain, with blood already flowing from the corner of his eye. Is this a necessary process? He asked, puzzled. Yes, but it's done, just watch me operate it next, Shintaro replied. The reverse curse technique could heal wounds, but Kakashi's eye was an old wound, and the flesh and blood had healed. In this case, the reverse curse technique would have no effect. But Shintaro used cursed energy to create a fresh wound, allowing the reverse curse technique to work. He got this idea from destroying his brain during the cooldown of his innate technique and then using the reverse curse technique to restore it. The reverse cursed technique activated. Under the white fluorescence, blood and flesh began to grow in Kakashi's left eye socket, healing the injury caused by Shintaro earlier. This wasn't over. Under Shintaro's precise control, the reverse curse technique continued, and the optic nerve, blood vessels, and eye tissues started to grow slowly. After a few minutes, the entire eyeball was fully restored. Success! Kakashi suddenly experienced increased vision in one eye, as if waking up from sleep and opening the curtains to see the dazzling sunlight. Stimulated, he closed his left eye. But one thing was certain, his left eye had indeed regained vision. He even cried out in excitement. Keep your voice down, it's late at night, don't disturb others, Shintaro said with a hint of disgust. Kakashi calmed down and immediately put his mask back on. Shintaro complained, you're not ugly, so why cover up so much? When I was young, I thought my mole was ugly, but now I'm just used to it, Kakashi said, putting on his mask. Whatever you say, by the way, don't tell anyone I helped you recover your eye, Shintaro said casually. Kakashi paused, then nodded, I'll just say I transplanted it myself. This reason wouldn't arouse suspicion, as eyes were like plug-and-play devices in the ninja world. However, self-recovered eyes are better than transplanted ones. As for the left eye that originally belonged to Obito and was transplanted by Kakashi, it was no longer an ordinary eye but a magical weapon. Shintaro still remembered the eye's power, capable of launching long-distance spatial distortion attacks. Combined with Obito's right eye, it formed the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The spear was sharp enough to penetrate infinity, and the shield was immune to Limitless technique. If Shintaro hadn't awakened the Mangekyo and mastered Aim no Minakanushi in Kunito Kotachi, fighting Obito might have been dangerous. Obito's eyes were naturally excellent, but original eyes also had advantages. There would be no burden or rejection in using the Sharingan and Uchiha bloodline. There wouldn't be situations like Kirigikure's AO using the Byakugan without hindrance. Without the Uchiha bloodline, a transplanted Sharingan couldn't be closed, meaning it would continually consume chakra. This would greatly reduce a ninja's battery life. However, having 6 eyes could solve this problem. But Shintaro couldn't dig out the 6 eyes and give them to someone else. Thus, Danzo couldn't control the Sharingan transplanted into non-Uchiha people, and even if he could, it would have strong side effects. This was why the Uchiha Sharingan was so powerful yet often ignored. Kakashi bowed to Shintaro and left. After receiving Kakashi's gratitude, Shintaro watched him leave and thought, "Kakashi, I'm looking forward to your performance, don't disappoint me." Kakashi left the Uchiha Clan station and returned home to rest. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power of his newly adapted eye. "Shintaro, I understand you less and less. Thank you for your help." He lay on his tatami, stretched out his hand, and carefully observed his eyes. The next day, Kakashi took action. Using his position, he easily entered the room where the Hokage's travel plans were stored and found the latest itinerary of the third Hokage. "Are you going somewhere? I'm worried Danzo wants to kill you on the way." He took out the scroll and weighed it in his hand. This document was naturally very confidential, but Kakashi, convinced by Shintaro, no longer cared. His current idea was to use this opportunity to see the true faces of Danzo and the third Hokage. He wanted to see for himself who was right. So, Kakashi left the Hokage building and went to the Root Organization's base. A young ninja with the codename Tenzin blocked Kakashi's way. "Wait, what are you doing here?" Tenzin stepped forward and asked. Kakashi took out the scroll and said, "I'm here to complete the mission given to me by Danzo-sama." Tenzin nodded, "Then follow me." With that, they both went to see Danzo. Tenzin knelt and saluted, "Danzo-sama, Hatake Kakashi has brought the information." Danzo's eyes sparkled, "Bring it to me quickly." Kakashi knelt on one knee, mimicking Tenzin, and raised the scroll high, handing it to Danzo. Danzo took the scroll, unfolded it, and read it carefully. "Humph, you want to go to that place? I'll let you die on the road." Danzo started fantasizing again. After a while, in a good mood, he said to Kakashi, "The day has finally come, Konoha needs a change now." "Kakashi, you have made a great contribution this time, Tenzin, are you willing to contribute to this change?" Tenzin answered without hesitation, "Yes." Danzo felt even happier, "You are worthy of being my carefully cultivated successor, and you are worthy of being treated as my own. With a pair of right hands like you, why worry if something big happens?" Ha 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 ha. Kakashi wore an ANBU mask, and his gaze behind the mask was incomprehensible. After Danzo was excited for a while, he noticed Kakashi's intact left eye and casually asked, "How did your eye recover?" "I transplanted it myself using medical ninjutsu, after all, having one eye also affects combat." "I see, that's fine." Danzo saw that Kakashi's eye was just an ordinary one, so he didn't pay much attention. He looked at Tenzin and said, "The task of killing the third Hokage will be given to you this time. I will send elite members of the Root Organization disguised as wandering ninjas to ambush Sarutobi on the only road. At that time, if you suddenly attack, your wood element will surely catch Sarutobi off guard, tire him out, and eventually defeat him. Sarutobi won't bring too many guards when he goes, this opportunity is once in a lifetime, this time you can only succeed and not fail." "Yes, Danzo-sama," Tenzin said very loyally. "Sarutobi's existence is currently hindering Konoha's development, the role of the Root Organization is to eradicate this pest for Konoha. I am confident that after Sarutobi's death, Konoha will become great again under my leadership. We are doing this for Konoha." Danzo's words were directed at both Tenzin and Kakashi. Tenzin had been taught since he was young that the Root Organization was the root of Konoha, protecting Konoha in the dark. Tenzin was motivated by Danzo's words and was willing to do anything for Konoha. But Kakashi was different. He always regarded Hiruzen as a model Hokage, but Danzo kept discrediting him, which made him realize Danzo's intentions. "Are you trying to incite me?" But now, even though I don't know the truth, I know that Danzo is not as honest as he says, otherwise, he wouldn't need to hide in an underground base. Kakashi's expression showed that he had made up his mind. Regarding the matters involving Danzo, except for Shintaro's intervention, Kakashi was ready to report everything to the third Hokage and see how the third Hokage would react. Chapter 203 Danzo dismisses Kakashi and Tenzo with satisfaction, then takes a scroll of information and returns to study the specifics of the assassination plan. Kakashi leaves the root organization's headquarters alone and heads towards his home. However, upon reaching home, he makes a diversion, taking a detour and silently arriving at the Hokage's office building. He easily jumps from outside into the office window. Hokage-sama. He knocks on the window and sees Hiruzen smoking a pipe and reviewing documents in the office. Hiruzen hears Kakashi's call, turns around, and sees him, then gestures for him to come in. So, Kakashi opens the window and jumps into the Hokage's office. What's the matter? Kakashi, is something urgent? The pipe in his mouth trembles as he speaks, and the smoke is so thick that his facial expression can't be seen. Kakashi kneels and says, reporting to Hokage-sama, Danzo Shimura is planning to kill the Hokage. The pipe in Hiruzen's mouth suddenly stops trembling and is taken out. The smoke billows up, and his expression finally changes. He hesitates, are you sure? Kakashi raises his head and says, it's true that Danzo forced me to participate in the assassination plan. For the sake of the greater situation. I pretended to agree and helped him obtain information about Hokage-sama's departure. I stabilized Danzo and then came to find you. Hiruzen closes his eyes, leans back in his chair, and sighs, has Danzo really gone so far that he must kill me? He seems to lament that their friendship since youth cannot compare to their current power struggle. After all, they have known each other since childhood and formed a bond. They were both friends and rivals, and their friendship was unusual. It took him a long time to recover from the shock of the news. You did well, Kakashi, since Danzo approached you, it means he's fully prepared. This temporary compromise allowed you to safely deliver the message to me, but you should have reported to me earlier. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Since Danzo wants to take action during my journey, we'll use his plan. Kakashi, I have a mission for you. Kakashi lowers his head and says, Hokage-sama, please command as you wish. To avoid alerting the enemy, I want you to pretend to be me and depart according to the plan. Just ensure your own safety and draw Danzo and his men's attention, leave the rest to me. Hiruzen inserts the pipe back into his mouth and starts exhaling. Kakashi agrees without hesitation. In his heart, he still chose Hiruzen between Danzo and Hiruzen. After all, Hiruzen has been the Hokage of Konoha for many years. Moreover, Hiruzen's generous demeanor made him understand the difference between Hiruzen and Danzo. On the day of the journey, Kakashi uses Henge no Jutsu to disguise himself as Hiruzen wearing the Hokage robe. He just set off with the escort team. Along the way, Kakashi mimics Hiruzen's words and actions, ensuring Danzo's men cannot distinguish him. The journey seems calm, but he knows that he's taking a long-term approach to catch the big fish, so he's not in a hurry. The group travels halfway along the designated route, passing a small road with no villages ahead and no shops behind, when Kakashi finally waits for Danzo's men to take action. A group of enemies dressed as wandering ninjas blocks everyone's path and begins fighting with the escort team members. At this moment, when all the escort members are held back, the real killing move arranged by Danzo emerges. Tenzin from the root organization jumps out from the bushes on the side, forms a seal, and launches ninjutsu to attack Kakashi. What? It's actually Mokuton. Thick wooden spikes grow from the ground and pierce through the body of the third Hokage, in shock. This is Danzo's audacity to kill the Hokage. After all, ninjas are still human. In many cases, no matter how strong a ninja is, their bodies are still fragile. A single kunai can kill an enemy, let alone a large wooden spike that directly pierces the body. But what disappointed Tenzin was that the one he struck wasn't the real third Hokage. He watches as the third Hokage hardens into wood after being impaled. Kakashi appears from a tree on the other side, looking down at Tenzin disdainfully and says, "You're actually a Mokuton ninja from Konoha, why are you helping Danzo kill the Hokage?" Tenzin does not respond to the question, only regretting his previous mistake, and then he extends his hand forward in a seal formation. Mokuton, Daijirin no Jutsu. Tenzin's outstretched arm transforms into a piece of wood that twists and extends, attacking Kakashi standing on the tree. Lightning suddenly appears in Kakashi's hand. Raikiri. Even without the Sharingan, after enhancing his chakra nature transformation and using it skillfully, Kakashi no longer relies on a thrusting distance. He first dodges the Mokuton attack to the side, then relies on the power of Raikiri to shatter the wood formed by Daijirin no Jutsu. After several moves, he destroys Tenzin's Mokuton and seizes the opportunity to strike. Tenzin is defeated by Kakashi, unable to dodge, and is forced to the ground by Raikiri. However, Kakashi's Raikiri does not fall to claim Tenzin's life. The expression behind Tenzin's mask is utterly confused. Kakashi's expression behind his mask is very complicated. If there were a Mokuton ninja in Konoha to assist back then, I'm afraid Minato-sensei wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. He thinks to himself as he looks at the boy lying on the ground before him. Mokuton, like Sharingan, has the ability to suppress Bijou. That's why Kakashi believes that if the young man before him had been on the battlefield back then, Kyubi would have been subdued by Mokuton. But he was wrong about one thing. The true strength wasn't in Mokuton but in Senju Hashirama. Even though Tenzin also possesses Mokuton, his power is far inferior to Hashirama's. Hashirama's Mokuton could easily suppress Kyubi, but Tenzin's Mokuton might struggle to control a Jinchuriki. Even if Danzo had truly unleashed Tenzin on the battlefield, it wouldn't have made a difference. Tenzin, lying on the ground, awaits death with his eyes open. Seeing that the other party hasn't acted, although he doesn't know the specific reason, he naturally understands that his top priority now is to escape. Tenzin is about to get up when he hears the other party speak. "Where did you learn Mokuton?" "Never mind, it's not up to you, just go. I won't kill you because your Mokuton will eventually help Konoha." When Tenzin hears this, he doesn't respond and immediately flees. The wandering ninjas, who were initially fighting the escort team, realize that Tenzin failed to kill the Hokage and that the Hokage wasn't even the real one. Knowing that there's no point in continuing the fight, they all retreat from the battlefield. To avoid casualties, the escort team does not pursue victory. The plan to kill the Hokage fails. However, at this moment, Danzo has already arrived at the Hokage's office and is sitting on the Hokage's throne. He sits on the Hokage's chair gracefully, turns his chair towards the window, leans back, and imagines himself successfully ascending the Hokage's throne. The desire for power makes him bold enough to commit such transgressive acts. It also shows that he is very confident in the assassination plan. Just as Danzo is lost in his fantasy, the Hokage office door opens, and he says, displeased, "Didn't I say no one is allowed to enter?" However, he hears a very familiar voice. "Sorry, I don't plan on giving that seat to anyone else right now." Danzo, terrified, immediately turns his chair around and sees Hiruzen's expression, as if he's just seen a ghost. "It seems you want to ask me why I'm still alive." Danzo knows he's wrong, cold sweat appears on his face, and he reluctantly explains, No, I just heard you left in the morning." Hiruzen says, "Someone rebelled, no, defected, they informed me that I would be attacked during my journey." Hearing this, Danzo nervously clenches his fists, stands up, and supports himself on the table, his face looking even worse, although it wasn't very pleasant to begin with. The prisoner will soon be discovered once investigated. In that case, that person surely won't escape the death penalty. Hiruzen's eyes become very sharp, staring at him, making Danzo feel cold sweat on his back. Danzo grits his teeth and stares back at him, his mood dropping from high to low like a roller coaster. Then he turns his head away, shock, regret, and other emotions filling his principled heart. Hiruzen turned at that moment, facing Danzo from the side, looked out the window, and said, "But I do not advocate for additional sacrifices. If I meet that person, I want to tell them, I won't be responsible for this action." When Danzo heard this, even he couldn't hide his surprised expression. "Instead, I hope that person will do their best for the village from now on." Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. Danzo, grateful that Hiruzen's kindness had spared his life, quietly walked toward the door to leave. As he was about to go, he stopped, turned slightly, and said, "It has always been like this from the beginning. You are the light, and I am the darkness. Where there is light, there must be darkness, but if one disappears, the world will no longer be in harmony." This time, Danzo's words were his sincere thoughts. He also knew that Hiruzen didn't kill him because the two of them were one light and one dark, one black and one white. Both were indispensable in a certain sense. Hiruzen was the Hokage bathed in sunlight, while Danzo was the root buried deep within the earth. So Danzo's hostility towards him dissipated, and he gave another instruction before leaving. "Also, be careful of Uchiha Shintaro. I invited him as well, even though he didn't agree, he never refused." Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth and murmured, "Uchiha Shintaro." After Danzo left, Kakashi also returned to the village that day. "Come in." This time, Kakashi knocked on the door and entered. He walked into the Hokage's office after hearing this. "Hokage-sama, the mission was completed successfully without any casualties." "Well done, Kakashi." Kakashi lowered his head, ignoring Hiruzen's praise, and instead reported very important information. The person responsible for killing the Hokage was a Mokuton ninja and a subordinate of Danzo. Oh. Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised by the news. Could it be that the experiment was successful? He muttered softly, but Kakashi heard it sharply. After the report, he unconsciously left the Hokage's office. Kakashi, who should have gone home to rest, inadvertently went to Shintaro's house. "You're here, have you completed the mission Danzo assigned to you?" Shintaro asked while letting Kakashi in. "Yes, I chose the third Hokage's side and informed him of the information. Danzo's assassination plan has failed. However, during the assassination attempt, I encountered a Mokuton ninja." Mokuton? Shintaro pretended not to have heard of it. He truly hadn't heard of it, but he could see it with his own eyes. "Yes, even though he's not strong now, he will definitely be useful to Konoha in the future, so I didn't kill him. The third Hokage should know the story behind it. He mentioned it was related to an experiment, but I didn't take the initiative to ask." Kakashi told him everything he knew, and it was clear that he was still a little concerned. So Shintaro said, "A Mokuton ninja, an experiment. I've heard from Orochimaru about an experiment more than 10 years ago involving the transplantation of Hashirama's cells into infants to create Mokuton ninjas. Counting his age, that boy's age matches perfectly." Kakashi nodded unconsciously, then suddenly realized something and stared at him. "How do you know he's a boy?" Shintaro realized that he had slipped up, so he added, "Danzo sent that young man to invite me to assassinate the Hokage with him. At that time, I knew that the young man must be relying on something to win Danzo's respect. I didn't expect that what he was relying on was being a Mokuton user." Kakashi was persuaded, nodded, and said, "Yes, Danzo entrusting him with such an important matter indeed shows his trust." Shintaro added, "If you want to know more specifically about him, you can go to the Konoha archives to find out." So Kakashi snuck into the Hokage building's archives that night, thinking he would only get information about the would escape experiment. After searching, he successfully found the information. Did they really cause so many casualties just to study Mokuton? He looked at the death toll from the horrific experiment. This showed that the only successful one from the experiment was Tenzin, and the data should have been hidden by Danzo. Indeed, the experiment to transplant Hashirama's cells caused too many deaths, so I asked it to be stopped. I didn't expect Danzo would have a successful experiment. Hiruzen appeared in the archives at some point, startling Kakashi. "Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I didn't." Facing Kakashi's respect and apology, Hiruzen said indifferently, "It's fine, I noticed your reaction when I mentioned the experiment. Young people are always curious about knowledge, I don't blame you." Chapter 204. Well, I didn't plan on talking much more about this experiment, but since you're so interested, it doesn't hurt to tell you. During the first 5 Kage summit, the first Hokage learned about the existence of the Bijou, and the Konoha ninja village obtained the most powerful and dangerous one, the Kyubi. At that time, Konoha village had the first Hokage and his wife, so the threat of the Kyubi was insignificant, but after the first Hokage and his wife passed away, the threat of the Kyubi became very prominent. You also saw the last Kyubi rebellion. A little carelessness in handling the situation would have led to the village's destruction. That's why I approved the experiment. Konoha needed a Mokuton ninja as insurance to seal the Kyubi. As a result, the number of casualties caused by the experiment was too high, so I ordered it to be stopped. I just didn't expect Danzo to secretly hide the results of the experiment and train a Mokuton ninja. Such power should not be in the hands of someone like Danzo, so Kakashi, will you accompany me to the root organization's headquarters? Hiruzen straightened the Hokage hat on his head and looked at Kakashi in front of him. Kakashi knelt and saluted, "It is my duty." Hiruzen gazed at him deeply, then called the ANBU forces to enter the root organization's headquarters and request the Mokuton ninja. "Shintaro, does this so-called light and dark really matter? Just because there is light, there must be darkness. Hokage-sama must forgive even criminals like Danzo. Danzo secretly conducted illegal experiments, hid a Mokuton ninja, and even tried to assassinate the Hokage. Those are unforgivable crimes. After Kakashi experienced the chaos of Danzo's attempt to assassinate the Hokage, he felt confused, so he came to Shintaro's house seeking answers. Shintaro wasn't surprised by this. Kakashi, this question isn't actually that difficult to understand. Indeed, there are many things in the ninja world that aren't brilliant. ANBU, including the root organization, was established to deal with such matters. However, this is just on the surface. It doesn't mean Danzo can be forgiven for making such mistakes. Danzo has been forgiven by the Hokage, which means the Hokage is siding with Danzo. Danzo's position is indeed irreplaceable, but Danzo is irreplaceable to the third Hokage. Kakashi raised his eyes and asked, "Isn't that biased of Hokage-sama?" Shintaro smiled, looked at him, and said, "Kakashi, do you think the Hokage never makes mistakes?" The education Kakashi received since childhood made him feel that Shintaro's words were somewhat rebellious, but recent events made him hesitate. Seeing that he was still thinking, Shintaro said seriously, "Kakashi, do you know the truth about what happened to your father back then?" Kakashi's original expression immediately changed. "What's the truth?" Shintaro turned and took out a document from a drawer. "Read it yourself." After the Kyuubi rebellion, the secret archives at the Root Organization's headquarters were breached, and a large number of documents were lost. This is just one of them. Shintaro's meaning was clear. After the Kyuubi rebellion, the conflict between Konoha's top management, represented by Danzo, and the Uchiha Clan became more prominent. So he secretly broke into the Root Organization's base and seized a large number of documents to take the initiative in the upcoming game. And the document handed to Kakashi was one of those unexpected gains. Kakashi grasped the edge of the document tightly, squeezing it unknowingly. It turns out, Danzo. The document revealed that the Root Organization was behind the case of White Fang's suicide. In retrospect, one would know how the famous White Fang of Konoha was collectively criticized and persecuted by a large number of villagers just because of a failed mission. Of course, Danzo might have just planned to pressure Hitaki Tsukumo, but he didn't expect Tsukumo's persistence would desperately expose his ambition. But in any case, Tsukumo's death was inseparable from Danzo. Therefore, Kakashi became extremely resentful towards Danzo. It could be said that the beginning of his tragic life was his father's suicide when he was still a child. Shintaro patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Danzo's crimes are unforgivable, but you must stay calm, Kakashi. You cannot destroy yourself because of Danzo. I promise you, I will avenge you, but not now. For now, I want you to continue staying in the ANBU and remain in this unit directly under the Hokage." Kakashi looked up with firm eyes. "All right, I understand, Shintaro, you still need me as your assistant." Shintaro was very pleased. Communicating with smart people saved effort. Kakashi left, and he destroyed the document. At this moment, a man emerged from the house. "Has Kakashi been recruited into our camp?" This person was Fugaku, and the camp he referred to was, of course, the Uchiha Clan. "After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," Shintaro replied. "Captain, you can continue now." "Well, what I want to show you is the third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo." Fugaku awakened the Mangekyo earlier than Shintaro, and his mastery of the Sharingan was deeper than Shintaro's. This time he came here to guide him on how to better use the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was interrupted by Kakashi, who came in the middle. Now, the teaching continues. "Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness, purify that which is impure." Shintaro spread the curtain to cover the entire house, and the two went to the courtyard. Only then did Fugaku feel at ease and activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of Mangekyo is not limited to the techniques of the two eyes. If the power of both eyes is mobilized at the same time, the third power, Susanoo, can be used. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright yellow skeleton immediately enveloped him, with two giant skeletal hands extending from either side of the skeleton. The giant skeletal hands rested on the ground, leaving Fugaku suspended in the air. The skeleton on his body continued to grow, gradually forming the upper half of a large skeleton. Shintaro looked up and observed that this half of Susanoo was 6 to 7 meters tall, entirely made of dense chakra, and indestructible. As expected of the third power, it's truly impressive. After the demonstration, Fugaku withdrew Susanoo and landed on the ground. Indeed, Susanoo's attack and defense power is more direct and stronger than eye techniques, it's just that its consumption is quite high. My eyes feel sore after displaying it for a moment. He rubbed his eyes, looking uncomfortable. Shintaro stepped forward and used reverse curse technique to help Fugaku regain his vision. Thank you, so, how about it? Have you learned it? Shintaro nodded. After all, he could learn it just by watching. Susanoo. Powerful chakra flowed from Shintaro's six eyes Mangekyo, instantly condensing the skeletal Susanoo around him. His Susanoo was blue, the color as clear as the sky, matching his eyes perfectly. Its consumption is indeed greater than eye techniques, but for six eyes, it's not a problem. The six eyes Mangekyo consumed pupil power very precisely, making it much more durable than other Mangekyo. Susanoo second form. Shintaro easily reached Fugaku's limit, condensing the half-skeleton Susanoo, and still had power to spare. However, he didn't plan to keep using it. After all, the space within the curtain was limited. If he continued, he might exceed the curtain's range and alarm the village. Compared to a genius like you, it really hurts one's pride, Fugaku said, embarrassed. Chapter 205. Over a month after the Kyubi rebellion, winter gradually settled into Konoha village. Located in the central part of the Land of Fire, where Konoha village lies, the region experiences all four seasons distinctly, and temperatures drop significantly in winter. As the temperature dropped, people became lethargic. This morning, Shintaro arrived at the Yuhi residence, planning to stay over. Shinku was still on a mission. Kurenai and Shintaro were lounging side by side on the sofa, chatting. Shiro lay in his small nest with his rear end sticking out, not moving at all. It's winter now, I really wish winter would pass quickly. Kurenai complained while leaning on the sofa, clutching a pillow. Why? Shintaro looked at Kurenai gently with an amused smile. Now that winter's here, I can't wear nice clothes anymore, and I don't feel like going out to play, Kurenai pouted and mumbled. Aren't you beautiful enough as you are? Or are you saying you don't want to stay home with me? Faced with that question, Kurenai was momentarily at a loss for words. I get it, Shintaro hugged her. I know you don't like winter, but there's nothing I can do to change the seasons, however, I can make time go by faster. Kurenai looked up at him, curious, can time really go faster? Shintaro raised an eyebrow, winked, and said, of course. When you're with someone you like, doesn't time seem to pass more quickly? Kurenai blushed at first, then smiled brightly and said, how cheesy, Shintaro, where do you get all these strange romantic words from? Shintaro lovingly patted her head, I don't know either. Kurenai leaned on his shoulder, feeling much better. Since their engagement, Kurenai had now learned to accept Shintaro's affection generously. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Who's being so annoying? Kurenai frowned. Shintaro smiled and walked to open the door, it is indeed an annoying man. It seemed he already knew who was outside. Long time no see, Kakashi, what's been keeping you busy lately? I can't refuse ANBU missions, Kakashi, dressed in his ANBU uniform, said with a pair of dead fish eyes. Come in, aren't you cold? Shintaro waved him in like the host, noting Kakashi's thin clothing. Despite the winter, Kakashi was wearing a gray ANBU ninja vest aside from the black mask and black armbands clinging to his body, he had no additional clothing, and his upper arms were still exposed. Only the yellow scarf around his neck indicated that Kakashi was indeed in winter. No, I'm here to tell you about this mission, Kakashi shrugged. If you were really worried about me being cold, you wouldn't have made me search for you so long. His words were full of resentment. That's because you don't know me well enough, I spend more time at Kurenai's house than at my own. Shintaro pulled him inside. He didn't want to continue talking against the cold wind outside the door. Kakashi and Kurenai greeted each other politely. So what kind of mission is this? You made me come here personally. It's a mission entrusted by the daimyo of the Land of Snow, we won't know the details until we go to the Hokage building. Kakashi stood by the entrance and didn't come in. The daimyo of the Land of Snow? Then we must go to the Land of Snow, which is the northernmost country in the ninja world. Possibly, Kakashi didn't seem to know the details of the mission. All right, Shintaro glanced at Kurenai and responded with a bit of nostalgia. I'll pack up and leave. He came to her side, and Kurenai spoke clearly, go ahead, I'll wait for you to return to the village. Wait a moment. Kurenai suddenly remembered something and ran to her room. After a while, she came out holding a pile of black scarves. I heard the weather is freezing all year round in the land of snow. Please take this scarf with you. I originally planned to give it to you when the first snow fell this year, so I haven't finished knitting it yet, and it might be a bit short. Shintaro took the scarf and gently kissed her fair forehead. Thank you. He wrapped the scarf around his neck twice and tucked the rest behind to secure it. The scarf stood upright on his neck, enough to withstand the winter wind. From Kurenai's infatuated gaze, it was clear how handsome Shintaro looked with the scarf on. I have to go now. The two reluctantly parted ways. Kakashi and Shintaro then headed to the Hokage building. Hiruzen was sitting in his chair as usual, smoking a pipe and handling government affairs. Shintaro had seen this scene many times. As far as he knew, the only ones who had sat in that chair were Hiruzen and Minato. 1 short year seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. This was also the perception of most villagers in Konoha. The third Hokage had held the position for too long and had worked tirelessly even without outstanding achievements. This had built a broad support base and increased Hiruzen's prestige. You're here. Hiruzen looked up and temporarily set down the document in his hand. Hokage-sama. This mission is extraordinary. It was personally announced by the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Hiruzen rarely discussed the topic directly, which indirectly indicated the exceptional nature of the mission. There's been a rebellion in the Land of Snow. He crossed his hands on the desk and spoke solemnly. A rebellion? Kakashi and Shintaro exchanged surprised glances. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes, a rebellion. The younger brother of the daimyo of the Land of Snow launched a rebellion to seize the position of daimyo. In other words, the mission is to suppress the rebellion. In that case, wouldn't just Kakashi and I be insufficient? The mission issued by the daimyo of the Land of Snow is to rescue Princess Kazahana Koyuki, but he has not issued a mission to suppress the rebellion. Hiruzen shook his head and changed the subject. But, Konoha is one of the 5 great nations. The village leader cannot sit idly by. However, we are not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries without permission. This would give the other ninja villages something to say, so I'm sending another mission in my personal capacity. That's your mission, Shintaro, to single-handedly suppress the rebellion in the Land of Snow, and let everyone in the ninja world know the consequences of rebellion. And Kakashi, while completing the mission of rescuing the princess of the Land of Snow, you must ensure the princess's safety. Here's the information about the Land of Snow and this rebellion. You should leave immediately and understand this information on the way. Both Shintaro and Kakashi acknowledged, and they promptly left the Hokage's office and headed north. Along the way, they both went through the information. Shintaro already understood why Hiruzen had entrusted him with the task of suppressing the rebellion. The reason was no more than a show of force. After the Kyubi rebellion, the village's strength had weakened, but the Uchiha clan's strength had not only not weakened but had grown stronger. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's reputation had also begun to improve, which made Hiruzen wary. He tasked Shintaro with suppressing this rebellion to show him that the consequences of rebellion should be quelled. Shintaro smiled inwardly and didn't take it to heart at all. Indeed, a failed rebellion could ultimately be quelled, but if it succeeded, it would not be called a rebellion but a coup. In his previous life, even someone as powerful as Oda Nobunaga had fallen due to a coup. How could Konoha and the third Hokage not fall as well? Shintaro, it's snowing. Kakashi opened his hands to the side, observing snowflakes falling into his palm, and then quickly melting into small droplets of water due to the warmth of his hand. Shintaro looked up and saw the snowflakes obstructed by infinity. He pulled the scarf around his neck, feeling warmth in his heart. Yes, it's the first snow of the year. The softness in his eyes didn't weaken his resolve at all. Instead, it became the driving force behind his firm determination. Chapter 206. The Land of Snow is located at the northernmost tip of the ninja world, covered in snow year-round and separated from the mainland of the ninja world by the ocean. As a result, the Land of Snow is highly isolated. Outsiders rarely come to this country, and even basic information is poorly understood. Shintaro had never paid attention to this snowy country before. Fortunately, the information provided by Hiruzen included details about the Land of Snow. The daimyo of the Land of Snow is Kazahana Sosetsu, who has held the position for several decades. He has only one daughter, Kazahana Koyuki. The person leading the rebellion this time is Kazahana Sosetsu's younger brother, Kazahana Doto. Doto was dissatisfied with Sosetsu's rule, so he gathered forces to rebel. Koyuki was in danger, so Sosetsu sent someone to command the Konoha village. He didn't request Konoha's help to suppress the rebellion, he merely hoped that Konoha could send someone to escort his only heir out of the land of snow. If the plot of the original movie is followed, Konoha only sent Anbu Kakashi. Not to mention his lack of strength at that time, but even so, he could only manage to save Koyuki. But now, with Shintaro, everything is different. After understanding the specific location of the land of snow, he took Kakashi and flew into the sky. Shintaro? Kakashi looked confused. We're in a hurry, Kakashi, please be patient. After saying that, Shintaro used instant thunder to disappear from the spot. Limitless technique compressed spatial coordinates, allowing Shintaro and Kakashi to instantly travel from the land of fire to the ocean surrounding the land of snow. The scenery before them changed in an instant, from a winter forest to endless white snow. What a truly magnificent view, I could bring Kurenai here for a trip in the future. While Shintaro sighed in amazement, Kakashi had no intention of marveling at the beautiful scenery. The discomfort from teleportation wasn't something he could easily adapt to. Not to mention, he didn't have the same physical endurance as Tsunade, and the distance traveled using instant thunder this time was much farther than before. Shintaro brought Kakashi to the ground and waited for him to finally adjust before continuing to rush toward the land of snow. Outside the snow castle standing atop a mountain, a group of samurai and 4 ninjas leading them were confronting the daimyo inside the castle. Outside the city, there was a rebel army led by Doto and his 3 snow ninjas. Ruga Nadar with blue hair and a high ponytail, Fuyukoma Mizore, a large, fat man with short purple hair, and Kakayoku Fubuki with 2 pink hairpins pointing upward. Brother, give up, you have no way out now, Doto sneered and shouted toward the castle. You're dreaming. Doto, the land of snow must not fall into the hands of an ambitious person like you. My ambition? Humph, have you not seen what the land of snow has become under your rule? Attack. Doto no longer wanted to waste words and gave the order, and the 3 snow ninjas behind him stepped forward. As you command. Nadar lowered his hands from his chest and began forming seals with his hands. Haitan, Rga Nadar no Jutsu. A technique bearing the same name as him, it mobilized the surrounding snow and transformed it into a giant snow wolf that charged toward the castle. With a crash, the castle gate collapsed. Mizore launched his special ninja snowboard and was the first to rush into the castle. He was unstoppable, grabbing the castle guards and throwing them aside one by one. Ha 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 ha. Pathetic. Fubuki, the only female ninja among the 3 snow ninjas, complained, such a bother, let's finish this together. Haitan, Subane Fubuki. She waved her hand, and countless ice shards flew forward from behind her, killing a large number of guards in front of her. Charge. The rebel soldiers pursued their victory and rushed into the castle. Doto slowly and proudly stepped into the castle, ready to claim the final prize with the attitude of a victor. The daimyo's position and the Kazahana family's treasures will be mine. He grew more excited at the thought, but at that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Doto Tao looked up and saw the headband of the other party. A Konoha ninja. Damn it. That bastard Sosetsu actually invited Konoha ninja here. Doto hesitated for a moment and then made a decision, so what if you're a Konoha ninja? My chakra armor is enough to rival a Jonin. Are you Kazahana Doto? Shintaro slowly landed and asked. Indeed, Doto tore off his clothing, revealing a dark chakra armor. The 3 snow ninjas also recognized the strong enemy and all dropped their current opponents and rushed forward. Doto-sama, we are here to assist you. Shintaro observed the armor on the people before him. This type of armor seemed to enhance the combat effectiveness of ninjas. Wearing the armor, both Doto and Nadar had Jonin-level combat abilities. The other 2 were weaker, but not by much. Doto, wearing the black armor, was undoubtedly the strongest. The other 3 wore white armor, which lacked the metallic luster and abundant chakra that the black armor possessed. Shintaro's aura caused the 4 people in front of him to break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Doto suddenly recognized his identity. You're the white-haired demon Eye. This shocked the 3 snow ninjas beside him, as they were all very proud and considered themselves a match for Konoha's Jonin. However, none of them had the confidence to compete with the white-haired demon Eye, who had killed 2 Bijou in the Third Ninja World War. So what if it's the white-haired demon eye? It will only serve as a stepping stone for the rise of the land of snow. Dodo gritted his teeth and said, "Let me show you the power of chakra armor." His words instilled confidence in the 3 snow ninjas, and the 4 of them took action together. Haitan, Harim Ko. Haitan, Rga Nadar no Jutsu. Haitan, Sobame Fubuki. Doto and the others used their strongest techniques, while Mizor directly charged forward, intending to use his physical skills to defeat Shintaro. A bunch of frogs in a well. Shintaro simply stood there and let the 4 of them attack. However, the infinity around him made it impossible for any of them to harm him. How is this possible? Doto was shocked. The chakra armor he had spent all his money researching, and his 3 strongest fighters couldn't harm the opponent at all. The opponent didn't even try to dodge. This severely wounded their pride. Shintaro wasn't interested in getting too involved, even with what they called chakra armor. After all, this type of ninja armor that couldn't be mass-produced but had average power could only be considered a treasure in a remote country like the land of snow. Cursed technique lapse, blue. The blue sphere instantly sucked in the 4 of them, and the armor on their bodies shattered into pieces. The boiling ambition disappeared along with their lives. Chapter 207. Seeing Doto and the snow ninjas die instantly, the rebels were terrified and fled in all directions. Shintaro flew into the air and used blue to capture the rebels one by one. By the time Kakashi escorted Kazuhana Koyuki, the rebels had already been piled into a mound by Shintaro. Konoha ninjas are truly terrifying, so Setsu said, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, looking at the mountain of rebels, and couldn't help but sweat coldly. Power like that was enough for one person to topple an entire country. Fortunately, the Konoha ninja he hired wouldn't attack his employer. So Setsu could only comfort himself with this thought. Your Majesty Daimyo, the main perpetrator has been killed, and all the remaining rebels are here. Shintaro turned around, his blue eyes dimly glowing in the night. The white-haired demon eyes, Konoha is very fortunate to have sent such a powerful person, so Setsu said, full of emotion. Oh, good, thank you for your help, otherwise, the land of snow would have fallen into the hands of my brother. He was an ambitious man, and the land of snow would not have fared well under his rule. At this moment, Koyuki came running, tears streaming down her face. Father, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Koyuki, the bad man has been defeated. Koyuki hugged her father's leg and peeked out from behind him suspiciously. But when she saw Shintaro, she was frightened and started crying. Behind Shintaro was a hill formed by the rebels, surrounded by a blood-stained battlefield. Coupled with his intimidating presence, it was indeed enough to make a child cry. I'm sorry, my little girl is too shy, please forgive her, so Setsu said, holding his daughter, afraid of angering the white-haired demon-eyed man. It's okay, Shintaro didn't expect to make Koyuki cry, but he didn't care. Thank you very much, you saved the land of snow, so Setsu said again, holding Koyuki and expressing his gratitude. At this moment, a warrior rose from the crowd behind Shintaro. He seemed to be a loyal follower of Doto. Don't believe what he says. He's a liar. Shintaro and Kakashi turned to see a samurai in armor. Just now, Blue didn't kill this miscellaneous warrior. Moreover, this warrior was lucky enough to be on the outskirts, so there were no serious injuries. The warrior staggered, pointing at Sosetsu and cursing, this foolish king collected money recklessly, he hid all the country's wealth and turned it into the Kazuhana family's treasure. Dodo-sama gathered an army because he couldn't stand it any longer, he was the force of justice. Only to overthrow this foolish king. Sosetsu's expression changed when he heard this, and Kakashi asked, Your Majesty, is what he says true? Shintaro also looked at Sosetsu. He knew Sosetsu was not the foolish king that Dodo portrayed, but he still planned to hear his explanation. Sosetsu moved his lips but didn't speak. Then he sighed and said, You both will know what the so-called treasure is. He hesitated for a moment before releasing his daughter and taking Shintaro and Kakashi to a basin in the valley behind the palace. The inside of the basin was flat and open, but it was covered with ice and snow. There were several large ice structures around, which didn't seem to be naturally formed. They came to a pavilion. The top of the pavilion had an antique hexagonal roof, and the bottom was a platform with a small hole in the middle. Sosetsu lowered Koyuki and removed a necklace from around his neck. This is the treasure I left for Koyuki and the land of snow. There was a hexagonal crystal hanging from the necklace. Sosetsu took off the hexagonal crystal, showed it to the two of them, then walked to the pavilion and inserted the hexagonal crystal into the hole. He then stepped back and waited for the device to activate. Shintaro was the first to notice the change around them. He saw the snow in the entire basin begin to melt, and the melting snow turned into a stream. White mist began to rise around them, and his body felt warm. Is this the treasure? A geothermal generator? Sosetsu adjusted his glasses, looking at his daughter as she curiously looked around, and said softly, "Yes, it's a geothermal generator." After saying this, he looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. Under the sunlight, the large ice structures around began to melt slowly, revealing stone pillars and mirrored surfaces. The sunlight emitted colorful rays after being reflected by the mirrors and refracted by the white mist in the air. Under the combined influence of the geothermal heat and sunlight, the ice and snow on the ground melted, spring suddenly arrived in the snowy land, and then an image formed out of thin air in the sky. Believe in the future, and spring will surely come. What will Koyuki do when spring comes? In the air, a conversation between Sosetsu and his daughter took place. Koyuki will become a princess. What kind of princess will you be? Be a gentle, strong, and pious princess. That's very difficult, but if you make your dreams your belief and pursue them without giving up, your dreams will surely come true. Can you see this? There is a beautiful princess standing here. In the video, Sosetsu was seen putting the hexagonal crystal necklace on Koyuki. But Koyuki still worries about one thing, because she has another dream. What? Another dream. An actress. When the video ended, young Koyuki was delighted to see it. She clapped her hands and laughed, feeling it was magical. However, Sosetsu cried. He took off his glasses and wiped away his tears before calming down. I made this geothermal generator not only to show Koyuki a glimpse of spring and preserve that memory for her but also to bring spring to the land of snow. Although the geothermal generator can currently only be maintained within the scope of this basin, I believe that in time, the land of snow will become a country with a climate as pleasant as the land of fire. Both Shintaro and Kakashi were deeply moved by Sosetsu's words. Kakashi lamented the hardships Sosetsu faced as the daimyo of the land of snow. After all, as the daimyo, he didn't use the land of snow's money for his own pleasure but instead invested all of it in researching and developing the geothermal generator. On the other hand, Doto, despite claiming to be a righteous warrior, invested a great deal of resources in researching war weapons like chakra armor, attempting to overthrow Sosetsu's rule and seize power. The two men came to a conclusion, and the rebellious warrior's earlier statement was also nullified. But Shintaro's feelings were entirely different. In his view, the two brothers from the Kazahana family were merely a pair of sleeping dragons and phoenixes. One person poured vast resources into researching a geothermal generator but didn't publicize it, leading to his being mistaken for a fool. The other learned of the so-called treasure and hastily launched a rebellion. However, the experience in the land of snow also provided Shintaro with some other benefits. Originally, Hiruzen sent him to the land of snow to suppress the rebellion so that he would realize the consequences of rebellion. But Shintaro learned the methods of rebellion from it. This is the moral high ground. Although Doto rebelled for the so-called treasure and power of the Kazahana family, he gained the support of everyone in the land of snow by publicizing his intentions to overthrow Sosetsu's rule, inspiring Shintaro's thoughts. Hiruzen never imagined that the counter-rebellion mission he assigned would become the driving force behind the overthrow of his own government. Chapter 208. Shintaro and Kakashi completed their mission to suppress the rebellion, witnessed the treasure of the Kazahana family, and returned to the land of fire after receiving warm hospitality from the famous figure of the land of snow. Both of them returned to the Hokage building. So soon? You've returned in just one day. Although he was aware of Shintaro's strength and speed, he was still surprised to see them return in such a short time. The initial mission to rescue Kazahana Koyuki had reached an A-level rating, and with the counter-rebellion mission, the mission level had escalated to S level. Even with 2 Jonin involved, the mission wouldn't typically be completed so quickly. However, considering that Shintaro's strength couldn't be measured by the rank of Jonin, Hiruzen did not dwell on it further. How was the mission? Hiruzen asked. Both of them reported the mission truthfully, and Hiruzen remarked emotionally, Daimyo Sosetsu is indeed a good father and a good daimyo who cares for the land of snow. As for Kazahana Doto, he was so ambitious that he even tried to overthrow his brother's rule. He's hardly a human at all. Hiruzen's words seemed to carry deeper meaning, at least that's how Shintaro felt. You have completed this mission well, and the reward will be sent to you shortly. You may leave. Shintaro and Kakashi heard this and were about to leave. Hiruzen raised his hand again. Wait, Shintaro, stay here. So Kakashi left alone, and Shintaro remained in the Hokage office to receive orders. Shintaro, you successfully suppressed the rebellion this time. This mission serves as a statement to the smaller nations in the ninja world. As the #1 ninja village, Konoha will never tolerate any form of rebellion. If you wish to rebel, you must consider the consequences of doing so. Am I correct? Hokage-sama is right. Shintaro nodded in agreement. Hiruzen believed that Shintaro was a smart person, so he only hinted at it and didn't stress it further. The opinions of the higher-ups regarding the situation in the Land of Lightning have been made known. As the deputy leader of Konoha's Jonin squad and a member of the Uchiha Clan, you are qualified to be informed about this matter in advance. Hiruzen said. Konoha has allowed the Uchiha Clan to go to the border to participate in the war. However, the members of the Konoha Guard Force must remain in the village, so if you wish to go to the border to participate in the war, you must first resign from the Konoha Guard Force. To ensure Konoha's security, I will arrange for other ninjas to join the Konoha Guard Force to fill the vacancies. The official order will be issued soon. You may inform the members of the Uchiha Clan in advance so you can prepare early. Shintaro nodded in agreement and left the Hokage office. Hiruzen sighed, took a puff from his pipe in the office, and said, I hope you don't betray my trust. Allowing the Uchiha Clan to go to the border was undoubtedly a relief for the higher-ups in Konoha. The Uchiha Clan are natural-born warriors. After experiencing life and death situations, members of the Uchiha Clan often awaken the potential of their bloodline power, the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha Clan, the Sharingan. The battlefield is undoubtedly the easiest place to experience life and death. Initially, the Uchiha Clan had experienced the Third Ninja World War, and their strength had increased compared to before the war, with many strong members emerging. Not to mention Fugaku's well-hidden Mangekyo and the white-haired demon eyes of Uchiha Shintaro, who had already gained fame in the ninja world. The backbone of the Uchiha Clan also increased significantly. After the Ninja War, many Uchiha Clan ninjas awakened the double Magatama and even the 3 Magatama Sharingan, like Tetsuo and Hamasu. If they experience another war, the strength of the Uchiha Clan might develop even more significantly. Therefore, the so-called high-level opinion was actually not to allow the Uchiha Clan to go to the battlefield at all. Allowing the Uchiha Clan to go to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning was actually Hiruzen's arbitrary decision. He realized that suppressing them would be worse than releasing them. Konoha had lost the 4th Hokage and the adult Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, and could no longer suppress the Uchiha Clan. Instead of letting the Uchiha Clan remain suppressed in a village without knowing when something might happen, it was better to let them go to the battlefield and contribute to Konoha. At least Hiruzen believed that both Shintaro and Fugaku were not foolish. Shintaro arrived at the Uchiha Clan station, the Patriarch's house. Itachi was still at school, Mikoto was holding Sasuke, and Fugaku was the only one at home in the large house. My eyes tell me that you've come to tell me about the matter. What matter? Shintaro asked knowingly. Fugaku knew very well, the Land of Lightning. That's correct, Shintaro nodded and confirmed. Fugaku rubbed his eyes with his hand. For the future of the Uchiha Clan, I've used Eikokuten multiple times to foresee the current situation. But the Mangekyo Sharingansai techniques not only excessively consume eye power and chakra, but also damage vision. Shintaro, you're still young, so you should use it sparingly. Honestly, I haven't experienced such symptoms. Perhaps the 6 eyes compensate for this. Shintaro didn't care, and at the same time, he stepped forward to cover Fugaku's eyes with his hand. After being enveloped by the white fluorescence of the reversal curse technique, Fugaku opened his eyes and said, It does feel much better. This might be the method you use to save Shinku from the Kyubi. I didn't expect that we, the old ones, have reached the point where we need you to take care of me and wait for me. This is what I should do. After all, you are 2 of my father's best friends and the 2 most important elders, Shintaro said without hesitation. The Hokage has allowed the Uchiha Clan to participate in the war with the Land of Lightning, but to do so, we must withdraw from the Konoha Guard Force. Fugaku nodded upon hearing this. After all, the 3rd Hokage is different from Danzo and the others. He's still willing to show goodwill to the Uchiha clan. Although the Konoha guard force is prestigious, it's actually a hot potato. This time, relinquishing some of the real power of the Konoha guard force is a good thing for the Uchiha clan. In this case, I will not participate in this war. After all, the Konoha guard force will remain under the Uchiha clan's name. Shintaro, I entrust the members of the Uchiha clan participating in the war to you. Fugaku looked at him seriously and entrusted the task to him. Shintaro's blue eyes shone, and he nodded solemnly, understood. Within a few days, Konoha's officials issued an official notice. Due to the frequent harassment by Kumogakure ninjas from the Land of Lightning on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, Konoha decided to send 500 ninjas to guard the border. Among them, the Uchiha clan would send 100 ninjas as the backbone. The entire force would be led by Uchiha Shintaro, the deputy leader of Konoha's Jonin squad, the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, and the white-haired Demon Eyes. They assembled on the second day after the order was issued and officially set out on the expedition. Chapter 209. Shintaro Aniki. After receiving the order from the patriarch, everyone in the Uchiha clan was very excited, especially the two brothers, Tetsuo and Hamasu. They found Shintaro after signing up to participate. Shintaro was not at the Uchiha clan residence but at Ya's house. After all, the two were already engaged, so it was no problem for them to live together at the Uchiha clan residence. He walked to the entrance with an unhappy expression on his face and reluctantly looked at the two who came to bother him a day before departure. Aniki. We can go to the battlefield together again. Although the two were brothers from the same mother, they had very different personalities. As the younger brother, Hamasu was very perceptive and good at reading people's emotions. As soon as he saw Shintaro's expression, he immediately chose to remain silent. Tetsuo, on the other hand, had a slow and dull character, completely unaware of any issues. Hamasu glanced at Tetsuo and saw that his brother was still very excited, so he quickly grabbed his clothes and reminded him with his eyes. Tetsuo was stunned for a long time, not understanding what his younger brother meant. Shintaro, do you have guests? Let them in. Ah, it's you, Tetsuo, Hamasu. Kurenai walked to the entrance and greeted the visitors warmly. Sister-in-law. When Tetsuo and Hamasu saw Kurenai, they immediately bowed a neat 90 degrees, like gangsters greeting their boss. Tetsuo's face was full of flattery, clearly seeing Kurenai as his savior. As for Hamasu, he simply greeted her sincerely. Come in, Shintaro pursed his lips, feeling that Kurenai was already behaving like the lady of the house, and he had to comply. He recalled the time when they were still in ninja school. Tetsuo and Hamasu once called Kurenai sister-in-law to please her, but in the end, Kurenai was so embarrassed that she complained. However, now Kurenai openly accepted the title. Thinking of this, the corners of Shintaro's mouth lifted again. Tetsuo and Hamasu took off their shoes and walked in. Shiro saw the strangers and timidly hid in the study. Kurenai walked to the kitchen to make tea for the two guests. Tetsuo quickly said, "No, sister-in-law, we're just here to look around, so I won't bother you. You've never been to my house before, I must treat you." Kurenai was busy in the kitchen. Tetsuo and Hamasu looked at Shintaro. Shintaro crossed his arms, shook his head, and said, "Don't look at me, I also listen to her at home. Stop standing there foolishly, sit down." He walked to the sofa beside him and sat down, gesturing to them. Tetsuo and Hamasu then came and sat beside him. "Tell me, what are you here for?" Hamasu said without hesitation, "Brother Tetsuo dragged me here." Shintaro looked at Tetsuo, which made him feel pressured. "It's just, since there's going to be a war, and we followed Aniki during the last war, we wanted to ask Aniki about the specific situation and arrangements for this war." Shintaro's eyes were clear, and he already understood what Tetsuo was thinking. Tetsuo was indeed clever, planning to seek out his commander to learn more about the war intelligence before heading to the battlefield. Shintaro nodded, intending to reveal the details of this war. "Well, it's good that you have this mindset. To be frank, this war is a defensive one for us. The Land of Lightning is the country with the greatest war potential besides us, the Land of Fire, and its recovery speed after the Third Ninja World War is second only to ours. However, you also know that Konoha suffered heavy losses after the Kyubi Rebellion. The people in Kumogakure village clearly saw this and planned to take advantage shortly after the Kyubi Rebellion, positioning themselves at the border of the Land of Fire. The purpose of our expedition is to counter the invasion of those people. Hamasu clenched his fists in anger. Although he was speechless, his thoughts were also clear. Tetsuo pondered, nodding in agreement with Shintaro. At the same time, both of them expressed their gratitude and accepted the green tea handed over by Kurenai. Shintaro continued, I estimate there will be another defensive war like this one. And it will lead to the land of earth. The strength of Iwagakure village is not inferior to Kumogakure village. Its warlike nature and opposition to the territory from the land of fire are even worse. But that has nothing to do with us. In short, this war is a defensive one. Konoha doesn't want to expand the war, so don't think about killing the enemy in making a name for yourself. Protecting the territory of the land of fire is your greatest contribution. Understood, both Tetsuo and Hamasu agreed, and then Tetsuo asked. Since this is just a defensive war, why is the village sending the Uchiha clan to participate? After all, hasn't the village always looked down on us? Tetsuo was indeed sharp, reminding of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Shintaro thought for a moment and decided to speak to remind Tetsuo. The village does indeed fear the Uchiha clan because the Uchiha clan is too powerful. However, right now the village still needs the strength of the Uchiha clan to fight against foreign enemies. We are now in the period after the Third Ninja World War, where Konoha is in decline. If we wait until Konoha regains its strength, there certainly won't be opportunities like this. Even the chance to go to the battlefield this time is just a coincidence in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Shintaro's words were indeed true. If Hiruzen still didn't trust him and Fugaku, believing that the two of them could control the Uchiha clan, this time it wouldn't have been the Uchiha clan's turn to go to the battlefield. Danzo was very angry after this incident, cursing Hiruzen as a coward, incompetent, and useless, and that he would surely destroy Konoha, leaving the classic saying, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Shintaro didn't know if Hiruzen would regret it, but he was sure Danzo would definitely regret it in the future. Then what should we do? Tetsuo suddenly asked such a question. Shintaro looked at him, and the two exchanged glances. Tetsuo felt his eyes were very deep. We are too strong, so there are only two choices, become stronger or become weaker. Shintaro explained it very clearly. The top management fears the strength of the Uchiha clan, so the Uchiha clan only has two choices. The first is to increase their strength to overthrow the top management and make Konoha belong to the Uchiha clan. There are only two ways to do this. The first is for the top officials to eliminate the Uchiha clan, and the other is to cut off their own arm and weaken their strength. No matter which one it is unacceptable to the people of the Uchiha clan. So the remaining choice is already clear. Tetsuo's eyes also became determined. Shintaro nodded, acknowledging Tetsuo's resolve, and said. The so-called war is both a crisis and a ladder. Chapter 210. After their conversation, Kurenai had Tetsuo and Hamasu stay at their house, and the four of them shared a meal together. It was the first reunion of the four classmates in years. After the meal, Tetsuo took Hamasu and left. Goodbye, Aniki and sister-in-law. Once the two brothers departed, the house became Shintaro and Kurenai's world. Even though it wasn't the first time they had to part ways, they still couldn't escape the sadness that came with it. They silently finished cleaning up the table and chairs, then sat on the sofa, leaning on each other. Don't move, let me lean on you for a bit. Kurenai's eyes were filled with tears as she leaned on Shintaro, savoring the last moments of tenderness before their separation. Shintaro's heart was deeply moved, and he adjusted his posture so Kurenai could lean more comfortably. Throughout his years in this world, aside from the time spent with his parents outside the village during his childhood, the life he shared with Kurenai was the most comforting. In Shintaro's eyes, Kurenai was still just a young girl, but a girl like her gave him a sense of belonging, preventing him from feeling like an outsider in this world. For a moment, Shintaro's throat tightened, and he said, after this war, let's get married. Perhaps he said this because he was unaware of the ominous implications of what is known as planting a flag. But even if he knew, he would still choose to say it because, with his strength, he was unafraid of such things, and his current emotions were so intense that he had to express them. Get married? Isn't it a bit too soon? Kurenai was never one to shy away from emotions, but now her cheeks were flushed, her skin as red as the evening clouds. Shintaro turned to the side, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and pressed his forehead against her slightly curly black hair, softly asking in her ear, don't you want to? It's not that, it's just, I'm not of age yet. Shintaro understood her concern and explained, we're both 15, by the time the war ends, we'll naturally be of the right age. Although this war won't escalate into a great ninja war, it won't end quickly either, it may take 3 years, even though I truly don't want to part from you, I have no choice. They say that a long parting is better than a new marriage, since separation is inevitable, let's get married when we meet again. I can hardly wait. At 15, Kurenai had already grown into a beautiful woman, and everything that should have developed had developed, like a rose in full bloom, soft and lovely, pure and beautiful. As a result, Shintaro's breath quickened, and he greedily inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Kurenai's body. The breath that escaped brushed against Kurenai's slender, white neck, making her feel ticklish, yet she couldn't break free from Shintaro's embrace. I promise you, Shintaro. First, let go, it tickles. Shintaro let go of her with a smile, sighed, and his eyes cleared, all right, after all, I'm not in a rush. His words were so teasing that Kurenai playfully hit him, saying with embarrassment and frustration, really, where did you learn to say things like that? Shintaro spread his arms wide and said confidently, I learned it from the erotic books Kakashi reads every day. Humph, I didn't expect a genius like Kakashi to read such books, you better not read them in the future, or you might pick up bad habits. Okay, I'll listen to you. The playful banter and the prospect of a future marriage managed to ease Kurenai's worries about Shintaro's impending battle. The two spent their last night before the war peacefully. The next morning, Shintaro assembled at the Hokage building and set off for the northeastern border of the Land of Fire with 500 other Konoha ninja. When the last Ninja World War had just begun, he had immediately rushed to the northeastern Land of Fire to fend off the Kumogakure invasion. Back then, he was just an ordinary soldier, at best, a novice ninja. But now, only a few years later, Shintaro was once again heading to the northeastern Land of Fire, but his identity was vastly different. This change in identity was fundamentally due to the increase in his strength and reputation. In the past, those who could lead troops alone were often powerful individuals at the level of the Sannin. Now, the reputation of the white-haired demon eyes was on par with the 3 Sannin, and his strength was even greater. What was even more terrifying was that Shintaro was only 14 years old. It was no surprise that the top advisors of Konoha, led by Danzo, saw him as a significant threat. Aniki, how long do you think this war will last? As Shintaro's right-hand man in the Uchiha Clan, Tetsuo and Hamasu followed him. This time, Tetsuo asked the question. Around 2 or 3 years, why? Hamasu nodded, then blushed as if thinking of something, it's nothing. Shintaro had never seen Hamasu, who was always clever and practical, show such a simple and shy expression. At this moment, Tetsuo was very honest and spilled his brother's secret. My little brother has been getting close to Uncle Taiki's daughter lately, it seems I'm going to have a second sister-in-law. He spoke with a sincere smile, but his head was quickly smacked by Hamasu's large, unforgiving hand. Brother, you don't even know your own zodiac signs yet. Oh. What's going on? I also love the pancakes made by the uncle who was let go, when did you meet his daughter? Do you like her? Shintaro smiled faintly and looked at Tetsuo beside him. Hamasu didn't dare treat Shintaro's question as carelessly as he would his brother's foolishness, so he could only answer obediently. I think she's pretty sweet, even though her eyes are small, her smile is very lovely, I want to confess to her after the war. I just don't know if she'll agree. As Hamasu spoke, he became conflicted, and Shintaro lamented that indeed even heroes struggle when it comes to love. Even someone as sharp as Hamasu could fall under the pressure of affection. I think she will, Shintaro patted Hamasu on the shoulder and said. In the Uchiha clan, regardless of gender or age, everyone admires strength. The two of you are stronger than many of the ninja in the clan and even in the village, you've both become jonin at a young age. Based on that alone, Uncle Taiki's daughter won't reject you. Hearing this, Hamasu felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, compared to Shintaro, the two brothers were nothing, but compared to others, he still had faith in himself. In the current Uchiha clan, aside from the patriarch and Shintaro, the next strongest were Tetsuo and Hamasu. Even some of the veteran jonin in the clan were on par with them, at best. Although Shisui and Itachi were very talented, they were still too young and lagged behind the two brothers. Alright then, I feel reassured, I'll confess my feelings once the war is over. Chapter 211. What are you talking about? You seem really happy. The one who approached was Asuma, who was also part of this ninja expedition. This ninja force was not composed solely of the Uchiha clan. In addition to the Uchiha, there were two other major clans, the Hyuga clan and the Sarutobi clan, as well as a large number of civilian ninjas. The Hyuga clan was led by Hyuga Hayashi himself, and the Sarutobi clan also included several veteran jonin. This was undoubtedly to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan and prevent them from monopolizing military exploits. Asuma also joined the team. At this moment, he quietly slipped away from the Sarutobi clan's formation and came to surrender to the Uchiha clan's team. Hamasu smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. My brother said he wants to confess his feelings after the war." Tetsuo outed his brother again, not learning from last time. "What? You've also found someone?" "Oh, it's not settled yet, but it's likely." Hamasu waved his hand, looking modest, though he couldn't hide his smile. "Why are you moving so fast? Forget Shintaro, he's handsome and strong, so it's natural that Kurenai likes him, but your situation isn't as good as mine." Asuma, Tetsuo, and Hamasu had formed a deep friendship during the last war, but he still felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Hamasu find someone he liked. You could say he wasn't just afraid of hardship, he was also afraid of being single. "I'm just being opportunistic. I go to her parents' shop every day to buy pancakes. Besides, how can love be measured by circumstances?" Hamasu grinned slyly, then spoke more earnestly. After speaking, he saw Asuma's sorrowful expression and kindly added, "How about I ask her to introduce you to some friends from the Uchiha clan?" "Forget it, my father would never agree. It's too much trouble. Anyway, I'm not that concerned with romantic matters. I want to focus on getting stronger. I'd rather establish my career first, then think about family." Although Asuma explained this, there was always a hint of arrogance in his tone. Shintaro watched Asuma and Hamasu from the side, amused. "You two are really something, so relaxed before a war, even talking about your love lives. Whatever happens, if the sky falls, the strong will hold it up." Asuma shrugged. Hamasu even gave a fawning smile. "What's there to be afraid of with Aniki here?" Shintaro chuckled, "Don't think I can end this war by myself. This is a defensive war for us. The 500 of us are spread across the border to defend. Even I can't handle everything. You'll have to rely on yourselves." Hamasu replied seriously, "I will protect the border." Shintaro patted his shoulder. "See, Hamasu can still be counted on." Asuma and Tetsuo gave embarrassed smiles, while Tetsuo scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. After 3 days of rapid travel, everyone arrived at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. The daily garrison at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire was usually managed by patrol teams assigned by the village. However, it was clear that these patrol teams could no longer adapt to the increasingly frequent invasions by Kumogakure ninjas, so Konoha issued an order to cancel the missions. These ninja teams had already gathered at the camp and were ready to hand over the defense area to the ninja forces led by Shintaro. The patrol teams numbered fewer than 100, led by a jonin. He handed over all the border information to Shintaro and then led his ninja teams back to Konoha. After the change of defense and the handover was completed, Shintaro led the jonin leaders to select the largest tent in the center of the camp as the headquarters and began the pre-war deployment. According to intelligence, this invasion by the Land of Lightning primarily consists of small-scale, frequent incursions, mostly involving 4-man ninja teams. "Our forces are not enough." Shintaro sat in the front chair, already taking on the posture of a leader, looking around at everyone with his blue eyes. At this moment, all those sitting in the camp were jonin, who belonged to the decision-making level of this unit. Besides himself, Tetsuo and Hamasu also received the title of jonin due to the blessing of their 3-tomo Sharingan, and Uchiha Yashiro, a veteran jonin. The Hyuga clan was second only to the Uchiha clan. Besides the clan leader brothers Hizashi and Hisashi, there was also a clan elder. There were 2 people from the Sarutobi clan. One was Sarutobi Asuma, who had been promoted to jonin after the war, and the other was a veteran jonin from the Sarutobi clan. There was only 1 civilian jonin, bringing the total to 10 jonin. "The northeastern border is too long, I think we should request reinforcements." The elder who spoke was from the Hyuga clan, clearly feeling that this defensive mission was too difficult. However, his proposal was jointly rejected by the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. Yashiro and the veteran jonin from the Sarutobi clan raised objections together. Yashiro was thinking from the Uchiha clan's perspective. If they requested reinforcements as soon as they arrived at the border, wouldn't it make the Uchiha clan seem incompetent? The Jonin from the Sarutobi clan believed that the third Hokage's orders were everything, and they hadn't yet reached the point of requesting reinforcements. The elders from the Hyuga clan had no choice but to give up. Shintaro looked at the three members of the Hyuga clan and suddenly asked, "Clan leader of the Hyuga clan, how far can the Byakugan see?" The accurate field of view is only 50 meters, but if you pursue the limit, the range is about 10 kilometers. Hayashi opened his mouth and explained that the accurate field of view he referred to was the perspective field of view sufficient to make Gentle Fist effective. And if it was only to detect the enemy's situation, the field of view could be extended further. 10 kilometers, the total length of the northeastern defense line is over 500 kilometers, requiring at least 50 Hyuga clan ninjas. Did the Hyuga clan bring enough people this time? Enough, there are 75 Hyuga clan ninjas in the force, and they are all elites, Hayashi replied. Although he was much older than Shintaro, he didn't underestimate him but regarded him highly as his commander. Very good, then our defense method is settled, the enemy attacks in small groups, and we defend in small groups. Each team must have at least one Hyuga clan ninja, and preferably a wind element ninja to counter Kumogakure. Now, let's allocate the teams. Shintaro's deployment and command were strong and decisive, without any awkwardness, naturally drawing on his experience as a clan leader in his previous life. Under his leadership, the specific deployment of the entire force was quickly determined. Chapter 212. The Konoha ninjas were quickly deployed according to plan. A total of 500 ninja troops were divided into 50 teams, each consisting of 10 people. Each of these 50 teams was responsible for defending a 10-kilometer defensive line. Each team set up camp in their respective defense zone and managed their own rotations. Every team had at least one ninja from the Hyuga clan and a wind release ninja. This ensured the combat effectiveness of each team and, more importantly, their ability to support each other. A 10-person team like this was sufficient to confront a Kumogakure assault team. Even if they were overwhelmed, they could still launch a flare signal, allowing other Hyuga clan members from different teams to see and come to their aid. In this way, the weakness of conventional four-man ninja teams conducting patrol missions was mitigated. The only drawback was the lack of high-level combat power. To balance the strength of each team, all Jonin were divided among different teams, and their assignments were frequently changed to serve as high-level combat forces. Although the high-level combat power of Jonin was insufficient due to the impact of the Ninja World War and the Kyubi Rebellion, fortunately, there were many experienced Chunin in the army as the backbone. So the combat power remained strong, not to mention there were individuals like Shintaro, whose combat strength far exceeded ordinary people. Once the deployment was completed, the defense situation in the northeastern part of the Fire Country immediately showed signs of improvement. The previously porous defensive line became solid, and Kumogakure village's attacks on the Land of Lightning were clearly hindered. Somewhere on the front lines, a Konoha ninja team was on patrol. This team was a 10-person unit led by Hyuga Hayashi, patrolling the forest at the border. Hayashi had a very calm and cautious character. He led the team to be vigilant against any enemies that might appear at the border, carefully scanning everything on the battlefield with his Byakugan. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his head, and the bulging veins around his eyes appeared somewhat fierce and intimidating. "There are enemies 2 kilometers ahead," he suddenly warned, and as the Jonin captain of this team and a member of the Hyuga clan, his warning was taken seriously. Everyone on the team relied on Hayashi's strength and Byakugan abilities, so they naturally followed his orders and quickly moved forward for support. It only took a few minutes for a ninja to travel 2 kilometers, especially through the dense forest at the Fire Country border. In Kumogakure, 8 Kumogakure ninjas were moving through the forest specifically. These 8 Kumogakure ninjas were actually 2 four-man ninja teams. Since Konoha had changed their deployment method for border ninjas, Kumogakure's harassment strategy had also been adjusted. Kumogakure village's original harassment strategy was to send four-man ninja teams to harass, but this method was clearly not suitable now, otherwise, it would be sending food to the Konoha ninjas, so changes had to be made. Kumogakure's current approach was to gather 2 or 3 teams to attack and harass, ensuring they could confront the Konoha ninjas without becoming too large and escalating the war. The captain of these 2 Kumogakure teams was a Kumogakure Jonin named Makai. A team like this was intended for Konoha teams without a Jonin, so even if they had fewer members, they wouldn't lack combat power. Unfortunately, they encountered Hayashi's team. Hayashi dashed forward like an arrow. His eyes were determined, as if they could pierce through the enemy. The Byakugan's ability allowed him to accurately lock onto the enemy's strongest ninja. Makai. With a wave of his arm, powerful chakra condensed in his palm. Immediately afterward, he shouted, Hakurokujian sh. This shockwave was like a surging ocean wave, unstoppable. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, producing a burst of loud whistling sounds. Makai was shocked to see such a powerful attack coming, but he didn't hesitate and immediately used ninjutsu to try to counter it. However, Hayashi's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. The Hakurokujian sh easily broke through his defense and struck him hard. Makai felt a piercing pain surge through him, and his body involuntarily flew backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. When the surrounding enemies saw this, they were all terrified and retreated one by one, not daring to step forward and challenge Hayashi. Makai, a unique dark-skinned individual from the land of lightning, showed an ugly expression, making his already dark face even darker. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat, as this team had come to exploit any opportunity, and the worst-case scenario was facing a Konoha ninja team without a Jonin. Now that they were up against a team led by Hayashi, let alone fighting or not, if Hayashi launched a flare to summon other teams, the force led by him would be completely wiped out. The wounded Makai endured the pain and led his remaining loyal subordinates to engage in a fierce battle with the Konoha ninjas. In the intense battle, he exerted all his strength and finally used his best ninjutsu, Raigen Rage. This blinding lightning instantly illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the Konoha village ninjas to lose their vision and the ability to track the enemy. Taking advantage of this brief but precious opportunity, Makai resolutely led the remaining two loyal subordinates to successfully escape. Hayashi did not pursue them for the sake of the overall situation, allowing Makai's team to flee. Makai's team's experience could be said to be the common fate of most Kumogakure teams recently. With the use of Byakugan, Konoha had a significant advantage. Makai and his two subordinates fled back to Kumogakure in shame and panic, and reported the battle in detail to the fourth Reikage. Byakugan, why Byakugan again? Why does that hateful Konoha have so many powerful ninja clans? It used to be the Sharingan of the Uchiha Clan, and now even the Byakugan of the Hyuga Clan is getting in on the action. The fourth Reikage, AI, was furious, slamming his hand on the table. AI now only had one hand left. The broken arm had been shattered by Uchiha Shintaro during the Third Ninja World War. The loss of his arm had caused much inconvenience in his life, and most daily tasks could only be handled by his secretary beside him. Not only that, AI's temperament had become increasingly irritable, especially after frequently losing battles to Konoha. He would break a table in anger almost every few days. At this moment, AI was panting like an enraged bull. After a long time, he slowly regained his composure under the persuasion of his secretary, Mabui. Mabui had healthy wheat-colored skin and was a beautiful, dark-skinned woman. She combed her full head of silver hair into a neat bun. She had a beautiful face, arched eyebrows, and lovely eyes. She wore a dark green professional suit. Mabui was clearly not a shallow and useless vase. On the contrary, she possessed extraordinary wisdom and keen insight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in Kumogakure village, known for its rashness, her intellect was at the top level. Because of this, she was qualified for the important position of the Reikage secretary at such a young age. Faced with the difficult problem at hand, Mabui quickly thought and offered her opinion. Since Byakugan is so difficult to deal with, we should expand the scale of the attacks and increase the frequency to overwhelm Konoha. She then added, based on the current information, Konoha's troop deployment in the border area this time is relatively limited. After listening to Mabui's suggestion, Ai pondered deeply. After a while, he nodded in agreement and decisively ordered. Immediately summon all the Jonin for an emergency meeting to discuss a specific battle plan. We must deliver a heavy blow to Konoha and make them suffer. Ultimately, the battle plan formulated by the Kumogakure village Jonin meeting was just released. Facing Konoha, which had the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and an advantage in reconnaissance and information transmission, Kumogakure village decided to send multiple ninja teams with more than 10 members to attack simultaneously. As a result, the Konoha ninja teams would be too overwhelmed to support each other. There was no other way to handle this. After all, even though Konoha had suffered from the Kyubi rebellion, it was still the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Although Kumogakure village was strong in border conflicts, it had not yet fully recovered from the last ninja war. This situation made AI and the other Kumogakure ninjas even more resentful of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Soon after, Kumogakure village gathered 10 teams of 20 members each and launched an attack on Konoha's defensive line simultaneously. Kumogakure village had high hopes for this wave of attacks. Since winter had passed and spring had arrived, this assault was named the Spring Offensive. Makai and other jonin led a team of 20 elites to launch a surprise attack and encountered the team led by Hisashi. Even before the enemies approached, Hisashi could sense their presence with his Byakugan ability. With such an advantage, he not only quickly made full preparations for battle but also decisively launched a signal flare in hopes of receiving reinforcements. Unfortunately, reinforcements had not yet arrived at the location. This situation indicated that the Konoha teams in the vicinity might also have been attacked by enemy forces or had gone to assist other teams. "It's you again!" Makai roared angrily, apparently mistaking Hisashi for Hayashi. Facing the other party's question, Hisashi was confused. "Have we met before?" Makai felt extremely humiliated and angry and immediately formed a hand seal. In an instant, more than a dozen blinding lightning bolts shot out like a rain of arrows, drawing brilliant arcs in the air toward Hisashi. Hisashi remained calm in the face of danger and used the unique skills of the Hyuga clan. Hakshikaten. He spun rapidly like a top, and his entire body continuously emitted powerful chakra. This chakra merged into an immensely strong hemispherical chakra shield, easily deflecting all incoming lightning rays. Seeing this scene, another jonin from Kumogakure joined the battle, and the two of them surrounded Hisashi together, almost overpowering him. Hisashi was very strong, and one person could fight two jonin, but that didn't mean every Konoha ninja was like this. After all, Kumogakure had the advantage in numbers, and Konoha soon began to retreat and suffer casualties. Just as Hisashi was getting anxious, his Byakugan suddenly detected several figures approaching from a distance. Among them was a familiar figure, his brother Hayashi. So while fighting, Hisashi loudly reminded everyone, "Our reinforcements have arrived, everyone must hold on." Hearing this, the Konoha side reignited their fighting spirit and managed to hold their ground despite being outnumbered 2-1. Hayashi's reinforcements arrived. There were only 5 of them, but it was enough to change the course of the battle, as the other jonin had come to Konoha's aid. Hakurokujian sh. With an angry shout, Hayashi swung his palm with all his strength, and the powerful force surged toward Makai like an unstoppable wave. Makai was caught off guard and was thrown back, crashing hard to the ground. This familiar feeling left him stunned. Taking advantage of this, Hayashi quickly rushed to the middle of the battlefield and fought alongside his brother Hisashi. His arrival greatly reduced the pressure on the team that had been at a disadvantage. The two of them worked together. And for the moment, they were unbeatable. At the same time, the other ninja who had come to support also found their targets and joined the battle. Their involvement allowed Konoha to gradually turn the situation around and regain the initiative. The tacit understanding between the two brothers Hisashi and Hayashi was perfect. Not only did they use the same techniques, but they could also support each other in critical moments. When another Kumogakure jonin launched a ninjutsu attack at Hayashi, Hisashi did not hesitate to abandon his fight with Makai. "Ah!" 2 roars sounded simultaneously. And Hisashi and Hayashi's palms gathered into a large wave of energy in the air. This incredibly powerful shockwave collided with the opponent's ninjutsu with destructive force, instantly annihilating the 2 Kumogakure jonin. It was then that Makai woke from his daze and realized that the Hayashi and Hisashi before him were actually twins. Moreover, these brothers were clearly very powerful, and they were not people to be easily provoked. Makai wanted to repeat his old trick and use lightning to escape, but unexpectedly, Hisashi had prepared for this and blocked his escape route first, closing his eyes tightly. Raitun, Raigen Reich. This was a rare ninjutsu in the ninja world. The illusion was used to amplify the light emitted by lightning, thus blinding the enemy's sight. However, Hisashi had closed his eyes and was not affected by the illusion. As a result, the lightning flash's effectiveness was greatly reduced, and the lightning escape chakra in Makai's hand became a target from the Byakugan's perspective. Hakusho. With another palm strike, Makai was sent flying backward. Hayashi stepped forward with his palm, executing a series of smooth hack Rokujian sh. Chakra was injected into Makai's body to close his acupoints, and his fragile internal organs suffered a terrible blow until he vomited blood and died. Seeing that the situation was over, the other Kumogakure ninja fled the battlefield one by one. Hizashi looked at his brother in front of him, with sincere gratitude in his eyes. He said softly, "Thank you very much, Hayashi. If you hadn't helped in time, I'm afraid the consequences would have been dire." After hearing his brother's thanks, Hayashi nodded slightly in response, but his expression seemed somewhat stiff and unnatural. He replied in a low voice, "It's what you must do as part of the branch family, no need to thank me." Although his tone was calm, there seemed to be a trace of helplessness and bitterness in it. On the battlefield, they worked together seamlessly, as if they were connected by heart. However, in real life, an invisible gap still lay between the brothers. The difference in status between the main family and the branch family made it difficult for them to get along. This situation was not an isolated case but a deep-rooted problem throughout the Hyuga clan. Even blood brothers could not escape the shackles of this fate. Chapter 213. Currently, the battlefield was filled with wind and smoke. Simultaneously, another team was also under fierce attack from the Kumogakure ninja team. This team was led by Uchiha Tetsuo and Uchiha Hamasu. Tetsuo and Hamasu each led their own teams, but the distance between the two made it difficult to support each other. "Hurry, send the signal." Hamasu's team was truly unlucky, as they happened to encounter members of the Hyuga clan who were resting. It should be noted that activating and using the Byakugan continuously requires a lot of chakra, giving the enemy an opportunity to approach silently. Fortunately, Tetsuo had taken precautions and deployed guards beforehand to avoid the worst situation. Whoosh! A red smoke signal bomb shot straight into the sky and pierced the heavens. This scene made the higher-ups of Kumogakure on the opposite side feel frustrated, and they couldn't help but curse. It's not easy to notice that the enemy is slackening, but they still caught on. Attack all of them. Annihilate these enemies in one swift move. Before he finished speaking, the Kumogakure ninjas rushed forward. Following the orders of the Kumogakure Jonin, the Kumogakure ninjas began their assault. Konoha did not shy away from facing an enemy twice their size. Both sides clashed like two raging rivers. In an instant, lightning and fire caused by ninjutsu intersected, and the battlefield was filled with various ninjutsu, making the battle extremely fierce. The leaders from Kumogakure's side were two Jonin, both wielding sharp ninja swords, rushing towards Tetsuo and engaging him in close combat. Tetsuo chose to distance himself and counterattack with the help of ninja tools and fire-style ninjutsu. Although Tetsuo wasn't a top genius like Shintaro or Itachi, his talent was certainly not lacking. Even though he usually teased Shintaro, he was also considered a genius ninja within the Uchiha clan. Now, at the age of 15, he had the strength of a Jonin. The shuriken skills and elemental ninjutsu inherited by the Uchiha clan from generation to generation could be said to be perfected after being honed by Tetsuo. Katan, Senkan no Jutsu. Multiple fireballs shot forward rapidly, and these blazing fireballs were also mixed with many shuriken tied with thin strings. They were submerged in the flames but still reflected a cold, metallic glint from time to time. The shuriken flew forward like raindrops, and at the same time, Senkan no Jutsu followed closely behind. The two Kumogakure Jonin had just dodged the blazing fireballs, but before they could catch their breath, they were shocked to realize that they had fallen into an even more dangerous crisis. The shuriken that initially came straight suddenly changed their flight trajectory, surrounding them from all directions. Faced with this sudden change, the two Kumogakure Jonin were startled. They hurriedly raised their swords, slashing left and right, trying to fend off the hidden shuriken. However, despite their best efforts, some shuriken still broke through their defenses, leaving scars of varying depths on their bodies. Blood instantly flowed, staining their clothes red, making the scene even more tense and thrilling. These two Jonin were no pushovers. They continued charging forward despite being injured. Under the assault of both men, even if Tetsuo dodged left and right, he was still in a close-quarter situation. Tetsuo's eyes turned cold as he reached out and pulled out a short, extremely sharp blade. Holding it tightly in his hand. Opposite him stood two Jonin from Kumogakure village. They stared at him with serious expressions, a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. The battle was about to begin. Tetsuo blinked, rushing towards one of the jonin, and the short sword in his hand turned into a cold light, stabbing directly at the opponent's throat. The jonin reacted swiftly, dodging the attack to the side, and quickly counterattacking with his sword. In an instant, swords clashed, and the three of them began a thrilling fight in the forest. As time went on, both sides gradually became fatigued, but no one dared to relax at all. Tetsuo gritted his teeth and kept fighting. He knew he couldn't fall and had to hold on until reinforcements arrived. The two jonin on the opposite side finally stopped holding back their strength, deciding to use their true skills to face the strong opponent in front of them. One jonin wielded a long sword and attacked Tetsuo. He was extremely fast, arriving in front in the blink of an eye, waving the sharp blade in his hand to attack. A strong aura burst out from his body, and then, the long sword in his hand formed a brilliant arc, and in an instant, the dazzling sword light bloomed like a crescent moon hanging in the sky, slashing directly at Tetsuo. At the same time, the other jonin was not idle. He quickly moved behind Tetsuo, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Seeing his companion attack, he swung the sword in his hand without hesitation, using all his strength to display his unique skill. In an instant, a massive flame rose to the sky like a fire dragon, sweeping towards Tetsuo with scorching heat. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to ignite, creating crackling sounds. Kumo-Ryu's swordsmanship from Kumogakure village was renowned in the ninja world, as famous as Konoha-Ryu and Kirigakure swordsmanship. Facing these dangerous attacks from both the front and back, Tetsuo charged forward towards the sword light in front of him. His eyes turned red, and he activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Genjutsu Sharingan. He looked at the jonin in front of him with cold eyes. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful illusion, sweeping towards the opponent like an invisible shockwave. The jonin immediately experienced hallucinations, his originally agile movements becoming sluggish, and his hand movements stopped unconsciously. Seeing this, Tetsuo seized the brief opportunity without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his strength, facing the sharp sword light of the opponent and slashing at his neck. As blood spurted out, the enemy screamed and fell to the ground, his breath slowly fading. However, Tetsuo himself also paid a heavy price. As a result of forcibly resisting the opponent's attack, his body suffered severe injuries, and he was covered in scars. Not only that, but his back was also burned. Even so, he still stood firmly, holding his sword with a sharp gaze in his eyes, making the remaining Kumogakure jonin dare not act rashly. As the two reached a stalemate, reinforcements finally arrived. Katan, Heiskish. First, a puff of grey smoke appeared in front of him, then the smoke exploded, and flames instantly illuminated the entire forest, deafening. The Kumogakure jonin couldn't dodge, half of his sleeve was burned, and his exposed skin was scorched. Ha! With a loud shout, Asuma gripped his short swords with both hands, stepped out from the embers, and sharply attacked the Kumogakure jonin. Seeing this, Tetsuo seized the opportunity and rushed forward, teaming up with Asuma for a surprise attack. The Kumogakure jonin was quickly defeated by the combined assault of the two men. His chest was sliced open by Asuma's wind blade. As blood flowed everywhere, he was stabbed from behind by Tetsuo. Tetsuo and Asuma then split up to help deal with the remaining Kumogakure ninjas, eventually annihilating the entire Kumogakure team. However, Konoha also paid a heavy price. Only 3 people survived from Tetsuo's team, and Asuma's team, which came to support, also lost 2 people. But the sacrifice of 9 people in exchange for the annihilation of the enemy team of 20 also proved that Konoha's ninja strength was indeed the strongest in the ninja world. What really happened? Tetsuo asked in confusion, as he was deeply saddened by the tragic casualties and at the same time puzzled. Asuma said to him, "I'm afraid Kumogakure has launched a large-scale assault. I've encountered 2 teams that were attacked on the way to support. Fortunately, those teams received assistance from Shintaro and suffered no casualties. However, this direction is up to us for now." Tetsuo nodded. He understood that while Shintaro was strong, he was not omnipotent. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Damn, I'm afraid Hamasu is also facing an enemy attack." Asuma understood that Tetsuo was worried about his younger brother, then let's go support him immediately. There was no time to mourn their fallen comrades, so the 2 of them gathered the remaining Konoha ninjas and moved at high speed to the north where Tetsuo was located. On the way, they encountered another Konoha team that was under attack. The situation looked dire. Asuma made a decisive decision. I will lead the team to stay and provide support, you go find Tetsuo first, I'll catch up later. Take care of yourself. Tetsuo nodded heavily after hearing this. Asuma then led the ninjas to jump down from the trees and join the battle, while Tetsuo continued heading north through the forest. At this moment, Hamasu found himself in a very precarious situation. His team and two nearby teams were attacked simultaneously by two Kumogakure teams. This resulted in one team being too preoccupied to care for themselves and unable to come to support, while the team that did come to help lacked a jonin. Facing 20 elite Kumogakure soldiers, including two jonin, Hamasu's teams struggled to hold their ground. The tragic battle was nearing its end. Hamasu was fighting against two jonin, and his body was already covered in scars. However, he had only managed to wound one of them. The other jonin, being experienced, knew the strength of the Uchiha clan and was extremely cautious, leaving Hamasu with no advantage. The cost of holding Hamasu back was that the surrounding Konoha ninjas fell one by one. The jonin on the opposing side could easily kill the Konoha ninjas near Hamasu while holding him off with just one person, but Hamasu could do almost nothing in response. As time went on, only Tehuo remained on the Konoha side, while the Kumogakure side had two jonin and three chunin left. It had become a stalemate. Hamasu gripped his ninja sword tightly with both hands, staring at the 5 enemies in front of him who were slowly advancing, with thoughts of death in his mind. At that moment, in a trance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the enemy's advance. With just one look, Hamasu immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of him, Ni-san. He couldn't help but shout loudly. However, Tetsuo did not look back at his brother. Instead, he steadily faced forward, holding his long sword. His voice was low and firm, "Can you still stand and fight?" Hamasu gritted his teeth and nodded with all his strength, indicating that he could still fight and would never become a burden to his brother. The corner of Tetsuo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bitter smile. In reality, the injuries he had sustained were no less severe than Hamasu's, but he chose to hide it all. "All right then, let's fight together as brothers. Even if we must die in the end, we will fight side by side until the very end." At that moment, they shared the same thought, relying on each other for life and death, determined to face the powerful enemy together, demonstrating immense courage and resolve. The 5 Kumogakure ninjas across from them attacked, throwing various ninja tools in their hands like raindrops. At the same time, one of the Kumogakure jonin even used Kumogakure's unique secret technique, lightning release chakra mode. In an instant, a dazzling blue lightning suddenly illuminated the entire area. The jonin's body was enveloped in a powerful layer of lightning, a striking feature of lightning nature chakra transformation. The lightning release chakra mode was a B-rank lightning element ninja taijutsu created by the second Reikage himself and had been passed down through generations in the Reikage family. The fact that this jonin could master such a powerful technique indicated that he was likely a direct subordinate of the Reikage. However, even with such power, this jonin still considered this move his last resort. At that moment, he completely ignored Tetsuo, who was caught in the encirclement, and instead passed him by, launching a fierce attack on Hamasu behind him. His body moved like electricity, almost turning into a streak of blue light, rushing toward Hamasu. This jonin clearly couldn't maintain the lightning chakra mode for long, so he decided to target Hamasu, who seemed to be in worse condition, with the intention of a quick victory. Hamasu had just killed a chunin with all his might when he suddenly saw the jonin rushing toward him. Almost instantly, his body moved unconsciously. Whoosh! The Shunshin no Jutsu mastered by Hamasu allowed him to stand in front of his brother. The ninja sword in his hand was easily cut by the jonin's hand sword in lightning chakra mode. Tetsuo didn't react for a moment. When he turned around, he saw Hamasu lying on the ground, with a large hole in his chest and blood gushing out. Tetsuo had always been clever, but to protect his brother, he chose to sacrifice his own life. At that moment, Tetsuo's mind went blank. The cruelty toward the enemy and the grief over his brother's severe injury intertwined, disrupting his thoughts. He felt a cold and majestic chakra suddenly emerge from his mind and flow into his body, completely unaware of the change in his eyes. The 3 Magatama in Tetsuo's eyes connected and quickly transformed into a pattern resembling a 4-leaf clover. Mangekyo Sharingan. The strange change in Tetsuo's eyes frightened the Kumogakure jonin across from him. "What is this? Why does it feel so terrifying?" Tetsuo quickly shook off his chaotic thoughts, replaced by a terrifying killing intent. I want you to die. Tetsuo was inherently a straightforward person, and often the result of such a person acting extremely was more terrifying. The Mangekyo in his left eye spun wildly, and countless tree branches grew out of thin air from the ground. These trees seemed alive, converging in front of the Kumogakure ninja. In front of the multitude of trees, the 5 Kumogakure ninjas appeared very small. The other 4 were quickly captured and strangled by the trees. Only the Kumogakure ninja who had mastered the lightning chakra mode darted left and right among the trees, struggling for a while before his limbs were entangled in the branches. Die! With a tearing sound, the Kumogakure ninja in front of him was split in 2 by the tree branches. Tetsuo turned wearily to look at Hamasu. Branches grew from the ground, forming a cradle-like bed to wrap around Hamasu. He activated the technique of his right eye, different from the killing in his left eye. The wild function of his right eye was to use the vitality of the plants to heal. Hamasu's wounds were healing rapidly under his care. Chapter 214. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tetsuo unlocked 2 extremely powerful ocular techniques, Kakuzan and Ikuno. He felt as if he had been reborn, with his entire body filled with an indescribable power. He used these newly acquired ocular techniques without hesitation, effortlessly annihilating the 5 Kumogakure enemies who were about to attack and doing his utmost to heal his younger brother. However, just as he was concentrating on saving Hamasu, a figure suddenly appeared behind them without warning. Tetsuo's sharp intuition immediately alerted him to something strange behind him, and he quickly turned, preparing his sword tightly in hand. Aniki! Tetsuo shouted excitedly. It turned out that the sudden arrival was Shintaro. Shintaro gave a slight nod, then looked around to ensure safety before stepping toward Hamasu and carefully checking his wounds. Your Mangekyo's ability is actually to control trees, and it also has healing capabilities. This combination is very rare. Upon hearing this, Tetsuo mumbled to himself as if waking from a dream. Mangekyo? I actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't help but gently reach out to touch his eyes, still in disbelief. He then introduced his ocular techniques. The technique of my left eye is called Kakuzan, which can generate and manipulate trees, while the technique of my right eye is called Ikuno, which has strong healing effects. Thanks to these 2 magical ocular techniques, I was able to defeat the tough Kumogakure ninja and successfully save my brother. With that, Tetsuo's eyes filled with joy. Shintaro turned to look at the still comatose Hamasu, using his 6 eyes to closely observe him and said, well, the healing effect is quite remarkable. Your brother has no major issues anymore, all he needs is a good rest to recover. However, he suddenly changed the topic, looking at Tetsuo with concern, and said, but you need to be careful. Not long after you activated the Mangekyo, you started using ocular techniques one after another. How can your eyes withstand this if it continues? I'm here to help you. Upon hearing that his brother was safe and sound, Tetsuo's heart, which had been tightly wounded, finally relaxed. He sighed in relief, and his body softened like a deflated rubber ball. As his mental tension eased, a deep exhaustion surged into his heart like a tide, making him barely able to stand. Not only that, the wounds all over his body that he had been ignoring began to ache as if they were just joining the fun. At this moment, Shintaro walked toward Tetsuo. He extended his right hand. A faint white light flickering in his palm. Soon after, reverse curse technique was activated, and white fluorescence quickly enveloped Tetsuo's eyes and then spread throughout his body. After a while, Tetsuo slowly opened his eyes, and an indescribable feeling of relief spread through his body, as if all the fatigue and pain had left him at that moment. He looked at Shintaro with gratitude, his voice slightly hoarse, Aniki, thank you. Shintaro smiled and nodded in response. Then, he turned his attention to the battlefield behind Tetsuo. The scene before him made him gasp. Countless large trees seemed to have been enchanted, tangled in strange postures, forming a massive cage. Inside this cage, the 5 Kumogakure ninjas had long since lost their vitality. Their bodies twisted into grotesque shapes. The scene was both tragic and horrifying. Faced with such a shocking sight, Shintaro couldn't help but have various thoughts running through his mind. This is similar to wood release, but unfortunately, the ocular technique is different from ninjutsu. Besides consuming chakra, it also drains ocular power. I have the Mangekyo 6 eyes, so I'm not afraid of the consumption, but Tetsuo is different. It said that the first Hokage not only had exceptional would release abilities but also had chakra far beyond that of ordinary people. Anyway, Tetsuo's Kikuzen isn't as good as the first Hokage's would release, but it might be comparable to the would release ninjas trained by Danzo. At this moment, Shintaro suddenly formed a hand seal quickly and shouted. Katan, Ka Shimetsu. In an instant, blazing flames were expelled like a volcano, forming a sea of fire that surged forward. Wherever the flames passed, the trees instantly ignited and burned, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. All traces caused by Tetsuo's Mangekyo awakening were erased. Seeing the scene before him, Shintaro sighed in relief, but then he turned to look at Tetsuo beside him, and said with a serious expression. Remember, you must not tell anyone about your Mangekyo ability except your brother. This is not only related to your personal safety but also to the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. After a pause, he continued, once the news leaks, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble and even danger. Therefore, I will personally inform the Patriarch about this matter. And you just need to be sure to hide your Mangekyo. And there's no need to worry too much about anything else. After saying this, Shintaro looked at him carefully. Although there were still many doubts in his heart, Tetsuo nodded without hesitation, indicating that he would strictly follow Shintaro's instructions. Because he knew Shintaro would never say this without reason, there must be a deeper meaning. He carefully picked up Hamasu, then quickly walked to the grass under a large tree in the distance and gently laid him down. At the same time, Shintaro used Kokakyu no Jutsu without hesitation, directly burning the wooden bed made by Ikuno. It didn't take long after completing these minor tasks, and Asuma arrived hurriedly with reinforcements. I'm late. Shintaro. You got here first, so it looks like my help is no longer needed here. He was panting, with beads of sweat hanging on his forehead. It was evident that he had just gone through a fierce battle and was very exhausted. He turned and continued to the next location to get support. Don't worry, Shintaro immediately stopped him. The battle is over. I just personally checked the entire defense line, and I can confirm that this is the last battlefield. Asuma's nerves finally relaxed, and his body slumped to the ground like a deflated rubber ball. Good, Asuma sighed in relief. Shintaro's expression was very gentle, with the style of the fourth Hokage, and he said. This time, the defense against the Kumogakure village's attack was very successful. The other side sent 10 teams of 20 people each, a force of 200 to attack our defense line of 500 kilometers. But we managed to block this wave of attacks. And almost all the Kumogakure ninja teams were wiped out. Of course, we also had to pay a heavy price. Many teams suffered many casualties. According to my initial statistics, we also suffered over 50 elite casualties. But in any case, we managed to hold the defense line and maintain the territory of the Land of Fire. Here, I will personally write a letter to the Hokage, requesting rewards for your outstanding achievements as recognition of your extraordinary strength and perseverance. At the same time, make sure to spread what I said to every team to ensure that all our ninjas can hear my promise. The hard battles you've endured will definitely bear fruit and will never be in vain. At this moment, except for Tetsuo, Hamasu, and Asuma, there were only a dozen ninjas who had come from behind for reinforcements. But even so, Shintaro never forgot how to win people's hearts. In fact, rhetoric like this is undoubtedly a typical approach of politicians. However, many ninjas on the scene believed in this deeply and expressed their appreciation for his actions. After saying this, Shintaro began ordering people to make statistics on specific situations, and soon after, he wrote a letter directly to report the border situation to Konoha. The first requirement was reinforcements. Although this attack was a resounding victory for Konoha, the defender, it didn't mean that Konoha didn't suffer any losses. According to the statistics, 52 Konoha ninjas died in battle, and the number of wounded reached 105, 24 of whom were seriously injured and could not participate in battles in the short term. This was still the case when Konoha had Shintaro. He not only had the best combat power but also strong detection and healing abilities, namely the Six Eyes and Reverse Cursed technique. Once Shintaro knew there was an enemy attack, he ran alone, using lightning teleportation to move quickly along the defense line. However, since Kumogakure's attack occurred simultaneously, although he arrived in time to support the nearest team, there were still other teams that were attacked. He knew that this battle had to be resolved quickly and could not be delayed, so he used Limitless technique unconditionally. With astonishing speed and power, he defeated his enemies one by one without giving them a chance to breathe. In this way, the casualties on Konoha's side were effectively controlled. However, the Kumogakure village concentrated its forces and divided them to attack this time. Although Shintaro had superior strength, it was difficult to protect every comrade. Facing his comrades who unfortunately died or were injured, all he could do was his best and fight for the pension they deserved from the village. At the same time, he did not forget to request rewards and honors for the survivors. Everything Shintaro did was made public, and the Konoha ninja were filled with gratitude. And this is what he hoped for, to win the support and respect of everyone through his actions. This is the glorious record created by the Uchiha clan under the leadership of Uchiha Shintaro. These military exploits not only made many ninjas in the border regions extremely proud but also put the top leaders of Konoha village and Kumogakure village in a difficult position at the same time. Danzo and the fourth Reikage had the same habit. They liked to slam the table to express their anger and dissatisfaction. However, AI's table was the large one in the Reikage's office, while Danzo's was undoubtedly the one in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi. Look at what you've done. Clearly, you were the one who arranged for Uchiha Shintaro to lead a team to the northeastern border of the Fire Country to carry out a mission. But now, what has happened? It's been less than a month since they departed, and Uchiha Shintaro has already achieved remarkable feats. Could it be that you did this just to let the Uchiha clan fully rise and become so powerful that we can no longer suppress them? Danzo asked angrily. Hiruzen's face was as dark as water, and he was calmly puffing on his pipe. As smoke filled the air, he slowly said. Danzo, don't be too extreme. Even if Shintaro leads the Uchiha clan and achieves great feats, it's for Konoha. The village's foundation is the great responsibility of the family and the country. After saying that, Hiruzen looked at him carefully, as if trying to see into his inner thoughts. Then, he changed the topic and continued, don't you want to witness the revival of Konoha's glory and reputation with your own eyes? Before he finished speaking, Hiruzen put a big hat on Danzo's head. Danzo silently complained in his heart but couldn't refute it, so he had no choice but to relax his clenched fist. After a pause, Hiruzen added, besides, Konoha has placed many strong ninjas in the security forces. The one who went to support the northeastern part of Konoha this time is an outstanding ninja who has experienced hundreds of battles. Konoha will never allow the Uchiha clan to dominate. After hearing this, Danzo had no choice but to give up his original idea. After all, at this time, he had just been dismissed for attempting to assassinate the Hokage, and in terms of both momentum and status, he could not compare with Hiruzen. At this moment, on the other side of the distant ninja world continent in Kumogakure village, AI silently read the battle report that came from the front lines without saying a word. The very sturdy wooden table was immediately split into two parts. This is outrageous. Konoha village's defense line is so strong and difficult to break through. We have lost so many excellent soldiers, but we haven't even been able to make a small dent in their defense line. His face was filled with disbelief and anger. Mabui, who was standing beside him, holding a file, continued to report the latest situation analysis on the battlefield to AI very responsibly. However, she didn't know that by doing so, she was pouring another bucket of oil on AI, who was already furious. There are two reasons for the failure of this offensive mission. One is the early warning ability of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. This is a powerful Kekkai Genkai that cannot be matched by many sensory ninjutsu. Moreover, the Hyuga clan sent 3 strong jonin to the front line. They can not only detect the enemy's situation but also provide timely support to each other. The other is Uchiha Shintaro, the monster known as the white-haired demon eye. Once our team encounters him, the entire force is annihilated. Hyuga, Uchiha. AI's eyes were sharp as he spoke of the 2 great clans in Konoha. If looks could kill, these 2 clans would have been destroyed 10,000 times over. Chapter 215. The Kumogakure Spring Offensive ended in failure. The ninja forces led by Shintaro won the battle. This event caused an uproar throughout the ninja world and became the focus of everyone's attention in the ninja world. For the village of Konoha, under the deliberate publicity of the 3rd Hokage, this victory nearly became a household name. It was clear that Hiruzen's goal was to restore the confidence of Konoha's villagers. After all, following the tragic ninja war and the Kyubi incident, the people of Konoha had long gone without hearing such uplifting news. However, at the same time, Shintaro himself and the Uchiha clan also gained widespread praise and respect. Fugaku took this opportunity to reform the Konoha security forces. Originally, the security forces in Konoha were closely tied. But now a large number of Uchiha clan members had gone to the battlefield, and many other ninjas were assigned to the security forces. Therefore, Fugaku took advantage of this opportunity and applied to the leadership of Konoha to change the logo of the Konoha Guard forces. After all, the original symbol of the Konoha Guard was the emblem of the Uchiha clan, which was clearly no longer appropriate. After some discussion and decision-making, the new logo for the Konoha Guard was finally determined. It was a simple shuriken pattern, replacing the family crest that originally represented the Uchiha clan. In this way, the REINCARNATION goal was achieved. Not only that, Fugaku knew that changing the image required a comprehensive effort. He issued an order requiring all members of the security forces to pay special attention to their demeanor while on duty in the village and to completely abandon the past arrogant and dominating style. This series of actions undoubtedly brought great benefits to Konoha, and the senior officials certainly could not find any reason to oppose it. Gradually, in the minds of Konoha's villagers, the image of the Uchiha clan improved to some extent. They were no longer seen as the arrogant and harsh clan they once were. Instead, people began to see the efforts made by the Uchiha clan to protect the village, and their views of them gradually changed. Konoha bestowed great rewards on the ninjas who fought tenaciously on the front lines. At the same time, they also comforted the families of the ninjas who died on the battlefield, sent timely reinforcements to support them, and successfully stabilized the defensive lines. However, Kumogakure found itself powerless in the face of the situation before them. Despite the setbacks, they were reluctant to withdraw their troops and leave. Thus, both sides became embroiled in an awkward and tense confrontation on this battlefield. As Konoha and Kumogakure were deadlocked with each other, another power began to move. Iwagakure in the Land of Earth could no longer hold back its restlessness and decisively chose to join this chaotic dispute. They sent forces to launch a covert attack on the area located in the northwest region of the Land of Fire, attempting to gain an advantage and benefit from the rich Land of Fire. In the last ninja war, Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure were the three strongest ninja villages, and they also retained the most power after the ninja war. Konoha is located in the Land of Fire, which has the most pleasant environment and rich, fertile land. It has the most powerful bijou and ninjas trained by the most advanced education system in the ninja world during the era of the first Hokage, making it the No. 1 and strongest ninja village. Kumogakure towers high on mountain peaks, like a mysterious fortress. The ninjas here are all battle-hardened, brave, and fearless, with top-level combat power. Whenever thunder rumbles in the mountains, it seems to symbolize the truly astonishing power of this village. At the same time, Kumogakure stands alone on the barren rocky desert highlands. Although living conditions are harsh, the ninjas here have honed perseverance and an indomitable spirit. They deeply covet the fertile land of the Land of Fire, making them longtime rivals of Konoha. The other two villages, Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Among them, Sunagakure is located in the desert interior of the Land of Wind, which is even more remote and barren than the Land of Earth. Endless winds and sandstorms rage, and the harsh natural environment makes life in Sunagakure extremely difficult. However, it is this environment that has shaped the brave and fierce character of Sunagakure's ninjas, making them the first to initiate almost every ninja war. But because they were too weak, Sunagakure always lost in every ninja war. Moreover, after the last ninja war, there was almost no one left in Sunagakure to lead. Leaving Pakura, who was initially considered an outcast, to become the fifth Kazekage, but she could never compare to the other 5 great ninja villages. Kirigakure is located on a corner of the Land of Water, a small island country overseas. Surrounded by treacherous seas and filled with mist, it gives people a sense of obscurity and confusion. Perhaps because of this, the ninjas of Kirigakure have developed a unique fighting style, known for its strangeness and transformations. The situation of Kirigakure in the last ninja war was only slightly better than Sunagakure's. Due to the failure of the attack on Konoha, they lost a large number of troops and bijou, but did not oust a Kage like Sunagakure. However, Kirigakure has a poor foundation. Before the ninja war, it was the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. This was due to the geographical environment. The Land of Water is the weakest and smallest of the 5 great countries. Sunigakure and Kirigakure are currently of equal strength, both being at the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages. As a result, the 5 major ninja villages currently must be divided into 2 tiers: 3 top villages and 2 bottom villages. There is no doubt that Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure are the top 3 villages. The 2 bottom villages are named Kirigakure and Sunigakure. Therefore, in the conflict following the end of the Third Ninja World War, Kirigakure and Sunigakure, ranked at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages, were completely unqualified to intervene. At present, only 3 forces could sit firmly at the card table: Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. However, the sudden attack by Iwagakure meant that the 3 players personally ended the game, and the entire game instantly became turbulent and entered a very heated stage. Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, was not idle. He was dissatisfied with the terms of the peace talks with Konoha during the Third Ninja World War, so he took advantage of the confrontation between Konoha and Kumogakure to boldly attack the Land of Fire again. In the Third Ninja World War, the main direction of Iwagakure's attack was Kumogakure. When Kumogakure and Konoha were fiercely fighting on the front lines, Anoki led 10,000 ninja troops to cross the sea and sneak into Kumogakure. However, he never expected that the 3rd Reikage would use his life to block the attack of 10,000 ninja troops for 3 days and nights and drag it out until Kumogakure's reinforcements arrived, causing the sneak attack to fail. This had implications for the secondary battlefield with Konoha and was also affected. In addition, Namikaze Minato became famous in the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge and cut off Iwagakure's supply line, forcing them to negotiate peace with Konoha. In fact, although Iwagakure suffered 2 frustrated attacks, it did not suffer significant damage. It cannot be said that it was unscathed, but it can also be said that its muscles and bones were not harmed. Therefore, although the outcome of the peace talks forced Konoha to give up some of its interests, for the ambitious Iwagakure, this was still far from satisfying their appetite. Moreover, after the Third Ninja World War ended, Konoha not only experienced the chaos caused by the Kyubi but also the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife, the Kyubi's Jinchuriki, and the conflict with Kumogakure. The conflict could be said to be internal and external problems. So, at the end of the spring of Konoha's 53rd year, Iwagakure saw the right opportunity, decided to regroup, and return. This time, the shrewd Anoki changed his attack strategy and decisively gave up on attacking Kumogakure. Instead, he chose to fight alongside Kumogakure against the most powerful Konoha. Iwagakure has always been known for having many ninjas. In this operation, they spared no effort and sent a ninja force of 1,000 elite ninjas. The venerable Anoki personally led the expedition, leaving all matters in the village to take care of. It was precisely because of Iwagakure's intervention that the dispute, which initially involved only Konoha and Kumogakure, instantly escalated into a large-scale battle. Its intensity was comparable to the Third Ninja World War. In the last Third Ninja World War, these 3 powerful villages did not exhaust their full war potential. Now, they are once again engaged in war and starting a localized war. In the midst of the turmoil, the 3 ninja villages each adopted unique strategies. On one hand, they continued to accept and dispatch various missions as usual to maintain the village's normal operations. On the other hand, they quickly mobilized troops and continuously reinforced the front lines at the borders. Faced with the threat from Iwagakure village, especially when they learned that Anoki was leading the forces in an attack, the entire village of Konoha could not afford to show any signs of negligence. After all, Anoki was a powerful figure with a widespread reputation. After discussions among Konoha's higher-ups, a wise decision was finally made to send 1,000 elite ninjas to fight, with Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin, as their leader. The candidate for this team's leader was fully considered. Since the enemy was led by Tsuchikage himself, the candidate sent by Konoha had to be able to compete with the Kage in terms of strength and status. Hiruzen could not easily leave the village to fight, as Konoha currently had no clear successor like Iwagakure did. Anoki left instructions before going to war. If he died in battle, Kitsuchi would take over as the 4th Tsuchikage. After the death of the 4th Hokage in Konoha, there had been no clear answer regarding the successor to the Hokage position. If Hiruzen died in battle, the position of Hokage would remain unclaimed, inevitably leading to a major crisis. Therefore, Hiruzen could not lead the team on the expedition, and under the Hokage, the most famous and powerful person in Konoha was the Sannin. Among the 3 Sannin, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia and was not suited for battle. Moreover, as a taijutsu ninja, she would struggle to compete with Inoki, who could fly. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was free-spirited and undisciplined. At the moment, he was out gathering intelligence, and his whereabouts were unknown. At least Tsunade was in the casino, while Jiraiya couldn't be found when he traveled. Thus, only Orochimaru was left to lead the team in battle. Although Hiruzen considered Orochimaru to have a wicked mindset and unfit to inherit the Hokage position, he could still lead the team to fight for the village. Furthermore, Orochimaru was known as a genius ninja who came once every 50 years, skilled in the 5 elements of ninjutsu and capable of using lightning elements to counter the earth elements of Iwagakure village. There were indeed other candidates besides the Sannin, but they were not as suitable as Orochimaru. For instance, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha Clan, the foremost ninja clan in Konoha, had enough strength and reputation. However, as the captain of Konoha's police force, he was responsible for ensuring the village's safety, making it inconvenient for him to go to war. Not only that, but the Konoha higher-ups also had another level of concern. Uchiha Shintaro, who was currently leading a team to fend off Kumogakure village's attacks in the northeastern Fire Country, was also a member of the Uchiha clan. If another Uchiha, like Fugaku, was sent to the northwest to lead the battle, the Uchiha clan's power would grow rapidly, and even a highly respected figure like Hiruzen might not be able to contain their rise. The Hyuga clan, the second largest ninja clan after the Uchiha clan, currently had its leader participating in the battles in the northeastern Fire Country, so he couldn't be sent to support the northwest battlefield. From a tactical perspective, Hayashi was clearly more suitable to stay in the northeast to fight Kumogakure village. After all, the offensive strategy employed by Kumogakure village was often a surprise attack carried out by small-scale troops. This style of warfare could be effectively countered by the Byakugan abilities possessed by the Hyuga clan. In contrast, Iwagakure village on the northwestern front adopted a more stable tactic. It could be said that they formed a fortress and fought wastefully stationed in a fortress, and attacking with a large force was very effective. Additionally, Konoha also considered Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Jonin squad, but Shikaku was not like Shintaro. He was an intellectual talent, whereas Shintaro was more of the strength type. Although Shikaku had the strength of an elite Jonin, he still fell far short of Inoki, making him less suitable to lead the team. Konoha finally chose Orochimaru to lead the team, and Hiruzen summoned Kakashi and asked him to convey the orders on his behalf. Orochimaru has been hiding in his lab all day, and who knows what he's up to. Kakashi, go find him and tell him the orders to go to war. He must contribute to Konoha again. Yes, Kakashi replied, then set off for Orochimaru's lab. Perhaps only Orochimaru himself knew how many laboratories he had in Konoha. Kakashi had no choice but to search for Orochimaru in the well-known labs in the village one by one. He finally found the right spot after running through several places. Orochimaru-sama, Hokage-sama has ordered you to lead 1,000 troops to the northwest of Konoha to fight against the invasion of Iwagakure village. Kakashi stood in front of the lab door under the dim light and shouted the reminder. The iron door of the lab was tightly closed, and a red indicator light was flashing, indicating someone was inside, and of course, Orochimaru was inside conducting an experiment. However, there was no answer from inside the door, but after a while, the iron door opened with a loud creak. Orochimaru stepped out, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest, his long black hair hanging down his back, his face very pale. He stuck out his extremely long tongue and licked the side of his lips like a venomous snake spitting out a message. Excellent, another experimental subject is coming. Orochimaru's voice was low and magnetic, exuding an evil nature. Kakashi felt uneasy and didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing that Orochimaru had come out, he immediately left the place. Is my appearance that terrifying? Fortunately, I still have to help Konoha fight. How ridiculous. His tongue licked again, with a greedy look in his eyes, but it's okay, it's getting harder to find experimental subjects in the village lately, so it's easier to do it on the battlefield. It was clear that Orochimaru no longer considered Konoha as his own at all, and only his experiments were in his heart. Chapter 216. In July of Konoha's 53rd year, the sun was scorching, signaling the arrival of summer. The war between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire continued to rage on. And the conflict between the two nations gradually became commonplace. Intense battles frequently occurred in the border regions, though not as severe as the previous spring's assaults. However, regardless of scale, war is always brutal, and every battle comes with casualties. Since the Kyubi rebellion, the village of Konoha suffered significant losses, losing much of its backbone. Fortunately, Konoha had deep-rooted heritage and a sufficient reserve of talent, with the younger generation quickly becoming the backbone of the village. Most of the ninjas sent to the border for support were from this younger generation, carrying the heavy burden of defending their homeland and maintaining peace. Among the many ninjas, Uchiha Shisui stood out as the best. Shisui was born in Konoha's 41st year. Young but gifted, he was 4 years younger than Shintaro, among the ranks of 12-year-old boys. At this age, he displayed maturity and composure far beyond his peers. He was also exceptional in strength. He was highly skilled in Shunshin no Jutsu and fire-style ninjutsu, possessing power on par with Jonin. However, due to age restrictions and other reasons, he could never officially obtain the title of Jonin. Therefore, Fugaku did not allow Shisui to stay with the Konoha police force but instead sent him to the border battlefield where Shintaro was. The reason, of course, was that it was easier to perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, making it easier for Shisui to advance to Jonin. This applied to both Shintaro and Kakashi. Young ninjas who became Jonin often did so due to war. Shintaro because of his military exploits in battles against Kumogakure, and Kakashi for leading a Chunin team during the Kanabi Bridge battle. Fugaku certainly hoped that another talented ninja like Shintaro and Kakashi would emerge from the Uchiha clan, further solidifying the elite ninja family's name. In the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, at the command camp, a group of newly arrived ninjas reporting for support checked in with Shintaro. Shintaro quickly completed the task of assigning teams, saying, "Alright, everything is arranged, you can now report to your respective teams." Shisui, wait a moment. He dismissed the other ninjas, leaving only him and Shisui alone in the room. "What's the matter, brother Shintaro?" Shisui asked hesitantly. "Shisui, we haven't seen each other in a long time, of course, I have to test whether you've made progress during this time." The corners of Shintaro's mouth slightly curved into a faint smile as he slowly stood up and walked with steady steps. He was 16 years old this year. After years of training and development, his body gradually approached an adult's level. Standing at 1.9 meters, he was a giant compared to Shisui, who was currently just under 1.7 meters. So, when Shintaro approached Shisui and patted his shoulder with a smile, his aura was awe-inspiring. "I'm going to fight brother Shintaro. In that case, I clearly don't stand a chance." "Ha ha ha, of course not, if I took action, I wouldn't be able to see your improvement, I'll take you to find a suitable opponent." After saying this, Shintaro led Shisui out of the camp and informed the nearby team at the training camp to make arrangements. Then, he tightly grasped Shisui's collar, his deep eyes glowing with a blue light, forming a mysterious and captivating 5-pointed star pattern, and activated the 6-eyed Mangekyo. At this moment, he whispered the technique of his right eye's pupil. Kunito Kotachi. As the words fell, a powerful force emanated from him, quickly enveloping Shisui. In an instant, the gravity that had initially weighed on Shisui seemed to vanish without a trace. Soon after, Shintaro took him and soared into the sky like a bird, flying high. In the next moment, he activated the technique again, and the 6-eyed Mangekyo in his eyes spun rapidly, working in conjunction with the Limitless technique. In an instant, the space around them seemed to compress and distort precisely, forming a space corridor. With the help of this section, Shintaro led Shisui to Team Tetsuo's location at an alarming speed. Alert! Tetsuo was so frightened by the sudden change that he almost used his pupil technique to counter the possible threat. But when he saw clearly that the arrivals were Shintaro and Shisui, he immediately sighed in relief. For Shisui, who was experiencing teleportation for the first time, the feeling was unfamiliar and uncomfortable. However, fortunately, he was an expert in using Shunshin no Jutsu, so he quickly adjusted, only feeling slightly uneasy. Finally, Shintaro landed smoothly on the ground with Shisui and slowly retracted his pair of 6-eyed Mangekyo. Then, he turned to look at Tetsuo and said seriously, "Tetsuo, this time, I specifically brought you an outstanding young man." "Oh. So it's Shisui, of course, I know him, he's indeed a rare talent." After Shisui nodded politely to Tetsuo, he turned to Shintaro, with curiosity and doubt in his eyes, and asked softly, "Brother Shintaro, do you want me to spar with brother Tetsuo?" Shintaro smiled slightly, nodded, and replied, "This is not just a simple sparring session, I specifically entrusted you to Tetsuo to guide you through actual combat training. I believe this arrangement will be greatly beneficial to you." Hearing this, Shisui obediently nodded in agreement. "Good. Shisui, let's have an excellent competition first." The surrounding ninjas gave Tetsuo and Shisui plenty of space to display their skills to the fullest. At this moment, except for the Uchiha Clan ninjas who were still patrolling with sad expressions, the other ninjas focused their attention on the two of them with great interest, anticipating the upcoming duel. Tetsuo and Shisui stood facing each other, about 10 meters apart. After both stood still, they simultaneously formed resistance seals. Both could only hear Shintaro shout, "Begin." They shot out like arrows from a string, immediately engaging in combat. These two men had very different fighting styles. Shisui wielded a short sword, moving swiftly and agilely like a ghost with the help of Shunshin no Jutsu. His form was elusive and unpredictable. It could be said that the word "fast" was taken to its utmost. On the other hand, Tetsuo wielded a sword in his hand. This weapon undoubtedly showed that he preferred the path of openness and bravery. Tetsuo relied on the sword for his attacks, but because of this, he was often mocked by his brother, saying that he was just an antique ninja who had traveled through the Warring States period. At this moment, a thrilling battle scene was unfolding on the battlefield. The two fought together, the sound of clashing iron weapons constantly resounded, and sparks flew like fireworks. Tetsuo aggressively pursued Shisui and slashed at him, while Shisui flexibly dodged left and right, constantly weaving through the dense forest, occasionally swinging his sword to counterattack with fiery sword energy. Unfortunately, the fiery sword strikes were all cut down by Tetsuo's brute strength, failing to cause any damage. In desperation, Shisui could only keep fleeing, not daring to pause for a moment. Although Tetsuo couldn't catch up with Shisui for the time being, each swing of his sword contained immense power. The unfortunate large trees blocking the way fell one after another, with clean and smooth cuts, as if sliced by a sharp axe. "Captain Tetsuo, don't just focus on chopping trees. Go and defeat the enemy." Ha ha ha. This intense battle was ongoing, and the atmosphere was getting higher. They clapped their hands in excitement. Tetsuo was always straightforward. After hearing these words, his cheeks immediately turned red, feeling embarrassed. Angry inside, he exerted force on his feet, his speed increased slightly, and he was about to catch up with Shisui. At this moment, Shisui was under immense pressure, but he appeared extraordinarily calm. He agilely ducked behind a large tree that required two people to embrace and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tetsuo was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the large tree. The large tree fell. However, something unexpected happened. Two figures of Shisui suddenly appeared from behind the large tree. Tetsuo was shocked and hurriedly activated the 3 Magatama in his Sharingan, trying to identify the real Shisui. However, no matter how hard he tried to observe, he still couldn't distinguish between the truth and the illusion. In desperation, he had no choice but to swing his sword horizontally, attacking both figures simultaneously. But it was too late. The light of his sword flickered, yet the blade seemed to pass through the air, slicing between the two figures without touching anything at all. At the same time, two identical figures appeared beside the first two. In the blink of an eye, 4 Shijuis had surrounded Tetsuo. The 4 Shijuis raised their sharp swords simultaneously and attacked Tetsuo fiercely. Undaunted, Tetsuo charged forward and slashed with his sword. As expected, his strike failed once again. Not only that, he found himself falling before one of the Shisui figures. At this moment, the 4 Shijuis seemed like phantoms, attacking from behind once more. Tetsuo hurriedly turned and could only assume a passive defensive stance. What was even more surprising was that these 4 figures could initiate an attack. Tetsuo tried his best to block with his sword, and 4 dazzling sparks suddenly flew off his blade. The immense power from these combined attacks was too much for Tetsuo to withstand. He had to retreat several steps before he could barely release the force. Seeing that Shisui was about to launch a new attack, Tetsuo became smarter this time. He knew well that he could no longer engage in close combat with Shisui, otherwise, he would only continue to be toyed with by his opponent's Shunshin no Jutsu. Therefore, he decisively chose to retreat, quickly sheathing his sword at his waist, rapidly forming hand seals, and performing a fire element ninjutsu. In an instant, flames swept forward with overwhelming force. Shirsui's initially fierce attack was immediately overwhelmed by this sea of fire, forcing him to retreat. The flames mercilessly scorched everything within a 20-meter radius in front of them, yet they caused no significant damage to Shirsui. Only a small part of Shirsui's clothing was singed. Beyond that, his body was almost untouched, not even a single hair was burned. However, even so, the cost of avoiding such a fierce fire at such close range was not trivial at this moment. He raised his hand and said, "Surrender." At first, Tetsuo wanted to capitalize on his victory and press the attack, but upon hearing those words, he had to stop in his tracks. "Why are you admitting defeat? We clearly haven't determined the winner yet." Facing the question, Shirsui showed a bitter smile and explained, "I've personally experienced your immense power, brother Tetsuo. Compared to you, I am indeed far behind. If we continue to fight, I won't be able to defeat you. And this is a battlefield, and we have more important tasks to complete. If brother Tetsuo truly wants to compete with me, you can do so anytime after we return to Konoha village." After listening to Shirsui's words, Tetsuo nodded, and his previously tense expression gradually eased. At this moment, Shintaro slowly walked between the two of them. He first smiled and praised Shirsui. "Shirsui, your strength has significantly improved compared to before." Faced with Shintaro's praise, Shirsui appeared very humble. He slightly bowed to express his gratitude and gently said, "Not at all, it's all thanks to your careful teaching and guidance, brother Shintaro." Shortly after, Shintaro turned his gaze to Tetsuo, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, and asked, "So, are you satisfied with the assistant I specially found for you?" "Excellent. Brother Shintaro, I must say, if I didn't use my abilities, it wouldn't have been easy to defeat Shirsui. He is indeed a genius." His words were full of appreciation and affirmation of Shirsui's abilities. Shintaro listened to Tetsuo's evaluation and nodded in satisfaction to show his agreement. He then spoke to him earnestly. "Yes, he is a rare talent. Now I entrust him to you. I hope you can cultivate him with care, guide him, and let him reach his full potential. Don't worry, brother Shintaro. I will definitely do my best to train him, trust me." He knew that the young man before him possessed extraordinary talent. If he could receive the right guidance and training, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Chapter 217. After Tetsuo finished speaking, his eyes immediately focused on Shirsui. His gaze, filled with genuine emotions like a warm current, was deeply touching. Tetsuo was always straightforward and didn't hide his emotions, whether joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. It was clearly reflected in his words and actions. At this moment, he gazed at Shirsui with a selfless look, full of admiration for this extraordinary talent. Shirsui was well aware of Tetsuo's candid expressions. This acknowledgement wasn't just because of his own talent but likely because he was a member of the Uchiha Clan. However, it was the affirmation from one of his own that made Shirsui feel more valued and deeply moved. This feeling was like finding a soulmate in the vast sea of humanity. No need for many words between them, just one look was enough to convey 1,000 words. But at the same time, Shirsui felt a strange sensation in his heart. Tetsuo's gaze seemed not only to acknowledge his own abilities but also to carry a sense of familial bond with the Uchiha clan. This made Shirsui feel conflicted. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan was important, but his vision had transcended the boundaries of the clan. If he had to choose between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, he would unhesitatingly choose the former. After all, he cared more about the peace and stability of the entire village than the narrow concept of the clan, whereas most of the Uchiha might prioritize the interests of their own clan. Facing the complex and intertwined emotional attachments before him, Shirsui couldn't help but think deeply. "In that case, I'll leave Shirsui under your command. Shirsui, what do you think?" Shintaro patted Tetsuo's shoulder and completed his last sentence, then turned to look at Shirsui, who was meditating, noticing something odd. "Nothing, nothing at all," Shirsui reflexively answered at first, then slowly lifted his head, looked into Shintaro's eyes, and forced a smile, indicating that it really was nothing. However, none of this escaped Shintaro's sharp observation. He quietly noted Shirsui's abnormal behavior but did not take immediate action, knowing that teenagers at this age often felt confused and it was normal to have unique ideas. Relying on his status in the family and village, Shintaro believed that if Shirsui faced a difficult problem or needed answers, he would surely come to him for help. In that case, I'll take the first step, you continue the patrol duty and ensure the security of the border. After speaking, Shintaro turned and left, returning to his tent. At this moment, only Shisui remained to join Tetsuo's team. Let's go, this patrol will not only ensure border security but also allow you to appreciate the beautiful scenery in this border area, Tetsuo said in a friendly tone. Alright, brother Tetsuo, Shisui nodded slightly in agreement. At the same time, he also decided to temporarily set aside the complicated matters between the village and his clan. After all, the most important thing now was to earnestly complete this patrol mission. This time, we bear a mission personally assigned by Reikage-sama, so we must not fail. Do you all understand? His voice was deafening, echoing in the air as if it would pierce everyone's eardrums. 10 kilometers from the Fire Country's border defense line, a group of Kumogakure ninjas wearing half-shoulder white vests and forehead protectors stood neatly in several rows. The ninja standing at the front of the team delivered a passionate speech. His words were so powerful that one couldn't help but wonder if they were really planning to conquer Konoha village in one fell swoop. However, in reality, this operation was only a small to medium-scale raid conducted by Kumogakure village. Compared to the vast border, the number of people on the Kumogakure side this time was only 50, which was actually insignificant. But it was precisely this seemingly careless Kumogakure jonin who cleverly used tactics. He concentrated all his strength at one point, trying to create significant trouble for Konoha in this way. After all, Konoha village's forces were relatively dispersed. If Kumogakure could focus its efforts on attacking a specific area, it was highly likely to break through Konoha's defense line. Attack! With a roar, the Kumogakure ninjas charged forward like arrows. Their figures quickly disappeared into the vast night as they launched their assault toward the Fire Country's border. When Tetsuo's team realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The enemy was very close, with only 2 kilometers remaining. After receiving this shocking news, a thin layer of sweat immediately appeared on Tetsuo's forehead. He stared into the distance with wide eyes. Thinking to himself, 50 ninjas from Kumogakure village rushing toward them with a menacing attitude. How should they deal with this? Should they choose to fight, or should they simply retreat and evacuate? If he decided to fight, he might have to reveal the secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, if not stopped, it would clearly violate the professional ethics and essence of being a ninja. While in a dilemma, Shisui, who was beside him, suddenly said, Captain Tetsuo, I think it's better for the two of us to take the initiative to block the enemy, then send the other team members to various locations to request reinforcements. He calmly analyzed, if we rely solely on sending signal flares for help, we can only hope for at most 20 reinforcements. To get stronger support, the only feasible way now is to have the team members personally deliver the emergency situation here to other teams. After calming down and thinking for a moment, Tetsuo suddenly felt this might work. After activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power increased significantly. Even without using the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was stronger than the average jonin. And Shisui's strength, Tetsuo knew very well. Shisui already had the power of a jonin at a young age, and his teleportation technique was highly flexible. Good, let's do as Shisui said. Tetsuo immediately gave the order decisively. As soon as his words fell, the other team members quickly took action. They were well trained, split into 2 teams, and flew left and right, clearly to bring reinforcements. At the same time, Tetsuo stepped forward without hesitation, following Shisui's lead. The two stood side by side, taking the initiative to rush toward the approaching Kumogakure ninjas. Only 2 of them. Not only did they not flee, but they also dared to run toward us. How arrogant. Upon seeing this, the Kumogakure jonin opposite couldn't help but laugh derisively. However, in his heart, he knew that there must be something extraordinary about the 2 Konoha ninjas before him who dared to fight with such a small force and even chose to take the initiative. Surround them. Don't take them lightly. Facing such strong enemies, he didn't dare be careless at all and immediately ordered his entire force to deploy, intending to form a tight encirclement and approach Tetsuo and Shisui like a copper wall. Tetsuo's body was like electricity, moving extremely fast, but his hands danced like butterflies, quickly forming mysterious and complex hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. As he shouted, powerful chakra erupted from his body and gathered in his throat. Immediately afterward, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a massive fireball was spewed out like a falling meteor, hitting the center of the Kumogakure crowd. The fireball struck the ground and exploded violently. The blazing fire spread rapidly, forming a terrifying sea of flames. The flames swept through, instantly engulfing the entire forest, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The Kumogakure team, originally united, was thrown into chaos by this sudden event and scattered in panic. The Kumogakure ninjas were forced to fight alone. Their formation was completely disrupted, and they had no choice but to split into two parts. Tetsuo and Shisui each faced a group of enemies. In front of Shisui stood 2 Kumogakure Jonin and 10 Chunin. These people were undoubtedly the elite forces in this Kumogakure unit and quite formidable. However, facing such strong opponents, he showed no fear, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. As for Tetsuo, he faced a total of 38 Kumogakure ninjas alone, and the pressure was considerable. Fortunately, due to the previous attack, many of these Kumogakure ninjas suffered burns of varying degrees, and their strength was greatly diminished. Most of them were only mid-level genin, with only one leading jonin in charge. This was very much in line with their combat style. Shisui's body was agile, and he could face powerful opponents for a long time without being disadvantaged. Tetsuo's jutsu was powerful. When facing many Chunin and Genin, whose strength was far lower than his, he could easily fight back. After the two men rushed to the Kumogakure ninja camp, they showed no signs of defeat. On the contrary, they gave the impression that they were overpowering the Kumogakure ninjas. Shisui used Shunshin no Jutsu and instantly created 10 clones. The movements of these afterimages were erratic and unpredictable, making it difficult to discern their true intent. With the help of these clones, Shisui easily fended off the attacks of a dozen ninjas in front of him. On the other side, Tetsuo fearlessly charged into the enemy formation and began an intense close-quarters battle. The sword in his hand swung powerfully, and each strike carried unmatched force. Though Tetsuo's desperate and fierce fighting style appeared extremely dangerous, it was effective in holding back a large number of Kumogakure ninjas. As time passed, the situation reversed, and the balance of victory gradually tilted toward Tetsuo and Shisui. At this moment, Tetsuo's performance was exceptional. When he raised his sword, more than 10 Kumogakure ninjas were killed. This killing aura frightened the other Kumogakure ninjas, who didn't dare to attack them easily. Shisui also had an outstanding record, using the chaos to disrupt the enemy's position with Shunshin no Jutsu, taking the opportunity to kill 5 Chunin. However, their opponents were not easily defeated. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Kumogakure ninjas began to use their unique jutsu one after another, including powerful lightning element ninjutsu and water element ninjutsu. Soon after, Tetsuo quickly retreated a few steps, plunged his sword into the ground, and rapidly formed hand seals, suddenly spewing a blazing fireball from his mouth. As the fire hit the ground, it immediately transformed into a massive wall of flames, sweeping forward like a colossal mountain, easily repelling the large-scale attack in front of them. Before the wall of fire disappeared, Tetsuo suddenly drew his sword and turned to face the Kumogakure ninja who had stealthily approached from behind, attempting a sneak attack. In an instant, the sword flashed, and a scream echoed. The overconfident Kumogakure ninja was cut in two, dying tragically on the spot. On Shisui's side, he moved unpredictably, effortlessly dodging all the lightning attacks released by Kumogakure. Even ninjutsu that could track its target was rendered useless, like headless flies, bumping around but never finding Shisui's true body. At the same time, the short sword in Shisui's hand danced like a fluttering butterfly, and every slash emitted a blazing sword energy. This sword energy rushed toward the enemy, killing a Chunin in an instant. It's worth noting that the enemies Shisui was facing were all elite members of Kumogakure. Therefore, each loss of such a strong person was a significant depletion and loss to their overall combat strength. The Kumogakure side, which initially had an absolute numerical advantage, had long lost its glory, and they had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. The fierce attack launched by 50 Kumogakure ninjas not only failed to achieve any results but was also easily countered by the two seemingly young and immature ninjas in front of them. If they continued to fight, the inevitable outcome awaiting them was the annihilation of their entire force. A Kumogakure Jonin on Shisui's side was the leader of the Kumogakure forces. Observing the battlefield situation, his face became serious. Seeing the situation worsening, the commander made a decisive decision and shouted without hesitation, "Retreat." When the other Kumogakure ninjas heard this order, they seemed to grasp a lifeline and felt as if they were being pardoned. Not daring to delay, they immediately turned and ran shamefully to the rear. However, what the Kumogakure ninjas never expected was that in their hasty retreat, their backs were left unguarded, open to the attacks of Tetsuo and Shisui. Undoubtedly, this was a very foolish decision, tantamount to seeking death. Tetsuo and Shisui had no intention of showing mercy when facing their enemies, delivering fatal blows as they pursued. Shisui's Shunshin no Jutsu quickly caught up to the Kumogakure ninjas. And in the blink of an eye, they eliminated 2 more Chunin. Tetsuo arrived before anyone could use ninjutsu. The power of his fire element ninjutsu was astonishing. Instantly killing several ninjas. He quickly raised his sword and moved forward, slaying several Kumogakure ninjas who had been burned by his flames. The battle turned into a massacre, and the Kumogakure Jonin was forced to stay behind to stop the 2 men from going on a rampage. Tetsuo's eyes turned red, and he fully activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, using its powerful ocular technique to support an illusion, instantly killing the Kumogakure Jonin in front of him. After that, all the enemies before them were wiped out, while Shisui used his clones to pursue several Chunin who were trying to escape, simultaneously blocking 2 Jonin in front of him. By the time Tetsuo arrived, all the Chunin enemies on Shisui's side had been eliminated, leaving only 2 Jonin-level opponents. It was too late for the 2 Jonin to escape now, and they were killed together by Tetsuo and Shisui. When reinforcements arrived, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Tetsuo and Shisui had actually annihilated all 50 attacking ninjas, and from that moment on, the 2 of them became famous in the ninja world. Chapter 218. The fame of Tetsuo and Shisui spread at a bewildering speed. Like wildfire sweeping across a grassy plain. Not only did it reach back to Konoha village from the far borders of the Land of Fire, but it also spread across Kumogakure village and even throughout the entire ninja world. With extraordinary power and exceptional performances, they earned their own ninja titles, Tetsuo the Flame Sword, and Shunshin no Shisui. These 2 titles seemed synonymous with them, accurately describing their unique fighting styles and characteristics. The so-called Flame Sword and Tetsuo perfectly illustrated Tetsuo's fire element techniques and his unmatched sword skills. The blazing fire, fierce and intense, symbolized the strength of Tetsuo's powerful attacks and his dominating personality, while Shunshin no Shisui highlighted the unparalleled Shunshin no Jutsu technique, as fast as lightning and as elusive as a ghost. It could be said that they lived up to their names, there were only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. Each title carried deep meaning, clearly showcasing Tetsuo and Shisui's extraordinary achievements in ninjutsu. Whether it was swordsmanship or Shunshin no Jutsu, it was these feats that made them famous, and their prestige followed suit. The fame of these 2 men stirred the ninja world, but it held very different meanings for all parties. Every ninja village except Konoha felt very conflicted upon hearing the news. Konoha suddenly had 2 powerful young men renowned worldwide. How could this not make them feel envious and frustrated? Unfortunately, Konoha always seemed capable of producing such remarkable talents. This phenomenon had existed since the time of the first Hokage. Back then, the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, was born. Followed by Senju Tobarama, the creator of ninjutsu, ninjutsu expert Hiruzen Sarutobi, the legendary Sannin, Konoha's White Fang, and the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Geniuses emerged one after another. It could be said that in every era of Konoha, a group of powerful ninjas was born, and their achievements far surpassed those of other major ninja villages. But now, when it seemed Konoha was in decline after the Third Ninja World War and the Kyubi Rebellion, a new generation of powerful individuals like the white-haired Demon Eye, Tetsuo the Flame Sword, and Shunshin no Shisui had emerged. This inevitably made all ninja villages, except Konoha, feel the world's injustice. However, for Konoha, these 2 now famous young ninjas not only brought glory but could very well become hidden dangers. From the perspective of the common people in Konoha, Tetsuo and Shisui were undoubtedly talented youths they could be proud of. However, from the viewpoint of Konoha's top officials, what they had to consider wasn't just the personal abilities of Tetsuo and Shisui but also the clan backgrounds and political stances behind them. After all, no matter how strong these 2 were, if they couldn't be controlled by Konoha's top management, they could very well turn into significant threats. At that moment, in the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, Hiruzen and Danzo, old partners who had known each other for a long time, were once again arguing due to differing opinions. But this time, Danzo, who had always been irritable and prone to arguments, even stormed out and slammed the door, rarely displaying such impulsive and reckless behavior. Instead, his face was filled with an expression of undisguised pride as he looked directly at Hiruzen with provocative eyes. Sarutobi. I warned you before that allowing members of the Uchiha clan to go to the border for garrison duty would only invite trouble. It would only create more problems for no reason. But you were so arrogant that you naively thought you could control the situation on your own. Humph. What's happened now? The Uchiha clan now has not only 2 more famous ninjas in the ninja world, but they also removed the border guard duties that should have belonged to Konoha Ninja Village. Faced with this terrible situation, what do you plan to do next? After hearing this, Hiruzen, knowing he was in the wrong, did not immediately refute the other party. Instead, he sat in silence, puffing on his pipe, letting the smoke linger around him. After a long time, he finally raised his head slowly and calmly replied. What else can we do? The Uchiha clan has indeed made significant contributions and sacrifices in protecting the security of Konoha's borders. It's only fair that they receive the reputation and prestige that go along with it. Moreover, individuals with talents like Tetsuo and Shursui would inevitably become famous no matter where they were. Humph. You're still not convinced? Then wait until the Uchiha clan grows stronger and steals the Hokage's seat from right under your nose. Danzo could no longer contain his anger, seeing the expression of pride vanish from Hiruzen's face after a meal, and he spoke passionately. Hiruzen's face immediately darkened. He looked intently at Danzo as if trying to see his true thoughts through his eyes. After a moment, he slowly asked, So, in your opinion, what should we do? Danzo responded without hesitation, There's no doubt that all the Uchiha clan should be recalled to Konoha village and made to stay here permanently. In his mind, the Uchiha clan had always been a potential threat. Only by keeping them under strict surveillance within Konoha village could the village's safety be ensured. Furthermore, the appearance of the Sharingan in the Kyuubi's eyes during the Kyuubi rebellion made him even more convinced of this. After hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen frowned. He was well aware of Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, but at this moment, he had to seriously consider the issue. However, after some careful thought, Hiruzen still shook his head and said, No, this is inappropriate. The Uchiha clan has just made significant achievements in battle. If they are recalled to Konoha village now, not only will they feel cold, but it will also make the Uchiha clan dissatisfied. After all, in this war, the Uchiha clan had shown great strength and loyalty, and they deserved respect and recognition. Kindness. Sarutobi, you've been pretending to be a good person for too long. Have you forgotten your identity and status? Don't forget, even though you're respected by the people as Hokage, they trample on us root members like ants. Covered in dirt. Danzo cursed angrily, his face twisted with a fierce and crooked expression, and at the same time, he let out a sharp, harsh laugh full of sarcasm and disdain. Danzo, you've gone too far. Hiruzen frowned, a spark of anger flickering in his eyes. Did I say anything wrong? Danzo showed no signs of backing down, staring directly into Hiruzen's eyes, continuing his challenge. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense, as if a fierce confrontation was about to break out. They reached an impasse, with neither side willing to give in. This scene was familiar to them. Similar confrontations had occurred many times, always ending with one side making a compromise. But this time, Hiruzen was the first to concede. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then picked up his pipe and began exhaling slowly before speaking softly. What you said does make sense, but it's impossible to recall the entire Uchiha clan. However, if only 1 or 2 key individuals were moved back, it could still be done. Seeing that Hiruzen had finally relented, Danzo secretly rejoiced. In past arguments, he had always firmly denied Hiruzen's views and never compromised easily. But this time, for the first time, he didn't object to the plan Hiruzen proposed. So, in your opinion, who should we transfer back? Danzo asked in a calm tone, with a faint cold glint in his eyes. Hiruzen slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. The swirling white smoke obscured his view, making it difficult to glimpse his true thoughts. After a moment of silence, he said, I think Uchiha Tetsuo and Uchiha Shursui should be sent back to the village, as for the reason, let's say the village wants to commend the two of them for their meritorious service. Tetsuo is a trusted subordinate of Uchiha Shintaro. If he's recalled to the Konoha police force, it will certainly play a role in checks and balances. However, for Shisui, Hiruzen clearly had a different plan. As for Shisui, as a descendant of Kagami, I've had dealings with him before. This child has strong resolve in his heart, perhaps we could try winning him over. I might even grant him the rank of Jonin. But there's no need to assign him to the Konoha police force. After hearing this, Danzo sneered, in terms of deep planning, I truly cannot compare to you. Faced with Danzo's taunt, Hiruzen didn't respond, merely continuing to puff on his pipe calmly as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Why is the village calling us back at a time like this? Isn't this intentionally causing trouble? Unlike Tetsuo, Shisui sat silently beside him. He frowned slightly, as if deep in thought about something important. This was the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. After Shintaro received orders from his superiors, he immediately summoned Tetsuo and Shisui to his camp. Seeing Tetsuo continuously grumbling and Hamasu looking at him with a confused expression, Shintaro merely smiled slightly, appearing very calm. Since this is an order personally issued by the Hokage, just follow it, there's no need to doubt it. We're all Jonin now, don't make that bitter face, it's a good thing to have you return, I want to reward you based on your abilities. Shintaro patiently guided the two of them. Hearing this, Hamasu nodded thoughtfully but remained silent. Tetsuo clearly didn't believe it, and he shouted loudly, but we're still carrying out an important task of guarding the border. If we leave now, what if the enemy attacks? Do you think the border defense will collapse without the two of you? Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll just take on more responsibility, don't overestimate your indispensability. Shintaro smiled and waved his hand, signaling Tetsuo not to worry too much. At this moment, Shisui slowly lifted his head, his gaze complex and conflicted. It seemed as if he had thousands of words to say, but he hesitated and found it difficult to speak. What's wrong, Shisui? Shintaro noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. Shisui shook his head slightly, moving his lips a few times, but ultimately said nothing. After a moment, he whispered, it's nothing, I just feel a bit regretful, that I can no longer do my part to protect the peace at the border like before. Shintaro gave a faint smile and reassured him, it's not a big deal, after returning to the village, we can still contribute, besides, with your talent and strength, you will play a key role no matter where you are. However, although he appeared relaxed on the surface, Shintaro knew very well that what troubled Shisui was not just his inability to serve at the border. In fact, Shisui was already filled with dissatisfaction and concern deep down about the recent decisions and actions of Konoha's top management. Shintaro naturally understood these emotions. After all, they had all experienced the brutality of war firsthand and knew that peace was hard to come by. But now, the attitude of Konoha's leadership and their handling of border affairs left both of them quite disappointed. Still, at this moment, Shintaro did not directly address Shisui's thoughts. He knew that some things couldn't be solved by mere complaints or blame. Only by changing the status quo through practical action could the problem be resolved. At this point, Shisui seemed to realize this as well. He nodded quietly, indicating his agreement with Shintaro's perspective. Tetsuo and Shisui exchanged glances before both of them accepted their orders and left. After several days of traveling, they finally reached the gates of Konoha village. Seeing the familiar village in front of them, both Tetsuo and Shisui felt a sense of closeness in their hearts. As they entered the village, curious glances were cast their way, but when people saw that it was Tetsuo and Shisui, they all smiled warmly. Everyone greeted them enthusiastically and asked about their mission. Tetsuo and Shisui responded to everyone with smiles and briefly recounted what had happened at the border. Then, they headed straight to the Hokage building to report the details of their mission to the Hokage. Hiruzen announced rewards for the two of them in a prominent manner, allowing Tetsuo and Shisui to make waves in Konoha village. Danzo focused his attention on Tetsuo and Shisui, particularly on Shisui. He was younger, more talented, and a member of the Uchiha Clan, much like Hiruzen's style. His eyes shifted, as though he was thinking of something that wasn't quite right. Chapter 219. Tetsuo and Shisui caused a commotion at the border and received praise from everyone. The village of Konoha held a grand ceremony to commend their heroic deeds and promote them to the entire village. From that moment on, their names became widely known in the village. Later, Tetsuo was transferred to the Konoha police force and promoted to the squad leader. At the same time, Shisui also achieved a promotion to Jonin. After becoming Jonin, he had more freedom in performing missions, but unless there were special circumstances, he could take long breaks in the village. Shisui made full use of this precious free time by staying in the village to train with Itachi. At this time, Itachi had entered the ninja academy, but the courses were useless to this gifted young man. As a result, he often used clones, leaving shadow clones at the academy while he secretly sneaked away to train alone. Coincidentally, Shisui was also recovering in the village. The two had known each other since childhood and understood each other well, so it made sense for Itachi to train with Shisui. As time passed, Itachi's strength increased rapidly, and their friendship deepened. Though they weren't brothers by blood, they felt like siblings. Years passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was Konoha's 54th year. For the past 3 years, the border wars continued, but the village remained calm, with nothing major happening, and everything proceeded step by step. There was no need to elaborate on the battle situation at the border, as the war had reached its final stalemate. It wouldn't take long before Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure reached a ceasefire. Itachi, blessed with extraordinary talent, graduated from the academy early. His achievements were comparable to Kakashi's, making him a prodigy in the ninja world. After graduation, he successfully joined a ninja team and began various missions. With his intelligence and talent, he naturally integrated quickly into the role of a ninja and overcame various challenges with ease. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. And a tragic disaster suddenly struck. During a particular mission, 2 of Itachi's comrades were killed by a mysterious masked man. This event left him heartbroken and furious. Amid this great pain, he awakened his Sharingan. When Itachi returned to the village with a heavy heart, his father, Fugaku, learned that his son had awakened the Sharingan. Instead of showing sorrow or concern, he congratulated him. This indifference disgusted Itachi, and he grew more repulsed by his father. He felt burdened, as if an invisible weight was suffocating him. In despair, he decided to seek out Shisui again, hoping for comfort and enlightenment from him. The two went to a clear river on the outskirts, found a flat stone, sat down, lit a bonfire, and roasted fish. In this peaceful natural setting, they opened their hearts, freely conversing while enjoying the grilled fish. "Brother Shisui, you know that I awakened the Sharingan. It came at the cost of my friends' lives, but my father seems only to care about my growing power," Itachi said, bowing his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Faced with Itachi's pain, Shisui felt sympathy. However, after careful consideration, he knew he needed to offer the right comfort and guidance. So, he spoke softly, "Itachi, I'm sorry for your loss, but embrace the lesson." He slowly set the grilled fish aside, looked into Itachi's eyes, and said sincerely, "The world we live in is filled with cruelty and helplessness. Sometimes we must make difficult choices. Although losing your friends brings you great sorrow, it is this experience that makes you grow stronger. Perhaps your father doesn't value others' lives, but in his eyes, strength is the key to preserving the village's peace." Itachi slightly lifted his head, looking into the distance while pondering. Shisui continued, "However, we can't just pursue greater power, we also need to value those around us and protect what matters. Only by doing so can we truly become quality ninja." Itachi nodded silently, signaling that he understood Shisui's words. Though his heart still ached, he realized he couldn't continue drowning in sorrow. He had to face reality with courage and take on responsibility. In fact, this is the unavoidable fate of our Uchiha clan. The blood running through our veins seems destined to awaken the Sharingan when we face the loss of our closest relatives and companions. It may seem like a cruel curse, but from another perspective, isn't it a precious gift? This power is a valuable legacy left by our departed friends and relatives, giving us the strength to survive in this harsh world and press forward with their hopes and strength on our backs. Shisui, having witnessed the brutal border wars and seen many Uchiha join the battlefield to protect their homeland and honor, had a deeper understanding of the clan's fate, with his thoughts being more mature and stable compared to Itachi's. Itachi listened quietly, his heart stirred. He bowed his head in silence, as if trying to hide the tears in his eyes. But the tears still flowed down his cheeks. At that moment, he realized his father knew everything. Fugaku understood the pain and inner struggle of his son, yet chose to guide him forward in a profound way. Fugaku wanted Itachi to gain strength from his comrades' deaths, turning the sadness into motivation to press forward in the harsh and cruel ninja world. Shisui looked at Itachi and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He once had a negative bias toward the clan, believing there was an irreconcilable conflict between the clan and the village. But after the thrilling war in the Land of Lightning, he slowly realized that the relationship between the clan and the village wasn't necessarily adversarial, and the leader's commands didn't fully represent the village's interests. If that were the case, he should be at the Fire Country's border now, engaged in life-and-death battles with Kumogakure ninjas. But instead, here he was, sharing thoughts with Itachi. Shisui's words pierced the fog in Itachi's heart, revealing a new world. Itachi had always believed he possessed wisdom beyond his family's, thinking his father focused only on power and dismissed friendships. But now, it seemed those ideas were too biased. True strength lay not only in one's own power but also in the ability to protect those around you. As his mind gradually cleared, Itachi's eyes grew more determined. It was sad to lose his friends, but the spiritual wealth they left behind would always stay with him. From now on, he would face future challenges with a renewed attitude and prove his worth through action. Itachi's heart seemed to be lightly touched by something, causing ripples to form. At this young age, he was in a critical period for shaping his views on life, the world, and his values. Shisui's words were like a bright light, illuminating the path ahead for Itachi and drastically changing his view of the clan. At the same time, it also subtly altered the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. At this moment, the sudden clash of metal broke the tranquility. The sound came from the river not far away, and it seemed a fierce battle was taking place. Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, both startled. Although this place was relatively secluded, it was still within Konoha's jurisdiction. How could such an intense fight suddenly break out? However, both were seasoned individuals, and they quickly regained their composure after the initial shock. Shisui's eyes sharpened. His strong sense of justice and passion would never allow him to stand by and watch a fight unfold before him. So, he sprinted toward the sound without hesitation. Seeing this, Itachi followed closely behind. What they saw were 3 root organization members working together to surround an ANBU ninja. The ANBU was clearly at a disadvantage and about to be defeated. What's going on? You're both ninja from Konoha, why are you killing each other? Facing Shisui's question, one of the root members, holding a long blade, responded gruffly. This person holds important information about a traitor, directly related to the village's security instability. I must retrieve the information and eliminate the traitor. Get out of the way, kid. At this moment, the ANBU ninja lying on the ground quickly defended himself. That person may indeed have unspoken difficulties, even if the traitor really needs to be executed, the issue must first be reported to the Hokage. Itachi, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself that what the root member said made sense. Ensuring the village's peace was far more important than dealing with a mere traitor. However, Shisui held a very different view. He stepped forward and said without hesitation, root ninjas are nameless individuals supporting peace in the shadows, but using violence to force submission and maintaining order through violence cannot be called peace. After Shisui finished speaking, his eyes sharpened, and the 3-tomo Sharingan appeared instantly. Holding a short blade tightly, he leaned forward, ready to attack. Hearing what Shisui said, Itachi now understood what decision he had to make. He quietly resolved to protect the ANBU behind him, firmly believing that only by doing so could he meet the expectations of the village and his brother. I am Uchiha Itachi, and I am willing to fight alongside Shisui. Shisui was moved upon hearing this. Seeing the situation, the ANBU did not hesitate to use Shunshin no Jutsu in their attempt to escape the scene. But before they could fully vanish, both Shisui and Itachi moved to confront the enemy. In an instant, swords flashed, and a fierce, thrilling battle began. The 3 mysterious figures from the root organization opposite them all wore masks to conceal their faces, making it difficult to see their true identities. 2 of the men were tall and strong. One had straight ear-length hair and held a pair of very sharp sickles over his head. Holding a large machete, it was clear that the 2 would join forces to fight Shisui. As for the remaining female member of the root organization, she had long, shiny black hair braided and hanging down her head. She wielded a ninja sword and actively attacked Itachi. Itachi engaged in a tense and fierce fight with the female ninja. During the battle, he opened his double Magatama Sharingan. The kunoichi prided herself on using shuriken and wire tactics. But she did not realize that she was merely playing with herself. When faced with the Uchiha clan and their Sharingan, what she called her skills seemed as childish and silly as a children's playhouse. After an intense confrontation, Itachi leaped lightly under the moonlight like a graceful dancer, skillfully avoiding several fierce attacks. Soon after, he threw his ninja sword and accurately pinned several flying shurikens to the ground. Then, Itachi landed steadily on the handle of the ninja sword, the entire movement executed smoothly in one fluid motion. At this moment, however, the arrogant female ninja mistakenly believed that Itachi had fallen into the trap she had carefully set, so she cut the wire in front of her without hesitation. Unexpectedly, this movement triggered more hidden wire mechanisms, instantly binding her tightly, leaving her unable to move. She was ultimately defeated. On the other side, Shisui, seeing Itachi's easy victory, knew the time had come, so he no longer held back his strength. He quickly formed a seal and performed the astonishing Shunshin no Jutsu, moving between enemy formations like a ghost in the blink of an eye. 2 enemies were effortlessly defeated by him. The 3 members of the Root organization fell to the ground in disgrace, their bodies covered in scars, their eyes filled with despair and fear. However, Shisui and Itachi did not kill them, merely looking at them indifferently. Shisui waved his hand slightly, signaling Itachi to lower his weapon. "Leave," Shisui said calmly, his voice so serene it made people shiver. "Consider this a lesson for today." As if they had been granted amnesty. The 3 members of the Root organization struggled to rise from the ground and fled the scene in a hurry. They were secretly relieved that these 2 hadn't killed them, or else they might not have been able to save their own lives. Watching their retreating figures, Shisui frowned slightly and said to Itachi, "These people are becoming more aggressive, openly provoking fights in the village." Itachi was silent for a moment before slowly replying, "But this is good, let them know how strong we are, and they'll hold back in the future." The 3 returned to the Root organization's headquarters and reported the matter to Danzo. Danzo was furious, and after venting his anger, he dismissed everyone. He sat in his chair with cold eyes and said grimly, "It's Uchiha Shisui again, it seems I'll have to take action." Chapter 220. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves in specks of light and shadow. An ANBU member with an animal mask silently entered the Uchiha clan residence. He moved through the streets like a ghost, finally stopping in front of a secluded hut. After gently knocking on the door, a soft voice came from inside, "What is it?" The door opened, and Shisui stepped out. The ANBU member said, "Shisui, the Hokage has summoned you, please proceed to the Hokage building immediately." Hearing the news, Shisui was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. He nodded in agreement, though he couldn't help but think, is this because of last night's events? If that's the case, Itachi shouldn't be involved. It seems I must go alone. With this in mind, his figure flashed and vanished like a gust of wind, leaving the ANBU member staring at the empty door, shocked and silently admiring Shisui's incredible speed. Shortly after, Shisui arrived in front of the Hokage's office. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, knocked twice, and said loudly, "Hokage-sama, I am Uchiha Shisui." "Enter," Hiruzen's calm voice echoed from inside the room. Opening the door, Shisui walked into the room with a steady stride. Hiruzen was seated at his desk, flipping through a pile of documents. He glanced up at Shisui, a hint of concern barely visible in his eyes. "Hokage-sama, what are your orders?" Shisui asked respectfully. "I've heard about what happened last night. You and Itachi saved the ANBU from Root's hands and preserved the intelligence on the rogue ninja. You did well," Hiruzen smiled approvingly. He first praised him, but then his expression turned serious, and he got down to business. Although Root's actions were somewhat excessive, the matter of the rogue ninja is indeed very serious and must be handled properly. Hearing this, Shisui's face grew serious. He understood the importance and danger of the task. However, as a loyal ninja of Konoha, he accepted Hiruzen's assignment without hesitation. "Shisui, since you're strong and trustworthy, I've decided to entrust this matter to you," Hiruzen said sincerely, his eyes revealing his hope and trust in Shisui. Shisui's heart swelled with warmth. He knew this was Hiruzen's recognition of his abilities. He immediately knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his chest, and answered firmly. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I will do my utmost to complete the mission and meet your expectations. I will have 3 ANBU accompany you, and you will lead them to eliminate the rogue ninja. As Hiruzen spoke, he handed over a scroll containing detailed information about the rogue ninja to Shisui. Before he had finished speaking, 3 black-clad figures appeared like phantoms, standing silently beside Shisui. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that these 3 were elite ANBU members, one of whom was the ANBU ninja pursued by the Root organization last night. At this moment, although Shisui's heart was filled with many unanswered questions, his dissatisfaction with Root's arrogance and the internal discord among Konoha's higher-ups remained unresolved. Yet, in the face of the orders given by the respected Hokage before him, he had no choice but to firmly accept the mission. Shisui then led the 3 ANBU and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, a slight look of relief appeared on Hiruzen's face as he murmured softly to himself. Shisui is still a good and honest child after all, the will of fire burning in his heart has never been extinguished, and he is truly worthy of being Kageme's descendant. Shisui and the 3 ANBU members sped along like the wind, with their target being the rogue ninja. According to reliable information, the traitor had fled to the northwest, carrying important intelligence on Konoha, and was seeking refuge in Iwagakure. Fortunately, the intel accurately indicated the traitor's escape route. Thus, Shisui led the 3 ANBU without hesitation, pressing on tirelessly, day and night, in their frantic pursuit. Finally, near the border, they picked up signs of the rogue ninja. Both Shisui and the 3 ANBU members were experts in tracking and finding clues. With sharp insight and professional skills, they easily detected various traces left behind by the rogue ninja. These subtle hints served as powerful guides, leading them ever closer to their target. The 4 of them paused for a moment, gazing at the flickering campfire that had appeared in the forest ahead, and the several scattered scrolls of intelligence, seemingly discarded carelessly, brought doubt to their faces. Shisui exchanged glances with the 3 ANBU beside him, and one of them suspiciously asked, "What's really going on?" He thought for a moment, then analyzed after concentrating for a while, "Perhaps this is the traitor's plan to lure us away and confuse us. Stay here and sort out this information, while I continue the pursuit." With that, he dashed forward like an arrow from a bowstring. The 3 ANBU nodded, agreeing with Shisui's decision. So, they followed the instructions to stay put and began carefully collecting and organizing the scattered scrolls on the ground. Meanwhile, Shisui, alone, followed the clues and chased after the traitor. In no time, he spotted the rogue ninja fleeing in a panic not far ahead. The traitor, terrified upon realizing he had been exposed, desperately sped up and ran, but ultimately, he couldn't outrun the lightning-fast pursuit of Shisui. Shisui leaped gracefully like a bird, holding a sharp kunai in his hand. He swooped down from the high branches like a fierce eagle. In the blink of an eye, he landed and launched a lightning-fast attack, striking the rogue ninja squarely on the back. The immense force instantly caused the rogue ninja to lose his balance and fall to the ground in disgrace. Immediately after, Shisui swiftly crouched down and pressed the short blade tightly against the traitor's throat. His eyes revealed an unprecedented coldness and determination. "Speak. Why did you betray Konoha?" Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the rogue ninja was clearly panic-stricken, saying, How could, I clearly left the campfire as a signal." "Humph. Did you think you could deceive me with such crude and childish tactics?" Shisui coldly snorted, and the blade in his hand inched closer to the traitor's throat, making it clear that with the slightest movement, he would cut the other's neck without hesitation. "Damn it! Didn't Root say they'd help me deal with the pursuers?" "What?" Shisui was stunned, a bad premonition surged in his heart, and he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This crisis was not about him personally, but about the 3 ANBU he had left behind. Time was running out, and there was no room for even a moment's delay. Faced with the stubborn and uncooperative traitor before him, Shisui knew there was no point in continuing the interrogation. So, he quickly made a decision and swung the hilt of his knife, striking the vital point of his opponent with precision, causing him to faint instantly. He then skillfully bound the traitor tightly with rope to ensure he couldn't escape or resist. After finishing this, Shisui dared not hesitate for a second, and he dashed back toward the origin like a bolt of lightning. His journey was so fast, and he was filled with extreme anxiety, thinking about the safety of the 3 ANBU. At this moment, they were likely facing great danger, and he had to return to provide support as quickly as possible, or the consequences would be disastrous. Initially, he had thought that the flickering campfire was just a ruse set up by the enemy, but the truth was far from that simple. It was more like a code or signal, intended to draw the root members in for action. However, confronted with everything that had transpired, Shisui was filled with doubt and confusion. With root status and power, how could they be linked to an ordinary rogue ninja? The situation was truly bizarre. The connection between Root and this traitor implied that their earlier pursuit of the ANBU members with vital intelligence was not about eliminating the traitor. To protect the traitor, would they really go this far? Not only that, Root didn't hesitate to attack ninja from the same village. This truly left Shisui feeling extraordinary and hard to comprehend. He was so anxious that he hurried back as fast as he could, but in the end, he was still a step too late. When he arrived at the scene in a hurry, the sight before him broke his heart. The 3 ANBU members were already lying on the ground, fallen into pools of blood. What was even more shocking was that, at this moment, 6 root ninja stood there firmly, holding sharp blades in their hands. The blades were stained with the blood of ninja from the same village, which was utterly shocking. Yo! One of the ninjas from the root organization noticed Shisui's arrival, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a teasing smile. I thought you had disappeared without a trace, but I didn't expect you to actually come here on your own. Why? Shisui murmured in a low voice, as if this question had troubled him for a long time. His eyes were somewhat dull, as though he was lost in his thoughts and couldn't break free. What? Your voice is too soft, no one can hear you. Ha 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 ha. The ninja from the root organization, unaware of the crisis ahead, laughed even louder. However, this time, Shisui didn't remain silent. Why? Why are you attacking ninjas from the same village? Aren't we supposed to be comrades, trusting and supporting each other? He suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with anger and pain. At the same time, powerful chakra surged from his body, and the air around him seemed to tear apart. What was even more shocking was that, at this moment, the ordinary eyes on Shisui's face transformed into a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with a mysterious and terrifying four-cornered tomo pattern. These eyes were filled with endless power and killing intent, striking fear into anyone who saw them. What? With a cry of shock, the ninjas of the root organization finally felt an unprecedented fear. Shisui already possessed immense strength at the Jonin level. Because of this, the root organization had specifically sent 6 full-fledged ninjas to hunt him down. But no one expected that Shisui would activate the Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment, and his strength would immediately soar to a terrifying level far beyond what the root ninjas could handle. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk, we were just following orders. At that moment, the root ninjas finally woke up from their delusion and tried to surrender and plead for mercy. However, it was already too late. Shisui, who usually remained calm even in the face of the greatest crises, was now overwhelmed by endless negative emotions, and his mind was in turmoil. And the strange Mangekyo Sharingan continued to release a powerful, evil force, further eroding his once clear thoughts. Suffer death. With a furious shout, Shisui suddenly drew a short sword from his waist, his eyes glowing with a heart-pounding light, the Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, his aura became razor-sharp, as if he had merged with the world around him. At this moment, his power had increased compared to before. Every movement was filled with strength and speed, making it impossible to track his figure. He moved like lightning, and the dagger in his hand became a deadly, cold light that mercilessly took the lives of his enemies. Everyone in the root organization was horrified. They had never expected Shisui to be this powerful. But, faced with this terrifying killing machine, they had no strength to resist and could only watch as their comrades fell one by one. Blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The massacre continued, and Shisui's eyes grew colder and more merciless. He knew that these people had no loyalty to the village, so they didn't deserve to be considered comrades. If these enemies couldn't be completely wiped out from this world, then Shisui wouldn't be able to explain it to the fallen ANBU ninjas. After all, it was because of the existence of these hateful people that so many brave and fearless ANBU ninjas lost their precious lives. Thinking of this, the anger in Shisui's heart grew even stronger. He tightly gripped the short sword that gleamed with a cold light in his hand, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. With a sudden swing of his arm, the short sword cut through the void like lightning, bringing with it a series of sharp wind sounds, slashing directly towards the enemy rushing forward. There was no mercy or hesitation in this strike, only endless killing intent and rage. Shisui poured all his strength into this sword, integrating all his emotions into it, striving to end the tragic battle before him in the most brutal way possible. Chapter 221. After a brutal battle, the air was filled with the sharp scent of blood, and the entire forest seemed shrouded in death. Shisui stood alone amidst the chaos, his eyes empty and his expression dazed. Slowly regaining awareness, his heart filled with confusion. He had never liked killing and despised violence. He only fought back and engaged in mass killings when forced, when attacked by foreign enemies. But the bloody, gruesome scene before him was his own doing. Worse, the victims were ninja from his own village. Shisui couldn't accept this reality for a moment. His eyes widened as he looked around in disbelief. The blood and bodies scattered on the ground reminded him of what had just occurred. What's wrong with me? Why did this happen? His voice trembled. Shisui raised his trembling hand and gently touched his eyes. He finally realized that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power spoken of only in legends. He loved peace and hated fighting. Yet recently, when he saw ninja from his own village brutally killing his friends, the anger and pain deep within him exploded like a volcano. At that moment, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and with it, the unique pupil technique Kodo Amatsukami, which had the power to alter the will of others, forcing them to surrender in battle. But the intense negative emotions triggered by the first awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan eroded his mind like a demon, making him unable to control himself. In his madness, Shisui lost his reason and launched an uncontrollable bloodbath, killing all the root ninjas present. When he came back to his senses and saw the blood-soaked ground and the bodies scattered everywhere, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. He gathered the bodies and then, heavy-hearted, set off to find the traitor. Eventually, he found the rogue ninja and brought him back to Konoha. After receiving the news, Shisui rushed to the Hokage's office and reported everything to Hiruzen without delay. Hiruzen listened in silence, his face expressionless, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil in his heart. After Shisui finished speaking, Hiruzen took a deep breath and said slowly, "Arrange an interrogation immediately, I want to know the truth behind this." Not long after the order was given, the interrogation proceeded smoothly. After a fierce struggle, the rogue ninja was eventually overwhelmed and revealed the truth. To everyone's shock, it turned out that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Danzo. He had intentionally let the rogue ninja go to Iwagakure, planning to use him as a double agent in the enemy camp. Even worse, to block news, seize intelligence, and use it as leverage to claim the Hokage seat, Danzo had mercilessly killed, even sacrificing his own ANBU members. At this point, Danzo's crafty, narrow-minded, and selfish nature was fully exposed. However, unexpectedly, after learning of these events, Hiruzen did not punish Danzo as harshly as everyone expected but instead took a high and lenient stance. He only asked Danzo to compensate the 3 ANBU members for their pensions and firmly ordered them to keep the matter secret. At the same time, he publicly announced that one of the 3 ANBU members had tragically fallen in battle against foreign enemies. As for Danzo's punishment, his official position was temporarily revoked, but what practical difference did that make? Everyone knew it wouldn't be long before that position returned to Danzo's hands. After this incident, Shisui's heart was shaken like never before, as if his entire world had collapsed in an instant. The lives of comrades he once cherished were now so trivial in the eyes of Konoha's leaders, snuffed out like candles in the wind. This realization was unbearable for Shisui, causing him to question the will of fire he had always believed in. What once seemed like solid convictions now felt like illusions. He couldn't help but wonder, was justice and sacrifice really this cruel? In his struggle with pain and confusion, Shisui made the difficult decision to hide the fact that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew that if Konoha's top brass learned this secret, an even more tragic fate might await him. And the eyes symbolizing power and destruction had become his last line of defense to protect both himself and Konoha. Shortly after this event, Shisui received an important mission and was transferred out of Konoha to patrol and defend the southeastern border of the Land of Fire against potential threats from Kirigakure ninja in the Land of Water. He knew the mission's importance but was unafraid and set out resolutely. Along his journey, he remained vigilant, always alert to movements around him. One day, while patrolling a key location, Shisui encountered a team led by AO, a famous ninja from Kirigakure. This team was clearly heading toward the land of fire, but when they saw Shisui standing before them, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Shisui stood tall, his eyes firm, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. He stood calmly, making it clear that he was not to be easily provoked. Ao silently cursed his luck. He knew he had run into serious trouble this time. Facing such a formidable enemy, a battle would undoubtedly spell disaster. After careful consideration, Ao decided to lead his team in retreat. In this way, relying solely on his reputation and strength, Shisui managed to drive the enemy away and secure the land of fire's safety. His heroic deeds quickly spread throughout Konoha, and people admired and revered him even more. Shisui himself continued to protect the village from the shadows, dedicating his efforts to peace. In the Land of Thunder, the fourth Reikage solemnly announced his decision to begin peace negotiations with Konoha. The reasoning behind this decision was clear: the border war between the two nations had reached a point where it could no longer continue. After all, this wasn't a major ninja war. In such circumstances, it was difficult for both sides to sustain the prolonged war while ensuring the smooth operation of their villages. Thus, the Land of Thunder took the lead in requesting a ceasefire, and Konoha, too, was weary of the endless conflict. It's worth noting that Konoha's northeastern defense line relied almost entirely on the protection of Uchiha Shintaro alone. With his formidable power, he shouldered the critical task of fending off enemy attacks virtually by himself. However, Konoha's higher-ups seemed unwilling to allow the Uchiha clan to contribute further. Perhaps out of fear of their power or due to other complex political considerations, the Uchiha clan's status in Konoha was becoming increasingly subtle. In contrast, the ordinary people of Konoha had one simple and pure wish for the war: to let the brave ninja at the borders return home as soon as possible. They longed for a peaceful and quiet life, free from the disruptions of war. For these civilians, peace was the most precious thing. On a sunny day, the Land of Thunder sent an elite peace negotiation team. They bore a heavy responsibility and embarked on a journey to Konoha with a mission of peace and cooperation. The team was large and imposing. Wearing uniform costumes, they left the mountainous terrain of the Land of Thunder and arrived at the forested Land of Fire, eventually reaching Konoha village. Upon entering Konoha, the peace negotiation team felt an unprecedented warmth. The villagers seemed drawn by an invisible force, rushing toward them one by one. However, this warm welcome was not out of respect for the peace negotiation team but for another reason: the closer the distance, the more accurately they could throw the rotten eggs in their hands at their opponents. Faced with such a large crowd, the Kumogakure ninja found themselves in a great dilemma. They tried their best to break free, but the villagers' encirclement grew tighter. In the chaos, verbal criticism and physical attacks intertwined, making the Kumogakure ninja miserable. Some of them tried to explain their position, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the sounds of rage. Others tried to fight back, but in return, they received more assaults. Finally, after several difficult attempts, the Kumogakure ninja managed to find a breakthrough and escape in shame. They glanced back and couldn't help but sigh: this peace negotiation journey might be more difficult than they had imagined. The Konoha villagers continued venting their dissatisfaction behind the scenes, as if trying to tell the Kumogakure ninja that they would never easily compromise. Next, the peace negotiation team arrived in front of the Hokage building, symbolizing Konoha's power and majesty. Here, they would begin important negotiations with Konoha's top leaders. The atmosphere in the negotiation room was tense and serious, with representatives from both sides engaging in heated discussions on various issues. They freely expressed their opinions on the current situation, proposing various plans and views on the peace talks, striving to find common ground to reach an agreement, and at the same time, working hard to gain more benefits for their village. Konoha and Kumogakure were locked in fierce debate over the peace negotiations. Both sides stared each other down, refusing to give in. However, after a long tug-of-war, they still failed to reach a satisfying conclusion or agreement acceptable to both parties. This meant that the peace talks between the two nations had reached an impasse, making it extremely difficult to achieve any substantive breakthroughs. The prolonged and futile back-and-forth exhausted the little patience left in Konoha's leadership. However, just when everyone was pessimistic about the negotiations, shocking news suddenly struck like lightning. The ninja from Kumogakure had the audacity to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, the jewel of the Hyuga clan, in broad daylight. The cause of this situation was likely Kumogakure's greed and ambition for the Byakugan, owned by Konoha's Hyuga clan. The Byakugan, with its far-reaching vision, played an undeniable role in the war. This certainly sparked great interest among the Kumogakure ninja, making them covet it. In fact, this wasn't the first time the Hyuga clan's Byakugan had been taken. To this day, there is still a Byakugan wandering outside, controlled by AO from Kirigakure, embedded in his eye socket. This, of course, had more serious implications for the already stalled peace negotiations. It didn't take long for the outcome of this issue to be revealed. The head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi, desperate to save his daughter, pursued the captor on his own and managed to kill the Kumogakure ninja who kidnapped Hinata. However, this move placed Konoha, initially in a favorable position, into a very passive situation. After all, Kumogakure hadn't killed anyone, but Hayashi directly killed a Kumogakure ninja in Konoha. This already involved a sensitive diplomatic issue between the two nations. The peace negotiations, already at a standstill, were on the verge of total collapse. If this result truly happened, it would be something unacceptable and intolerable to Konoha's senior officials. After all, they had invested countless time and energy into the peace negotiations before this. If the peace talks failed due to uncontrollable factors, all efforts would be in vain. This not only meant that all the hard work of the past would be wasted, but also that the beautiful vision placed on the success of the peace talks would become a utopia. As a result, everyone would fall into deep disappointment, and all previous experiences would seem like a pointless joke. What's more critical is that if both sides didn't begin peace talks, the Uchiha clan could continue to grow and expand their power through this war, something intolerable to Konoha's top leaders. After all, any factors that could threaten the village's existing power structure had to be eliminated at the outset. Otherwise, once the Uchiha clan grew stronger, the situation in Konoha could spiral out of control in the future, possibly leading to chaos and division throughout the village. Therefore, for Konoha's top leadership, peace negotiations with Kumogakure were not just an option, but an inevitable trend. Only through peace talks could they ensure that the Uchiha clan would not take the opportunity to rise, while also maintaining the village's stability and calm. So, no matter what happened, these top Konoha leaders had to find a way to prevent this from occurring even if it meant making compromises or concessions to achieve it. Chapter 22. Hayashi, you should know very well that Konoha is currently too fragile to withstand more war. In a dimly lit room, Hiruzen and several senior members of the Hyuga clan sat in a circle, kneeling. Hayashi looked down in silence. He seemed like he wanted to say something but ultimately chose to remain quiet. Hiruzen took a deep breath and continued, "You were too reckless in killing the Kumogakure envoy. Now, Kumogakure has issued a threat, demanding we hand over the killer." His voice was heavy and burdened, as if weighed down by a great stone. "If we can't give Kumogakure a satisfactory answer, this peace negotiation may end in failure, and if the peace agreement fails, the consequences will be unimaginable." With that, Hiruzen paused to give everyone time to digest his words. The room fell silent. Only the faint candlelight flickered, casting complex expressions on everyone's faces. "Hayashi, I hope you'll think it over carefully and provide a satisfactory answer to everyone." Hiruzen spoke earnestly, then slowly donned the hat symbolizing his role as Hokage, turned, and walked out of the room. As Hiruzen left, the room instantly grew noisy. The Hyuga clan elders discussed the situation, engaging in heated debates about the conditions Kumogakure had proposed. These elders were filled with rage, mocking Kumogakure's demands and cursing them without mercy. However, merely voicing names did nothing to solve the real issue. Amid the noise, everyone gradually realized they needed a practical solution to the current crisis. Hizashi remained silent, but he had already decided to sacrifice his life for his brother. In truth, the relationship between Hizashi and Hayashi was not as close as one might think. Not long ago, Hizashi nearly attacked the Hyuga clan's daughter over an incident involving his son, Niji. Fortunately, Hayashi intervened in time, using the caged bird seal to subdue him, averting a scandal. This incident left Hizashi deeply troubled. But when faced with the choice between life and death, Hayashi's hardened heart couldn't help but waver. His thoughts drifted back to their younger years, when they were foolish children, and his brother had cared for him so tenderly. Warm, beautiful memories surged in his mind like waves, dispelling the bitterness in his heart caused by the unjust treatment of the main family and the branch family. At that moment, he silently vowed that he would rather give his own life for his brother's safety. Everyone, leave. I want to be alone. After exchanging glances, the Hyuga clan elders and Hizashi slowly exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving Hayashi alone inside. At this moment, Hayashi felt both frustrated and confused. Every word Hiruzen had spoken was inseparable from the village. As if implying that the only way to calm the storm was by offering himself an apology. But he did not want to die. There were still many things he needed to do, and his daughter had not yet grown up. And the elder's conclusion to have a branch family member die in his place was even more unacceptable to him. After all, everyone was a member of the Hyuga clan. Why should someone else take the blame? Just when Hayashi felt powerless, a sudden idea flashed in his mind, perhaps he could seek help from that person. Though he wasn't sure if this method would work, it was surely better than sitting still and awaiting death, wasn't it? If the third Hokage didn't offer a good countermeasure when he next visited, Hayashi feared the outcome would be grim. With that thought, Hayashi hesitated no longer. He knew time was running out, and he had to act quickly. At this critical moment, a familiar figure appeared in his mind: Uchiha Shintaro. It was this strong and clever member of the Uchiha clan who had left a deep impression on Hayashi in the previous war. He believed that only by joining forces with Shintaro could he resolve the current crisis. By now, most of the border ninjas had retreated, and naturally, Shintaro was among them. After some twists and turns, Hayashi finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence in secret and managed to find Shintaro, who was resting at home. Upon meeting Shintaro, Hayashi couldn't wait to share everything he knew. Shintaro listened quietly, his face occasionally showing a serious expression. After hearing Hayashi's account, he sighed deeply and said, "I see." Through Hayashi's description, Shintaro could clearly sense the consistent behavior of Konoha's top leadership. The first clue could be seen in the peace talks with Iwagakure during the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha's top leaders wouldn't hesitate to harm the village's interests in the name of peace. But peace like this was certainly not something Konoha's villagers wanted. Shintaro lifted his head, looking straight at Hayashi, and said slowly, "It seems I know how to solve this problem." His voice was calm but carried a powerful sense of certainty. The Hyuga clan's research into acupuncture points is quite advanced. You must know how to induce a state of suspended animation, don't you? Shintaro's words took Hayashi by surprise. It was certainly unexpected, but after a moment, he nodded and replied, "Yes, by using the unique gentle fist on acupuncture points, it is indeed possible to achieve a state of suspended animation." Shintaro seemed to have anticipated this response, his face showing a look of understanding. He continued, "In that case, all you need to do is fake your death, and leave the rest to me. I'll make sure you get out of this safely." His tone was filled with confidence, as though he already had everything under control. Hearing Shintaro's plan, Hayashi pondered for a moment before deciding to trust him. He muttered to himself, entering a state of suspended animation, "Fine, I'll find Hizashi now and ask him to help me achieve this." Shintaro reminded him firmly, "Remember, the fewer people who know about this, the better, don't let it leak." Hayashi nodded solemnly, understanding the high stakes. He promised in a resolute tone, "Don't worry, I'll only tell Hizashi, no one else." With that, he turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing from sight. Not long after, Hizashi arrived at a room in the main family's house, where Hayashi was resting. When he opened the door, Hizashi looked up with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Normally, unless there was something important to discuss, Hayashi rarely visited him directly. As his brother approached, Hizashi silently speculated, "Could it be that Hayashi has come to ask me to die in his place this time?" Thinking this, his expression slowly darkened. "You're here," Hayashi's voice was somewhat cold and distant. But he didn't make the unreasonable demand Hizashi had expected. He walked over to Hizashi, looking deeply at his brother, and then said, "I've come to ask you to do something for me." Hizashi closed his eyes tightly, his face showing a sudden realization, and he said softly, "I understand, I'm willing to die for you, but remember, I, Hyuga Hizashi, am not dying as a branch family member but as your brother." "What? No. I would never let you suffer the pain of death on my behalf. This entire situation was caused by me, so I will never shirk the responsibility." Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed. "What? You didn't come here to ask me to be your substitute? Are you really planning to give up your life for the sake of the peace negotiations?" Hinata is still young. How can you be so cruel as to leave her behind? Does Niji not need you to protect him? Hayashi retorted. Killing yourself won't solve anything, the fault clearly lies with Kumogakuriso. Why should the Hyuga clan bear the consequences? What do you mean? Hizashi frowned, confusion spreading across his face. I've sought help from Uchiha Shintaro, he's going to help me fake my death so I can escape smoothly, Hayashi patiently explained in a calm tone. Could it be, you've chosen to side with the Uchiha? Hizashi's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. At this point, I have no other choice, Hayashi's gaze was firm. After I fake my death, I'll disappear for a while. During that time, I ask you to help look after the Hyuga clan. After hearing his brother's words, Hizashi fell silent, and the atmosphere grew solemn. After a long pause, he finally responded, since you've made your decision, I can't stop you, I just hope you don't drag the entire Hyuga clan into ruin. Don't worry, brother, I'm fully aware of the consequences. If this plan fails, I'll take full responsibility myself, and I won't let the Hyuga clan be affected at all. Hayashi showed the sense of responsibility and courage that a clan leader should have. Hizashi looked at his determined brother in front of him, gave a slight nod of approval, and then fell silent once more. So, at Hayashi's strong request, Hizashi decided to use the gentle fist on him. His hands constantly changed positions, using his unique chakra to strike Hayashi. Each blow landed accurately on the acupuncture points. Gradually, the acupuncture points throughout Hayashi's body were sealed. His breathing became very weak, his heartbeat nearly stopped, and his entire body seemed to enter a state of silence. This was his art. Playing dead. After finishing all this, Hizashi carried the lifeless Hayashi and walked toward the Hyuga clan's meeting room with heavy steps. At this moment, the elders of the Hyuga clan and Hiruzen had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw Hizashi walk in with Hayashi on his back and lay his body on the ground, everyone showed expressions of shock on their faces. However, before anyone could ask, Hizashi took the initiative to explain. Everyone, my elder brother asked me to convey his last will before his death. He hoped that I could take good care of the Hyuga clan and Miss Hinata for him. To avoid involving the clan members, he chose to sever his own meridians and end his life. After hearing Hizashi's words, everyone present fell silent. They were clearly shocked by the outcome, and it took a long time before they responded. Oh, Hayashi was very strong, Hiruzen could only sigh deeply. At this moment, the elders of the Hyuga clan also shook their heads and sighed, but they did not feel sorry for Hayashi. Rather, they felt sad about the Byakugan eyes that would be lost to a foreign land. These elders silently thought, if these precious Byakugan eyes fall into the hands of others, it will surely be a great loss to the Hyuga clan. At the same time, they also blamed Hizashi for failing to fulfill his responsibilities as a branch family member. But who could understand Hizashi's deep internal struggles? In this way, Hizashi and Hayashi successfully hid everything from everyone in Konoha village. Hayashi's body was placed in a very beautiful coffin and was to be delivered to the village of Kumogakure as compensation. Kumogakure, of course, was satisfied, and they couldn't wait to bring this gift back to their village. With the transfer of Hayashi's coffin, the peace talks between Konoha and Kumogakure suddenly accelerated. Both sides hoped that this transaction could be completed as soon as possible so that Hayashi's coffin could be returned to the village promptly. At this tense and sensitive moment, any disturbance could trigger a new round of conflict and contradictions between the two villages. There was no doubt that Konoha actually considered the head of the Hyuga clan an important condition for the peace talks. This was truly shameful and a great humiliation. As a result, massive protests erupted in the village. The people were filled with anger and expressed their fury and dissatisfaction with this unjust treatment. Faced with the fierce public reaction, the Konoha leaders took strong action and sent the Konoha police to suppress it. However, under Fugaku's secret instructions, the Uchiha clan was very passive about these protests. They simply stood by and turned a blind eye to the oppressed villagers. Only after ANBU personnel had no choice but to play the villain did the Uchiha clan step in slowly. In such a tense atmosphere, the Kumogakure delegation hurriedly left Konoha village, carrying Hayashi's coffin. But no one expected that along the way, they would encounter a mysterious figure, Uchiha Shintaro. Shintaro stood in front of the team, fists clenched, and the black shadow beneath his feet spread rapidly like a tide. Soon after, he cast the shadow technique, easily controlling the actions of all his enemies. Under his extraordinary control, the Kumogakure ninjas descended into chaos and began killing each other. Soon, all the Kumogakure ninjas were wiped out, and none survived. Fortunately, Hayashi was finally rescued. Shintaro used his Six Eyes ability to help Hayashi out of suspended animation. With Shintaro's help, Hayashi returned to Konoha and remained in hiding. On Kumogakure's side, Reikage was furious, but there was nothing he could do since there was no proof that Konoha was responsible. This scene of cannibalism resembled the Kagemain no Jutsu of the Nara clan, but the Nara clan didn't have a strong enough member to wipe out the Kumogakure ninjas in one move. Moreover, the peace talks were complete, and Kumogakure could only sigh. On Konoha's side, the leaders suspected something, while the common people cheered, believing this was Kumogakure's punishment. In short, Shintaro's handiwork went unnoticed. Only Shikaku had his doubts. Shintaro, could it be you? Never do something foolish. Chapter 223. Not long after the peace talks between the Fire Country and the Thunder Country concluded, the Iwagakure village followed suit and launched intense and significant peace negotiations with Konoha. The reason was clear. Iwagakure's senior leaders, led by Inoki, understood that it was unwise to fight Konoha, a strong force, alone. If he chose to fight Konoha by himself at this moment, he would only benefit Kumogakure, which was eagerly watching from the sidelines. With the smooth progression of the peace talks, Konoha finally welcomed the long-lost dawn of peace. People sighed in relief, thinking they could now live peacefully. However, at this time, subtle changes began to quietly emerge within Konoha village. On the surface, it seemed calm, but in truth, there was turmoil and hidden currents. The Konoha ninjas, who were supposed to unite against the outside world, were now divided due to various interests. For a time, the atmosphere in Konoha was tense, as if an invisible web was covering the entire village. At the Yuhi household, today had a special air. Father and daughter, Shinku and Kurenai of the Yuhi family, along with Shintaro, were reunited in a rare moment. Shinku smiled with hopeful eyes and eagerly asked, "I heard from Kurenai that you plan to get married?" This question made Kurenai blush. She lowered her head slightly, her heart filled with happiness and shyness. Shintaro nodded firmly and replied, "Yes, Uncle Shinku." He then took a deep breath, recalling the past, and said, "In fact, before I went to the front lines, I had already promised Kurenai that after the war, we would hold hands and get married." However, reality was rarely satisfying. He frowned slightly and continued, "But the current situation is unpredictable. I'm afraid our wedding may need to be postponed for a while. It might be delayed for some time, but please believe me, I will never let you or Kurenai down, Uncle Shinku. No matter what difficulties we face, I will work hard to overcome them and fulfill our shared wish." Shinku looked at him in silence, sensing the sincerity and determination in this young man's heart. He patted Shintaro on the shoulder, expressing his understanding and support. Kurenai lifted her head, her eyes filled with confidence in the future and deep affection for Shintaro. Shinku turned to her and said gently, "Kurenai, let me cook tonight, but it seems we don't have any ingredients at home, so you'll need to go out and buy some." Kurenai nodded slightly in agreement and then turned and walked out of the house toward the market. After watching her leave, Shinku turned his gaze back inside the room, focusing on Shintaro sitting across from him. His expression became serious. "I've noticed the recent disputes and conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village leaders. To be honest, I don't have a clear stance on this issue. To me, neither the Uchiha clan nor the leaders are more important than the children of Konoha village." At this point, Shinku paused, looking at Shintaro more intently, and continued. "So, I just hope you don't involve Kurenai in this storm. She is an innocent and kind-hearted girl. We should bear the pressure and danger brought about by this conflict." Hearing this, Shintaro replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, Uncle Shinku, no matter what changes or challenges we face in the future, I will do my best to protect Kurenai and never let her get hurt." Hearing Shintaro's earnest promise, the burden on Shinku's heart finally lifted, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. "Good, let's keep this between us. There's no need to tell Kurenai the full story. After all, the less she knows, the better. The ideal situation is for her to live peacefully and happily." Shintaro understood Shinku's kind intentions and immediately nodded to show his understanding. He knew the deeper meaning behind this decision, which was not only a protection for Kurenai but also a helpless compromise with the current situation. No matter what happened, as long as it ensured Kurenai's safety, everything was an acceptable price. The Uchiha clan settlement was tightly guarded and had a solemn atmosphere. In the spacious and serious room of the patriarch's house, Fugaku sat quietly at his desk, his eyes closed, as if he had entered a state of contemplation. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue in them. But at the same time, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. The smile contained endless relief and hope, as if he saw a bright future beckoning him. Fugaku whispered to himself, "The future has changed, the Uchiha clan should rejoice." These words echoed in his heart like thunder, stirring waves. At this moment, Fugaku's heart felt like a turbulent wave, filled with intertwining emotions. He was filled with excitement and hope for the future of the Uchiha clan. This once noble clan had gone through countless ups and downs, but now it seemed to be on the cusp of a new turning point. Thinking of this, Fugaku's mood became even more intense. He knew that he bore a heavy responsibility to lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. The changes happening before him convinced him that this goal would eventually be achieved. In the days to come, Fugaku would do his utmost to meet the expectations of his clan and strive to revive the Uchiha clan. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. His expression became stern, and he quickly erased the relaxed and cheerful smile from his face. "Father." As the voice sounded, a figure entered the room. The person who came was none other than his eldest son, Itachi. Itachi was very different from before. Not only had he grown much taller, but he also exuded a mature and steady temperament. Fugaku had always been very proud of his exceptional son, but there was one thing that made him uncertain. Deep down in Itachi's heart, did he truly place the clan in an important position? "Itachi, you're here, come and sit," Fugaku waved to his son with a smile and asked with concern. "Why did you suddenly think of visiting me today? Is there something troubling you or something that happened?" He knew very well that communication between him and his son had always been closed, so when he saw Itachi rarely come to visit, he suspected there was another reason. "Hokage-sama asked me to join the ANBU." Itachi's tone was calm, but this short sentence was like a boulder thrown into a lake, causing 1,000 ripples, and Fugaku was too shocked to speak. "What?" Fugaku's eyes widened, staring at Itachi in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. He was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses and asking in a slightly trembling voice, "What did you say, is that true?" Itachi nodded silently, the braid behind him swaying slightly with the movement. His eyes were firm and deep, as if ready to face anything. Fugaku's shock was not without reason. As a special force directly under the Hokage, ANBU members were required to possess the highest strength and absolute loyalty. Joining ANBU not only meant earning the Hokage's recognition and trust but also shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the village and carrying out secret missions. Previously, even the very strong Shintaro and the exceptionally talented Shursui had never joined ANBU. Now, young Itachi had been selected. How could Fugaku not be shocked? However, though he was proud of Itachi, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt in his heart. This was a sensitive time. All parties were ready to take action, and the situation was becoming complicated. Now, with Itachi joining ANBU, would he be drawn into an even deeper vortex? What challenges and trials would he face? All kinds of thoughts swirled in his mind, and Fugaku asked again, "Why did the Hokage suddenly ask you to join ANBU?" What was unexpected was that Itachi had no intention of hiding it and said in a surprised tone, "Hokage-sama believes that the Uchiha clan has now become a great hidden danger for Konoha village, so he ordered me to join ANBU and take on the task of monitoring the Uchiha clan." What does this mean? Does it imply that we, father and son, are destined to kill each other? Then, he turned his gaze to Itachi and asked, "Itachi, what do you think about this?" Itachi calmly replied, "I only want to protect the peace and tranquility of Konoha village, and at the same time, I want to protect Sasuke. A ninja is someone who supports peace from the shadows. They are destined to endure obscurity and darkness. Joining ANBU is not just the Hokage's will, but also my personal choice. I don't want Sasuke to grow up in a turbulent world." The bond between Itachi and Sasuke was as deep as brotherhood. How could Fugaku, as a father, not understand it? Fugaku closed his eyes tightly and let out a deep breath. Though Itachi wasn't fully committed to the clan, fortunately, he hadn't completely sided with the Konoha leaders either. "I understand, Itachi, you have been very independent since you were a child, just follow what you want and do what you believe is right, Fugaku said in a heavy and sincere tone. Upon hearing his father's words, Itachi could only feel a hint of emotion in his eyes. I understand. He actually came up with the idea of using Uchiha to monitor Uchiha. Sarutobi, that old fox, is very clever. Danzo had long been secluded in the root organization's base, buried deep underground like a labyrinth. Now, he was finally free. As Danzo flipped through the information sent by the root organization's informants, he could only sigh at Hiruzen's foresight. He stood up slowly, stretching his body, which had grown somewhat stiff from sitting still for so long, and then walked out from the gloomy underground root network. As soon as he stepped into the sunlight from the outside world, Danzo instinctively frowned, muttering to himself, "Sunlight, I haven't seen something like this in a long time." The sun bathed his body, bringing back a long-lost warmth, but at the same time making Danzo feel a bit uncomfortable. He squinted slightly, surveying everything around him, as if he was rediscovering the world. He walked toward the Hokage building with long strides. Without hesitation, he extended his hand to open the door and marched straight into the Hokage's office. At that moment, Hiruzen was focused on handling a mountain of official duties. Suddenly, someone entered without warning, and he couldn't help but lift his head to see who it was, casting a cold gaze toward the door. "Danzo, I remember your punishment hasn't ended, right? At least until I give notice, you have no right to step in without permission." Faced with Hiruzen's questioning, Danzo merely sneered coldly, with sarcasm clearly evident in his words. "Huh, why are you so hypocritical? You deliberately suppressed me just because you wanted to establish authority in front of Uchiha Shisui. Now that the goal has been achieved, why keep up the pretense?" Hearing this, Hiruzen didn't take it too seriously. He knew it was pointless to argue with Danzo. "Then why are you here today?" "I still have many important official matters to attend to here, and I really don't have time to chat with you." However, Danzo seemed to have already understood what Hiruzen was thinking. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Huh, stop pretending, didn't you allow Uchiha Itachi to join ANBU because you're planning to take action against the Uchiha clan? Are you ready to act? In my opinion, you should have taken action a long time ago." After saying that, there was another sneer. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen slowly said, "I only sent Itachi to quietly observe whether the Uchiha clan displayed any abnormal behavior. I have not ordered any action against them." "Yes, you're absolutely right. You're such a highly respected Hokage, how could you attack a clan in the village so easily?" Danzo replied nonchalantly, with an impatient look on his face, but then he changed the topic, "But, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Uchiha Itachi to handle this task on his own." "Oh. In your opinion, what should we do?" A trace of cunning appeared in Danzo's eyes, and he confidently replied. "I believe we still need to use the power of Uchiha Shisui. Although he has killed many elite members of the root, it is undeniable that he holds deep feelings in his heart. He has always prioritized the interests of the Hidden Leaf village." After saying that, Danzo smiled proudly. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again and silently took a puff. As the smoke filled his eyes, his gaze became deep and complex, as if he were pondering Danzo's suggestion. Chapter 224. The Uchiha clan residence is peaceful and serene, with the training grounds even quieter. By the lake, Fugaku is concentrating on teaching his second son, Sasuke, how to use the Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke's eyes widen as he closely watches his father's demonstration, trying to mimic every small hand seal. However, despite his best efforts, the fire he produces can never compare to his father's. It's true, Sasuke is still not as good as Itachi. Fugaku frowned slightly, showing a hint of disappointment. Remembering how Itachi could easily perform the Gokakyu no Jutsu just by watching it, while Sasuke is clearly far behind. The talent gap makes Fugaku worried about his second son. Sasuke's heart aches upon hearing his father's words. He grits his teeth and practices even harder, forming hand seals quickly, hoping to push his limits. Fugaku looks at the stubborn Sasuke and sighs quietly. He knows that Sasuke has a strong competitive spirit deep inside, but as a father, he doesn't want to put too much pressure on his son. So, he decides to let him go for a while and allows Sasuke to continue training alone at the training grounds. After leaving the training grounds, Fugaku walks along the road, contemplating the future of the clan and the village. At that moment, a figure appears before him like a ghost. It is Shisui, who has joined the Konoha police force. Captain, Shisui salutes Fugaku respectfully. Fugaku nods and gestures for Shisui to speak. Shisui takes a deep breath and says, I have some thoughts to share with you about the future and peace of the Uchiha clan and the village. Fugaku stops and listens carefully to Shisui's words. He knows that this young man is wise and brave, often providing original insights. My pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes contain a powerful pupil technique. It has an extraordinary ability to control the minds of others, but I will never use this unique skill on people from the same village unless it becomes a matter of life and death. So, after careful consideration, I want to use it as a bargaining tool to intimidate all the village elders. This way, anyone who dares to plan evil and try to harm the village, I can firmly use the power of Kotoeme Tsukumi to achieve a peaceful solution and realize harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha clan and the elders. I also consulted Shintaro about this issue. He supports me and encourages me to try boldly without too much worry, so I finally want to ask for the captain's opinion. If the captain also deems it worthy, then I will implement it. Fugaku sits in silence for a long time, his eyes constantly changing, as if he is going through a fierce struggle and contemplation in his heart. Finally, he takes a deep breath and slowly says, since Shintaro agrees, I will not say more. Hearing this, Shisui bows slightly and salutes, expressing respect and gratitude. Then, he turns and leaves quietly, leaving behind a figure full of loneliness and determination. Fugaku looks at Shisui, and involuntarily, he feels a wave of emotions in his heart. He knows that whether it's Shisui or Itachi, they always have love and loyalty to the Uchiha clan deep in their hearts. Despite facing many difficulties and challenges, they choose to fight for the Uchiha clan and the entire village without hesitation. There is still hope for the Uchiha clan, Fugaku murmurs softly. This statement is not just his hope for the future of the clan, but also his true feelings from the depths of his heart. At this moment, his eyes shine with determination, as if he sees a beautiful view of the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. But it should be emphasized that Fugaku's words do not depend on the judgments made by the Dojitsu Daikokuten. It is more of a conclusion based on his understanding of the Uchiha clan over the years and his deep emotional experiences. This heartfelt sigh not only contains satisfaction with the growth of the younger generation but also reveals his confidence in the future development of the Uchiha clan. Four core figures of Konoha village are sitting in the conference room, namely Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu Tenden, and Hamura. These four individuals were all born before the village was founded in Konoha, gradually emerging during the reigns of the first and second Hokage, and eventually gaining control of the village's true power. The bright sun shines through the windows, but it does not reach the four individuals, casting their faces in dark shadows. In front of them, a young ninja with slightly curly short hair kneels with one leg and speaks respectfully, Hokage-sama, elders, the Mangekyo Sharingan I possess has a unique eye technique that can control the desires of others. His voice is firm and strong, as if containing endless determination. With this ability, anyone who tries to threaten Konoha village, I will stand up and stop them, he continues, with determination shining in his eyes. Rest assured that with this pupil technique, the Uchiha clan will never harm the village. If anyone else tries to harm the village's interests, I will take action without hesitation to change their minds. After hearing this, the four senior figures in Konoha village have different expressions. Koharu and Hamura look at each other in surprise. Clearly, they did not expect someone to have such a powerful and frightening Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Hiruzen stands on the table with crossed arms, covering half of his face. He furrows his brow, as if pondering an important matter. Unlike the others, Danzo has a grim expression on his face at the moment, with a bright light shining in his eyes. Oh. Listen to what you're saying, are you planning to use what is called the Mangekyo Sharingan against me? Facing Danzo's question, Shisui shows no intention of backing down. He stands tall and answers without fear, if Elder Danzo does something harmful to the village's interests in the future, I will never hesitate to use my Mangekyo. Alright, Hiruzen says solemnly, his voice low and strong, as if carrying years of accumulation and wisdom. Although Shisui's steps may be a bit reckless, in the end, it will benefit Konoha. Upon hearing those words, a weight is lifted off Shisui's heart. He looks at Hiruzen with gratitude and then breathes a sigh of relief. Then, he turns and leaves the conference room, his steps feeling somewhat heavy, as if burdened with unspeakable pressure. As a result, the peace of the entire village depends solely on Shisui. However, at this moment, Danzo silently holds a deadly gaze in his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifts slightly, showing a barely visible sneer. It is clear that he is secretly plotting a conspiracy, trying to use this incident to achieve his own hidden goals. His eyes are full of greed and desire for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The sun sets in the west, and its remaining light falls on the dense forest in Konoha village. In this secluded place, Shisui and Itachi stand together, speaking in low voices. Itachi wears the typical gray ANBU vest, carrying a sharp ninja sword on his back, and long strands of hair hanging behind him. His handsome face shows maturity beyond his years, and deep tear stains on his cheeks make him look very changeable in life. Brother Shisui, the conflict between the village and the clan has been escalating recently. Even though I am in the ANBU, I feel powerless. Itachi's voice is filled with concern, and his eyes are full of worry about the current situation. Although Itachi usually behaves calmly, in front of Shisui, he is like a naive younger brother, showing his true emotions without reservation. Shisui smiles faintly and reassures him firmly, "Don't worry, Itachi, as long as I'm here, we will find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, Itachi feels a little relieved, as if he has found support. However, as they continue to communicate, suddenly footsteps are heard in the distance. It turns out Sasuke, who has just finished his training, is flying towards them. "Enai-san. Let's play together." Facing Sasuke's warm invitation, Itachi looks helplessly at Shisui. The two of them gaze at each other and smile, clearly powerless against the lively and cute younger brother. In the end, Itachi is pulled by Sasuke, leaving Shisui standing alone, watching their retreating backs with a faint smile on his lips. Perhaps for Itachi, the time spent with his siblings is also a rare relaxation. Seeing the warm scene between the two of them, Shisui crosses his arms and his eyes are full of tenderness. "I'm so glad to have a family." Thinking about this, Shisui touches his eyes and says, "All of this cannot crumble because of the clan and the village. No matter what means are used." At this moment, he suddenly turns around, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, as if he can understand everything. He seems to realize an unusual aura surrounding him. "Get out!" Shisui shouts coldly. As the words leave his mouth, a member of the root organization wearing black clothes and a mask on his face slowly emerges from the darkness. After standing silently, he bows slightly and says, "Danzo-sama invites you to meet with him, please follow me." Shisui frowns slightly, silently wondering why Danzo is calling him at this moment. But he is not too hesitant and follows the root organization ninja out. Silent along the way, they soon arrive at an ancient temple on the outskirts of the village. The temple is ancient, and there is a solemn atmosphere around it. "Danzo-sama, what do you want from me?" Shisui looks at the temple in front of him and asks, his tone calm, showing unwavering confidence that need not be questioned. Danzo stands in front of the temple door without turning back, facing Shisui. Hearing the question, he bursts into laughter. "Shisui, you use the Mangekyo Eye skills to protect the peace and tranquility of the village. You are truly a rare young talent." Upon hearing Danzo's praise, Shisui only replies, "Thank you for your praise, Danzo-sama, but if there is nothing important, I still have to return to the village immediately to carry out my mission." As he speaks, Shisui's eyes are always alert, as he knows that Danzo has deep cunning thoughts and would never call him without reason, and the flattery in the other party's words at the moment makes him even more suspicious. Danzo slowly turns around, staring at Shisui with cold eyes, and says, "However, by doing this, you are only wasting the gifts given by God." There is a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his voice, as if he is very disappointed with Shisui's choices. Having such shocking power, but only satisfied with maintaining a small balance in Konoha village, truly foolish. Danzo becomes more impassioned as he speaks, with a fanatical light shining in his eyes. "If I can control this power, then Konoha village will surely become the ruler of the ninja world and unite all the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Shisui shows displeasure, furrowing his brow and replying, "I'm sorry, I don't have such ambitions." After saying that, he closes his eyes tightly, takes a deep breath, then suddenly opens them. His eyes instantly turn a deep red, and the three Magatama Sharingan suddenly appear. The intent to kill Danzo suddenly arises, and he rushes forward, extending his left hand to immediately explore Danzo's eyes. Shisui raises his finger slightly and casts an illusion. A strong mental force surges towards Danzo like a tidal wave. Danzo is heavily affected, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he loses the ability to move in an instant. This is just a simple illusion, you will recover after a while, Shisui says lightly, turning around and preparing to leave, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. However, at this moment, Danzo, who is standing silently behind Shisui, suddenly disappears. His figure becomes blurry, as if merging with the surrounding air. In the next moment, he appears in front of Shisui like a ghost. Shisui is taken aback and suddenly looks up, but it's too late. Before he can react, Danzo launches his attack with lightning speed. A sharp elbow strikes Shisui's abdomen hard, and then several punches rain down on his face, making him dizzy, and Shisui's right eye is immediately taken. Shisui suffers severe injuries, losing his balance, staggering back a few steps, and falling hard to the ground. He bears the intense pain and struggles to stand, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He quickly rolls over, kneels, and struggles weakly to stand again. At the same time, a group of root organization members wearing black robes emerge from behind Danzo. They all have cold eyes, weapons in hand, and are ready. Facing such a powerful enemy, Shisui knows that he cannot sit idly by and wait for death. He takes a deep breath, quickly forms hand seals, and a large fireball bursts out of his mouth, forming a powerful fireball that speeds towards Danzo. Seeing the fireball getting closer, the Umbun next to Danzo realize something is wrong, and they all use water element ninjutsu to try to contain the attack. For a moment, water splashes everywhere, mist fills the air, and the whole scene becomes chaotic. As the smoke fills the air, Shisui turns and leaves the scene without hesitation. He is very fast and disappears from everyone's sight in an instant. Chapter 225. Shisui tried his best to finally break free from the siege, but the root organization ninjas pursuing him were still close behind. He covered the empty eye socket with his hand, filled with regret in his heart. It was because he underestimated the enemy that he allowed Danzo to take one of his precious eyes, the eye that maintained peace. Shisui dared not delay at all, and quickly came to an open area and stopped. The reality in front of him was truly cruel. If he couldn't get rid of these pursuers, it would be almost impossible to escape without injury. As a result, Shisui suddenly turned around, and at the same time, the pursuers, like hungry wolves, also leaped out of the dense forest, staring at this powerful opponent with eager eyes. At this critical moment, he gathered all the chakra in his body without hesitation and tried his best to successfully activate the second form of Susanoo. A towering old green giant several meters tall appeared from the thin air. It stood firmly on the ground, with orange-red magatama shining on its chest, emitting a terrifying aura and unmatched pressure. Ah! With an angry roar, the large Susanoo chest protector suddenly opened. Immediately after that, dazzling green chakra arrows were shot from the Susanoo's chest like a heavy rain. These arrows shot out with unparalleled momentum and astonishing speed, heading into the distance. In an instant, the explosion of screams sounded one by one. The unfortunate enemies didn't even have time to react before they were mercilessly pierced by the green arrows in their chests. In a flash, the root organization ninjas, who were initially aggressive and numerous, had lost all their victims and fell to the ground in a messy state, no longer making a sound. After the chase and fierce battle, Shisui finally managed to get rid of the pursuing enemies. He quickly disappeared from the scene like a gust of wind, as if he had never appeared before. The night arrived calmly, and darkness enveloped the earth. Shisui dragged his tired body and hurried back to the Uchiha Clan headquarters. He tightly covered his wounded eyes with one hand, carefully avoiding everyone's attention, and struggled to find Itachi. Itachi's sharp eyes caught Shisui returning from a distance, and he felt anxiety in his heart. He gently comforted Sasuke beside him, and then left the place without hesitation to follow Shisui's footsteps. They finally reached the edge of a steep cliff by the riverside. Shisui stood there calmly, with his back facing the cliff, unmoving. The wind blew his slightly curly hair, making him look very sorrowful. As Itachi approached, he saw the wounds in Shisui's eyes and felt surprised. Eyes that were once clear and bright now only had bloody holes. "Shisui, what have you?" Itachi asked with a shocked expression. Shisui appeared to continuously close his eyes, which were bleeding, and answered calmly, "I originally hoped to use my other Koto Amatsukami to protect the peace between my clan and the village. But Danzo suspected me and insisted on using what he called his method to protect the village's security. I'm afraid he even wants to take my left eye. As soon as he finished speaking, Shisui suddenly reached out his palm and gouged out his left eye without hesitation. Shisui, Itachi's heartbroken whisper of his friend's name. Facing everything happening before him, he felt helpless and could only watch Shisui mutilate his own body. Now, I can only entrust my left eye to you to protect the village and the Uchiha clan. Shisui endured severe pain and raised his trembling, bloody left eye. Itachi furrowed his brow, his heart aching like a knife, but he finally pushed the crow forward silently and carefully closed Shisui's eye. I accept it, so what is your plan from now on? When Itachi opened his eyes again, he had unwittingly activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan. At this moment, his heart was filled with deep sadness and endless pain. Danzo attacked me, and this incident is likely to trigger a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, Shisui murmured to himself, knowing that this chaos would bring consequences to the village. Perhaps only if I die, the current tense situation can be alleviated. Thinking about this, Shisui couldn't contain his sadness, but at the same time, he strengthened his resolve. I had prepared a suicide note earlier, I hope it will have an effect. Suddenly, Itachi seemed to realize something and rushed forward, shouting urgently, "Wait, Shisui." But it was already too late. He saw Shisui tightly closing his eyes, with a faint smile on his face, and slowly stepping back. Then, he fell back without fear and leaped from the cliff decisively. If you still consider me a friend, don't stop me. As his body slowly fell, Shisui's voice was carried away by the wind. Shisui. Itachi reached out his hand, trying to catch the figure retreating, but unfortunately in vain. Seeing his friend disappear before his eyes, he felt his heart wrench, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. He tightly closed his eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks, mixed with blood. When he opened his eyes again, a strong and mysterious power emerged from his body. The triangular pinwheel, as black as ink, like a demon's mark, was engraved in the weasel's red eyes, emitting a light that made the heart beat faster. Mangekyo Sharingan. However, something extraordinary happened at the bottom of the cliff. Shisui, who should have fallen rapidly like a meteor, suddenly became very light, as if he had lost the Earth's gravity and was floating in the air. This sudden change caught him off guard. Shisui, who had lost his eyes, was now even more confused, truly bewildered by his situation. Just as he was confused, a very familiar voice sounded in his ears, "Don't be too impulsive, Shisui, your death won't resolve the conflict between the clan and the village." Shintaro, hearing this voice, Shisui immediately recognized that it was Shintaro speaking. Shintaro's pale blue eyes had opened, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. He used Kunitokotachi, which could easily remove the gravity of objects around him. With the help of this power, Shintaro managed to save Shisui from a desperate situation and flew him up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Itachi. They landed firmly on the ground, and after standing silently, Shintaro slowly closed the power of Kunitokotachi. "Brother Shintaro? How did you?" Shintaro sighed softly and said sincerely, "Both of you are very intelligent people, but because of that, sometimes it's easier to get lost. I had a premonition, I realized the anomaly when Shisui came to find you, so I came quietly and saved Shisui." Shisui slowly bowed his head and remained silent, as if the whole world had frozen. After a few moments, he lifted his head, with endless sadness and helplessness in his eyes, and said softly, "Shintaro, I have failed." His voice was low and trembling, as if each word was a cry of pain coming from his heart. Then, as if remembering something, he continued to mutter to himself, "I once naively believed that Kotoama Tsukumi could be a weapon to maintain peace within my clan and the village, and could avoid conflicts and disputes. But the reality is very cruel, Danzo didn't trust me at all. Not long ago, he launched a sneak attack when I was unprepared, causing me to lose an eye." At this point, Shisui clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the palms of his hands, and blood flowing to his fingers, but he seemed unaware of the pain. If this issue is known by the clan members, the consequences would be unimaginable. The already tense relationship between the clan and the village will surely worsen, and it might even trigger a devastating war. But now I truly don't know what to do. Itachi, beside him, also turned his gaze to Shintaro, his eyes full of confusion. He felt powerless in the increasingly acute conflict between the clan and the village. At this moment, Shintaro suddenly broke the silence and said firmly. Patience and concessions alone will never resolve the conflict. If you want to solve the problem, there is only one way to do it, which is to intensify the conflict and resolve it. Shintaro's words were like thunder piercing the sky, surprising Shisui and Itachi. They never expected such a solution. This view completely deviated from the education and ideas they had received so far. For a moment, both of them thought hard, trying to digest the deep meaning of Shintaro's words. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is like a raging torrent. If we blindly block it, it will eventually cause the dam to break, leading to a terrible disaster. Therefore, we must find a way to release this contradiction and let it explode completely. Only in this way can we solve the problem fundamentally. However, this does not mean that we can sit back and ignore this contradiction and let it pass. On the contrary, we need to take active and effective steps to address it. More specifically, we can control the direction of its impact like directing a flood. There is no conflict that cannot be reconciled between the Uchiha clan and the ordinary villagers in the village. What we seek is nothing more than gaining the respect we deserve, rather than becoming enemies of the general public. So, what is the core issue? The answer is clear: it lies with the senior leaders of Konoha village. Currently, suspicion and conflict between the senior officials of Konoha and the Uchiha clan have escalated to the point where it is difficult to reconcile. In this situation, the only way to change the current state of the village is to launch a coup and overthrow those who are foolish and incompetent. Only in this way can we fight for equality for the Uchiha clan and return the entire village to a healthy development path. Shintaro's words were enticing and confusing, causing Shisui and Itachi, who were initially firm, to experience great turmoil. However, Shisui still worried and fretted. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Is this coup really unavoidable?" Then, he raised his head and looked at Shintaro, with a gaze in his eyes continuing. "However, if we launch a coup, it will surely lead to chaos or even civil war within the village. If other countries take the opportunity to attack, then the future of Konoha village will be plunged into darkness." Facing Shisui's concerns, Shintaro showed disgust, with a slight lift of his mouth, showing a mocking smile. He sneered and said, "They will never dare to act recklessly. Sunagakure and Kirigakure villages have long been reduced to third-rate ninja villages, and their strength is not as good as before, while Kumogakure and Iwagakure villages are just outsiders. Even if there is a war in our village, they will never have the courage to do anything. Furthermore, it can be said to be a fantasy to resolve these disputes and contradictions completely without bloodshed. The path ahead of us is actually very simple and clear: the Uchiha clan will pay dearly. Or the high-ranking individuals in the village will pay the price. What we can do now is to do our best to reduce the number of casualties on both sides and avoid a tragic situation with rivers of blood and bodies scattered everywhere. Of course, we will definitely not kill all the other ninjas in Konoha village except the top management. However, there are both good and bad among the senior officials. And not everyone is so evil that they must die. For example, Danzo is the most stubborn among the senior officials, and he is also the instigator. Due to this coup, Danzo is the main target of the attack, so he must be swiftly dealt with due to emotions and reasons, but others are a different matter. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a highly respected Hokage who has been in power for a long time and is highly respected by everyone. Although our goal is to overthrow the corrupt rule of the current high-ranking officials, we must respect this Hokage. Lastly, there are those two advisors. Dealing with them does not need to be as harsh and strict as the treatment towards Danzo. But it should not be as lenient and good as the treatment towards the third Hokage. Forcing them to obediently relinquish their power, and from now on, it is sufficient for them to disappear from the decision-making level in the village. Chapter 226. After the night when Shisui jumped from the cliff, everything seemed calm again, but Shisui disappeared without a trace in the village. Although Shintaro performed the reverse cursed technique and successfully healed one of Shisui's eyes, the other eye still fell into Danzo's hands. If Shisui was allowed to return openly to the clan, the fact that he lost his eye would not be hidden. The members of the Uchiha clan have very strong personalities. If they find out about this, they may immediately start a coup. However, this is not the best time to launch a coup, so Shisui chose to live quietly in the temple, and the clan claimed that he was missing. The reason he couldn't act recklessly now is because Shintaro was very aware that a successful coup could not be easily achieved by relying solely on personal strength. Therefore, he and Fugaku took action in the village, continuously publicizing the unfair treatment of the Uchiha clan by the Konoha elders. They cleverly depicted the Uchiha clan as a vulnerable group that had been oppressed, arousing sympathy from the villagers, while creating a momentum for the Uchiha clan. Shintaro also realized that the coup could not rely solely on his strength, but needed the entire Uchiha clan to become stronger. However, now the coup is approaching, the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha is becoming clearer. With Danzo behind it. Therefore, if they want to increase combat power in a short time, they can only start from the easiest place to improve. In Shintaro's view, whatever happens, he must find a way for some stronger individuals with Mangekyo Sharingan to emerge in the Uchiha clan before the coup happens. The reason why such an idea emerged was actually because he was inspired by the Mangekyo Sharingan ability Tsukuyomi owned by Uchiha Itachi. Tsukuyomi is a powerful illusion performed by Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, which can draw the enemy's soul into an illusionary space controlled by its user. In that illusionary world, all factors, such as time, location, quality, etc., are under the control of the user. Once trapped in it, the enemy will experience unimaginable physical and mental torture, and what's even more terrifying is that the pain they feel in the illusionary world is exactly the same as in real life. Just staring into Itachi's eyes would immediately trap the enemy. As for how to unlock the Sharingan, after long observation and deep research, Shintaro has understood its mystery. To unlock the Sharingan, there must be a very strong emotional fluctuation as a trigger, and such emotions are usually mostly negative. In the past, people always believed that only by witnessing the death of a loved one could they unlock the Sharingan. Although biased, the fact proves that the statement is not unreasonable. In fact, it is not the death of a loved one that helps awaken the Mangekyo. But the strong emotions triggered after witnessing the death of a loved one will stimulate a special structure in the brains of the Uchiha clan members, causing them to produce something special, the power of the pupil. And Shintaro's eyes were focused on two clan members with great potential. If they could get help from Tsukuyomi, they might succeed in activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. The first one that caught his attention was Hamasu, which was actually expected. After all, he and Tetsuo, his younger brother, were born of the same parents. Since Tetsuo already had the Mangekyo Sharingan, Hamasu's talent would certainly not be inferior to his. But the slightly surprising candidate turned out to be a little girlfriend from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi. The beautiful girl with long dark brown hair and a charming mole at the corner of her eye showed extraordinary talent. Although the same age as Itachi, she had already unlocked the 3 Magatama Sharingan. In comparison, other clan members seemed less suitable. Or those who were still young and couldn't even unlock their Sharingan, like Uchiha Sasuke, for example. Whether they had limited talent, just like the senior jonin in the clan, such as Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari. Their 3 Magatama Sharingan had already reached the highest limit achievable by their talent. So Shintaro brought Hamasu and Izumi to the patriarch's house. Fugaku and Itachi stood in the courtyard, looking very pressured. Hamasu bowed respectfully to Fugaku, with a very humble and polite attitude, patriarch. Izumi, on the other hand, watched the scene. Although she was a bit confused, she followed suit and bowed slightly. After giving a less-than-standard salute, she asked with a puzzled look. Patriarch, you called me here, do you have something you want to say to me? Fugaku slightly raised the corner of his mouth, showing a faint smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and answered calmly, it's related to Itachi. Upon hearing the name, Itachi, Izumi's face slightly reddened, and she secretly speculated in her heart that the patriarch came to her because of issues between her and Itachi. Thinking about this, a slight sense of embarrassment unconsciously appeared on her face. However, Hamasu was confused. He scratched his head and didn't know how he and Itachi could be related. With doubt, he and Izumi shifted their attention to Itachi. At that moment, Itachi suddenly looked towards the two of them, his eyes opened wide, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. The triangular windmill in the Mangekyo began to spin rapidly, and the power of the pupil burst out like a tidal wave. Driven by this power, Tsukuyomi was activated. Hamasu and Izumi felt their vision blur, and their bodies seemed to be enveloped by an unseen great pressure. Their legs softened, and both of them half knelt on the ground unconsciously, unable to stand. Both of them were completely immersed in the illusionary world created by Tsukuyomi, witnessing their deepest fears played out one by one. In Hamasu's spiritual world, he found himself still on the battlefield in the northeast part of the Fire Country, fighting fiercely against the invaders from the village of Kumogakure. Under the influence of the illusion, Hamasu slowly forgot some of his original memories and was very convinced that he was indeed on the battlefield. Currently, he rushed to Tetsuo's location anxiously, preparing for reinforcements. However, upon arriving at the place where Tetsuo was stationed, the sight in front of him broke his heart. Tetsuo was stabbed with a long knife by a jonin from the village of Kumogakure. Blood flowed from the corner of Tetsuo's mouth. They looked at each other and then lost their breath. Hamasu's eyes widened, his face full of surprise and disbelief. He could not accept this cruel reality, and his heart was filled with sadness and anger. At that moment, he felt like his whole world was collapsing. He and Tetsuo were siblings, they grew up together and fought side by side for years after they grew up. Now, witnessing his older brother's tragic death at the hands of the enemy, he felt his heart torn with pain. In immense grief and anger, Hamasu howled and rushed towards the jonin from the village of Kumogakure who killed Tetsuo. His eyes burned with anger, and he wanted to tear the person apart. In such a tragic situation, the Mangekyo Sharingan was finally activated. The black five-leaf clover pattern emitting dark light appeared in the eyes that were initially blood-red. With the help of the very powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, Hamasu finally broke through many illusions in front of him and returned to the cruel real world. However, the surprising thing was that the very long experience in this illusionary world actually lasted only a moment. This is the horror of Tsukuyomi. Even if the target spends 3 full days and nights in the world created by the illusion, in reality, it is only a split second. At the same time, Izumi also activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. In the fantasy-filled illusionary world, the scene witnessed by Izumi was even more terrifying than what Hamasu saw. She appeared in a strange night enveloped in red moonlight, surrounded by a strong smell of blood. Suddenly, a figure wearing an ANBU costume and carrying a ninja sword burst into the Uchiha Clan residence. Itachi swung the sword in his hand expressionlessly, taking fresh lives every time he swung the sword. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if what he saw in front of him was not his kind, but something like wood and wild grass. He had become a killing machine without emotions. As time passed, more bodies lay on the ground, the air filled with a strong smell of blood, and Itachi's face was smeared with warm blood from fellow villagers, including his own parents. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Itachi like a madman and grabbed his shoulder tightly. It was Izumi, the girl who admired Itachi. Itachi! Why is this happening? How could you do this to your relatives? Itachi's eyes remained cold, and he answered calmly, the Uchiha clan is attempting a coup, endangering the peace and stability of Konoha village. I was ordered by Danzo-sama to come and eliminate the rebels. He then released her hand. Izumi felt like she was struck by lightning and stood frozen in place, unconsciously taking a few steps back. But soon, she gritted her teeth and vowed to avenge the fallen members of the clan. She suddenly drew a kunai from her waist and rushed towards Itachi without hesitation. However, facing her previous object of admiration, Izumi's heart was filled with contradictions and pain. Tears blurred her vision, but she still ran forward with determination. Just as they were about to engage in a one-on-one battle, Izumi's eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. Immediately after that, a mysterious plum blossom pattern quietly appeared in the corner of her eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, immense power continued to emanate from Izumi's body. This power was so strong that even the emptiness around her seemed unable to withstand its pressure and distortion. As the illusionary world of Tsukuyomi slowly crumbled, Izumi finally returned to the real world. She knelt on the ground, her heart still restless from the recent human tragedy, and it was difficult to calm down. At this moment, Itachi also looked quite tired, especially since he had to use genjutsu on 2 experts who originally had 3 Magatama Sharingan. Fugaku's sharp eyes immediately realized that both of them had successfully activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his heart was filled with joy. At that moment, Izumi suddenly raised her head, rushed towards Itachi like a gust of wind, and grabbed Itachi's collar firmly. Itachi! Izumi shouted Itachi's name sadly. Apparently, the scene in Tsukuyomi was so realistic that she couldn't distinguish reality from fiction for a moment. Itachi's face showed a rare expression of panic, and he quickly explained, all of this was an idea that came from Shintaro. He asked me to let you see this in the illusionary world created by Tsukuyami to inspire your Mangekyo. Izumi was stunned after hearing this, her eyes still filled with doubt, but when she looked into Itachi's sincere eyes, she chose to believe him. Woo! Izumi hugged Itachi tightly and cried wholeheartedly in his embrace. As long as it wasn't real. Watching the scene, Shintaro showed a playful smile, while Fugaku showed a happy smile, as if seeing his soon-to-be-born eldest grandchild. Hamasu slowly began to understand everything, and involuntarily touched his eyes and said to himself, Mangekyo, I also activated the Mangekyo, and finally, I am not left behind by Tetsuo. Ironically, Tetsuo had activated the Mangekyo one step ahead of him, which put significant pressure on Hamasu, who always considered himself as Tetsuo's reliable brother. However, at this moment, his Mangekyo finally restored his confidence and made him feel that he could protect Tetsuo. Hamasu's mysterious eyes hid two very powerful eye techniques, Benzaiten and Okinanushi. Among them, the left eye pupil technique, Benzaiten, could summon earth flow from emptiness at will, and through delicate carving and formation, transform it into various large and powerful weapons, unleashing powerful attacks. The right eye pupil technique, Okinanushi, was even more miraculous. This technique could instantly disintegrate any object within sight into sand. As for Izumi, she had a pair of eyes full of fantasy colors. The left and right eye pupils belonged to the illusion category, such as Kichijoten and Konoha Sakuya. Kichijoten with her left eye was a unique skill that could make enemies unknowingly fall in love and willingly fall in love with Izumi's charm. Konoha Sakuya in her right eye was even more terrifying, as it could evoke the most feared scenes in the hearts of enemies, causing them to lose their fighting spirit in an instant, and perhaps even surrender. Chapter 227. Apart from the high-level combat strength of the Uchiha clan, the top leaders of Konoha possess immense power that should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a single movement can affect the whole body. By attempting to widen the power gap between the two sides, the damage to Konoha from the coup could be minimized. Konoha's leadership holds considerable strength. Although the title of the strongest Hokage in history given to Hiruzen might be exaggerated, it still proves that he is no ordinary person. It's said that Hiruzen mastered all ninjutsu recorded in Konoha village and was nicknamed the ninjutsu professor. From this perspective, there is truly no one who could rival him in the village today, aside from the Uchiha clan. Danzo's mastery of wind release techniques is at its peak, and his achievements place him second only to Hiruzen among Konoha's top figures. Not only that, but he also took one of Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan, which has caused many headaches. In comparison, Hamura and Koharu are slightly weaker, unable to match Hiruzen and Danzo. However, their power still exceeds that of ordinary Jonin. Additionally, the various strong ninja clans cannot be ignored. The Uchiha clan has already planned a collective rebellion, so further elaboration is unnecessary. The Hyuga clan also turned against the Uchiha clan after peaceful talks with Kyomogakure. As for the Inoshikacho clan, they have always been the Hokage's most loyal supporters, so there's no need to win them over. Likewise, the Sarutobi clan, being part of the Hokage family, and the Shimura clan, closely connected to them, will naturally side with the village. With the Senju clan's decline, the Uchiha clan is now considered the strongest ninja clan in Konoha. The other, relatively weaker clans, would be useless to incite into rebellion, as most would likely remain neutral. What truly needs attention is the legendary Sannin of Konoha. All three are Hiruzen's disciples and would likely side with Konoha's top leaders during the coup. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Tsunade are currently out of the village, so only Orochimaru needs to be considered. After returning to Konoha from the Iwagakure battlefield, Orochimaru became increasingly obsessed with his experiments. His more taboo experiments caught the village's attention, leading to thoughts of defection. Furthermore, Orochimaru grew tired of Konoha's stagnation, and after noticing the Uchiha clan's changes, he began reconsidering his defection for a time. Shintaro sought out Orochimaru for this reason. After finishing a joint experiment, he said, Orochimaru-sama, you must be wary of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the top leaders. I admit the Uchiha clan is planning a coup. But it's merely to overthrow the high-level leadership. We only plan to kill Danzo and force the third Hokage to step down. Once the third Hokage steps down, no one will be able to control your experiments as long as you don't go overboard. Orochimaru, a clever man, licked his lips cynically, gazing at Shintaro with interest. He nodded and said, "Do as you please, I won't interfere." Shintaro smiled and said, "I'm glad to work with you." The Uchiha clan, renowned across the world, is now incredibly strong in battle. The most dazzling among them was the white-haired demon Eye, whose performance in the Third Ninja World War was astounding. He single-handedly killed two immensely powerful Bijuu, Hachibi and Ichibi, and beheaded the fourth Kazekage. Such an extraordinary record made Uchiha Shintaro's true strength unpredictable. Fugaku also should not be underestimated. He is respectfully called Evil-Eyed Fugaku by outsiders. Not only is he skilled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, but after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength took a qualitative leap, not far behind that of the third Hokage. Moreover, although the twin brothers Tetsuo and Hamasu are still young, their talent is outstanding among their peers, second only to Shintaro. Now, they have grown into powerful Mangekyo wielders capable of leading on their own. At the same time, the Uchiha clan is filled with talented successors. Uchiha Shisui, an incredibly gifted shinobi, is known as Shunshin no Shisui for his unique skills in genjutsu and body flicker techniques, unmatched in the ninja world. Though he lost one of his eyes due to Danzo's scheme, his power remains unpredictable. Uchiha Itachi, though young, already boasts considerable strength, trailing not far behind Shisui. Additionally, the sweet and brilliant genius Uchiha Izumi has seen tremendous progress in her power after awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, making her a force to be reckoned with. This powerful ninja clan finally launched its decisive coup tonight. In Naka Shrine, the Uchiha clan ninjas gathered with serious expressions. Though most were unaware of the specific reasons, they had a premonition deep down. The crowd grew restless, murmuring among themselves. "The patriarch has called us to the shrine. Something important must be happening. Yes, I've been waiting for this day for so long. We, the Uchiha, have contributed so much to the village, yet all we've received in return is unfair treatment. It's truly heartbreaking. We've had enough of their endless suspicion and surveillance in this remote area. Today, we must fight for our clan's justice and demand the rights we deserve." As discussions grew more heated, emotions heightened, and their anger became evident as they vented long-held grievances against the village. At that moment, Fugaku and Shintaro walked side by side towards the conference room from outside the shrine, both tall and steady, exuding an invisible pressure. "Everyone, please be quiet." Fugaku spoke loudly. His voice was deep and magnetic, and with just one sentence, the once noisy conference room fell silent. Everyone was struck by Fugaku's powerful presence, instinctively stopping their conversations. Seeing the crowd calm down, Fugaku nodded slightly, cleared his throat, and said, "I've called you here today because I have something important to say." Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention on him, eager to hear what he had to say. Fugaku and Shintaro exchanged glances, then Fugaku turned to the back of the conference room and shouted, "Shisui, come forth." Before he finished speaking, Shisui calmly walked out from the back of the shrine. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, particularly the empty socket where his right eye once was, shocking the Uchiha clan members. "My God! What happened? Why is Shisui's eye like this?" For a moment, all sorts of surprised voices erupted, and the entire conference room was in an uproar. Shisui calmly explained to everyone what had happened to him, including how he had tried to intimidate the top figures who sought to destroy peace, only to fall victim to Danzo's scheme, losing his eye. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members were immediately enraged. They began cursing Danzo endlessly, expressing their deep-seated hatred for him. At that moment, Shintaro also stood up and said, "Danzo is a malicious, cunning, and greedy man. How can an ambitious villain like him be qualified to hold a high position?" His tone was firm, filled with a sense of justice. Clearly, Konoha village is in dire need of thorough reform. Only by eliminating the rotten parts can the village regain its vitality. Shintaro continued passionately. "We must remove the rotten elements." More people joined the discussion, the atmosphere gradually intensifying as everyone passionately chanted slogans to punish evil and eliminate corruption. Seeing the scene before him, Fugaku thought to himself, "Now is the time to act." He took a deep breath, sharply gazing at the clan members present, and then began giving them specific instructions, one by one. By now, night had fallen, the lamps lit, and most ninjas had returned home to rest. However, Fugaku was undeterred, determined to personally lead the group of ninjas on this mission. They would march down the main streets of Konoha, shouting their slogans to attract the attention of other ninjas. At the same time, Shintaro took on a more difficult mission, leading Shisui to attack the secret headquarters of the Root organization. This operation not only determined whether Shisui could regain his lost Mangekyo Sharingan but also the future fate of the entire Uchiha clan. On the other side, the two brothers Tetsuo and Hamasu, along with Itachi and Izumi, were entrusted with an important task, to do their utmost to block any reinforcements the Konoha leaders might send. There was no doubt that this was a life-or-death battle, but everyone fully understood the heavy responsibility they bore and did not dare to relax for a moment. With all the tasks assigned, everyone shouted in unison with great momentum. Immediately after, they moved like arrows, taking the crucial step in this coup. In the darkness, they appeared powerful and unstoppable, like a group of fearless warriors determined to fight for their clan's glory. Everyone followed the plan, carrying out their respective missions with precision. Fugaku led and directed many clans to hold a massive parade in the village. Aiming to clarify to the villagers the true intent of the Uchiha clan, not to launch a rebellion, but to eliminate the traitors in Konoha and restore peace and tranquility to the village. Fortunately, the reputation of the Uchiha clan had gradually improved in recent years, while Danzo and his Root organization had always been infamous and despised. Therefore, most of the villagers of Konoha adopted a wait-and-see attitude, without showing any clear bias. Meanwhile, Shintaro and Shisui led the vanguard and swiftly arrived at the Root organization's headquarters. Shintaro extended his hand. Cursed technique reversal, red. In an instant, a blinding red light flashed, and with a loud explosion, the earthen building above the Root headquarters crumbled into pieces, revealing the entire complex underground beneath it. Seeing this, they hesitated no more, leaping inside and rushing directly to the core of the Root base. The members of the Root organization tried to resist stubbornly, but the Uchiha clan sent their elite, and the defense lines crumbled under the fierce onslaught. Especially Shintaro and Shisui, who were immensely powerful and unstoppable, with no one able to match their sharpness. Danzo stood in the dark depths of the Root organization, looking up at the sky above him. The two black and white figures in the sky caught his attention. Damn it! These Uchiha clan members are truly born evil. How dare they openly launch a rebellion and attack me? Danzo thought to himself that if Hiruzen weren't so weak and indecisive, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have had the chance to strike first. With this thought, his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen grew stronger. Danzo had always believed that everything he did was right and remained highly vigilant of the Uchiha clan's movements. However, when Shisui lost his eye and disappeared quietly, Danzo gradually lowered his guard, thinking the Uchiha clan had chosen to swallow their anger. But he never expected that such carelessness would give the enemy the opportunity to attack the Root base unprepared. At this moment, Danzo was filled with regret, but more importantly, he still harbored hatred for the Uchiha clan. Evil Uchiha, I'll kill you with my own hands now. Fdan, Shink Taijyoku. With an angry shout, Danzo slightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth, and a strong current of air burst out. This air current quickly formed into a large, high-pressure wind ball, carrying strong momentum as it shot toward the enemies like a cannonball. This B-level wind-release ninjutsu was Danzo's specialty, an enhanced version of Baijidama. Once hit, the target would suffer significant damage, potentially being thrown away and losing combat capability instantly. Though Danzo was the top wind element expert in the village, he faced two equally strong opponents, Shintaro and Shisui. As everyone knows, fire naturally counters wind, and both Shintaro and Shisui's achievements in the fire element were no less than Danzo's mastery of wind. Katan, Raika no Jutsu. At that moment, Shisui shouted, and then three blazing fire dragons shot out from his mouth. These fire dragons bared their teeth and claws, ferociously diving down, just in time to directly collide with the wind release unleashed by Danzo. The clash between fire and wind elements erupted in a dazzling blaze, and Shintaro broke through the flames, charging straight toward Danzo. Chapter 228. Shintaro's sudden approach made Danzo feel an inexplicable panic, and he instinctively wanted to retreat. All Danzo could see was Shintaro's wild white hair blowing in the wind, and his already handsome face looked even more sinister now, with an uncontrollable smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Finally, I don't have to put up with you anymore, old man. Ha 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 ha. Danzo's eyes widened as he witnessed the scene before him in disbelief. He never imagined the other party could explode with such incredible speed. Seeing Shintaro charging towards him, Danzo hurriedly tried to evade, but his movements were still too slow, and the other's fist struck his chest like a meteor. Poof! Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing hard against the solid wall behind him. There was a loud bang, dust flew, and the entire room seemed to tremble. The scene suddenly became silent, as if time had stopped. But moments later, a strong wind roared from the dust, sending it swirling into the sky. Immediately after, several crescent-shaped wind blades suddenly pierced through the dust, flying directly toward Shintaro with unmatched power. Faced with this sudden attack, Shintaro showed no intention of dodging or avoiding. He continued walking forward with slow yet firm steps. At this moment, Danzo's wind element jutsu, like a sharp sword, fiercely hit Shintaro head-on. Strangely, this powerful ninjutsu seemed to collide with an invisible wall and stopped abruptly. As a result, it was as if a massive, razor-sharp sword had effortlessly sliced through a large portion of the concrete buildings at the root organization's base. For a while, stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Consequently, a thick cloud of sand and dust rose behind Shintaro, forming a spectacular sight. As the dust in the field gradually dissipated, Danzo's embarrassed figure finally appeared. He was half-kneeling on the ground, struggling to support his body with trembling hands, gasping for air, with bright red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How could he be so strong? Danzo muttered to himself, eyes wide in disbelief. His voice was full of shock and fear, as if he had just seen something beyond imagination. Upon hearing these words, Shintaro slightly raised the corner of his mouth and gave a faint smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Danzo-sama." His tone was calm and confident, but it carried an undeniable aura that no one could ignore. Facing such a formidable opponent, Danzo couldn't help but feel a wave of complicated emotions within his heart. On one hand, he was terrified of Shintaro's displayed power. On the other, he was intrigued by Shintaro's immense strength, a greedy gleam shining in his eyes. With power like that, if I can make him my subordinate and have him follow my orders, I could dominate the entire ninja world. Danzo thought to himself, growing more excited. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with strong desire. As Shintaro approached, Danzo knew he had to act. He took a deep breath, removed the bandage from his right eye, and raised his head, ready to use his trump card, Koto Amatsukami. However, as he stared into Shintaro's clear eyes, he saw a pair of pale blue Mangekyo Sharingan. "Is this your trump card? Just a pair of Sharingan?" Immediately after, he activated Aim no Minakanishi. Instantly, a surge of powerful chakra spread throughout his body. At this moment, he became completely immune to Koto Amatsukami's control. In a panic, Danzo pulled out a kunai from who knows where and fiercely stabbed it at Shintaro. But this foolish attack was effortlessly blocked by Shintaro using Infinity. Danzo's face turned dark and ugly as he witnessed this. Before he could think further, within seconds, he had the idea to escape, but how could Shintaro allow that? Shintaro moved in an instant, activating Kunato Kotachi, and Danzo suddenly felt weightless, as if he had lost all gravity. While he was disoriented, Shintaro quickly extended his hand and easily removed his right eye. Danzo had always preached that ninjas must not fear sacrifice and treated this as his belief. "Don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'll give you anything you want." Shintaro burst out laughing at this. "Ha ha ha ha, I want your life, but you don't have the right to decide whether to give it or not." After saying that, he continued to walk forward. At this moment, Danzo, who was in a weightless state, couldn't touch the ground with his feet and had completely lost the ability to flee. He could only let Shintaro press him towards the wall with Infinity. "Ah!" Following Danzo's desperate scream for mercy, Shintaro took one more step. Danzo was constantly squeezed between the wall and Infinity, and eventually, he was reduced to a mess of blood and flesh. After Danzo's death, the Hashirama cells in his arms suddenly lost control and began to wreak havoc. These cells devoured Danzo's flesh and blood at an astonishing speed and grew rapidly, forming a massive tree in the blink of an eye. Danzo had always prided himself on being the root buried deep within the earth, but now he had truly become a large tree, firmly rooted in the ground of Konoha village. At this moment, Shisui led the elite Uchiha clan members to successfully defeat and subdue all the remaining members of the root organization. Control everything for the upcoming trial. Shintaro waved his hand, sealing the fate of the root organization ninja. Danzo's evil was so despicable that, even though these ninjas were accomplices, they would never be easily forgiven. However, with Danzo's death, despite him ultimately being unable to escape justice, it was still a relief for most of the root organization ninjas. Yet, there was still a small group of Danzo's stubborn loyalists. Even though they were strongly suppressed by the Uchiha clan ninjas, they continued to shout and provoke. Facing this situation, the Uchiha clan showed no mercy. They used illusion techniques one after another to retaliate and suppress them decisively. At this point, the unrest in the root organization had temporarily subsided. Shintaro returned the right eye that Danzo had taken to Shisui, helped him reattach it, and then used the reverse curse technique to heal his wounds. Afterward, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning and reached the ground in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the village of Konoha was in chaos. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly donned his armor and rushed with the ANBU members. However, they were blocked by Uchiha clan members led by Tetsuo and Hamasu along the way. More surprisingly, within the ANBU, Kakashi had betrayed Konoha village and decisively sided with the Uchiha clan. When Hiruzen asked Kakashi why he acted this way, Kakashi replied with a determined gaze, "Because I finally learned the truth about my father's suicide, and the mastermind behind it all was Danzo. He must pay the price." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression suddenly turned aware, but then he realized that Danzo was facing an unprecedented strong backlash from the entire Uchiha clan and even Konoha village. Faced with this situation, Hiruzen could no longer remain passive and decided to go directly to the root organization's headquarters. Although Tetsuo and Hamasu tried to stop him, they couldn't prevent the formidable Hokage in battle. Without hesitation, Hiruzen rushed toward the root organization's headquarters alone. Moreover, the responses from various ninja clans to this situation were quite different. Needless to say, the three clans of Inoshikacho took action, following the Hokage's lead. The Hyuga clan, after the return of Hyuga Hayashi, turned against their enemies and chose to side with the Uchiha clan in joint action. As for the other clans, most remained neutral, waiting to see what would happen. After all, the Uchiha clan's only aim was to kill Danzo. Danzo had always been infamous in Konoha village. Not only that, but he also forced the major clans to send many of their young members to join the root organization. Because of this, these clans were even quietly anticipating Danzo's demise. Among the coalition of the three Inoshikacho clans, the leader was none other than Nara Shikaku. At this moment, Shikaku was leading a group of ninjas under his command and encountered Uchiha clan ninjas led by Fugaku on the streets of Konoha village. Shikaku could only sigh, how did things come to this? Ha! If you want answers, you'll have to ask the higher-ups, Shikaku, with your intelligence, you should understand what the top executives have become. Shikaku said with a firm gaze, even with things reaching this point, I will still remain loyal to Hokage-sama. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly assumed a battle stance, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. In an instant, both sides clashed, and the tension filled the air. Fugaku displayed extraordinary power, capable of fighting the Inoshikacho clan patriarchs single-handedly. Moreover, in this fierce battle, he didn't even use his full strength but still managed to overpower his opponents. At this moment, the Hyuga clan also joined the battle. Their strong power gradually tipped the balance of victory in favor of the Uchiha clan. However, on another battlefield, many ninjas spontaneously came to assist in fighting against the Uchiha clan. After all, the third Hokage's reign had been long and stable, and he enjoyed high prestige in the village. These ninjas didn't see the Uchiha clan's demands as legitimate or reasonable but viewed it as a rebellion provoked by the Uchiha clan. Of course, there was someone dealing with these people, Itachi and Izumi. Itachi and Izumi led a group of elite masters from the Uchiha clan, stationed on a narrow street in the village. Every time a ninja came to request reinforcements, they would personally defeat and subdue them to ensure the overall situation remained undisturbed. At this moment, Itachi and Izumi had successfully activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, and their strength far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. As a result, when Hiruzen finally arrived in front of Shintaro, he could not find any allies by his side. Shintaro, why did you choose to betray? You know, I trusted you so much. At this moment, the emotions Hiruzen displayed were undoubtedly the deepest sadness from his heart. In fact, he had placed full trust in Shintaro and the entire Uchiha clan. However, one thing to note was that this so-called trust was actually quite limited. On the one hand, Hiruzen did trust the Uchiha clan, but on the other hand, he was heavily influenced by the Uchiha clan threat theory promoted by the higher-ups and believed it deeply. It was Hiruzen's indecisive nature that ultimately led to the current difficult situation. Either the Uchiha clan would be exterminated by the higher-ups, or the Uchiha clan would stand up and fight, destroying the higher-ups. However, Shintaro didn't immediately answer Hiruzen's question but confidently declared, "Hokage-sama, I am not only qualified for the position of Hokage, but I will do it better than you." Hearing these words, Hiruzen was instantly stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. His eyes became dull, and his whole body seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He muttered to himself, "So, this is what you think? What about Orochimaru? He's clearly in the village, yet he stands still. Is it because he thinks what I've done is not good enough?" Shintaro stared directly into Hiruzen's eyes without wavering and solemnly said, "Danzo is dead, and I truly don't want to see the village suffer any more unnecessary losses, so, Hokage-sama, it's time for you to step down. You can try me and see how this village will develop under my leadership." Shintaro's words were firm and powerful, revealing an unquestionable determination. Finally, he added, "After all, Minato and Kushina's son is still young and needs someone to take good care of him. Normally, you're too busy with village affairs and have no time to look after him. But now you have the chance to spend more time with that poor child." After saying that, he calmly looked at Hiruzen, waiting for his reaction. Hiruzen finally understood Shintaro's true intentions and realized there was no reasoning with him if he didn't step down. Danzo was dead, and Hiruzen would surely die too. Have the old ones of our time become a burden to Konoha? Naidame, you entrusted the position of Hokage to me, but I failed to fulfill it well. At this moment, Hiruzen raised his head and said, "Shintaro, you are now the 5th Hokage." Chapter 229. The outcome of this coup took Shintaro somewhat by surprise. It could be said that it went smoothly and successfully beyond his imagination. When Hiruzen voluntarily relinquished his position as Hokage, the ninjas in Konoha village ignored the situation, and nothing Shintaro had feared or anticipated earlier happened. This change could be called a bloodless revolution. The next morning, Hiruzen officially stepped down as Hokage, while Shintaro easily assumed the role and became the new Hokage. Standing atop the towering Hokage building, Shintaro faced the entire village and solemnly announced his appointment as Hokage. At that moment, the hearts of Konoha's villagers were filled with mixed emotions. The loyal descendants who had followed the 3rd Hokage naturally were dissatisfied with this event, but there was nothing they could do. After all, even the 3rd Hokage himself had decided to retire, so they could only powerlessly accept reality and quietly watch as Shintaro, a member of the Uchiha clan, ascended to the Hokage's throne. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel worried in their hearts, fearing whether they would become the target of a Uchiha clan purge. However, things didn't unfold as they had imagined. Aside from the complete eradication of the root organization, no other sectors in Konoha were liquidated. The previous discriminatory policies against the Uchiha clan were entirely abolished. From then on, Uchiha clan members started appearing in various departments in Konoha, and at the same time, the Konoha police force was no longer exclusively held by the Uchiha clan. For most of the other villagers, such an ending wasn't unacceptable. After all, the village hadn't suffered too much damage, and this time it was Hiruzen who took the initiative to hand over the throne. Initially, the 3rd Hokage's current position was merely temporary. After the unfortunate death of the 4th Hokage, Konoha village struggled to select a suitable successor, forcing Hiruzen to step in once again. At this time, the Uchiha clan's coup conveniently allowed Shintaro, a renowned young man, to successfully rise to power. Currently, the name, White-Haired Demon Eyes, was no less famous than the yellow flash of the past. Thanks to Minato, a young and promising Hokage, people naturally gravitated towards Shintaro, who was also young and possessed superior strength, making it easier to accept him as the new Hokage. Once Shintaro officially took over as Hokage, he first handled the necessary procedures in order and successfully gained recognition and support from the daimyo and all jonin. Immediately afterward, He quickly began to implement policy changes related to the Uchiha clan and strengthen defense forces along the borders, striving to stabilize the current situation and ultimately achieve a smooth transition of Hokage power. At present, Shintaro was only 19 years old, making him the youngest Hokage ever. At this moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya, two of the legendary Sannin who were far from the village, also rushed to Konoha after learning of these events. Tsunade headed straight for the Hokage's office and flung the door open. "Uchiha Shintaro, no, I should call you Hokage-sama now." Shintaro was seated at his desk handling official duties. He looked up and saw Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, you are one of the legendary Sannin, and your status is not inferior to that of the Hokage. After all, you are my senior, so I should address you as such. By the way, is there something you came to see me about?" "I'm just a clone, and my main body is training. Do you need me to call him?" Tsunade waved her hand and said, "No need, I just came to meet the new Hokage." She glanced at the portraits of the Hokages on both sides of the office wall, from Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage who founded Konoha, to Hashirama's younger brother Senju Tobirama, to Tobirama's student Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally to Hiruzen's student Namikaze Minato. Now, Shintaro was the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. "I came to the village this time to meet you, the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan, and now I've confirmed from what I've seen in the village that you are indeed qualified to be Hokage." Konoha was originally founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Now, it's only natural for an Uchiha to take the position of Hokage. After Tsunade finished speaking, she was about to leave, but Shintaro asked her to stay for a moment. "Tsunade-sama, you should stay in the village a few more days, my wedding will be held soon, and you are sincerely invited to attend as a guest." Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded, "Okay." Jiraiya, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested in the Hokage power shift. Once he learned that Konoha hadn't suffered any losses and Hiruzen had voluntarily stepped down, he expressed no particular opinion on Shintaro, the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya went to Hiruzen's current residence. Hiruzen's wife had died during the Kyubi rebellion, and his two sons were grown, so now he lived with Minato and Kushina's child, Uzumaki Naruto. When Jiraiya saw the old man and the young boy, he was filled with emotion and stayed in the village to spend time with them. He also accepted Shintaro's wedding invitation. On this special day, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze blew, and everything seemed wonderfully beautiful. The wedding started on time as scheduled, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and happiness. This wedding wasn't just one of the rare joyful events in Konoha recently, it was more like a breath of fresh spring air that dispelled the fog from the coup some time ago, bringing new life and vitality to the entire village. People hoped to use this grand wedding to drive away Konoha's bad luck and usher in a promising future. The scene of Shintaro and Kurenai's wedding was magnificent, with many guests, including celebrities from various fields in Konoha and the Land of Fire. Among them were not only former Hokages, the famous Sannin, leaders of Konoha's major clans, but also members of the Uchiha clan, and classmates and friends of Shintaro and Kurenai. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent an envoy to deliver precious gifts and express blessings to the newlyweds. At the wedding ceremony, Uchiha Fugaku and Yuhi Shinku acted as witnesses, representing the parents of the couple, and personally observed the beautiful moment when the loving pair tied the knot. Their faces were filled with relief and joy, and their eyes brimmed with deep blessings for the couple. All the guests present were moved by the warm and touching scene, and together they sent their sincerest well wishes to the newlyweds. As the sun set in the west, its lingering rays cast a golden veil over the world. In this peaceful and beautiful scene, Kurenai stood gracefully like a fully bloomed white lotus. She wore a snow-white wedding dress. The fabric was as light as a cloud, gently draping her slender body. Her dark, slightly curly hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying softly in the breeze, emitting a delicate fragrance. Her bright red eyes, like deep gemstones, shone with love and affection for Shintaro. The reddish sunset at this moment not only had a beautiful, enchanting allure but also revealed a pure and flawless atmosphere that captivated everyone. At the same time, Shintaro was equally striking. He wore a dark kimono with the Uchiha clan crest proudly displayed on his chest. The unique pattern emphasized his noble status. His white hair shimmered like silver snow, falling gently over his ears, enhancing his striking features. His pale blue eyes were like the sky. And there was always a warm smile on his lips, like the softest sunlight in spring, bringing comfort to everyone. It's worth mentioning that Kurenai stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, while Shintaro towered over 1.9 meters. This perfect height difference made them look like a pair of celestial beings meant for each other when they stood together. The two stood side by side, like a pair of immortals stepping out of a painting, drawing the admiration and envy of others. In front of the sacred and solemn shrine, Shintaro and Kurenai held hands tightly and exchanged vows of eternal marriage. With the completion of the ceremony, they officially became a loving couple. Seeing the newlyweds before them, Fugaku and Shinku both had happy smiles on their faces. After the wedding, night fell, and the lavish feast began. The banquet scene was brightly lit, stunning in its scale. Many guests enjoyed the sumptuous food and laughed heartily. Shintaro didn't drink, so the duty of toasting and receiving toasts fell on Kurenai. Fortunately, Kurenai wasn't an ordinary person. She had been fond of wine since she became an adult. Initially, the reason for drinking was that Shintaro had been stationed on the border for a long time and couldn't be with her. Kurenai could only stay alone in the empty study, drinking to calm her sorrow and ease the pain of lovesickness. Over time, he gradually became obsessed with the pleasant feeling after getting drunk and slowly developed a habit, especially fond of very strong liquor. Even with such a large amount of alcohol, Kurenai still felt powerless. Finally, as the dinner party ended, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silver light like water. Under the bright moonlight, Kurenai's soft cheeks were now red and beautiful like a sunset, and her steps were a bit unsteady. Seeing this, Shintaro felt heartbroken yet full of love and gently helped her walk toward their warm new home. Along the way, he carefully protected his beloved, as if holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. Under Shintaro's meticulous care, after the two had bathed, they walked to the wedding bed covered in red sheets. At this moment, Kurenai's consciousness gradually became clearer, yet her beautiful face still had a charming blush. She raised her hand slightly, gently stroking Shintaro's cheek as he lay on top of her, and whispered softly, "Shintaro, I've finally waited for this day. I always knew, I was willing to give my whole self to you." Shintaro slowly lowered his head, drawing closer to Kurenai's ear, and gently said, "Kurenai, I will cherish you and never leave you." Kurenai answered faintly, like a whisper. Hearing her response, Shintaro was deeply moved. He couldn't help but kiss Kurenai's lips deeply, and at the same time, his hands skillfully began to undo her yukata. As the yukata slowly slid off, falling softly like flower petals, her tender and alluring form was revealed before him, exuding a captivating fragrance, waiting to be embraced. Her body was so soft and pure that it seemed like morning dew, making one want to savor it. A cool summer night breeze blew, bringing a feeling of freshness. The gentle wind passed through the window, creating a slight creaking sound, which seemed to add to the joy of this romantic night. The curtains swayed with the wind, gently dancing as if performing a beautiful dance. After a night filled with passion, the room was enveloped in a strong atmosphere of intimacy. The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's warmth and love. Their bodies were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. In this quiet moment, they drifted into a happy dream, enjoying a rare peace and satisfaction together. As the sun shone through the curtains into the room, Kurenai slowly opened her eyes, dragging her tired and exhausted body. She looked outside the window and saw that the sun was already high, and much time had passed. Shintaro also slowly woke from his sleep. He looked at Kurenai in his arms and gently said, "Good morning, Kurenai. It's not morning, it's almost noon. This is all your fault." There was a hint of anger and complaint in her words. Shintaro slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile, and teasingly said, "You can't blame me, who made us fall so deeply in love." Hearing this, Kurenai immediately blushed. She lowered her head shyly, but then she seemed to remember something important. She suddenly lifted her head, her expression turning serious, and asked, "You bad person, how can you be so skilled? Have you done this before with someone else behind my back?" There was doubt and anxiety in her eyes. Shintaro also hid his smile, embraced Kurenai, and gently said, "Actually, I should have told you the truth long ago, but it's not too late to tell you now. Actually, I came from another world, and in that world, I didn't use ninjutsu but a curse technique, so I called it the world of jujitsu. In the jujitsu world, I was the head of the Gojo clan. One of the three great families. I had a wife and child. Back then, my name was Gojo Shintaro. Then, during a battle with Zenin Kenichi, I used purple, which I hadn't yet mastered, causing a rift in space and time. As a result, I ended up in a ninja world and became Uchiha Shintaro. My blue eyes and silver hair are characteristics of my previous life, and the limitless technique and 6 eyes that I use also came from my previous life. Maybe these things are tied to my soul. Kurenai, do you mind this? Kurenai asked, then, are you Gojo Shintaro or Uchiha Shintaro now? Shintaro immediately replied, of course, Uchiha Shintaro. Then what should I mind? You just remember your past life, what does that have to do with who you are now? Kurenai easily accepted the strange things coming out of Shintaro's mouth and also said, if I ever get the chance, I'd like to see the world you're talking about. Shintaro nodded, there will be a chance. Chapter 230. After the wedding, the village of Konoha was filled with a festive and peaceful atmosphere, as if it had been baptized with a new ambience. The entire village was filled with vitality and prosperity, and the faces of the people were filled with happy smiles. The Konoha management had undergone a major change, injecting a group of energetic young talents. Among them, the most impressive were some strong individuals from the Uchiha clan who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. They stood out with their extraordinary power and talent. Additionally, 2 young accomplished ninjas, Kakashi and Asuma, were also among them. Although Kakashi lost the Sharingan that originally came from Obito, he did not despair. Instead, he made a qualitative leap in his strength through continuous hard work. He had now mastered the 5 basic elemental techniques and had become a versatile ninja, much like the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who reappeared in the world. On the other hand, Hiruzen's biological son, Sarutobi Asuma, seemed to not fully inherit his father's ninjutsu talent. However, Asuma also achieved remarkable feats with his unique understanding and exceptional use of wind elements. He successfully combined the wind element chakra attribute changes with the Rasengan to create a unique wind element Rasengan and a stronger Rasen Shuriken. Currently, Asuma was not inferior to Kakashi in strength and could be considered another shining star in the village of Konoha. While the village of Konoha was displaying a prosperous and peaceful scene due to the appointment of a new Hokage, at the same time, silently shocking changes were occurring in the village of Kirigakure in the distant water country. Since the end of the tense last ninja war, the 4th Mizukage Yagura seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Although he could not be called a good person in the past, he was at least a normal human being. But now, Yagura's temperament had drastically changed, becoming very cruel and ruthless, plunging the already infamous violent Kirigakure village into a deeper abyss of destruction. The once peaceful village was now experiencing serious internal conflicts, and traitorous ninjas were emerging like mushrooms after the rain. Facing such chaotic situations, some people in the village of Kirigakure could not remain idle. Among them, the respected elder Genji. The new expert Terumi Mei, and the experienced veteran Jonin Ao were keenly aware of this anomaly and decided to discuss prevention measures in a dark hidden room. The 3 of them could be said to be at the top of the power pyramid of the village of Kirigakure, besides the Mizukage. As an elder, Genji had deep qualifications and had held this position since the era of the first Mizukage. He had experienced the ups and downs and witnessed the rise and fall of the village, earning high respect in the hearts of the villagers. Terumi Mei was known as one of the most prominent young heroes in the village of Kirigakure. Not only did she come from a famous clan, but her strength and status were also on par with the Mizukage. She was talented, skilled, possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai, and became famous at a young age. Ao was also a senior jonin who had accidentally obtained the valuable Byakugan. With his strong power, he made great achievements in the village of Kirigakure, earning respect and praise from everyone. The 3 of them were in a dark and secluded room. Elder Genji, holding a staff, broke the silence and spoke. You must have noticed the strange changes in the Mizukage. Since the end of the ninja war, he has become increasingly strange and odd, very different from the past. I suspect there is someone behind all this. After hearing this, Terumi Mei and Ao immediately exchanged glances, seemingly thinking about something. Previously, although they were puzzled by the abnormal behavior of the Mizukage, they did not deeply consider the reasons behind it. However, when Elder Genji reminded them, Terumi Mei and Ao suddenly understood and connected the scattered clues together. Elder Genji noticed their reactions and asked, "What are you actually thinking?" Ao was the first to regain awareness and replied, "During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Terumi Mei was attacked by Genjutsu, causing her to behave very strangely. Fortunately, I saw the truth with the Byakugan and was able to help her out of this difficulty. Based on this, we may be facing a similar situation now. Terumi Mei then added, the person who cast genjutsu on me at that time was Uchiha Shintaro. The unique power of his Sharingan eyes is very frightening. It is not difficult to reach this level. After hearing these words, Elder Genji's wrinkled and slightly ugly face frowned. He muttered to himself, if all this is true, then we will have a big problem. However, despite his concerns, Elder Genji did not lose his composure. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and gave a firm command, but the most urgent task now is to verify the identity first. Then, Elder Genji turned his gaze to Ao beside him, with a little trust and hope in his eyes. He continued. Ao, since you have successfully seen through enemy disguises before, I want to trouble you to test the actual situation of the Mizukage this time. Ao nodded slightly, indicating that he accepted the order, then turned and left without hesitation to carry out his mission. Seeing Ao's retreating figure, Elder Genji silently prayed that the situation would not worsen. Thick fog rolled in Kirigakure village, making it difficult to see beyond one's outstretched hand. In the midst of this fog, a tall building shadowed by water stood upright, giving a sense of mystery and grandeur to the people. Ao was a renowned jonin, and with his extraordinary status, he was qualified to enter the Mizukage's building. He calmly walked towards the Mizukage's office door, feeling nervous in his heart. After standing still, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The blood vessels around his eyes suddenly protruded, and his eyes opened. With the Byakugan, Ao successfully penetrated the physical barrier, pierced through the walls of the Mizukage's office, and directly saw into the room. In his field of vision, the fourth Mizukage Yagura was clearly visible, even the chakra flowing in his body was clearly visible. However, what surprised Ao was that he found an extraordinary cold chakra in Yagura's body. This power clearly did not belong to Yagura himself. This situation was exactly the same as when Terumi Mei was under genjutsu before. Ao's heart sank, realizing that the problem might be more serious than imagined. Before, although hesitant, he never dared to use his Byakugan to detect the fourth Mizukage easily. But now, after knowing the truth, Ao could not hold back the cold sweat. As he panicked, he quickly turned around and prepared to leave. At that moment, Yagura suddenly moved. It turned out that he was very aware of the abnormal sound outside the door, immediately moving his body, suddenly opening the door, staring at Ao with burning eyes, and asking, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Faced with this sudden question, Ao secretly rejoiced because he had rich experience. He closed his eyes first, quickly stabilizing his emotions, and calmly replied, "I just happened to pass by here." Yagura remained silent for a moment and said nothing more. Seeing this, Ao saluted and quickly left the Mizukage's building. The door of the Mizukage's building closed, and Yagura lost all his movements in an instant, standing in place like a puppet. A spiral space distortion appeared behind him. After a few moments, the spatial distortion disappeared, and a masked man with long black hair and dark blue clothing appeared. Under the mask with orange and black patterns of the masked man, there were a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, with a long knife hanging at his waist. There are smart people in Kirigakure village, it seems I have to act first. The masked man chuckled to himself for a moment and then disappeared instantly, leaving Yagura standing bewildered in the Mizukage's office. Ao quickly returned and found Elder Genji and Terumi Mei, panting and urgently said, "Genji-sama, your guess is correct, Mizukage-sama is indeed under genjutsu." Terumi Mei, standing beside him, looked surprised and unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Elder Genji was experienced, and he spoke firmly, "I will gather a group of elite ninja to go meet the Mizukage together. Those behind the Mizukage who can control him must be very strong, we cannot take it lightly." Understood, Ao and Terumi Mei responded simultaneously. As a result, the three men with important responsibilities quickly gathered elite ninja forces and marched towards the Mizukage's building. However, they encountered obstacles from the Kirigakure ANBU responsible for guarding the Mizukage's safety. At this moment, Elder Genji stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Mizukage-sama seems to be under the control of genjutsu, this is a fact that Ao personally observed with the Byakugan, therefore, we must meet Mizukage-sama to determine the truth of the matter." Just as the Kirigakure ANBU hesitated to let them pass, Yagura himself appeared in front of everyone and asked coldly, "Do you want to see me?" Facing the Mizukage's question, Elder Genji was not afraid and maintained his firm attitude. He replied without arrogance or pride, yes, please show us your true face. Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected event occurred. The masked man with long hair appeared behind Yagura and mercilessly stabbed him in the heart with a knife. No. Elder Genji's eyes widened, his face filled with anger, his eyes almost bursting, and his heart filled with unspeakable sadness and anger. Only then did everyone realize that behind the masked man with long hair was dragging someone with a steel chain. Upon closer inspection, the person turned out to be Yutakaga, the Jinchuriki Rokubi of Kirigakure village. Who are you? Elder Genji asked angrily. The masked man with long hair laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, my name is Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing that name, everyone looked shocked. They never imagined that the mysterious masked man with long hair before them was actually the legendary Uchiha Madara. However, the masked man with long hair seemed indifferent to everyone's reactions. He continued, "There is a smart person among you who can see that Yagura has been controlled by me. In this case, I came early." After saying that, he glanced at the chained Yutaka, and then said coldly, "I will take the Jinchuriki Rokubi, consider it as a job I have done for your Kirigakure village for years to handle compensation for those complicated government affairs." Elder Genji was shocked, but he was not intimidated by the opponent's momentum and immediately gave a decisive order, "Do it." Following his command, the ninjas around him attacked Uchiha Madara. A group of ninja came like a tide. And they seemed to have forgotten the fear and surprise brought by the name Uchiha Madara. At this moment, there was only one strong belief in their hearts: we must not let the Jinchuriki fall into the enemy's hands. The tragic death of the fourth Mizukage plunged the entire Kirigakure village into a crisis like never before. If the Jinchuriki were lost as well, the strength of Kirigakure village would be greatly diminished. Faced with such a desperate situation, the ninjas had no choice but to fight to the death. However, a surprising event occurred. The masked man with long hair seemed to be detached from the world. His figure remained unchanged, and he easily avoided all attacks like a ghost. Even the following chain and Yutaka tightly bound by it were the same. "Goodbye, everyone." After saying these words, the masked man with long hair left, his posture free, showing no remorse. Everyone was left with faces full of astonishment, momentarily confused. Upon regaining their senses, Elder Genji stepped forward and took on the responsibility as an elder, orderly directing everyone to clean up the chaos and deal with all its consequences. Next, a high-level meeting was immediately held to discuss the next response. At the meeting, everyone looked serious, knowing that this incident had a very serious impact on Kirigakure village. Elder Genji said, "That person called himself Uchiha Madara, regardless of whether it's true or not, at least the Sharingan in his eyes is real. Now that the Uchiha clan has taken power in Konoha, there may indeed be a connection with the Uchiha clan. However, if our Kirigakure village opposes Konoha, it will be like hitting an egg on a rock. So the current task is to find out the truth. I hope that the one called Uchiha Madara has no connection with the Uchiha clan in Konoha." Terumi Mei stood up and said, "I have met the 5th Hokage Uchiha Shintaro. I can go to Konoha on behalf of the village to find out the truth." Terumi Mei's father, Patriarch Terumi, objected, "No, you are the future of Kirigakure village, how can you put yourself in danger?" Terumi Mei stubbornly said, "This is not a dangerous situation, this is a time of peace, my relationship with Uchiha Shintaro is not bad, he will not do anything to me." Elder Genji thought for a moment and made a surprising decision, "In that case, Mei, I will appoint you as the 5th Mizukage. In this capacity, when you visit Konoha, you will no longer be in danger." Although Terumi Mei was surprised, she accepted it happily. In this way, Terumi Mei took over the Mizukage's hat and became the youngest Mizukage in history, visiting Konoha shortly after her appointment. Chapter 231. When he learned that the Mizukage was coming for a visit, Shintaro was quite surprised. "The 5th Mizukage? I didn't expect even Kirigakure village to get a new Kage. I still remember the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, he was still very young, why was he replaced by the 5th Mizukage so quickly?" he muttered suspiciously. Currently, the one who reported the news to him was Kakashi, who had been promoted to the vice-captain of the ANBU. Kakashi replied, "Actually, I don't know much about the specific situation regarding this matter, all I know is that the 5th Mizukage is named Terumi Mei, and she is about the same age as us." "Oh. So, that's quite a friend. Since we are acquaintances, no matter what her behavior is, we should treat each other well, by the way, let this Mizukichi appreciate the prosperity of Konoha. Kakashi, I leave it to you to be fully responsible for receiving the Mizukichi this time. Changing the topic, Shintaro continued. It's just that as an ANBU member, you have difficulty moving around. So I will move you from the ANBU class to Jonin and appoint you as the vice captain of the squad. You will have the capacity from now on. Go and greet the Mizukichi and her entourage. Yes, Kakashi nodded, indicating that he was willing to follow the arrangement. The Mizukichi and her group looked very humble, as if they were afraid of attracting attention. Terumi Mei was only accompanied by AO, her capable deputy, and 3 loyal guards. They walked towards the grand gate of Konoha and stopped. Terumi Mei gently reached out and removed the aqua-blue Mizukichi hat from her head. The white cloth that had originally covered her face was also removed, revealing her true face. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and they saw the young Mizukichi Terumi Mei. Her beauty was so captivating that people would surely fall in love with her. Currently, Terumi Mei not only possessed the charming allure of an adult woman but also retained the unique pure aura of a girl. The gatekeepers of Konoha village were all captivated by the beauty of Kirigakure village standing before them. They were all stunned, even forgetting what they were supposed to do. At this moment, Kakashi, wearing ordinary Jonin clothes, appeared in front of the gate with a flurry of flying leaves. His iconic dead fish eyes were still as calm as water, as if there was no ripple caused by Terumi Mei's beauty. However, Terumi Mei became quite interested in this mysterious white-haired and masked young man. Does Konoha village specialize in white hair? She asked with a slight smile on her face. Apparently, she was thinking of an Uchiha who also had white hair. Faced with such temptation, Kakashi chose to ignore it. He bowed respectfully and said, "5th Mizukichi, I am Hataki Kakashi, vice captain of the ninja class squad of Konoha village. I was ordered by the Hokage to welcome you." When Terumi Mei saw this, she suddenly felt a little disappointed and muttered, "What a boring man," but then she changed her mind and said, "Maybe he is actually a boring man." But in any case, there were serious things to be done at this time. Terumi Mei could only temporarily set aside the idea of chatting with this handsome white-haired man, and instead said, "The Hokage-sama is interested, but I have something important to discuss this time. Please take me to see the Hokage." Kakashi nodded in agreement, then turned, stepped forward, and gestured for Terumi Mei to follow him. "Then please follow me." Soon after, Kakashi brought Terumi Mei to the Hokage building. He stopped, turned around, looked at Terumi Mei and the others with a serious expression, and said earnestly, "This is an important place in Konoha village, so please wait here for a while. I will personally lead the Mizukichi-sama inside." Terumi Mei nodded understandingly, then turned and said to AO and the 3 guards behind her, "Stay here." Everyone knew that when they were in Konoha village at this time, they had to treat themselves as guests, so naturally they would not mind. Immediately after, Kakashi and Terumi Mei continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the door to the Hokage's office. After Kakashi stood still, he gently raised his hand and knocked on the door. A voice came from the door, "Come in." After receiving permission, Kakashi slowly opened the door and entered first. Terumi Mei followed closely and stepped into the room. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in her heart. The two looked at each other, and the air felt frozen. Finally, Terumi Mei was the first to break the silence. She said softly, "I didn't expect, when we meet again, we have already become the Kage of our respective villages." Shintaro smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, everything is unpredictable. Please have a seat, I have prepared a special seat for you." Seeing this, Terumi Mei did not pretend and sat down openly. Kakashi beside him quietly stepped back while winking, leaving the Hokage's office to the 2 ninja leaders who came from different villages but had a close relationship. Only the 2 Kage of the 2 countries, 1 water and 1 fire, remained in the spacious room, and the atmosphere felt somewhat solemn. Shintaro asked frankly, "You came to Konoha village after taking over the position of Mizukichi. What are you doing?" However, Terumi Mei shook her head and corrected, "You misunderstood. It's not that I couldn't wait to come to Konoha immediately after taking office, but because I decided to come here, I ascended to the throne of Mizukichi." The carefree girl had long disappeared, replaced by Terumi Mei with a serious and solemn expression. "Oh. How do you say this?" Terumi Mei paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Unfortunately, the 4th Mizukichi passed away. He was actually controlled by a masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara using genjutsu to control his mind. After Ao discovered his true identity, he brutally killed the previous Mizukage and stole the Jinchuriki Rokubi. This was a very confidential matter in Kirigakure village. The reason Terumi Mei told Shintaro unconditionally was not entirely based on personal friendship between them. In fact, the power difference between Konoha village and Kirigakure village was so great that Kirigakure village did not need to hide anything. Compared to keeping this secret, using this information in exchange for hidden truths and relevant intelligence information was clearly more important and significant. Hearing this, Shintaro did not show any surprise. He just nodded in agreement, I see. However, Terumi Mei noticed his reaction, and her face immediately became serious. You actually know something. Who is that person? Is it really Uchiha Madara? Isn't he the ancestor of the Uchiha clan? If he lived to this day, he would be very old, but how could he have black hair and come to Kirigakure to attack the Mizukage and capture the bijou? Terumi Mei asked a series of questions in succession. She placed her hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. After all, the name Uchiha Madara was just as thunderous and terrifying. But at this moment, the legendary figure was actually targeting Kirigakure village, which made Terumi Mei confused. Shintaro did not hide anything and immediately replied, the person behind the Kyubi rebellion in Konoha is the one who calls himself Madara Uchiha. He paused for a moment and continued, I have fought against him before. Although I am not sure if he is really Uchiha Madara, his strength cannot be underestimated. This is not the first time he has captured a bijou. I fear he is trying to imitate the first Hokage and collect all 9 bijou to realize his ambitions. Hearing this, Terumi Mei was extremely surprised. She never expected that the Kyubi rebellion in Konoha and everything that happened in Kirigakure village were actually caused by the same person. Since he dares to call himself Uchiha Madara and has the iconic Sharingan, then he must be from the Uchiha clan, right? But as an Uchiha, do you know his true identity? Shintaro actually knew very well in his heart that the true identity of the masked man in front of him was Obito, but this truth was too extraordinary. Obito was always presented to the public as a great hero of Konoha who died heroically. It was difficult for anyone to connect him with the masked man who committed all the evil deeds. Therefore, Shintaro decided not to reveal Obito's true identity for the time being. Sorry, I really don't understand the situation, there are so many people in the Uchiha clan, I can't possibly know everyone, right? He replied innocently. Terumi Mei saw this, although she was unwilling to accept it, there was nothing she could do. Since that man is from Konoha village, shouldn't you be responsible for this? She asked Shintaro with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Shintaro slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cunning smile. Uchiha Madara is a traitor to Konoha village, and this masked man is openly acting under the banner of Uchiha Madara. No matter who he is, he cannot change his nature as a traitor. Does it have anything to do with Konoha? Terumi Mei was immediately choked and speechless, and for a moment she did not know how to refute it. Shintaro then took advantage of the victory and continued the attack. Of course, I understand that you came here just to benefit Kirigakure village. After all, you have not only lost a 4th Mizukage, but also a valuable Jinchuriki, but Konoha has also become a victim of that Uchiha Madara. Although we cannot compensate you, we can use other means to replace it. In what way? Terumi Mei asked hesitantly. The 2 villages formed an alliance and signed a non-aggression pact. Konoha and Kirigakure were both victims of Uchiha Madara. So they should no longer fight each other. To be consistent with the outside world, both the alliance and mutual non-aggression were important. Konoha lost the 4th Hokage due to the Kyubi rebellion, and Kirigakure also lost the 4th Mizukage and the Jinchuriki Rokubi. But there is still the Jinchuriki Kyubi in Konoha, and there is still the Jinchuriki Sanbai in Kirigakure who has not been kidnapped. To deal with Madara who is trying to seize the bijou, it is the best choice for our 2 villages to form an alliance and work together to face the outside world. Terumi Mei was indeed a little moved when she heard this. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment before speaking, since that masked man has nothing to do with Konoha, it doesn't mean that Kirigakure village cannot form an alliance with you. It's just that I am the 5th Mizukage, chosen only because I wanted to visit Konoha to find out the truth. This matter is so big that I cannot make a decision alone. Shintaro nodded and said, it doesn't matter, forming an alliance is indeed a big deal. Let's do this. I will ask Kakashi to return to your village with you as Konoha's representative to sign the alliance and non-aggression pact. Terumi Mei agreed, so the brief meeting between the two Kage ended, and Kakashi followed Terumi Mei and her entourage to Kirigakure village in the water country. At this moment, another change occurred in the water country. The grey mud turtle-like monster with 3 tails, Sanbai, who was once sealed into Noera Rin, was captured. Due to the death of its previous Jinchuriki, the resurrected Sanbai had been staying at the bottom of the lake. It had not been recaptured by Kirigakure village, but it was kidnapped by someone else first. The one who kidnapped Sanbai was, of course, the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, namely Obito. Obito easily used the Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu to control the wild Sanbai, and used Kamui to move the entire Sanbai into the Kamui space, while suddenly disappearing, causing a large whirlpool to form on the surface of the lake. Currently, all the Kirigakure ANBU sent to monitor Sanbai were killed by Obito, and none survived. Obito adjusted his mask and said to himself, in Kirigakure village, the collection is complete. The other Bijou who died in the last ninja war must also be resurrected. We also need to capture that Jinchuriki. Rin, wait for me, I will create a world with you and atone for the mistakes I made. Chapter 232. After experiencing a series of major losses, the village of Kirigakure faced unprecedented difficulties. First, they lost the Mizukage and the Rokubi Jinchuriki, and then they lost the newly resurrected Sanbai. This series of defeats dealt a heavy blow to the once powerful village of Kirigakure. Even though they were reluctant, they had to face the reality. It was difficult for them to stand among the 5 great nations with their own strength. In this difficult time, an alliance with Konoha seemed to be the only viable solution. Although there might be helplessness in their hearts, the situation was urgent. And the village of Kirigakure had no choice. And precisely because of that, Kakashi's journey to the village of Kirigakure to sign the agreement went smoothly without any obstacles. Since then, Konoha not only successfully formed an alliance with Sunigakure but also strengthened its alliance with Kirigakure. Soon after, Sunigakure and Kirigakure reached an alliance agreement. At this point, Konoha, Sunigakure, and Kirigakure formed an alliance. In this grand event, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Shintaro, the 5th Kazekage of Sunigakure, Bakura, and the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei, solemnly signed the agreement directly on behalf of their respective villages. These 3 ninja villages were military institutions of the 3 great nations. The alliance of these 3 villages meant the formation of a great power that crossed national borders. The world referred to the 3 nations' alliance as the Allies. Before other countries could react, a series of thrilling events occurred one after another, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the ninja world. First, 2 Jinchuriki from the village of Kumogakure were suddenly attacked. Then, the Hachibi, which had been resurrected in the sea, also disappeared mysteriously. At the same time, the Yonbi and Gobi Jinchuriki in the village of Iwagakure were defeated and disappeared. The Shichibi Jinchuriki of the village of Takigakure also suffered a tragic fate and was forcibly kidnapped. Even more surprisingly, even Shikaku, who had just received a new life in the desert, could not escape the clutches of the enemy. At this point, including the Sanbai and Rokubi of the village of Kirigakure that were taken, the Hachibi from Kumogakure had now fallen into the hands of others. This storm swept through the entire ninja world, causing commotion, making Hiruzen and Jiraiya, who had accompanied Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, feel vigilant. However, no matter how cautious they were, it could not change the fact that the village of Konoha had become the prime suspect in this crisis. Nevertheless, only the Kyubi of the village of Konoha remained safe and healthy. In such a situation, the village of Konoha naturally bore tremendous pressure and doubt. Although Konoha had issued statements regarding the matter, it had not had a significant impact. Because in the eyes of most people, explanations were often equated with cover-ups, and cover-ups meant that the fact itself was true. In addition to Kirigakure and Sunigakure, which allied with Konoha, the other 5 major ninja villages had also initiated discussions on this issue. 2 strong shinobi villages, Kumogakure and Iwagakure, also attracted Takigakure, which had also lost a Bijou, and Amigakure, whose strength should not be underestimated. It goes without saying that Kumogakure and Iwagakure were the strongest ninja villages in the ninja world outside of Konoha. Although Takigakure was currently in decline, it was once a major village that could acquire a Bijou. Only second to the 5 major ninja villages. Since Hanzo, the village of Amigakure had also successfully earned the title of the strongest ninja village besides the 5 major ninja villages. The 4 ninja villages chose to hold discussions in the Land of Iron, a neutral country known as the Samurai, and deliberately excluded the 3 nations alliance led by Konoha. The 4th Reikage AI of the village of Kumogakure and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki of the village of Iwagakure, their reputations had spread throughout the ninja world, and needed no further explanation. However, the leader of the village of Takigakure was a middle-aged man, with his strength only at the level of an ordinary jonin, making it difficult for people to take him seriously. On the other hand, the representative sent by the village of Amigakure attracted a lot of attention. It was not Hanzo, the former leader of the village of Amigakure, but a blue-haired woman who called herself an angel. Her presence added a bit of mystery to the meeting. Even more surprisingly, the momentum displayed by this blue-haired woman was not inferior to the 2 Kage-level figures Inoki and AI. This surprised Inoki and AI. It was impressive that a young and beautiful woman had such unexpected power. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, carefully prepared a spacious and brightly lit conference room for the 4 honored guests and placed a unique pentagonal negotiation table in the hall. Behind the edge of each table hung a clean white cloth, with the names of each country Thunder, Stone, Rain, Waterfall, and Iron engraved on it. The Land of Iron would act as a witness in this meeting. After the 5 representatives sat down one by one, Mifune led to break the silence. He said with a smile, "It is a great honor for our country that all the esteemed guests have worked tirelessly to come to our country to participate in this important meeting." However, Inoki, a veteran political general who had long been on the battlefield, showed a humble attitude. He replied, "Chairman Mifune has exaggerated praise. Here, on behalf of our 4 countries, I would like to express my gratitude to your country and to you personally." As he spoke, there was a hint of pride and majesty in his eyes. At this moment, A, sitting next to him, suddenly snorted, with an unhappy expression on his face. He raised his chin and provocatively said to Inoki, "What qualifications do you have to speak on behalf of all of us?" His voice was cold and had a strong questioning tone, and he seemed disgusted with Inoki's attitude. Among the 4 village representatives present, only Inoki and AI held the title of Kage. This status was unique to the heads of the ninja villages in the 5 major nations, and the leaders of other villages were not entitled to this honor. Therefore, friction inevitably occurred between the 2 remaining Kage on the field, as they vied for the right to speak. Especially since Inoki had a feud with AI. AI's father, the 3rd Reikage, was killed at the hands of the village of Iwagakure led by Inoki. Facing AI's aggressiveness, the leader of the village of Takigakure and the angel of the village of Amigakure chose not to intervene and wisely protect themselves. Although Inoki was short in stature, his aura was no less than AI's tall and strong presence. "I am more suitable than you." Inoki glanced at AI's severed arm, and the meaning was clear. AI suddenly became enraged, his hair standing on end, and his whole body glowing with dazzling lightning, as if he would take action at any moment. The leader of the village of Takigakure was so frightened that his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he could not utter a word. The woman known as the angel in the village of Amigakure showed no fear, but she stood silently and took no action. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly uncontrollable, at that critical moment, Mifune, who was the witness of the meeting, stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time for violence, we must first resolve the existing issues." After hearing this, AI's anger slightly subsided, but his eyes still held hostility. Mifune and the leader of Takigakure breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This time, Inoki said slowly, "All right, then let's get down to business." Although AI was still dissatisfied, he nodded in agreement. Inoki continued, "The reason for calling everyone here this time is because Bijou have recently been captured, which has become a major threat to every village. Therefore, I want to know the specific situation. First of all, Reikage, how did the Bijou disappear from your village of Kumogakure?" AI's face immediately darkened, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and there were traces of sadness and anger in his eyes, but this time not because of Inoki, but because of the tragic experience mentioned in the village. However, AI was someone who knew how to consider the situation as a whole. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "The Nibi Jinchuriki was suddenly attacked in the village, the enemy's presence was unpredictable and very strong, he was able to easily defeat the Nibi Jinchuriki and take her away. She has disappeared. As for the Hachibi, it was successfully resurrected in the vast ocean of the Land of Thunder. We had planned to send special personnel to capture it, but unexpectedly, someone took action first, and the Hachibi also disappeared in the blink of an eye. The leader of the village of Takigakure interjected with a bitter expression on his face. Our village was also not spared and was viciously attacked by that mysterious man. The unfortunate Shichibi Jinchuriki was taken away suddenly like this. On the other hand, although no bijou was robbed in the village of Amigakure, its strength was among the best among many ninja villages, second only to the 5 major ninja villages, so it also received a special invitation. The blue-haired woman known as the Angel remained silent from beginning to end, like an outsider observing indifferently, sitting there calmly, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around her. Based on the information analysis you provided, there are various indications that the disappearance of the bijou and Jinchuriki was likely planned and carried out by the same person. Yes, 2 Jinchuriki from the village of Iwagakure were also attacked by a figure that was difficult to capture and mysterious, and disappeared mysteriously after their defeat. So, do you have any specific clues or relevant guesses about the true identity of this mysterious man? Anoki asked with a serious expression. If this person is so easily recognizable, can he still be called a mysterious person? We almost know nothing about him now. The leader of the village of Takigakure spread his hands helplessly, shook his head, and said. The ninjas in our village were truly disadvantaged when fighting this person. It can be said that they had no power to fight back, so, regarding this mysterious person, the only thing I know for now is that he has mysterious abilities, and he may also be skilled in powerful illusions to control bijou and unpredictable sealing techniques. Anoki remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, in my opinion, the mysterious figure is likely from the Uchiha Clan in Konoha. His strange power and ability to easily control bijou align with having the unique Mangekyo Sharingan and powerful Genjutsu Sharingan unique to the Uchiha Clan. You know, there is no precedent for gathering bijou. The first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, did something similar. It seems that this incident is definitely related to Konoha. Anoki, as an old man who had experienced the founding of the ninja villages in the 5 major nations and lived to the present, his knowledge and judgment abilities far exceeded those present. Just as others wanted to express their opinions, a strange and swirling whirlpool of water suddenly appeared in front of everyone without warning. Immediately after that, a mysterious man shrouded in darkness suddenly appeared in the conference room like a ghost. He was dressed in a black cloak, with his long black hair flowing freely and arrogantly hanging behind him. The mysterious man wore an orange mask with a black symbol on his face, covering most of his face, but his blood-red eyes were very striking. There was no doubt that this was a characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Not only that, from the pattern of the man's eyes, it was clear that he possessed not the ordinary Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Both scales, you have vision, and you can truly guess my identity. The masked mysterious man stared sharply at Anoki, his tone arrogant. Both scales, a title representing Anoki's glorious past, had now become a tool for others to ridicule him. There was a wave of anger in Anoki's heart, but more importantly, he was afraid of the identity and power of the mysterious man in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his face became very surprised, and he exclaimed, "You are." The masked mysterious man seemed to anticipate Anoki's reaction. He lifted his head slightly and declared without hesitation, "Yes, I am Uchiha Madara." These words sounded like thunder in Anoki's ears. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the man in front of him. How could Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure who once shook the ninja world, appear here? I have taken the bijou away. The reason for doing this is only because the ninjas of Konoha are currently too cowardly and incompetent. I want Konoha to rise again and ultimately dominate the entire world. His voice was dominating, as if the whole world had to obey him. Finally, Obito raised his hand and solemnly announced, "The Fourth World Ninja War, I hereby declare war." As his words fell, a strong aura burst out of him, startling everyone. Chapter 233. The declaration of war made by a mysterious figure calling himself Uchiha Madara caused everyone present to feel nervous and uneasy. Humph, just as I thought, the capture of the bijou was carried out by the village of Konoha. Anoki coldly snorted, immediately assuming a stance ready to attack at any moment. In fact, he had previously witnessed Madara's awe-inspiring style. The powerful figure from the other side had left a lasting impression on him, becoming an indelible shadow. At that time, he was still a young man who had just become a ninja. Back then, he followed his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, to the village of Konoha to seek an alliance between the two sides. But in the end, they were driven out alone by Madara, and even thrown to the ground. However, today was different from the past. The Inoki standing here now was no longer a young man just starting out and ignorant of the world. He was now the third Tsuchikage and was the one who controlled the unique Kekii Toda dust release in the world. Inoki looked at the mysterious man in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. Although the hairstyle was very similar to the Madara he remembered, his face was obscured and not clearly visible, and his body shape was also different, making it difficult for Inoki to determine if this person was the real Madara. However, he was very confident in his dust element. He was certain that no matter whether the person in front of him was truly Madara, there was no way he could escape unscathed. At the same time, I beside him also sensed the tension in the atmosphere and immediately released a powerful chakra, always ready to enter lightning chakra mode and engage in battle. The aura emanating from the two Kage swept through the entire conference room like a strong wind, causing everyone present to feel an invisible pressure. Seeing this, Mifune, the leader of the samurai of the Iron Country, unsheathed the sword from his waist without hesitation and took a ready stance. Although he had no intention of participating in the dispute between ninjas, as the ruler of this place, he had to show the appropriate attitude. The leader of Takigakure quietly retreated a few steps. It was clear that he did not want to be associated with the person rumored to be the legendary Uchiha Madara, and he did not want to take any rash actions. However, the angel of Amigakure just stood there quietly, her beautiful eyes now as calm as a tranquil lake, as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. Obito sneered menacingly, "You should save your chakra for the real battle." As soon as his voice dropped, strange, distorted spatial fluctuations appeared around his body again. "Don't even think about escaping." AI roared angrily, and his entire body immediately flashed with blinding lightning as he rushed toward the opponent at an astonishing speed, but to his surprise, his attack completely missed. The enemy, who had originally been standing at the conference table, now seemed like an illusory shadow, letting his attack pass through him. Inoki hovered in the air. He opened his hands and performed his unique technique. Jin-tun, Genkai Hikuri no Jutsu. This technique was pioneered by the second Tsuchikage. It required the integration of three chakra attributes: wind, fire, and earth to form the incredibly powerful dust element. A transparent barrier that could change shape freely formed in Inoki's hands and was shot toward the enemy. Once hit by this barrier, the enemy would be broken down to their most basic atomic state and obliterated. The transparent white barrier enveloped Obito, and Inoki thought that no matter how strange his methods were, the other party could not escape the fate of death. However, when the white light dissipated and the dust and smoke spread, a large square hole was neatly cut into the ground. The black-robed, orange-masked Obito was still safe and sound, mocking their inability. "Since you took the first move, I'll leave you a gift," Obito said coldly. As his words fell, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and quietly uttered, "Katon, Bakufranbu." The space that had been peaceful suddenly became violently distorted, and flames swept through like crashing waves. These flames swirled and intertwined in the air, eventually forming a massive whirlpool that seemed to swallow everything. In the blink of an eye, the raging flames filled the entire conference room, and the scorching heat made everyone gasp. But at that moment, Obito's figure vanished like a ghost. Facing this sudden attack, everyone had different expressions, but they all used their own methods to try to resist. Although everyone tried their best, the enemy's power was too terrifying, and their efforts only managed to delay the destruction of the conference room. Finally, with a loud, earth-shaking crash, the entire conference room collapsed completely and turned into ruins. Amidst the smoke and dust-filled ruins, Inoki and AI stood up with difficulty and looked at each other. They knew in their hearts that when faced with such a powerful enemy, if they continued to fight each other, it would only make the situation worse. As a result, the two decided to temporarily set aside their past grudges and discuss a solution together. At this moment, Uchiha Madara appeared and openly declared war on the ninja world in the name of Konoha, which undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure to the other villages. The already tense atmosphere in the ninja world suddenly became even more intense. Several village leaders present realized that the situation was already very serious, and they needed to immediately adjust their strategies to prepare for the upcoming war. Mifune prepared a large and bright conference room for them. After a long, deep, and intense discussion, Anoki and AI finally made an important decision, to sign an anti-Konoha pact and invite Takigakure and Amigakure to join. With Mifune as a witness, the four nations officially signed this historic anti-Konoha pact. The core clause clearly stated that all nations within the alliance must respect each other and, at the same time, refrain from aggression, considering the capture of the bijou. With the current situation of each nation's interests being damaged and Uchiha Madara's declaration of war, it was necessary to conduct a fair war against Konoha to seek justice. This shocking news was like a bomb reaching the village of Konoha, instantly causing an uproar. Regardless of whether the mysterious Uchiha Madara was real or not, judging from the disappearance of the bijou, it was clear that Konoha experienced the Kyubi rebellion earlier than other countries. This fact fully proved that the evil deeds committed by Uchiha Madara had nothing to do with Konoha. However, international relations are very complex, and often only a simple reason is needed to trigger fierce conflicts or even wars between nations. And behind this complicated facade, what actually drives all parties to take action is often the intricate web of interests hidden beneath. Faced with this sudden and unjust disaster, Konoha had no choice but to stand up and face the challenge. The first person to bear the brunt was Shintaro, who quickly issued a serious statement: Uchiha Madara, who openly declared war, could never represent Konoha. In fact, Uchiha Madara had betrayed Konoha and become a fugitive, and the ninja pretending to be Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly one of the traitors and not qualified to declare war on behalf of Konoha. Soon after, Shintaro began to face relentless allied attacks and conducted a series of deployments in an orderly manner. He resolutely sent 3 elite troops to fight the enemy and immediately called on the Sunigakure and Kirigakure allies to cooperate in defending against the enemy. At this point, the thrilling Fourth Ninja World War officially began. The battle was primarily distributed in 3 main directions: the Land of Thunder, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Rain. In comparison, the Land of Waterfall was weak and completely unable to support one battlefield on its own, so it had to send several ninjas to reinforce the other 3 battlefields. In front of the Land of Thunder, after careful consideration, Shintaro decided to send an elite team to face the enemy. He carefully selected Shisui, Itachi, Izumi, and Asuma, strong ninjas with their own strengths, to lead the troops and arranged for the Kirigakure village, led by Terumi Mei, to provide support. Shisui was renowned for his exceptional Shunsin no Jutsu, and his speed was no less than that of the figure known as the Yellow Flash. In this way, he was fully capable of engaging in a tense battle with the Fourth Reikage, who also had extraordinary speed. Asuma mastered powerful wind element ninjutsu, which had a great restraining effect on the Kumogakure ninja, who were skilled in lightning element ninjutsu. With his wind element ninjutsu, Asuma could easily break through the taijutsu defenses of the thunder element ninjas, which the Kumogakure ninjas prided themselves on. Itachi and Izumi were both experts in genjutsu, and their abilities became one of the effective ways to break the thunder element taijutsu, which was the specialty of the Kumogakure ninja. In addition, the ninja of Kirigakure village, led by Terumi Mei, will fight alongside the ninja of Konoha village. They can not only play a role in engaging the military forces of Kumogakure village, but also collaborate with each other to exert greater combat effectiveness. At this moment, the Land of Lightning will face immense pressure from Konoha village, which is doing its utmost to attack. As the leader of Kumogakure village, the Fourth Reikage status as commander is unquestionable, but the former Killer Bee Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, who was supposed to be a victim of Uchiha Madara, was lucky enough to escape despite losing the Eight Tails. Now he also joins this battle and becomes one of the 2 core commanders of the Kumogakure forces. Even though the Fourth Reikage lost his arm, his strength cannot be underestimated. His entire body is filled with powerful lightning chakra. This power not only makes him an indestructible spear that can easily pierce enemy defenses but also serves as an unbreakable shield that can withstand any attack. Killer Bee has not become weaker after losing the Hachibi. On the contrary, his exceptional swordsmanship and mastery of lightning element ninja taijutsu make him a formidable opponent. The relationship between these 2 is very special. Although not biological brothers, their friendship is as deep as that of siblings. After the Third Ninja World War, the conflict did not subside, and the fighting continued. To protect the village, the Third Reikage eventually died of exhaustion. AI was desperate and determined to take on the responsibility of Reikage, using his own life to protect the village and the entire country. following the legacy of the third Reikage. He asked Killer Bee to undergo special training and vowed not to let anyone harm him. After that, he issued a strict order forbidding Killer Bee from leaving the village. However, things are always unpredictable. Uchiha Madara's declaration of war put unprecedented pressure on AI, and he truly felt that the village was in danger of destruction. In desperation, he could only bring Killer Bee to the front lines, but to ensure Killer Bee's safety, he only allowed him to stay by his side. Brother, was the Hachibi really taken by Uchiha Madara from Konoha? That man is a legend. We have to fight both Konoha and Uchiha Madara at the same time. What should we do? Killer Bee stood at the front lines of the battlefield, his heart full of worries. He, who once loved rap, had lost interest at this moment. After all, the strength of Konoha Ninja Village far surpasses that of Kumogakure Village. If Madara is added to the mix, Killer Bee is certainly worried about the fate of Kumogakure Village. He secretly thought, could it be that our actions this time are seeking death? However, AI, who seemed reckless and rough on the surface, actually had a mature plan in his heart. Uchiha Madara is a traitor to Konoha. This time he seized the bijou and declared war on the entire ninja world. It can't just be for Konoha's benefit, it must be to fulfill his own ambitions. So Uchiha Madara is not our enemy. Madara's goal is the bijou. The only bijou left is Konoha's Kyubi, and Konoha is strong, so he uses us as a blade to weaken Konoha. But I'm also pleased with it. In the Third Ninja World War, both my arm and the Hachibi were lost because of Konoha's fifth Hokage. So this time we want revenge. Even if we are used as a blade by Madara, we will still inflict irreparable damage on Konoha and then watch Konoha tear itself apart. AI knew that he had to maintain absolute calm and rationality, but when he truly faced Konoha's overwhelming strength on the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Konoha's strength far exceeded what Kumogakure Village could match. Even though they only sent a portion of their forces, its power was enough to compete with the entire Kumogakure Village. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Sarutobi Asuma, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei from Kirigakure Village led a group of ninjas in preparation. Shisui and Asuma joined forces, and their combined strength was enough to withstand the 4th Reikage's chakra mode attacks and defense. On the other side, the couple Itachi and Izumi also displayed exceptional teamwork. Together, they successfully mitigated Killer Bee's attacks. Terumi Mei also lent her support, making the situation on the battlefield increasingly favorable for Konoha and its allies. Chapter 234. The allied forces formed by the villages of Konoha and Kirigakure were unstoppable as they advanced toward the Land of Lightning, achieving continuous victories. However, they faced setbacks in other directions. Compared to the relatively young and energetic 4th Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, who was tough in battle, was undoubtedly a more formidable opponent. To address this, Konoha sent several experts such as Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Tetsuo, Uchiha Hamasu, and Hitaki Kakashi as team leaders in this direction. Along with the team from the Hidden Sand Village led by Pakura, they managed to hold off the attacks from the village of Iwagakure and successfully pushed the battle lines into the territory of the Land of Earth. Facing the threatening coalition forces of Konoha and Sunigakure, the forces of Iwagakure had to retreat into their own territory. In the vast and rocky Gobi Desert of the Land of Earth, both sides once again engaged in a thrilling and intense battle. On the side of Iwagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki was indeed powerful, but he was ultimately aging. In the village of Iwagakure, there was no second ninja who could bear the heavy responsibility alone like his son, Kitsuchi. In desperation, Inoki had no choice but to drag his apprentice into the battle. This man's name was Deidara. Although he was 2 years younger than Itachi, his power should not be underestimated. Deidara had mastered a special kind of white clay, which could be shaped into various forms of explosives by putting it into his mouth, chewing it, and mixing it with his own chakra, which could then trigger explosions. Moreover, these explosives could move freely at the user's will, making them difficult to guard against. However, this explosive clay had a fatal weakness. Its chakra attribute was of the earth element. When faced with a lightning element chakra attack that restrained the earth element, the explosive clay would instantly lose its explosive capabilities. This was undoubtedly the greatest weakness of Deidara's ninjutsu, clearly placing him at a disadvantage when facing opponents proficient in the lightning element. Everyone in Konoha was well aware of this crucial information. After careful consideration, they decided to send Hatake Kakashi, who had outstanding achievements in all 5 elements and was highly skilled in the lightning element, to confront Deidara. After this fierce battle, as expected, the highly powerful and destructive young genius was successfully suppressed by Kakashi. Although Deidara was indeed a uniquely talented person in the village of Iwagakure, he was still too immature. In contrast, Kakashi not only had innate talent but also years of combat experience and a mature, stable mentality. Therefore, it was not surprising that Kakashi had the upper hand in this confrontation. On the other hand, Kitsuchi was indeed a strong ninja. There was no doubt that if something unexpected happened to Inoki, the only person who could succeed him now was Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi wore a bright red ninja cap on his head, had a large nose, and a thick beard on his chin. He was tall and muscular, dressed in a striking red tight-fitting battle outfit with a brown jonin vest on the outside. His left arm was wrapped in a long red sleeve, while his right arm was exposed. He possessed rich practical experience and strong power and was in his prime. Unlike Inoki, he had not mastered the dust element Kekkei Toda, nor was he adept at using explosively powerful clay like Deidara. However, Kitsuchi was the most prominent earth element ninja in the village of Iwagakure. The ninjutsu he performed could easily rend the earth and shake the mountains. Even his fists, wrapped in hard stone, were enough to take down any enemy that blocked his path. Even Kitsuchi's father, Inoki, was no longer as strong as him in the earth element due to factors such as age, physical weakness, and insufficient chakra. Facing such a formidable opponent, Konoha certainly did not take him lightly. They carefully selected 2 powerful ninjas, Tetsuo and Hamasu, to challenge him. These 2 ninjas were similar to Kitsuchi. Both had gradually promoted themselves from the lowest genin level to the Kage level through hard work. Their foundation was very solid, and they were not naturally gifted geniuses. However, do not underestimate the 2 of them, as their true strength was not to be taken lightly either. Outstanding fire element ninjutsu, strong swordsmanship, and exceptional shuriken skills together formed a solid combat foundation. Moreover, they both possessed powerful secret weapons like the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was undoubtedly their greatest asset in daring to face Kitsuchi directly without fear. When facing Inoki, the Konoha alliance sent Uchiha Fugaku and the 5th Kazekage Pakura to fight. Pakura's strength had increased since the Third Ninja World War, and she was worthy of being a Kazekage. In particular, her unique scorch element, a combination of the fire and wind elements, was extraordinarily powerful. As for Fugaku, there was no need to explain in detail how strong he was. As a senior expert in the village of Konoha, his strength had now reached a new level. At this moment, Inoki was seen jumping into the air, opening his palm, and using Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. In an instant, a small, bright white barrier suddenly flew out and expanded at an extremely fast speed. The surprising thing was that wherever this barrier passed, everything instantly turned into powder. No, it should be said that the barrier instantly disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. Seeing such power, Fugaku and Pakura quickly dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Inoki's dust element was famous in the ninja world. Its strong power made many people tremble with fear, and no one dared to face its superiority. However, every technique had its shortcomings, and the dust element was no exception, with its release speed being one of them. This weakness was undoubtedly an excellent breakthrough point for top experts like Fugaku and Pakura. Seeing Inoki's attack, Fugaku and Pakura ducked and easily dodged it. Immediately afterward, they both displayed their unique techniques without hesitation. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. With Fugaku roaring furiously, he instantly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and strong fire element chakra burst out from his mouth. With the blessing of the Bishamontanai technique, the large fireball became even more fierce, with a diameter of 10 meters, like a blazing sun. In comparison, Pakura's scorch element fireball was slightly smaller in size, but the energy contained within it was no less potent. This blazing white fireball, with a radius of only 3 meters, emitted a dazzling light. The air seemed to ignite wherever it passed. Inoki's body was as light as a swallow, floating in the air. The reason he could fly so lightly was due to the Kijken no Jutsu, which was unique in the ninja world, using chakra as a power source to propel the body rapidly through the air. Although this form of flight was impressive, its speed was not as fast as lightning. When faced with 2 massive and threatening fireballs in front of him, Inoki still struggled to fully avoid their pursuit. The massive fireball released by Fugaku struck directly behind him like a burning meteorite, immediately blocking his retreat. At the same time, Pakura controlled her powerful scorch element fireball. Anoki knew that although his dust element was powerful, the deadly nature of Pakura's scorch element should not be underestimated. For a group of ninjas with strong offensive power but weak defense, the only difference between the two was the manner of their death. Given the extremely urgent situation, Anoki did not dare to be careless at all. When he found that his retreat path had been cut off and a burning fireball was chasing him in front, he quickly flew toward the higher airspace without hesitation. In the process of fleeing in embarrassment, Anoki looked serious, quickly clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu." He spat out a mouthful of stone, and these stones condensed into 4 living physical clones. These 4 clones were well trained, remained in place, and immediately performed earth element ninjutsu. Their large stone palms were placed in the air like shields, trying to intercept the threatening scorch element fireball. Unfortunately, things went counter to their expectations. The seemingly indestructible stone palms were like paper before the burning fireball easily penetrated. Not only that, at the moment of their contact, the stone palms melted into hot magma due to the scorching high temperature, dripping one by one. And the 4 clones responsible for blocking were directly swallowed and crushed by the terrifying fireball. However, Anoki did not sit still and wait for death. Using this time, he once again completed the ninjutsu hand signs. A cone-shaped dust element barrier slowly appeared in his palm. He faced downward and stretched out his hands. In an instant, the cone-shaped barrier shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, turning into a white cylindrical shockwave that rushed toward the fireball. Soon after, the shockwave emitted from the dust element collided with the fireball. As a powerful ninjutsu eliminated with the Kekiai Toda, the dust element displayed unrivaled power, easily suppressing the scorch element fireball. Fugaku and Pakura were seasoned and experienced in battle. Facing such a strong enemy, they immediately reacted and fled separately, leaving the exhausted Anoki. Anoki pondered for a moment and decided to focus his efforts on eliminating Pakura first, as she possessed a powerful ability like the Scorch Release. As a result, the Dust Release shockwave locked onto Pakura and chased her, turning everything in its path into ruins. Pakura had no choice but to flee with all her might, leaving the responsibility for a counterattack to Fugaku. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he must possess extraordinary talent. Now, we can only place our hopes on him. Pakura had conflicts and interactions with Shintaro, but she knew little about Fugaku's strength. However, since Fugaku could become the leader of the Uchiha clan, his abilities should not be underestimated. The facts prove that Fugaku lived up to Pakura's expectations. A great battle is a gamble. Fugaku murmured softly, and then without hesitation, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan technique again, Daikokuten. Relying on the power to foresee the future granted by this technique, he successfully grasped Anoki's current attack route. Everything became clear. Katan, Senkan no Jutsu. As Fugaku opened his mouth, he unleashed countless small fireballs. These small fireballs were numerous and dense, quickly spreading like a curtain of rain, almost covering the entire vast sky in an instant. Facing so many flames, Anoki didn't dare to be careless at all, and immediately fled towards the edge of the fire's coverage area to evade, while at the same time, he didn't forget to continue his fierce attack on Pakura. However, what Anoki didn't expect was that Fugaku had already calculated his every move. As Anoki fled desperately, Fugaku took advantage of the perfect opportunity when the fire obscured the vision of both sides and quietly used the shadow clone technique. Then, he controlled the wind to blow his shadow clone into the air. The shadow clone held a sharp kunai in its hand and intercepted Anoki's only escape route with ghostly precision. Immediately after that, the shadow clone moved smoothly, and the kunai with a cold glint in its hand stabbed directly into Anoki's chest. The sudden turn of events shocked Anoki, but he reacted very quickly. As he was injured, he swung his iron-hard stone fist and suddenly struck the shadow clone in front of him, intending to smash and disperse it. Although he eventually managed to defeat the shadow clone that attacked him, he also sustained serious injuries, and his body fell from the sky unconsciously. Doton, Grimu no Jutsu. Anoki summoned a giant stone golem to support him and began thinking about retreating. The two people in front of him were clearly no ordinary individuals. Deidara rode his clay bird and continued throwing clay bombs downward, while Kakashi skillfully dodged. It seemed like a one-sided situation, but Kakashi found an opportunity and used Earth Style to raise the ground, then rushed into the sky with Raikiri in hand, and Raikiri pierced through Deidara's stomach. On the other side, Kitsuchi used Doton, Sando no Jutsu on a stunning scale to try to suppress Hamasu and Tetsuo, but the two men unleashed Susanoo and forced him to retreat, with Kitsuchi being thrown by Susanoo's arm and his fate uncertain. Anoki then realized the terror of Konoha, and in sorrow, gave the order to retreat. However, Konoha was not about to let Iwagakure retreat easily. Chapter 235. Unlike the fierce battlefield where the villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure were clashing, the battlefield in the Land of Rain seemed relatively calm, almost unremarkable. But it was precisely this seemingly unremarkable battlefield that prompted Konoha to make an exception and send their fifth Hokage, Uchiha Shintaro, to fight directly. This decision was made by Shintaro himself. With his sharp insight into the situation, he wouldn't miss even the slightest change. He knew that a significant variable was hidden behind this war, and the Land of Rain was the key. Long ago, the leader of Amigakure was Hanzo, who had once faced Shintaro. However, according to recent information, the leadership of Amigakure had changed hands. What was even more puzzling was that the person currently wielding power in Amigakure actually referred to himself as a god. Moreover, the ninja who attended the conference meetings on behalf of this mysterious god also referred to themselves as angels. The outside world knew nothing about the true appearance of this god, his identity was shrouded in mystery, giving people an unpredictable feeling. However, the appearance of the angel did indeed manifest before everyone in the ninja world. This appearance quickly reminded Shintaro of Akatsuki, the mysterious organization he had encountered during the Third Ninja World War. He still had vivid memories of this organization, especially of the three young people from Amigakure. He clearly remembered the blue-haired woman named Konan. It now seemed that the Akatsuki organization was no longer just a small group in the Land of Rain but had become the true rulers of Amigakure. Shintaro was very impressed by the red-haired youth named Nagato. During that fierce war, the two had a brief confrontation. Nagato's Rinnegan, a pair of eyes of legendary power, had not yet matured at that time. Time had passed, and Nagato was surely different from before. And the god behind the scenes of Amigakure was likely Nagato. After all, his unmatched Rinnegan symbolized the supreme power of the Sage of Six Paths. Facing Amigakure directly, Shintaro looked forward to confronting Nagato once again. And Konoha was not defenseless. His duties were entrusted to the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not yet reached the end of his prime. Shintaro was also very confident, believing that Hiruzen would not take this opportunity to do anything detrimental to Konoha. Though Hiruzen was not aggressive enough, he was more than capable. The most important thing was that the one protecting the Kyubi Jinchuriki was one of Konoha's Sannin. Jiraiya needed no convincing. Protecting his student's son was second nature, and he would not refuse. Tsunade also understood the importance of the Kyubi Jinchuriki to the village, not to mention that Shintaro had promised her a large sum of money to fuel her gambling habit. As for Orochimaru, he only agreed to this matter because Shintaro provided him with a large number of experimental samples from the battlefield. After all, no one was more enthusiastic about this than the scientific madman. In reality, however, the primary role of the Sannin in this mission was merely to hold off the enemy. Naturally, Shintaro could not put all his hopes on them. So, in addition to this, he prepared another backup plan for himself, namely himself. Shintaro had used a special jutsu on a kunai. At any moment, if Jiraiya, who was responsible for closely guarding Naruto, sensed something amiss, he only needed to destroy the kunai, and Shintaro, who was on the front lines, would instantly sense the fluctuation in the jutsu's power and return to Konoha in a flash using teleportation techniques. Having made these arrangements, Shintaro could finally stay in the Land of Rain with confidence and focus on the battle. At this moment, the forces of both sides at the border of the Land of Rain were fully deployed, engaged in combat with each other, and the atmosphere was tense and grim. Thousands of soldiers were ready to march, weapons in hand, staring sharply at the opposing forces' camp, as if ready to wage war at any moment. In the hidden forest on the side of the Land of Rain, Konan stood before a large tree. She waved her hand gently, and a startling scene unfolded. The seemingly ordinary tree suddenly split open. Upon closer inspection, the entire tree was meticulously camouflaged with paper. Conan walked up to the large tree with light steps, and the scene before her was astonishing. A thin red-haired youth, with limbs bound to a strange apparatus and several metal rods pierced into his back, stood before her. This seemingly disabled youth was Nagato, the person Shintaro wished to confront again. Time had passed, and now Conan had become more mature and steady, exuding a unique charm of a mature woman with every move. After Conan reported the deployment of the front line to Nagato, she lowered her head silently. The perceptive Nagato quickly noticed Conan's worry and doubts and gently asked, "What's wrong? Wasn't the organization Akatsuki initially established to maintain world peace? But now we're entangled in the disputes of major nations. Isn't this deviating from our original mission? Moreover, Uchiha Madara doesn't seem trustworthy. And his ambitions are quite unsettling." Nagato's eyes remained unwavering as he calmly explained. "I understand your inner concerns, but the goal we're pursuing is clear. By collecting the bijou and merging them into the Ten-Tails, it will exert a deterrent effect on the entire ninja world and ultimately achieve peace." Nagato continued, "Uchiha Madara has successfully captured 8 bijou, and the last bijou remaining is the Kyubi in Konoha. He incited the 4 major nations to launch a ninja war against Konoha. His real intent was only to take the opportunity to weaken Konoha's power. In the final analysis, the outbreak of this war still serves to advance our shared plan." Nagato took a deep breath. When he mentioned Uchiha Madara's name, his expression seemed slightly complicated. He softly said, "As for Madara's credibility, honestly, I've never fully trusted him." However, he then changed the topic, "But it's undeniable that our goals align, so we can only choose to temporarily join forces with him." He clenched his fist tightly, showing his inner resolve. Finally, Nagato slightly curled his lips and revealed a confident smile. "No matter what, I possess the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, and he only has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if my legs were ruined by Hanzo, he's clearly no match for me." After saying that, he emitted a strong aura. Conan silently nodded after hearing this and said nothing more. In the past, when Yahiko was still alive, she always followed Yahiko's opinions and decisions wholeheartedly. But now that Yahiko was dead, she entrusted everything to Nagato. Relying on others and lacking self-assertion was perhaps related to Conan's upbringing. As she grew up, there were always a few strong and reliable people around her like Yahiko in the past and Nagato now. These people gave her a sense of security and direction, and she became accustomed to following their wishes. Nagato's face suddenly darkened, and he spoke in a low voice, "Konoha has launched an attack." Upon hearing this, Conan immediately understood and swiftly exited the tree without hesitation. At the same time, 6 distinctly different figures appeared alongside her. These figures varied in appearance, but they all shared one common feature: the striking orange hair and the captivating Rinnegan in their eyes. The 6 paths of pain were created by Nagato using a special method. He selected the remains of 6 deceased individuals and carefully modified them. The black rods were not only capable of conducting chakra, and the chakra receivers embedded in their faces and bodies allowed Nagato to project his Rinnegan into the 6 corpses. In this way, the originally lifeless bodies were transformed into formidable fighting tools that obeyed Nagato's commands. After careful craftsmanship, 6 differently styled corpses emerged, each representing different powers and attributes: Tend, Geikid, Jigakut, Ninjend, Shurad, and Chikasht. Relying on his superb chakra control skills and the power of the Rinnegan, Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain to fight in the shadows. Each pain could perform various special Rinnegan techniques. What was even more astonishing was that they could use the mystical feature of Rinnegan shared vision to gain comprehensive insight into the enemy's dynamics without any blind spots. Even if a cunning enemy attempted to attack from behind a certain pain, there was always another pain on full alert, always vigilant of every enemy movement. Not only that, Jigakut even possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, enabling the revival of fallen pain. Additionally, the 6 paths of pain could wield the black chakra rods as weapons to defeat enemies. Merely stabbing the mysterious black rods into the opponent's body was enough to easily disrupt the chakra flow within the opponent's body. Among the pain, the most powerful was Tend Pain, who turned out to be Yahiko, the former leader of the Akatsuki organization. The unfortunate Yahiko died due to the evil schemes of Danzo and Hanzo. Now, Shintaro has killed Danzo, and Nagato has manipulated the 6 paths of pain to eliminate Hanzo, which can be seen as vengeance for Yahiko's blood feud. A pair of snow-white paper wings suddenly spread from Konan's back, and together with pain, she rushed towards the smoke-filled battlefield. The sound of slaughter echoed loudly on the battlefield, with Shintaro leading the charge at the forefront of his team. He watched as enemy troops fell to the ground wherever he passed, and nothing could stop his assault. Although the ninja from Amigakure fought bravely, they were vulnerable to Shintaro's fierce attacks. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A powerful blue light burst from his palm, with a stunning suction force. Soon after, another soft shout was heard. Cursed technique reversal, red. A red light suddenly erupted, forming a massive energy blast that swept forward with incredible force. The intertwining red and blue lights created a terrifying force between the suction and repulsion, striking fear into those who witnessed it. At this point, Shintaro had perfected the use of these two techniques, executing them effortlessly. The terrifying pull of blue and the unrivaled repulsion of red complemented each other, triggering a thrilling death spree on the battlefield. As Shintaro indulged in his reckless desire to fight and the thrill of killing, Konan and Pain arrived just in time. Konan stood still, gracefully moving her long arms. Sharp white paper shards fell like snowflakes, but with the attack, they swiftly swept towards Shintaro. At the same time, Tendo extended one hand, holding a black rod, creating a massive repulsive force and launching the rod at a worrisome speed. Shurad's arms split into numerous rockets, launching them continuously. Chikush directly summoned a large green bird, 8 meters tall, that charged towards Shintaro with its teeth and claws. The wave of fierce attacks from all directions was dazzling. However, in the face of such fierce assaults, Shintaro remained extraordinarily calm. He simply smiled gently, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and then Infinity automatically blocked all the attacks. An invisible force field suddenly appeared, effortlessly blocking all the assaults. The paper shards, black rod, rockets, and the seemingly unstoppable 8-meter-tall bird, upon contact with this force field, seemed to hit an indestructible wall and halted powerlessly. Shintaro's body remained completely unharmed. He stood firmly in place, staring straight at the people in front of him. After his gaze passed Konan, it finally stopped at Tendo. Are you, Yahiko or Nagato? Chapter 236. The Six Eyes possess extraordinary observational abilities. He can easily discern the true identities of the 6 paths of pain before him. Shintaro casually waved his hand, using the Limitless technique to effortlessly transfer all the attacks before him into the ground. Facing Konan and Tend, Shintaro hovered steadily in the air. Under his watchful gaze, every movement of the 6 paths of pain was clearly visible. It was evident that they weren't real living beings, but puppets controlled by black rods with the power of the Rinnegan. However, what was surprising was that their leader, Tend, looked exactly like Yahiko. Even his expression was identical, which puzzled Shintaro. This time, Tend was the first to break the silence. It's been a long time, Uchiha Shintaro, the last time I fought you is still fresh in my memory. Tend didn't respond directly, but from his tone, it was clearly Nagato himself. Shintaro nodded slightly and said, as expected, although his appearance resembles Yahiko, there is no one else but you, Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. The Akatsuki organization once claimed they were fighting for peace in the ninja world. Why do you want to seize Hanzo's power now and even get involved in this ninja war? Pain replied expressionlessly, Hanzo was deceitful and dangerous. Yahiko went to negotiate with him in good faith, hoping to resolve matters peacefully, but who would have known that he was poisoned by him and tragically died on the spot. So I killed Hanzo to avenge Yahiko. Then, Tend firmly stated, the Akatsuki organization is participating in this ninja war precisely to make the entire world feel pain. Only in this way can peace truly be achieved. Make the world feel pain. I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so. Shintaro's mocking words infuriated Nagato, and he immediately controlled the 6 paths of pain to launch an attack on Shintaro. Konan saw that the situation was bad and quickly flew into the air to assist Nagato in launching an attack. Facing such a fierce assault, Shintaro had no intention of retreating. Instead of dodging, he actively charged toward the enemy. The first to bear the brunt was Konan, who was flying in the sky with paper wings. Shintaro initially approached and punched, wanting to test his opponent's strength. However, after the punch was thrown, there was no reaction, as if hitting a pillow. It turned out that Konan had long been prepared. She had already activated her paper element, automatically turning the part hit by the punch into thin paper strips, completely ignoring the attack. This is interesting, you can actually ignore physical attacks. But that's all there is to it. Although he hadn't used ninjutsu for a long time, that didn't mean he was rusty. Soon after, he took a deep breath and exhaled a blazing fire from his mouth. Katan, Kamekyaku. The fiery blaze erupted from Shintaro's mouth, forming a sea of flames that covered the sky, sweeping towards Konan. Faced with such a fierce fire, Konan's expression suddenly changed. It was clear that the fire element was indeed a significant threat to her. She made a quick decision and swiftly spread the wide paper wings on her back, trying to escape backward. But to her surprise, her body seemed to be tightly bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. At this moment, Shintaro raised his hand and waved it, and a blue light suddenly flashed. It turned out he used the power of blue and successfully suppressed Konan. At this point, Konan was in a dilemma. Seeing no way out, she could only grit her teeth. Activate the chakra in her body with all her strength, continuously releasing more paper, and build a strong defense in front of her, hoping to withstand the fire attack. Fortunately, Pain did not remain idle. Seeing this, Chikisht clapped his hands and summoned the large green bird again, which was 8 feet tall. It carried the 6 paths of pain and flew into the air together, blocking the front of the fire, giving Konan precious time to breathe. On the bird's broad back stood a chubby figure with orange-red hair tied in a ponytail, Geikid. He stood firmly at the front of the team, arms wide open. The absorption power of Geikid devoured the fire. The blazing fire disappeared without a trace, leaving only silence. As for Konan, only the outer layer of her cloak was singed, revealing the curvaceous figure hidden beneath the Akatsuki robe. She wore light purple tights on the lower part of her body, accentuating her slim and straight legs. The upper part of her body was a backless dress with a zipper inside, which was both sexy and alluring, with a delicate ring adorning her navel. Shintaro looked at the scene before him in amazement. He never expected Konan's outfit to be so sexy. It was a stark contrast to the cold image she usually presented to people. However, Konan didn't seem embarrassed or shy because of her outfit. After all, it is in everyone's nature to pursue beauty. Although she was the angel of Amigakure village, she was not an angel completely devoid of desires. Konan stretched out her arms again. And a large amount of paper flew towards Shintaro like dancing butterflies. This time, the paper was entirely different from before. The paper had transformed into extremely powerful explosive tags rather than sharp paper blades. Immediately after, a series of deafening explosions suddenly sounded. The fire and smoke from the explosion tightly surrounded Shintaro, forming a large, airtight fireball. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the large fireball, and then a dazzling red light shot out from the hole. Upon seeing this, Geikid planned to follow suit and once again absorb the crisis at hand. However, what no one expected was that this red light was unstoppable. In an instant, Geikid's large body was shattered into pieces as if hit by a high-speed train. At the same time, his entire body lost control and flew backward. Seeing Geikid suffer a significant loss, Jigakud, who had long been watching the battle, immediately took action. Jigakud quickly formed seals with his hands. Along with a deep roar, the large and fierce-looking Hell King appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. The Hell King opened his blood-stained mouth and stuck out a long purple tongue like a frog's. He directly captured the damaged Geikid, stuffed him into his mouth, and then began to chew. However, Shintaro would never stand still. At this moment, a bright red light continuously emitted from his hand. The red beam of light struck Jigakud, Chikisht, and Ninjend hard, shattering them all to pieces. At this moment, only Tend was left intact on the battlefield, but half of his clothes had been torn to pieces and scattered in the wind. The summoned creatures fell from the air, completely losing their ability to fight. As for Shurad, he also suffered severe injuries, with half of his body destroyed. If not for the support of his extremely sturdy mechanical body, he wouldn't be able to move. Konan's initially calm face finally showed slight ripples. Although the impact of red couldn't shake her at all, seeing the 6 paths of pain being defeated one after another, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. Finally, she decided not to sit still and decisively ran downward. At the same time, Shintaro followed closely behind without hesitation, and the two quickly fell into a dense forest like meteors. At this moment, Conan used her hidden trick. A shocking scene occurred. Looking around, the entire forest was actually camouflaged by dense explosive tags. As the first explosion sounded, all the explosive tags detonated one after another like a chain reaction. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed, illuminating everything around with a red hue. Taking advantage of this thrilling explosion, Ten saw the opportunity and suddenly jumped. His entire body was engulfed in blazing fire. Soon after, Ten used all his strength to perform his most powerful technique, Shinra Tensei. This is one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Using this technique requires a significant amount of chakra. This technique concentrates all the chakra of the 6 paths of pain on Ten. And its power is focused and explodes, repelling everything around it within a 10-kilometer radius. After this technique is activated, Ten will be unable to use ninjutsu for a long time and will even shorten Nagato's lifespan. At this moment, all the pain have been destroyed or lost their ability to fight. Facing such a situation, Nagato made a decisive decision and resolutely gave up control of the other pain, unconditionally injecting the chakra used to control pain into Ten's body, and then executed the technique. The invisible shock wave pressed down with immense force, suppressing the blazing explosion beneath. However, after being compressed so intensely, the explosion's power not only did not weaken at all but became even fiercer. The entire land within a 10-mile radius seemed to experience an apocalyptic disaster, with everything collapsing into a massive crater hundreds of meters deep. In the deep crater, countless pieces of earth and stone were vaporized and melted by the intense heat, and hot magma surged and flowed uncontrollably, like a scene of devastation after a volcanic eruption. Tendo fell hard to the ground, and Conan, beside him, also barely escaped. Before the dust settled, 2 beams of light shot down from the sky, each striking Conan and Tendo. "Well, the power is decent, but if you think you can hurt me, you're still far off." With these defiant words, Shintaro's figure slowly emerged from the dust. Conan failed to scatter her paper in time to avoid the damage and was thrown aside, fainting on the spot. Tendo, unable to use Shinra Tensei temporarily, was severely injured and lost his combat effectiveness. At that moment, a figure in a black cloak appeared with a spiral distortion in the air, standing on a distant tree overlooking the devastated battlefield. "That was a fierce fight. Unfortunately, I just returned from Konoha empty-handed and couldn't witness it myself." This was Obito, who claimed to have initiated the 4th Great Ninja War. Taking advantage of the fact that Konoha village was fighting on 3 fronts and running out of tricks, Obito had secretly infiltrated Konoha village. He initially planned to follow the same method, instigating another Kyuubi rebellion and seizing the opportunity to capture the Ninetales. However, what he didn't expect was that all of Konoha's Sannin were currently in the village, protecting the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and the most troublesome among them, Jiraiya, was inseparable and closely guarded the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Faced with such a tight protective net, Obito couldn't find a good opportunity and had no choice but to return to the battlefield in the land of rain in frustration. At that moment, Shintaro quickly noticed Obito's arrival. He was still exhilarated from the intense battle he just had with Conan and Tendo. Pointing at Obito, he shouted excitedly with a grin on his face. "Uchiha Obito! Why are you hiding your appearance? Weren't you trying to conquer the entire ninja world? If you have the guts, come fight me to the death. I'm feeling great right now." Shintaro's desire to fight surged. Hearing this, Obito merely adjusted his mask slightly and then responded from afar, "Forget it, let's defeat you first." Chapter 237. Shintaro and Obito dashed towards each other like meteors, with strong winds rising between them. Obito's orange-red and black striped mask concealed a pair of activated Mangekyo Sharingan, with crescent-shaped triangle patterns clearly visible in his red irises. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Slowly unsheathing it, his eyes cold as ice. In contrast, Shintaro's eyes were entirely different. Those sky-blue eyes burned with fighting spirit, filled with anticipation for the intense battle ahead. In the blink of an eye, they quickly closed the distance. Shintaro led with a swing of his fist, striking like a gust of wind. But Obito easily demonstrated his Kamui ability, his body becoming intangible, allowing him to effortlessly pass through Shintaro's attack. Immediately after, Obito turned to face Shintaro's back and slashed 3 sharp red sword auras in quick succession. However, the sword energy failed to penetrate Shintaro's defenses and was successfully neutralized by Infinity. Faced with this scene, Obito wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he crouched down, exploded with extreme speed, rushed toward Shintaro like lightning, and swung his sword. This astonishing sword strike was no ordinary slash. He had infused the sword with the power of Kamui from his left eye, which could cause anything it touched to undergo spatial distortion. The spatial power of Kamui could indeed penetrate infinity, but Shintaro's Mangekyo Sharingan was not weak either. Ein no Minakanushi. Under the influence of the Mangekyo Eye technique of Shintaro's right eye, his body became indestructible, and even Kamui's power could not harm him in the slightest. At this moment, Shintaro and Obito simultaneously halted their movements and stared at each other. "Why aren't you making another move?" Shintaro asked with a slight smile, raising the corner of his mouth. "Even though I'm not your equal, you can't defeat me. In that case, why not cooperate to share this world equally? As long as you hand over the Kyuubi, I'm willing to give you half of the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Shintaro stroked his chin with interest, adopting a thoughtful expression, and spoke after a moment. "Isn't it possible that I already have half of the ninja world right now? The village of Iwagakure and Kumogakure are completely incapable of withstanding Konoha's fierce assault, and there's no need to worry about the Land of Rain if I personally put an end to it. Now that Konoha's territory covers nearly half of the ninja world, why should I conspire with you over the ninja world?" Obito took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword at his waist. A certain resolve appeared in his eyes. "In that case, I don't need to hide anymore." Hiding? Shintaro looked at Obito and thought to himself. Judging by Obito's series of actions, it was clear there was a deeper motive behind them. "My true plan is not to follow the vulgar rules of the entire ninja world but to create a truly real world." Obito opened his arms and shouted passionately. After hearing this, Shintaro remained silent, simply staring calmly at Obito. "I will gather the 9 bijou, merge them into one, and transform them into the 10 tails. Then, using its power, I will cast infinite Tsukuyomi and plunge the entire world into an eternal illusion." Obito's words were filled with enthusiasm and obsession. Only such a world is the true reality. His expression was almost mad. He seemed truly addicted to the illusion he had spun and couldn't free himself from it. After hearing this, Shintaro burst into laughter and mocked. "Ha ha 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 ha, so that's it. So this is what you call truth. Obito, you truly surprise me. All this time, everyone thought you were a man of great ambition, but in the end, you're just a pitiful fool deceiving yourself." Looking back at the first time they met, he actually had a poor impression of Obito. However, even though Obito's performance at the time was mediocre, his persistence and unyielding spirit left a deep impression on Shintaro. At least at that time, Obito could be considered a worthy opponent. However, since the accident at the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, Obito suddenly disappeared and was unheard of. Because of this, Shintaro could only feel regret in his heart. It was only after the Kyuubi rebellion broke out that Shintaro finally understood Obito's true identity and the extent of his power. At that moment, he was shocked to learn that the Obito standing before him was no longer the same as before, and his original power had surpassed Kakashi. It should be remembered that Kakashi was a renowned genius ninja of Konoha village, and Obito could actually mount a remarkable comeback. Yet, Shintaro still didn't understand why Obito chose to walk down this irredeemable path. In his view, Obito seemed to have undergone a transformation and was completely different from the kind and simple young man of the past. What he never expected was that, even now, Obito had not escaped the shadows of the past, and his mentality had become even more narrow-minded, far less open than when he studied at the Ninja Academy. Just to create an illusory world and then hide within it, deceiving yourself and burying your head in the sand like an ostrich, in an attempt to avoid the truth of the real world. And you don't hesitate to kill your teacher's wife, and the village that raised you because of this. It truly disappoints me. Disappoints? Upon hearing the word, Obito suddenly removed his mask, revealing the half of his face scarred by wounds as his clenched hand shattered it into pieces. "What gives you the right to be disappointed in me? You are indeed successful, you've been talented and gifted since childhood, your abilities far exceeded Kakashi's. Now you've ascended the throne as the 5th Hokage, leading Konoha village. And joined hands with Sunagakure village and Kirigakure village to form the 3-nation alliance. You've advanced with great success and are unstoppable. You're poised to sweep across the entire ninja world and achieve the pinnacle of hegemony. Not only that, but you also married your childhood friend and sweetheart, Yuhi Kurenai, both your career and love life are going smoothly and happily, the world has indeed treated you well. I've been poor since I was a child, but I never forgot to train, and I wasn't afraid of fighting. During the Third Great Ninja War, I would have sacrificed myself to save my friends, but how did this damn world treat me? I finally struggled to crawl out of hell and wanted to return to the village, only to learn that Kirigakure village would turn Rin into a bijou weapon. I wanted to save Rin, but I saw that I had killed Rin with my own hands. How can this be real? You know how much I loved Rin. I would feel bad even seeing a strand of her hair break. How could I possibly kill Rin? So, this world must be fake. Otherwise, how could it be so cruel to me? This ninja world is so cruel, so I'll use the chakra of the Ten-Tails to cast Mugen Tsukimi over the entire world, control all of humanity, and create an ideal world without war and eternal peace. Rin will be resurrected in the Tsukimi world. After Shintaro took a deep breath, he finally spoke slowly, Obito, misfortune is not always the right. Hearing this, Obito trembled as if struck by lightning, with an expression of disbelief on his face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He widened his eyes and glared at Shintaro, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Have you experienced what I've been through? Of course, your life is happy. The laughter abruptly stopped, and Obito bit his lip tightly, his eyes filled with pain and reluctance. But so what? I don't care about right or wrong, I just want to create a world where Rin exists. This world means nothing to me, there's no point in talking about it anymore. At the end of his sentence, his voice choked slightly. Shintaro remained unmoved by Obito's emotions and calmly replied. In reality, you just want to satisfy your selfish desire to bring Rin back. Why do you need to involve grand-sounding reasons like world peace? Everyone has selfish thoughts, this is understandable. After hearing this, Obito's face grew even darker. He clenched his fists, digging his nails deep into his palms. We can only fight with strength. With that, a powerful momentum surged from him. You're right, but don't think I can't do anything to you. Uchiha Shintaro, you're incredibly arrogant, you're so arrogant that you told me the location of the scroll of seals, you think it wouldn't matter even if I secretly learned 1 or 2 ninjutsu. But you've forgotten, I'm no longer the same as before. Obito said through gritted teeth, while his hands began forming seals rapidly. As the seals were completed, Obito's body emitted a powerful wave of chakra. Then, he clasped his hands together and slapped the ground forcefully, watching as an upright coffin slowly rose from the earth. Kuchios Edo Tensei. And this will be your destruction. Destruction? Ha 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 ha, the battle has just begun. Although Shintaro laughed heartily, his Mangekyo Sharingan remained fixed on the mysterious coffin, not daring to relax even for a moment. There was no doubt that a legendary ninja of terrifying power would be summoned from this coffin. However, with just a wave of his hand, Shintaro easily opened the coffin lid. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the coffin. This is really yours, Obito, you've truly prepared an extraordinary gift for me. He murmured to himself, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The day has finally come, Nagato has grown up. From within the coffin, a dominating voice suddenly echoed. Edo Tensei. Shouldn't Nagato be using Rinei Tensei? As the words fell, a tall figure dressed in bright laminated armor slowly emerged from the coffin. His wild black hair cascaded down to his waist. He gently placed his hands in front of his body. However, his expression showed that he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his body. Obito, it's you, what's going on? How is our plan progressing? The man turned and looked sharply at Obito, who was standing nearby, with a slight tone of doubt. Obito lowered his head in silence and softly replied. Except for the Kyubi, all the other bijou have been successfully collected. Currently, Gedo Mazo has been infused with the chakra from Ichibi to Hachibi, and there's also Kyubi chakra from Kinkaku and Ginkaku. After saying this, Obito paused for a moment, then added, only the true Kyubi remains, which I cannot yet control. I see. The man stroked his chin, signaling that he understood the situation. Then, he shifted his gaze to the side, where Shintaro stood, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Shintaro looked at the man and immediately recognized his identity. This was the most legendary ninja in the history of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Madara. Oh. These eyes, you're also a member of the Uchiha Clan. I remember Uchiha Shintaro being the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha and even Konoha in recent years. I've been keeping an eye on you. It seems you've grown up. He's actually wearing the Hokage cloak, haha, have you really been tamed by Konoha? I've long said that the Uchiha clan should leave Konoha. Shintaro replied fearlessly, Senior Madara, what you're saying is biased. I led the Uchiha clan to earn their status in Konoha and successfully became the 5th Hokage. Are you jealous of me because you lost in the election for the first Hokage? Hey, that rude brat is really annoying, Madara frowned and said. My abilities are no longer limited to the village of Konoha. So what if you became Hokage? What I seek is true peace across the entire ninja world. The same rhetoric as Obito, it seems you've misled him, Shintaro said playfully. Arrogant. Madara shouted. Chapter 238. Even though they belonged to the same clan, the atmosphere between them was tense, like a powder keg ready to explode. Shintaro, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, would never sit idly by and watch Madara and Obito launch their so-called Mugen Tsukuyomi plan. In his eyes, Mugen Tsukuyomi was just an excuse for cowards to escape reality. He had a grand career to pursue in this real world to lead the Uchiha clan and Konoha village to rise together and reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Moreover, he was also concerned about the many important people in his heart. He and his wife had just married, and there was a long and beautiful future awaiting them to experience together. How could Shintaro be willing to be trapped in such an illusory world? Besides, the authenticity of the so-called Mugen Tsukuyomi had yet to be confirmed. As for Madara, although his plans seemed to have changed, he initially intended to have Nagato resurrect him using Rinne Tensei, but he didn't expect Obito to learn Edo Tensei to revive him. Among these three, Obito's inner world was undoubtedly the most complicated and difficult to understand. From one perspective, he was eager to defeat Shintaro, his strongest enemy, capture the Kyuubi, and finally complete the Mugen Tsukuyomi plan, plunging the entire world into illusion. Yet, on the other hand, Obito didn't want to see Madara easily defeat Shintaro. The reason was simple. In his mind, only through the Mugen Tsukuyomi released under his own leadership could Rin's true existence be delineated. In fact, using Edo Tensei to resurrect Madara was just a prudent action he took because of the situation. Since the chaos on the night of the Kyuubi rebellion, he had gained a deep understanding of Shintaro's incredible power. If he fought alone, Obito might escape with Kamui's power, but in terms of victory or defeat, he knew he was no match for Shintaro. Therefore, to capture the Kyuubi, Shintaro must first be defeated, but to defeat such a powerful enemy, Madara's strength had to be used to have any chance of victory. The three of them stared at each other, and Shintaro made the first move. He knew well that practicing cursed techniques was an effort to achieve the highest reduction. A great jujitsu sorcerer needs to reduce the composition or activation steps of a cursed technique, hand seals, and chants as much as possible, but when facing the powerful enemies before him, Shintaro knew he couldn't relax at all. So, he unleashed his full power without hesitation. Chants, hand seals, dance, and music, nothing was spared. He wanted to enhance their strength by turning the Limitless technique into a solemn ritual and unleashing 120. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Shintaro actually started dancing in the midst of the intense battlefield. His movements were sharp and fierce, and he hummed a unique shamisen tune. This sudden behavior left Madara and Obito both puzzled and surprised. However, Madara didn't stop him. He was confident that whatever tricks the other side played, they would be useless, so both just stood and watched. But when Shintaro finished all the preparations, he took a few steps back, seemingly adjusting his state and readying himself to deliver his strongest attack. At this moment, the two people standing on either side of the battlefield represented different eras of the Uchiha clan. The strongest man in the Uchiha clan's history and the strongest Uchiha of the modern age were about to engage in a thrilling battle. Who would be the challenger would be determined by the result of this strike. Shintaro crossed his hands, bent his right leg, took a step back with his left, and at the same time, placed his hands on his abdomen and began to gather strength silently. He slightly parted his thin lips and chanted a mysterious incantation in a low voice. 9 ropes, polarized light, crow and declaration, between front and back. Then Shintaro stood up, his left hand tightly gripping his right arm, and his right hand made a snapping motion, extending it forward. At this moment, his 6 eyes shone with a pale blue light. This was the secret technique he displayed, hollow technique, purple. And its power had increased to 120. What? Seeing this scene, Obito was shocked and immediately hid in the Kamui dimension without hesitation. Shintaro's series of actions just now didn't show any chakra fluctuations at all. This was completely unexpected and caught him off guard. At the same time, Madara laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, an interesting junior. He opened his hands, and his original red Sharingan instantly transformed into Rinnegan. Immediately after, he used the Rinnegan's pupil technique Jutsu Kaien. A mass of thick black ink-like substance, accompanied by the cracking sound of purple arcs, flowed directly toward Madara. Facing such a fierce attack, he had no intention of confronting it head-on but instead tried to use the power of the Rinnegan to directly absorb the energy through Jutsu Kaien. However, what he didn't expect was that purple directly broke through Jutsu Kaien with astonishing speed, and its path was unimpeded as if there were no restraints or obstacles at all. Madara was startled, realizing that purple was not an ordinary ninjutsu. The immense power it contained wasn't actually composed of chakra. Facing such a terrifying attack, he immediately changed his tactics and unleashed Shinra Tensei. In the world of Jujutsu, purple is a unique skill known by only a few in the Gojo clan. By combining blue and red, a virtual mass capable of destroying everything is created, forming an energy wave that can tear through space. The damage caused by this attack appears as a circular gap with smooth edges, and its destructive power is truly astonishing. Boom! With a loud noise, Madara was sent flying. Dust scattered everywhere he passed. When the dust settled, those on the battlefield were horrified to find a vast, bottomless canyon had appeared along this path. At this moment, the battlefield had completely become a battleground for these three Uchiha. The Konoha and Amigakure ninjas dared not approach, fearing being caught in the terrifying power of the battle here. After the residual power of purple dissipated, Obito walked out of the Kamui dimension. Seeing the canyon blasted by purple, he felt a pang of fear. If such powerful energy had hit him, survival would be difficult. Obito looked carefully into the distance, and wherever he looked, he saw Shintaro teleporting to Madara's side after using the technique. He carefully observed the changing situation on the battlefield, focusing entirely on the scene, and also ran off to the side. It seems you're the challenger. Shintaro slightly raised the corners of his mouth, pride evident in his eyes, and slowly extended his finger to point at Madara. Little brat, Madara laughed angrily, the corners of his mouth twitching. Madara's Edo Tensei body was already in a damaged state, his arm completely destroyed, and his body suffered significant wounds. However, thanks to the immortality granted by Edo Tensei, these injuries weren't a serious problem for him. The damaged body, like a pile of dust, continued to cover the exposed layers of fractures, and the incomplete limbs gradually recovered as before. Challenger. Does a sneak attack that worked make you so conceited? The immortal body created by Edo Tensei and the endless supply of chakra make this body quite interesting, but it's still too weak. He opened his hands, his eyes showing extreme disgust and dissatisfaction with this body. He raised his head, looked at Shintaro, and asked with a bit of provocation, "Have you ever seen me in my prime?" Shintaro slightly raised the corners of his mouth and answered without any weakness, "I'd like to hear the details." At the same time, he made a gesture of invitation, his eyes shining with excitement and anticipation, clearly curious about what would happen next. Seeing this, Madara nodded slightly to express his approval. He took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Rinne Tensei. As soon as the seal was completed, a strong chakra suddenly exploded. At this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. In the giant tree where Nagato was in the distance, a strange object of unknown shape suddenly appeared, dark as ink, quickly attaching itself to his body. At this moment, Nagato was already exhausted and severely damaged from the previous intense battle. Facing this sudden attack, he was utterly helpless to resist in the blink of an eye, he was entirely controlled and lost control of his body. Immediately after, he clasped his hands together, and the chakra and life force in his body instantly leaked out. Rinne Tensei. Chakra burst out from his body, shooting into the sky as if his soul were ascending to heaven. However, this chakra didn't vanish into the sky but instead flew directly toward Madara and finally disappeared into his body. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed around Madara, as if a smoke bomb had exploded. When the smoke cleared, the cracks that had spread across his body miraculously healed and disappeared, and his face became full of vitality once again. Ha 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 ha. Madara laughed loudly, his voice deafening. Of course, I still need to use this body to show my true power. Only a body of flesh and blood like this is worthy of a fierce battle. He had been fully resurrected. However, after his resurrection, the Rinnegan in his eyes shattered and disappeared. Previously, Madara's Rinnegan was merely a fake Rinnegan forged by the Edo Tensei body. Now that he was no longer Edo Tensei, the fake Rinnegan would naturally disappear. But Madara remained calm. At this moment, the ground beside him suddenly trembled slightly, and then, a strange creature slowly emerged from the ground. The body of this creature exhibited a unique half-black, half-white color. It stood up and looked at everything around it calmly. Zetsu, have you obtained it? Madara asked calmly, his eyes still tightly closed. This was the first time Shintaro had seen the strange creature Zetsu. With his unique 6 eyes, he immediately realized that this being was not a complete individual. The white part seemed to be related to Hashirama's cells, but the black part was full of mystery and was clearly an independent spiritual entity. After Zetsu emerged from the ground, he carefully held a pair of Rinnegan in his hands. Madara slowly opened his pair of empty eye sockets, reached out to take the Rinnegan, and then inserted them into his own eyes without hesitation. As the Rinnegan fused, his body trembled slightly, and then when he opened his eyes again, the original empty gaze in his eyes had been replaced by an immensely powerful force. At this moment, Madara not only regained his vision but also obtained the true Rinnegan, and his power increased significantly. So, these eyes aren't Nagato's but yours? Shintaro asked in surprise. That's right, these eyes are mine, and they've just been returned to their rightful owner. Madara slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a proud smile. What about Nagato? Shintaro continued to ask. He resurrected me to use the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Of course, he couldn't survive in this world. Madara's tone was cold and ruthless, indifferent to Nagato's life or death. Did you use this black thing to control Nagato? Shintaro looked at Zetsu and speculated in his mind. Ha 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 ha. It was my will. Controlling Nagato to perform Rinne Tensei no Jutsu was easy. On the other side, Black Zetsu lowered his head silently and quietly retreated behind Madara. His humble appearance was in stark contrast to Madara, but it did not escape Shintaro's sharp gaze. Shintaro stared at Black Zetsu while thinking to himself, this person may not be as innocent and harmless as he appears. However, he knew that the top priority was to focus on facing Madara, who had been fully resurrected in front of him. So, he quickly brought his thoughts back to reality and locked onto the opponent's every move. It was at this moment that Obito finally appeared. Although he arrived somewhat late, he had already heard everything about their conversation. His face was full of uncertainty, his lips trembled slightly, and he struggled to utter a sentence. Could it be that you were secretly manipulating me all along? Madara was very clever. After hearing this, he immediately understood the meaning behind Obito's words. He showed disgust and replied with a sneer. Ha, that's right. You were a pawn I carefully selected, so it's only natural that you had to follow my orders step by step into endless darkness. Too bad you're useless now. After saying that, Madara ignored Obito and turned to use Kuchiyos no Jutsu summoning Geto Mazo. The situation suddenly changed, and the world was shocked. The massive body of the Jubu erupted from the ground, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside Madara, exuding a suffocating pressure. Chapter 239. Jubi's body stood tall like a towering mountain. Its massive form loomed over the battlefield, exuding an unmatched majesty. At the same time, it seemed as if it were a part of nature itself, merging with the surrounding mountains, rivers, and lakes, creating an indescribable sense of dissonance. This world is truly amazing. 100 times more beautiful than the world of Jujutsu. I once thought I was at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but I never expected to see a creature so powerful. Life is truly precious. When Shintaro saw a being as powerful as Jubi, he didn't feel any fear in his heart. Instead, he was excited and had a strong desire to fight. Madara stood firmly atop Jubi's head, his eyes cold and deep, surveying everything in the world. At this moment, he was staring down at Shintaro and Obito. Shintaro turned to look at Obito beside him, only to see that Obito was on the brink of collapse, kneeling, with tears streaming down his face. The man who had once been full of spirit now appeared so fragile, evoking a sense of pity in Shintaro's heart. In truth, Obito's nature wasn't bad, but the tricks of fate had made him a pawn in Madara's hands, forcing him to fall into the abyss of darkness. Thinking of this, Shintaro sighed and then gazed at the pitiful man before him. Even though I don't know the full details of what happened, I can be sure that Rin's death is somehow related to Madara. If that's the case, then we can be considered allies with a common hatred. Shintaro lifted his head, glaring sharply at Jubi as he spoke softly. Obito's eyes showed anger, and he firmly said, "You're right, ever since I was struck by that rock during the Third Ninja World War until now, everything I've done has been wrong. But even if there's only a small chance, I'll try to make up for all the mistakes I've made." Before he finished speaking, Obito quickly drew a kunai from his hand and plunged it into his heart without hesitation. Shintaro watched the scene unfold before him calmly, without showing the slightest shock or panic. In fact, with the power of the six eyes, he had long noticed a mysterious cursed seal hidden in Obito's heart. This cursed seal was one of the methods Madara once used to control Obito. Even though Madara no longer relied on this despicable trick, for Obito, this cursed seal had undoubtedly become the key to his struggle against the great hidden danger. Shintaro slowly bent down, extended his hand, and a stream of cursed energy flowed from his palm. Soon after, he performed the reverse curse technique, miraculously repairing Obito's damaged heart. Obito lifted his head with difficulty, and his red Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Shintaro's six eyes Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, Shintaro and Obito stood side by side, facing the overwhelming enemy without fear. The complete form of Susanoo. Both of them used all their power to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, and together they activated the perfect Susanoo. Shintaro, having the six eyes, could use Jujutsu and Susanoo almost without cost, and had the reverse curse technique to repair damage. Obito had transplanted Hashirama's cells into half of his body, which also reduced the consumption of Jujutsu and Susanoo, greatly increasing his recovery power, allowing them both to use the highest powers of the Sharingan to wield the perfect Susanoo. A clear blue Susanoo and a light blue Susanoo stood valiantly over the vast land. However, even so, when faced with the colossal Jubi, these towering Susanoo appeared as small as children. Seeing this, Madara slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, and said sarcastically, "They're just pebbles, not nearly as good as me." In an instant, the situation suddenly changed, the sky darkened, and the earth became shadowed. Roar! Under Madara Uchiha's control, Jubi suddenly let out a deafening roar, and the world changed color in an instant. Jubi used its chakra to disrupt the natural energy around it. This triggered a series of events like landslides, lightning and thunder, strong winds, rain, and massive floods. This disaster spread over a vast area, and the destruction it caused was shocking. It had surpassed the limits of human endurance, and human wisdom couldn't withstand it. To avoid serious injury, Shintaro and Obito Susanoo hurriedly spread the large wings on their backs and flew into the sky, covering their bodies with their arms to protect their heads, the essential parts for defense. Fortunately, despite the strength of the powerful technique, it wasn't concentrated in one explosion, so they could fully withstand the damage they had to endure with the help of Susanoo's defense. However, the surroundings suffered. Everyone within a 100-mile radius was affected by this drastic change, and it instantly became a miserable hell on Earth. The ninjas from Amigakure and Konoha village had been evacuated from the battlefield earlier, but they still didn't survive. Many were injured or even killed afterward. At this moment, Shintaro and Obito were inside Susanoo, seriously discussing strategies to deal with Madara and Jubi. "Shintaro, my Kamui's power can damage Jubi, you just need to do your best to fight Madara," Obito suggested. Shintaro slightly nodded and agreed, "No problem." As is well known, Madara not only possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan but also the Rinnegan. Therefore, ordinary ninjutsu had little effect on him. Fortunately, Shintaro's expertise wasn't limited to ninjutsu alone. The purple technique he used before had proven that the Rinnegan couldn't handle the Limitless technique well. This was undoubtedly an opportunity to defeat Madara. Obito Susanoo stood on the battlefield, his arms tightly crossed over his chest, and powerful energy gathered in his hands. Two large shurikens slowly formed, flickering with blue light. Soon after, Obito channeled the surging Kamui energy in his body into the two shurikens. For a moment, the entire space seemed to tremble, and then he threw the two shurikens forcefully, and they flew like lightning, directly toward Jubi ahead. Facing such a ferocious attack, Jubi extended two thick tails to try to block the assault. However, when the two made contact, a strange swirling spatial distortion erupted. The seemingly indestructible Jubi was actually injured under the influence of this mysterious power, turning into two stumps and flying backward. This was the spatial distortion power of Kamui, capable of inflicting severe damage even on Jubi. On the other hand, Shintaro was also far from idle. He controlled Susanoo and quickly condensed a large two-handed sword. The blade glowed with a dazzling blue light, and its momentum was immense. Susanoo grasped the sword's hilt in its hand, standing in the air, and set its sights on Madara in the distance. Then, Shintaro channeled the cursed energy in his body with all his might, flowing into Susanoo like a tidal wave. As the cursed energy continued to surge, the top of the sword began to undergo a strange transformation. Large energy channels appeared, where blinding red and blue rays intertwined and merged, finally forming a purple beam as large as a hill. The sword in his hand was swung forward. Soon, a weapon infused with purple shot out at a stunning speed, trailing a long tail of fire, and struck Madara with great force. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and the sky and earth changed color. Madara had previously felt the power of purple, so he didn't take it lightly. He stood atop Jubi and activated the perfect Susanoo. Under the defense of Susanoo's armor, a single shot of purple seemed not to be feared. Purple only broke one of Susanoo's arms when it struck Susanoo, and Madara was able to restore it in an instant. However, what was truly terrifying was that Shintaro's Susanoo was flying in the sky with the large sword, constantly firing purple at Madara, and Madara had no effective countermeasures. The weapon Madara's Susanoo wielded was a long two-handed sword, which lacked powerful long-range capabilities like Obito's Kamui Susanoo. And long-range means like Yasaka Magatama were simply not worth mentioning compared to Shintaro's purple weapon. Therefore, Madara's Susanoo could only wield its sword to fight back, and it struggled to fend off Shintaro's purple shots. What kind of technique is this? There's no chakra fluctuation at all, yet its power far surpasses that of Baijidama. Madara was taken aback by this. It seems I can only use Jubi. He quickly made a decision and controlled Jubi again on the spot. Jubi was continuously attacked by Obito, and its 10 tails had been cut off by the shuriken. But this was nothing to Jubi. Jubi condensed most of the chakra from the first to the 9th tails. Under Madara's control, Jubi immediately opened its mouth, and yin and yang chakra gathered in the air, forming a Baijidama larger than a mountain. If the other Baijidama of the tailed beasts are like marbles, then Jubi's Baijidama is like a basketball. They are not the same thing. Shintaro and Obito's expressions grew serious. If the Jubi's Baijidama in front of them exploded, they would be able to escape using teleportation and Kamui, but the people within a 100-mile radius wouldn't stand a chance. Obito tried using Kamui to target the Baijidama and attempted to move it, but Jubi's Baijidama was too large, and he could only move half of it. As for the other half, it was up to Shintaro to handle it. He controlled Susanoo to rush to the dark surface of the Baijidama with a large sword and used the Limitless technique to envelop the top of the Baijidama. At this moment, Jubi was holding its head to condense chakra, and beneath the Baijidama were Madara and Jubi's original bodies. Then Shintaro raised his sword and struck the Baijidama. Madara realized something was wrong and hit Susanoo behind Jubi. Boom! The explosion caused by half of Jubi's Baijidama exceeded the purple that Shintaro had used. The light of the fire instantly illuminated the sky, and the darkened heavens suddenly became as bright as day. Fortunately, the rising flames did not spread to the surrounding areas. The bright white explosion seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall of air and stopped in place. To block this Baijidama, Shintaro exerted unprecedented energy. Luckily, he finally managed to block the Baijidama's explosion, fully directing its blast downward. The ground below was immediately pierced, forming a bottomless pit as if it would penetrate the entire ninja world. This massive hole was large enough to contain Jubi, which was over 1,000 meters tall, and Jubi found it difficult to climb out after falling into it, demonstrating the immense scale. Obito looked down hopefully. At this moment, dust was flying in and out of the large cave, and he couldn't see any reason. What are the results? Jubi and Madara should be dealt with, right? Shintaro shook his head seriously and said, "It's not that simple. Below the giant hole, Madara's Susanoo was completely destroyed, and his body was severely injured. Jubi wasn't seriously injured, but it looked extremely embarrassed after its tails were cut off and then hit by its own Baijidama. Madara had to pay attention to the two Uchiha clan juniors above him at this time. It seems that not all Uchiha descendants are trash, so, how should I deal with them next? Madara's hands formed a seal. Purple chakra chains extended from his body and absorbed Jubi into himself. Then, his long hair turned white. He wore the white robe of the Rikudo Sennin, and 8 Gudadama floated in a circle behind his back. His arms and legs also turned black, and he held the 6 Paths Zen staff in his left hand. It was as if he had become the Rikudo. I am the second Rikudo Sennin, the only one that exists now. Chapter 240. Madara slowly rose from the hole, his presence impossible to ignore. Tentacle-like protrusions grew from his forehead, extending upward like a head protector. His long black hair had turned white, cascading down like a waterfall. His skin had also become as white as milk. Could it be that Madara has become the Jinchuriki of the Jubi? Shintaro looked up, his expression growing more serious. With his unique 6 eyes ability, he clearly realized that after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, Madara's power had surpassed his past self and reached a new and unpredictable realm. Not only that, but the chakra he possessed had also reached an unparalleled breakthrough in both quality and quantity. Obito was also well aware of the information related to the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. Therefore, he turned to Shintaro and explained, yes, now that Madara has successfully sealed the Jubi within his body, he has transformed into the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. The last person to do this was the Rikudo Sennin. The Rikudo Sennin? Isn't he a legendary figure? No, the Rikudo Sennin was a real ninja, Obito replied seriously. In short, Madara has now obtained the power of the Rikudo Sennin. At this moment, he only wants to implement the Rikudo Sennin grand plan. Projecting the Sharingan onto the distant moon, and casting the Mugen Tsukuyomi, thereby plunging the entire world into an illusion. And I was once deceived by Madara, foolishly believing that such an end would be a good thing for the ninja world, but today, I finally realized that all of this was just a massive deception carefully orchestrated by Madara. Madara flew towards the two of them. When he heard Obito's words, he was indifferent and even argued logically, Obito, you're truly mistaken, although it is true that I used you. When it comes to deception, I'm afraid it's entirely out of the question. You know, isn't Rin, whom you dearly miss, living safely and soundly in the beautiful world created by the Mugen Tsukuyomi? She's been waiting there for your return, so why are you still stubbornly fighting to the death? Faced with Madara's questioning and misleading words, Obito was so enraged that he clenched his teeth and roared furiously. You demon! You clearly manipulated me into killing Rin with my own hands, and then you say that the illusionary world would ultimately make me thank you. Madara was holding the all-black Rui Jingu Bang. Behind him, several dark black orbs floated serenely. These orbs were the Gudadama. Shintaro's eyes were fixed on the Gudadama. There was no doubt that the Gudadama were born from chakra, but their level was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine, even surpassing advanced ninjutsu such as Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. In reality, the Gudadama were not simply a single form of chakra but the core of 7 chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin, and yang. The chakra of these 7 attributes was condensed into a certain form and integrated, creating a unique power. For those who possess all the Biju's chakra and fully master Senjutsu, the Gudadama would naturally appear in their hands. Even if a ninja doesn't have all the chakra attributes, they can still obtain the Gudadama, but in that case, they wouldn't be able to create Gudadama. Ultimately, this was undoubtedly strong evidence that Madara had made a significant breakthrough and improved the quality of his chakra. Madara held the Rui Jingu Bang and looked disdainfully at the two hiding within Susanoo. You are no longer my rivals. He flew high into the air, looking down at the two before him. His eyes were full of confidence and indifference. Moonlight shone behind him, making his figure blur. I have become the second Rikudo Sennin, and I am truly different from you. I am merciful and will spare your lives today so that you may witness with your own eyes the eternal peace I have created. Madara gave a faint smile, but that smile sent shivers down one's spine. He knew that his power had surpassed the realm of humans, and these two descendants of the Uchiha clan were nothing more than insignificant beings in his eyes. If anyone dares to continue opposing me, once they're hit by my good Adama, they will be reduced to ash, not even bones will remain. Before he finished speaking, Madara's figure rose back into the sky, preparing to fly toward the rising moon. Obito, who had once been bewitched by Madara, knew that the Mugen Tsukuyomi could only be launched when near the moon. Stop him. The Mugen Tsukuyomi plan must be close to the moon to activate. Shintaro, who was beside him, understood immediately and quickly spread the wings of Susanoo. Though it was a giant over 200 meters tall, it flew like a light bird and stopped in front of Madara. Obito below also rode his complete Susanoo, wielding a powerful sword in his hand, and fiercely attacked Madara. Madara's face darkened, and he coldly snorted, if that's the case, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Initially, I wanted to give you a way to survive and witness the prosperity of Mugen Tsukuyomi, but unfortunately, you are now destined to disappear. Though he said this, he also knew very well that if he wanted to plant the divine tree, merge with it, and finally activate the Mugen Tsukuyomi, he had to overcome the two obstacles before him. Madara used the Rinnegan, and his pupils glowed. He didn't hesitate to display one of the most powerful ocular techniques, Chibaku Tensei. Madara clasped his hands together, and the surging chakra in his body continuously gathered into his palms, becoming highly compressed and condensed into more than 20 ink-black spheres. These spheres floated in the air. Suddenly, the 20 black spheres began to rise rapidly into the sky as if drawn by some force, and they expanded crazily, growing larger at a worrying pace. They generated an extremely strong gravitational field that firmly attracted all nearby materials. Pebbles, dust, and countless trees were swept into them, forming giant stone spheres. With a loud and shaking sound, the earth trembled violently, and terrible cracks quickly spread like a spider's web. Soon after, massive rock spheres soared into the sky, shot across the heavens, and hurtled toward the battlefield below with destructive force. Exploding meteors filled the sky, raining down like a torrential downpour, and the entire space was enveloped in this apocalyptic scene. However, Madara, who was flying in the air, looked at Shintaro above with a smile and softly said, "The raindrops have become a bit heavier and more numerous. With your power, you should be able to handle it easily, but if you still wish to thwart my plans, don't blame me for being ruthless." He turned his gaze downward and saw Obito charging toward him. Obito's expression was out of control. Due to Rin's death, he could be said to have fallen into madness. He believed the entire world was wrong and had faith in Madara's Mugen Tsukuyomi. But now, he knew that the mastermind behind it all was Madara, and he naturally directed all his hatred toward him. Madara, on the other hand, glanced at him disdainfully, not bothering to let him stay any longer. He casually waved his hand, and a good Adama flew towards Obito like lightning. Then, Madara turned around and flew towards the sky without looking back. "Don't think about escaping," Obito shouted angrily. He used Kamui, attempting to transfer the rapidly approaching good Adama from the air into Kamui's space. Sure enough, under the control of his ocular power, the good Adama was successfully sucked into Kamui's space. However, as he was about to continue his pursuit, he suddenly felt an immense invisible force strike him hard. The force was so strong that Obito was thrown together with his Susanoo. It turned out to be Madara's unique Rinnegan ability Limbo. He could split off his own shadows. These shadows could not only withstand attacks on the main body but also attack enemies unexpectedly. When both eyes were used, the number of shadows could increase to 4. For ordinary people, they couldn't see the shadows or detect their actions. Only those who possess Rinnegan or those who have mastered Rakuto Sennin mode can see and sense the existence of the shadows. However, the time that shadows could manifest was limited. After performing certain activities, they would return to the main body, requiring a cooldown period before they could be used again. Limbo was extremely difficult for Obito to deal with. His virtualization couldn't cover the entire Susanoo. But with just a pair of ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't see through Limbo. After losing Susanoo, Obito lost the ability to pursue, leaving him in a dilemma. He was surrounded by 4 shadows and beaten in the air like a puppet. On the other hand, Madara flew upwards but saw Shintaro blocking his path. "What?" Madara exclaimed in shock. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. He initially thought that more than 20 Chibaku Tensei would stop Shintaro, but the reality was entirely beyond his expectations. Shintaro calmly controlled Susanoo and executed a move called Purple. Susanoo raised the sword in its hand high and fired purple from the tip of the blade. This highly compressed chakra sphere was enormous, and the power it contained was as terrifying as a Bijudama. The chakra spheres were fired one by one like cannonballs, easily destroying all the Chibaku Tensei in the sky. For a moment, the shock waves generated by the explosions were deafening. Obito. Release Susanoo immediately. Upon hearing this, Obito chose to trust without hesitation. After all, he knew he wasn't as clever as Shintaro, and right now, their goal was the Sumito stop Madara. Moreover, Obito's hatred for Madara was much greater than Shintaro's, so he quickly decided to release Susanoo and reveal his true form. However, as Susanoo vanished, Obito instantly lost his ability to fly, and his body began to plummet rapidly, falling from the sky. Ein no Minakanushi. Kunitokotachi. Shintaro's ocular techniques were not offensive in nature, but in terms of ability, they were undoubtedly among the best. Ein no Minakanushi directly granted immortality to objects and even living beings, while Kunitokotachi could nullify gravity, disrupt an enemy's combat, and grant himself and his teammates the ability to fly. Obito relied on the blessing of these two eye techniques to gain the confidence to fight against Limbo, getting entangled with the four Limbo shadows. Seeing this scene, Madara looked at Shintaro and said, "It seems I've underestimated you, Uchiha Shintaro." He then gestured and fired all the good Adama at Shintaro, so quickly that the other party could only defend temporarily. Susanoo's defense was immediately breached, and Shintaro placed his hope on Infinity, but he didn't expect that good Adama could penetrate Infinity. This was the second time Infinity had been breached in the ninja world. The first time was by Obito's Kamui, which relied on space distortion to penetrate Infinity. However, good Adama relied purely on its power to break through Infinity directly. This made Shintaro reluctant to bet that Infinity would be effective against good Adama. Then he disappeared instantly. Instant Thunder. Chapter 241. Shintaro's figure glowed, and together with the massive Susanoo, he moved several thousand meters in an instant, easily dodging the fierce attack from the good Adama. After successfully evading, he immediately reactivated Instant Thunder and swiftly returned to the intense battle scene. At that moment, Obito was engaged in a fierce struggle with four Limbo figures that he couldn't see. With the buffs provided by Shintaro and Kamui, he was still able to fight these four Limbo and hold his own. On the other hand, Madara's eyes were fixed on Shintaro, who had just returned. "Junior, why are you still fighting in vain?" The corner of Shintaro's mouth lifted slightly, forming a faint smile. He slowly raised his left hand, placing it on his chest. Lifting his palm upwards, and gently pinching it with his index finger and thumb, while the other three fingers extended naturally. "The reason is simple, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in an illusory dream. To me, real life is where true happiness lies." "Huh, shallow boy." Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, Madara's eyes flashed with disgust and disappointment, and he changed his term for Shintaro from "junior" to "boy" with a derogatory tone. However, before Madara could finish speaking, Shintaro opened his eyes, and an invisible aura emanated from his body. Immediately afterward, he softly uttered, "Domain expansion, lock void." As his voice echoed, an astonishing transformation occurred. A large white circle suddenly appeared behind Susanoo, emitting a dazzling holy light. This beam of light acted like a sacred shield, tightly enveloping Susanoo within it, even illuminating the entire space within a 1 kilometer radius. This was Shintaro's latest masterpiece, domain expansion. Since obtaining the seals of scroll, he had immersed himself in studying it diligently. Relying on some forbidden ninjutsu knowledge in the seals of scroll, as well as his own talent and creativity, he successfully created a series of techniques unique to him. The most prominent among them was undoubtedly Instant Thunder, a perfect fusion of Hiraishin no Jutsu and Limitless technique. After executing this operation, Shintaro's speed was not inferior to Hiraishin no Jutsu, or perhaps even faster, and it did not require setting up coordinate markers like Hiraishin no Jutsu. He was now showcasing another innovative skill: open domain. This domain, unlike traditional closed domains, had no clear boundary limits and could be freely expanded as desired. Within this domain, he could gain a comprehensive boost while simultaneously exerting a powerful suppressive force on the outside world. Shintaro used the barrier technique in the Seals of Scroll as the foundation to harness the power of the domain. He did not hesitate to use the closed domain as a constraint and successfully exchanged it for a domain with a maximum radius of 1,000 meters. In the 1-kilometer area, with the halo circle behind him as the center, it seemed as if space and time had frozen. No matter what object or life form it was, once it entered, it would be firmly trapped by the invisible force and unable to move at all. However, only Shintaro could move freely through this domain and act as he pleased. At this moment, Madara, the Four Limbo, and Obito were all frozen in midair by Shintaro's lock void without exception. Their bodies were completely out of control, and they could only helplessly watch as Shintaro navigated the domain with ease. For Madara, this was the first time in his life that he personally experienced the power of a domain, let alone one that was so powerful and open. He was utterly shocked by what was happening before him, and he felt a profound fear of Shintaro's power. In contrast, Obito seemed much calmer. After all, he had already experienced the ability of a domain before, so he didn't show too much panic this time. However, even so, he was still acutely aware in his heart that the power Shintaro was now displaying was far stronger than before. Shintaro controlled Susanoo to hold the giant sword, wielding the massive blade before Madara. Even the tip of the enormous sword was enough to cover most of his body, even his head. He also made the same gesture as Susanoo at the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, gripping the handle and thrusting forward. Of course, it was difficult to kill Madara, who had transformed into the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, relying solely on the power of Susanoo's sword. But Shintaro's abilities went beyond that. Since his battle with Nagato, he had gained insight into a cursed technique that could counter Rinnegan and absorb ninjutsu. When Madara became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, his physical body became entirely immune to ninjutsu, and only taijutsu and senjutsu could cause damage to him. Although Shintaro didn't fully grasp this, he knew in his heart that the cursed technique could also harm Madara's body. As a result, he unleashed two different techniques with each hand, compressing red and blue within Susanoo's body. Red and blue collided inside Susanoo's chest. The dissolution between positive and negative infinities immediately exploded with destructive power. However, the surging and massive energy that seemed ready to explode was deliberately guided by Shintaro with extraordinary control, preventing it from running amok and causing chaos. Shortly after, he carefully constructed a broad and stable energy channel within Susanoo, accurately directing the energy to continuously surge along the blade of the sword, ultimately forming a string-like thread. Hollow technique maximum output, purple. With a thunderous roar, the purple light expanded, illuminating all directions. Like a turbulent river, the endless stream of black water swept with overwhelming force and violently impacted Madara's body. The impact of such a terrifying force caused Madara's body to shatter instantly, and he quickly made the decision to control Gudadama to advance. Gudadama had a unique attribute that could easily penetrate boundaries anywhere, just as it could easily pierce infinity. Madara used Gudadama to form an indestructible shield, tightly protecting himself. The black and purple water resembled a stormy ocean, mercilessly crashing against the Gudadama shield. However, Madara was shocked to discover a terrifying fact: the Gudadama was gradually being eroded and disintegrated under the corrosive force. Although the process was slow, if it continued, he would inevitably die. His combat instincts were as sharp as a beast's, and he could make quick decisions without hesitation. He controlled the massive Gudadama Jade Shield to split again into countless smaller Gudadama, spreading in both directions, forming dual teams, and viciously attacking Shintaro. Madara thought that, judging from the strength Shintaro had displayed so far, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a Gudadama attack. Otherwise, why would he have fled so far? Unfortunately, he was unaware of another potential threat at that moment: the person he once regarded as a tool but now sabotaged his plans, quietly approaching. In this thrilling moment, Obito used Kamui to escape, successfully breaking through the domain boundaries set by Shintaro and freely traversing between them. Coupled with the assistance of Kunotokotachi's power, his speed was lightning fast, and he reached Shintaro's side in the blink of an eye. "Shintaro! Don't stop! Even if I end up shattered into pieces and obliterated into ashes, as long as I can push Madara into the abyss of destruction, I won't regret it. I understand." Hearing Obito's shout, Shintaro's heart tightened, and he immediately cancelled the instant thunder he had planned to launch. Not only that, but he also further increased the output of the cursed energy in his hands, causing purple inspired by the giant sword in Susanoo's hands to expand into a circle, making it stronger than before. Shintaro was determined not to give Madara any chance to breathe. The good Adama attacking his body from both the front and back was left to Obito to handle. Kamui. Obito flew behind Shintaro, and the pupil in his left eye shrank. The power of Kamui gathered within it, and he focused precisely on drawing it into the mysterious and profound, Kamui space. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to use his body as a shield to block several other diving good Adama stones from behind. The immense force made him groan, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Tell Kakashi for me, I'm sorry, Obito spoke with difficulty, bright red blood spurting from the corners of his mouth. Yet, at the end of this sentence, a determined smile appeared. His eyes were complex and indistinguishable, seemingly containing deep meaning and indescribable satisfaction. Perhaps only Obito himself understood why he had such an expression at this moment, maybe because he felt he had finally found a way to use his life to atone for the sins he had committed. Shortly after, he used his last bit of strength to display the power of his right eye. His figure vanished from the spot along with the good Adama he had just transported to the Kamui space. In the empty and desolate Kamui space, Obito appeared and then fell hard to the solid ground. Blood spurted from the gruesome wounds on his body like a fountain, instantly staining much of the ground red. Rin, I'm here to find you. Obito's blurred vision gradually cleared, revealing a girl in white standing still with her back to him. Her figure was small and delicate, yet she exuded a calming aura. Obito's eyes widened as he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Wasn't this the same Rin who occupied his thoughts day and night? He couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to see Rin's face more closely. However, something extraordinary happened. He found that his body had shrunk and reverted to the form it had when he was a child. Obito. Where did you go? I was so worried about you. Rin seemed to sense Obito's presence and turned around, a gentle smile on her face. She softly extended her hand and grasped Obito's palm. At that moment, time seemed to stop flowing. Obito was overwhelmed with emotion, and tears flowed from his eyes like a dam breaking. He unconsciously followed Rin and walked away from there, step by step. Rin, Obito murmured to himself, his voice full of longing and nostalgia. Meanwhile, on the fierce battlefield, Shintaro exerted all his strength to unleash purple, and the powerful energy swept over Madara like a wave. Madara's body was repeatedly destroyed, but with his immense vitality, he continuously regenerated the damaged body. The battle turned into a strange cycle, leaving Madara with no time to do anything other than desperately trying to restore his body. Below, after witnessing what was happening before him, Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Useless fool, Madara has the power of the Jubi, yet he still can't defeat Uchiha Shintaro. It seems I need to find a place to hide. As Black Zetsu was contemplating how to escape, he was shocked to realize that his body suddenly refused to obey his commands, and he was completely unable to move. It turned out that Shintaro had already detected Black Zetsu's presence and quickly teleported close by, trapping both Madara and Black Zetsu in the domain he created. At this moment, the two of them were tightly bound, unable to move at all. No. How did he discover my trace? At this moment, Shintaro's eyes shone like torches as he glanced down, then waved his hand, pulling Black Zetsu into the air. You claim to be Madara's will, how could I forget about you? Shintaro laughed and threw him into the stream of purple. No. Black Zetsu perished completely before Madara, turning to ashes before he could realize his full ambitions. Madara's body gradually became unable to withstand the assault, and the speed of his regeneration slowed down. Then the power of the Jubi left his damaged body. Finally, all the chakra from the bijou escaped and reverted to their bijou forms. Madara returned to his normal form, having lost all his power, hollowed out. Madara, I can heal you, but you can no longer dream of Mugen Tsukuyomi. I haven't been in this world long enough. The corner of Madara's mouth curved up as he said, give me some pleasure, it's not bad that Uchiha has a junior like you. Shintaro pointed his finger at Madara. Goodbye. Chapter 242. With the deaths of Madara and Black Zetsu, the tense Fourth Ninja World War has finally come to an end. In Amage Cure, unfortunately, Nagato was caught in a conspiracy by Black Zetsu, lost control of his body, and was forced to use a forbidden technique that cost him his life. Fortunately, Conan managed to escape this disaster. During a fierce battle with Shintaro, she was thrown and distanced from the dangerous battlefield. After Nagato's death, Konan naturally became the de facto ruler of Amigakure. Out of frustration, she decided to disband the once famous organization Akatsuki and surrender to Konoha as the Angel of Amigakure, thus avoiding further meaningless conflict and bloodshed. At the same time, on the battlefield of Iwagakure, Fugaku, Tetsuo, Hamasu, Kakashi, and others fought bravely together and finally managed to defeat the forces of Iwagakure. Noki with his son Kitsuchi, and his favorite student Deidara perished in this battle. As for Kimogakure, the situation was the same. The fourth Reikage, AI, and Killer Bee also suffered crushing defeats, both dying on the battlefield. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Takigakure chose the path of surrender without hesitation. From the overall perspective of the Fourth Ninja World War, it was essentially a continuation of the civil war in Konoha. Whether it was the so-called Three-Nation Alliance or the Anti-Konoha Pact, the true protagonist behind them was Konoha. After Uchiha Obito's repentance and Uchiha Madara's death, the balance of power completely tilted in Konoha's favor. Konoha conquered the entire ninja world with overwhelming force. After the war, Konoha, Kirigakure, and Sunigakure implemented military occupations in the defeated nations, disarming their ninja forces and completely dismantling their military capabilities. Kirigakure and Sunigakure were essentially just affiliated forces of Konoha. There was a significant power gap between them and Konoha. However, regardless of the specifics, after the Fourth Ninja World War ended, the ninja world finally entered a period of peace. 2 of the 5 great nations had their military powers abolished, and the other 2 had become followers of the Land of Fire. Naturally, the remaining small nations dared not defy the will of the Land of Fire in Konoha. Konoha gradually became the center of the ninja world and the hub of maintaining peace in the ninja world. Konoha's development itself benefited from the rapidly advancing and prosperous peaceful environment of the ninja world. Shintaro's workload as Hokage increased day by day. Even though he could use his shadow clones to handle government affairs, the fatigue he experienced still caught up with him. So he appointed several Hokage assistants to share his governmental duties, including Kakashi, Asuma, Fugaku, and Shisui. During breaks from their busy schedules, Shintaro and Kurenai had 2 children. The first child was a daughter who looked exactly like Kurenai, with slightly curly dark hair and large red eyes. Both Shintaro and Kurenai adored this daughter and named her Uchiha Mirai, which was a very auspicious symbol. The second child was born 3 years after the first and looked like Shintaro, with white hair and blue eyes. What surprised Shintaro even more was that this child had actually inherited the 6 eyes. In the world of Jujutsu, the 6 eyes appear only once every few hundred years and never at the same time. But Shintaro quickly understood the full story. After years of use by him, the 6 eyes had adapted to the use of chakra, gradually transforming from a special trait in the world of Jujutsu into what was known as Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. In other words, Shintaro's son's 6 eyes were not exactly the same as his own. One belonged to the world of Jujutsu, and the other to the ninja world. From that point on, Shintaro's genes were fully integrated into the Uchiha clan. The future of the Uchiha clan was destined to have descendants with white hair, blue eyes, and the 6 eyes ability. Therefore, Shintaro named his son Uchiha Mugen, which, along with his sister's name, symbolized the infinite future of the Uchiha clan. In the year 63 of Konoha, Shintaro was 26 years old but had been Hokage for 8 years. His face was carved on the Hokage stone wall, watching over the entire village. The past 8 years had been a period of change for Konoha. With Konoha's development now trending upward, Shintaro began to consider stepping down. Moreover, when he gave a speech at the ninja school graduation ceremony that year, he saw the talented young generation of Konoha, such as Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who were known as the twin stars of Konoha. Sasuke's talent was not as great as Shisui and Itachi's, but he worked very hard and received guidance from many older brothers, so his achievements were naturally excellent. As an orphan of the 4th Hokage, Naruto received guidance from the 3rd Hokage in Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and his strength was not inferior to Sasuke's. Shintaro saw the future of Konoha. The future would eventually be entrusted to the younger generation, and he had fulfilled his mission to change the future of the Uchiha clan. From now on, the Uchiha's future was closely tied to Konoha, and there was no point in him holding the position of Hokage any longer. So Shintaro was no longer attached to the position of Hokage at all and took the initiative to step down, handing the Hokage position over to Kakashi. The reason for giving the Hokage position to Kakashi was mainly to show the villagers that the Uchiha clan had not staged a coup just to monopolize the power of the people. After leaving office, Shintaro, who was finally free from the shackles of the Hokage position and feeling relaxed and at peace, happily invited his wife Kurenai to start the long-overdue post-marriage honeymoon trip. In this way, the two left Konoha after entrusting their children to the care of Shinku. This time, they could finally enjoy a world for two without any interruptions. Under Shintaro's protection, they could explore the entire ninja world without worry. Shintaro, you once promised me that you would show me that world. After they traveled hand in hand across the entire ninja continent, Kurenai still seemed unsatisfied, hugging his arm tightly and speaking coquettishly. Shintaro smiled gently, of course, I haven't forgotten. Before he finished speaking, Shintaro was seen flying into the air with Kurenai, the Mangekyo's 6 eyes activated, and the two were protected by the Aino Minakanushi state. Soon after, he deliberately let Purple lose control. The infinite fusion of positive and negative energy, along with terrifying energy, crashed through space and time like a cannonball. Then, space and time shattered, cracks spread, and Shintaro and Kurenai completely disappeared from the ninja world. End of the book. Chapter 243. Wait, a gentle woman's voice was heard, with a slightly worried tone. Takaba held the square cloth with both hands, lifted his head, and looked ahead in confusion. Toge also turned around and glanced back, equally puzzled. Hana, who had just recovered from a serious injury, was sitting on the sofa, holding onto the armrest, and asked, "Are you planning to unseal Gojo Satoru here?" "Huh? Can't we?" On the square cloth between Takaba and Yuji, the special grade cursed object, Prison Realm, which sealed Gojo Satoru, was clearly placed. Takaba crossed his arms, raised his head, and said seriously, "Indeed, welcoming him here seems to lack a sense of ceremony. How about we make some decorations? Do you have any cardboard for origami? Make a few more rings like this." Takaba turned and spoke while gesturing to Nishimiya Momo, who was confused. Hana said helplessly, "That's not what I meant." She then began to explain. There is no physical passage of time in the prison realm, in other words, there won't be any hunger or aging due to the passage of time in the prison realm. Unless he chooses to commit suicide himself. At this moment, Hikari, who was standing nearby, crossed his arms and interjected, "Depending on how it's used, it could also be utilized as a time machine." "It doesn't have that function," Hana corrected. "Since there's no physical passage of time, we don't know what the 19 days from Halloween until now felt like for Gojo Satoru. It could have been just a brief moment, or it might have felt like a long wait of 100 years, what I'm worried about is Gojo Satoru's mental state. He's the strongest jujitsu sorcerer of the modern era, right?" So? Yuji asked flatly, clearly not fully understanding. This time, Shoko came from behind and replied, "If Satoru goes mad, it would be extremely dangerous to unseal him in such a confined space." Upon hearing this, Satoru's 3 students, Hikari, Kirara, and Yuji, began sweating profusely. The terrifying image of Satoru turning into Godzilla and wreaking havoc flashed in their minds. "Yes indeed," Yuji said. "Very dangerous," Hikari added. Therefore, everyone decided not to hesitate to find an open space to unseal him. The Kuroko mines in Saitama Prefecture were the 4th training ground for Jujutsu High. At the deepest part of the open pit mine, everyone from Jujutsu High completed their preparations. Takaba placed the prison realm in the center of the open space, then quickly evacuated, as if he had just planted a bomb. The other high school students hid behind sandbags at a distance. Yuji held a sandbag with both hands, sweating heavily, his heart pounding. Toge held a loudspeaker in one hand and was ready to go. The angelic figure in the sky, Hana, spread her wings and raised one hand high, her heart pounding uncontrollably. "Salmon." Following Toge's command, Hana swung one hand down and used the angel technique that could nullify curses. Jacob's ladder. A thick beam of light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire mine and the surrounding forest. Yuji shielded his face with his hands and squinted against the strong wind and bright light to see ahead. Toge beside him wore an exaggerated helmet labeled "Safety First." Yuta sat on the ground with his legs crossed, one hand on the ground and the other holding his leg, looking sideways. Takaba maximized his comedic talent, turning to the side and striking a pose with explosive momentum. Wearing sunglasses and sitting in a chair behind them, Shoko calmly crossed her legs, rested her face on one hand, and looked ahead. As the bright light faded and the strong wind subsided, only dust continued to swirl. But everyone eagerly gathered. What happened? Sensei. Can we come closer? Then, what they saw was something no one could have imagined. Huh? Sensei. Yuji was utterly shocked. He saw two people standing where the open space had been, a man and a woman. They became two people. He didn't yet understand the situation, but he was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Takaba said seriously, so, there's useless new knowledge in the world. Using the angel's curse technique on the prison realm increases the number of people. No, this isn't Gojo-sensei. Although the man and woman were 70 similar to Gojo Satoru, there were clear differences, and the corners of their mouths were filled with a bright and warm smile that Gojo Satoru could never show. The woman had curly black hair, a pair of deep red eyes, purple eyeshadow, and bright red lips, perfectly complemented by a white hip-hugging skirt that showcased her figure. The man and woman were holding hands, and at a glance, they looked like a loving couple. Clearly, Gojo Satoru would never be like this. The students of Jujutsu High couldn't imagine Gojo Satoru falling in love with a woman. This world is as filthy as ever. From Shintaro's perspective, cursed energy flowed freely in his field of vision. He had just come from a ninja world without cursed energy into the Jujutsu world, so he couldn't adapt for a moment. Shintaro then removed the bandage from his red and white thigh and tied it around his eyes. Shintaro, is this the world you mentioned? Who are these people? Why are they surrounding us? Kurenai looked a bit nervous in front of the unfamiliar high school students, so she clung tighter to Shintaro's arm. This is the world, but I don't know the identities of these people. Shintaro looked at the people in front of him through the bandage. Blood manipulation. But they're not like the Konoha clan members, no, not even fully human, with physical bodies. A child with enormous cursed energy, Sugawara or Fujiwara. No cursed energy, isn't that a heavenly restriction? There's also a member of the Inumaki clan. Shintaro glanced around and mumbled his initial analysis of the identities. At this moment, Momo, standing at the front of the group, spoke first. Who are you? Where is Gojo-sensei? Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from afar, and the ground began to shake violently. An earthquake? Hana said in surprise. This time it's clearly not an accident. Shintaro slowly turned his head and looked into the distance, a burst of laughter escaping his lips. So, that's the Six Eyes bearer of this era. It seems this is no longer the era I knew. The power is quite good, better than before. What's his name? Gojo Satoru. He's a decent junior. Shintaro could deduce from everyone's school uniforms that the current era was certainly after the Edo period. It seemed Momo understood something and stood up, asking, Senior, what's your name? Uchiha Shintaro. There was once a man named Gojo Shintaro. Shintaro replied without hesitation. Gojo Shintaro? That was the head of the Gojo clan who died along with the head of the Zenin clan 400 years ago. Everyone suddenly understood Shintaro's identity. No wonder Shintaro and Satoru looked so similar. Then Yuji realized a blind spot. Wait, Uchiha. Isn't that the surname from the Naruto manga? Naruto? Isn't that the name of the fourth Hokage's orphan? Thus, after some communication, both parties finally understood the current situation. There's such a thing. After the head of the Gojo clan died, he actually entered the Naruto world and became a ninja of the Uchiha clan. The ninja world is actually fictional. No, everything I experienced was real, it's just a parallel world. In fact, he had long suspected that the ninja world was related to the Jujutsu world. For instance, the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques were names of gods he was familiar with. Kurenai also felt somewhat relieved by Shintaro's explanation. However, as a character in a manga that everyone mentioned, Kurenai was still very curious about her storyline in the work. Kurenai said, Can you show me Naruto? Yuji raised his hand and said, I have a complete collection of Naruto manga at home. Shintaro then raised his finger and said, In that case, please come and help me show her the way. He carried Yuji into the air and brought back the complete set of Naruto manga under his guidance. Yuji sighed, even the feeling of flying is very similar to Gojo-sensei. Kurenai immediately began reading the manga after seeing it one by one. Shintaro also watched from the sidelines and communicated with everyone. So, Gojo Satoru has been sealed, and you just unsealed him. Prison realm. That thing is indeed evil, no wonder Gojo Satoru was sealed secretly. Sukuna and Kenjaku. Of course, I know Sukuna, he is the strongest jujitsu sorcerer in history. During the heyday of jujitsu, all jujitsu sorcerers fought against him but ultimately failed. As for Kenjaku, I have never heard of this name. What? The Zenin clan was wiped out, and you, a little girl, were the one who did it? Well done, hahaha, that foolish clan should have been wiped out long ago. So now Sukuna's body is the current head of the clan, Fushiguro Megumi, who possesses the 10 Shadows technique. Well, this curse technique is somewhat difficult to handle, especially Maharaga, which needs to be dealt with quickly. Shintaro multitasked, browsing the Naruto plot with Kurenai while talking to everyone to understand the changes in the jujitsu world in this era. Shintaro, look, Kurenai called Shintaro sadly after seeing her own plot in the manga. Kurenai saw the Uchiha clan being exterminated in Naruto's plot, saw herself and Asuma together, and saw Asuma die at the hands of Haiden and Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization while she was carrying Asuma's child in her arms. This scene made Kurenai feel very sad. Shintaro immediately stopped talking to everyone in high school, gently stroked Kurenai's back, and comforted her. Kurenai, just think of it as reading a story from another world, everything in this manga is different from everything we have experienced. The Uchiha clan's coup under my hand was successful, you are with me, not with Asuma, the evil cult was destroyed by us together, Kakuzu also died at my hands, our children are healthy, have grown up, and are now being raised by our father. Kurenai's eyes welled up with tears, she hugged Shintaro and said while crying, Shintaro, thank you for accepting me. She was smart, and she naturally realized that the changes between everything she had experienced and the records in the Naruto manga were due to Shintaro. Shintaro hugged her tightly, giving Kurenai a sense of security. Then he said to everyone, I understand that you are facing a crisis, but I am not from this era, or even from this world anymore. I came to this world just to show Kurenai the beauty of this world. Next, I will take Kurenai to continue our journey, for the sake of this world's survival, I will take action at critical moments, you can just pretend I don't exist. Everyone in Jujutsu High heard this and didn't mind. After all, Shintaro was clearly not a powerful person at their level. The fact that he showed he wasn't an enemy was already shocking enough. So next, Shintaro and Kurenai left the turbulent Japan and traveled around the vast earth. China, Southeast Asia, Oceania, Antarctica, America, Africa, Europe, and the Arctic. Shintaro and Kurenai traveled the world, from the North Pole through Russia and back to Hokkaido, Japan. This beautiful journey completely lifted Kurenai's spirits, and Shintaro was ready to return to the ninja world. But before returning to the ninja world, let's help the juniors in this world solve some problems. It's not directional, and it's not unlimited, even self will be involved, but the damage suffered as a result is still different. It seems that the curse technique is still the key, the result is quite satisfactory. This purple controlled from a distance can be said to be beautiful as an improvisation. In the open space created by the explosion of purple, Satoru was talking to himself. His body was covered in burns, but the wounds healed quickly with visible speed. On the other hand, Sukuna emerged from the rubble with a broken arm and looked in a miserable condition. Kyuzukabe, who was watching the live broadcast of the Black Crow in a distant auditorium, saw the situation and made a decision. Contrary to Gojo, who restored the output of the reverse curse technique with the help of Black Flash. The treatment has become slow, without the Limitless technique, even prolonged physical combat cannot be conducted, and Sukuna is also severely injured. Kyuzukabe's meaning was clear. Hana understood and said, so that means. Yes, Gojo won. On the battlefield, Satoru's reverse curse technique quickly repaired his injuries, with a confident smile on his face. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A slash came out without warning, as if it could cut through the entire world. Satoru had no time to react. At this moment, another white-haired figure appeared in front of Satoru. Enough, Junior, you've done a good enough job. Aim no Minakanushi. Sukuna's world-cutting slash was blocked. Shintaro turned and said, leave the rest to me. Sukuna felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, he was still in his prime, and the world-cutting slash he used to kill Satoru was also blocked. This world-cutting slash was a masterpiece after Maharaga adapted to infinity, and it was a perfect demonstration for Sukuna by Maharaga. However, Sukuna at this time was not actually qualified to perform the world-cutting slash. So to defeat Satoru, he chose to form a binding vow, in order to increase the conditions for performing the world-cutting slash in the future in exchange for an unconditional instant world-cutting slash. So now Sukuna could be said to have exhausted all his means. For the first time, he felt the urgent premonition of defeat. Yuram! Sukuna raised his head and shouted. An iceberg fell from the sky. The iceberg melted and fell like rain. Sukuna raised one hand and took over the cursed tool, Kamitoke. What happened next was thick lightning, and Yuram fell to the ground. Sukuna-sama. Sukuna ignored Yuram and looked at the place where the lightning struck with a serious expression. The lightning dissipated, revealing Shintaro's figure. Since we've come this far, let's finish this together. Domain expansion, lock void. As an ancient jujitsu sorcerer, Shintaro only pursued a guaranteed hit in the domain he mastered, so he could ignore Satoru behind him. A white halo appeared, and everything within 1,000 meters radius turned into a static field. Sukuna was so shocked that he froze in place without even having the time to use his body to transform and recover from his injuries. The same applied to Yuram, who had no power to resist. Purple. Shintaro completely obliterated Yuram's body with a single use of purple. As for Sukuna, Shintaro walked up to him and released the curse technique, extracting Sukuna's curse technique into his palm, then slashed Sukuna's palm with one hand. Fushiguro Megumi's body was considered returned to its original owner, but Fushiguro Megumi also fell into a coma. Shintaro used reverse curse technique to heal his wounds, and the rest was no longer under his control. As for the palm that carried Sukuna's power, Shintaro opened the Six Eyes Mangekyo and used Kunitokotachi on it. The palm with Sukuna's markings floated in the air, and a mouth grew from the palm. What are you doing? Shintaro heard fear in it. He smiled and said, let's play shoot the sun. Saying that, Shintaro used blue to absorb Sukuna's palm into his hand, then pointed to the sun with a snap of his fingers. Let's see if I can sunbathe with you. Hollow technique maximum output, purple. A blast of dark purple shot Sukuna, piercing the second cosmic speed and rushing towards the sun. Damn it! Sukuna's curse gradually faded, and finally, he flew out of the earth and fell into the sun, turning to ashes. On the other hand, Kenjaku was also beheaded by a surprise attack from Takaba and Yuta. The disaster in the jujitsu world was completely resolved. As heroes, Shintaro and Kurenai received warm hospitality from everyone at Jujutsu High, so the two stayed in the jujitsu world for a few more days before preparing to leave. It's time to go back, Shintaro, Mirai and Mugen must be missing us, Kurenai said while holding Shintaro's hand. What? Don't you think the ninja world is fake now? I stopped thinking about it long ago, besides, maybe this world is also drawn in a manga, Kurenai pouted. Hahaha, that is possible, who can be sure of such things? End of additional chapter.